I have them let me check.
Did you know that the Tekken franchise is part of the Digimon Multiverse? And did you know that the Digimon Multiverse has not one but multiple timelines? If you didn't, you came to the right channel. Hello my good and sweet friends, welcome to the channel Digimon Explained. My name is Jesse and I believe the time has finally arrived for me to release my biggest Digimon project ever. So to be honest, I think it would be best for you to grab something to drink and to eat because it's going to be very big. We're going to be discussing the Digimon Multiverse and its respective timelines. Two subjects in one video. I do admit that my motivation came not only from just the thrill of digging and trying to understand the Digimon Multiverse, but it also came from jealousy. On YouTube there's a channel called Crunchyroll Inside Anime, and over there the Gundam timeline was explained. A great video, really well made. In the YouTube channel Comics Explained, the Marvel and DC multiverses have been brought up numerous times, with some videos even reaching the length of 6 hours. Truly incredible. And yet, when it comes to the Digimon Multiverse and its various timelines, it's a bit calm and cold. The best video I saw was on the YouTube channel called Digimonology. It was a video talking about the no canon theory. While I did admire the work, there were many points I simply disagreed with. Pay attention, I say this with absolutely zero intention to discredit the work. The reason for me disagreeing is simple. The Digimon Multiverse is enormous. To get a solid grasp, you need to consider the various Digimon anime, the comics, the drama CDs, the games, the manhwa, the movies, the light novels, the background stories of locations, the background stories of Digimon, the background stories of humans, and more. The Digimon developers made it extra difficult by scattering all information concerning the Digimon Multiverse across the various media, many of which are straight up overlooked. That's why I decided to work for a month to gather all necessary pieces of information and bring them together in a video that will help the Digimon community and those interested to understand this amazing franchise. I'd been asked by some to work alongside another fellow YouTuber named ZeroDex. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be possible as Digimon was not immediately on his list of priorities. Not that it is a problem though, as I'm not alone. I decided to get back to many of your comments, not just on this channel but also on the various Digimon forums online. Your comments are valuable and I have always meant it. Now, before getting into it, I have 3 questions. First, can I please count on your support for liking the video? It's a big work and a like will not only make me happy but it will also help the video tremendously as it shows viewer participation. More viewer participation means that the video will be pushed to people's YouTube feed. Second question, could you also please subscribe to the channel? The analytics show that most viewers aren't subscribed, which is fun in some way because it kind of feels as if the videos are good enough to be viewed, but not enough for you. The third question, well, it's not really a question, is it? The video has timestamps, which I have put not just in the description box but also in the comment section as a pinned message. I am a bit obsessed with order and the Digimon franchise is already quite complicated, so make use of it if you want to jump to the subject of your liking. With that being said, let's just finally get into it. What is a multiverse? It's a simple question but with a complicated answer. When we say multiverse, we mean a set of universes. Together, these universes are presumed to comprise everything that exists, the entirety of space, time, matter, energy, information, and the physical laws and constants that describe them. What does it mean for the Digimon Multiverse? Well, it means that there is a multiplicity of universes, each of which having their own laws, stories, and timelines. Each universe also has its own set of humans and their own Digimon, whose existence are sometimes unique. Depending on what universe we are talking about, a Digimon can function entirely different. For example, in one universe, a Digimon can just be part of a video game, while in another universe, a Digimon is more than just a digital life form. In the Cross-Wars universe, Digimon have genders, while normally being genderless and limited to having gender identities. The legendary Digitiles were the following. Don't take Cross-Wars too seriously. It's only one instance in the Digimon Multiverse where gender and reproduction are no different from the real world's male and female creatures. Every other verse or continuation of Digimon is where they are indeed genderless but prefer to use what is called sexual identification for convenience sake. It should not surprise you that Digimon do not always function the same. During an interview with Digimon producer Habu Kazumasa concerning Digimon's story Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory, he said the following concerning the Digimon Multiverse. Although this is a double-edged sword when it comes to Digimon, it has a special thing about it in that the world and lore changes with every series. For the TV anime series, only Adventure and Odu are connected, but after that, every series is depicted as a completely different world or an alternate universe. Because Habu claimed that the series happen in separate universes, I started believing that the best way to imagine the Digimon Multiverse is to look at the picture made by iHelenk on the platform DeviantArt. The author drew planets in a solar system, and each planet represents a single universe. By doing so, they were certainly given more clarity and structure on a complicated subject. As shown in the picture, there are what I call pillar universes, on which the Digimon developers have worked on for the games, the mangas, etc. And they expanded on those ideas by creating single universes. Obviously, some universes have less depth, and there are various reasons for that. Some ideas were received well, and they continued building on them, and some ideas were received poorly, and thus were cut short. This explains why the timeline of some universes are much shorter than the other. After having finished my research about the multiverse, I added a few adjustments to the picture of iHelenk. Are you ready? I will show you the result in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. I have found at least 10 pillar universes, ranging from the Adventure series to the Cross-War series. There's also the X universe, which was based entirely on the concept of Digimon developing x-antibodies. There is the virtual reality universe, and way more. Without forgetting that Digimon is also related to the universe of other franchises, Tekken being one among them. These related franchises also received a spot in the multiverse. While each universe is presumably light years away from each other, that does not mean that they cannot affect each other. In fact, the whole point of having chosen children, or Digimon Tamers, is because without their help, a digital world could collapse and take the human world along with it. That's why there are at least 200 Digidestins and Tamers across the multiverse to face the problems occurring in their respective universes. And little spoiler alert, some Tamers did fail to protect their universe. Despite the distance between universes, they are all connected to an extent, giving the possibility to hop from one to the other. And there are many instances of Tamers traveling from one universe to the other. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the Digimon community sees Ryo Akiyama as the most popular space traveler. It did surprise me as Taichi Kamiya visited more digital worlds than Ryo. How does a human travel from one universe to the other? I can hear you ask. There are many ways. They could have been warped across the galaxy by a digital life form. They could have been warped by humans, some of which were capable of developing technologies so advanced that they can send anything they like to the digital world or to different universes. This means that there are gateways connecting one universe to the other. Though these gates are just one of the many ways a universe is connected. You see, each universe has what is known as a dark area, a place known as Hell or the Underworld. It's a jet black, abyssal graveyard where Digimon are ultimately transmitted when their lifespan finishes. It's over there that they'll be judged, and depending on how they lived their lives, they might get reincarnated or be trapped within the eternal darkness. All dark areas in the Digimon Multiverse are connected via a location called the Cognitus, which acts as the deepest layer within each dark area. meaning that despite having many different hells, there is only one location which binds them together, technically creating one dark area, but with different territories. Because of its strategic location, it's no wonder that many strong Digimon took residence there. In fact, it is even from the Cocytus that Grand Dragmon schemed and caused not one but two terrible wars in the X-Universe, and all of that just for its entertainment. There are many other ways a universe is connected to another. The one I like most is a place called Infinity Mountain. The inside of the mountain exists of many floors, with some of them leading to other universes. I gathered some comments from a forum concerning Infinity Mountain. The following was written: "The underworld is infinite in size, with distortions in space forming various levels or floors, which are likely to have doors to different dimensions. This is similar to Infinity Mountain, as its floors/levels have been used as entry points for different dimensions. For example, Infinity Mountain, Infinite Cauldron, Digital Dungeon, Abyss Server, etc. The Infinity Mountain is beyond the digital world and made of 100 floors, which may increase in the future. At the very top sits the kernel, a place also known as Heaven. It is rumored to be the area where all data in the digital world is computed to the point that if something goes wrong there, the digital world will collapse. The kernel was confirmed to be a higher world, so the floors you travel up the Infinity Mountain should also be higher worlds as well. And if not, some should be, or at least accordingly to those dimensionality statements. The reason why I'm stressing out the Infinity Mountain is because I'd like to prepare you already, as in the X-Universe, during the Digimon Re-Digitize arc, humans managed to take control of that place and modified it to their liking. However, the taking over of the mountain almost led to the total collapse of both the human world and the digital world of that universe. Also, the comment mentioned the kernel, right? Well, just like the dark area, each digital world has a kernel or something resembling it, which serves as the core and is rumored to be the place where all data in the digital world is computed. The most important decisions are taken from this place, as it has information about all events, which puts it in a better position to predict certain outcomes. That's why it had been nicknamed the Domain of the Gods. I say gods in plural, as those inhabiting the kernel aren't always the same beings. The Digimon franchise has been very unique in its concept of God, and yet they have been quite misleading, which may have been on purpose. Though to understand the idea of God in this franchise, you will certainly have to look at the bigger picture. You see, the Digimon Multiverse consists of many individual universes, and each digital world has its own origin story, which is not always similar to that of another universe. Let us take an example inside the Digimon Adventure universe. During the Digimon Adventure V-Thema arc, we saw the silhouette of a man who was claimed to be God. Across the Digimon Multiverse, there have been instances where humans managed to create their own versions of the digital world. This would technically give those humans the rank of God, right? While doing this ground Digimon Multiverse research, I noticed a certain pattern. These digital worlds that were created by humans usually were sort of copies of the real digital world. In the virtual reality universe, for example, humans experimented with virtual reality technology, and while doing so, they came in contact with the real digital world and real Digimon. In other words, sure, humans created their own versions of the digital world, but these are either experiments or copies. So humans should rather be deemed as demigods instead of gods. And it also doesn't help the case for humans who usually create digital worlds for nefarious purposes. Take the background profile of APPMON, for example. It was stated that it is an artificially created Digimon from a Veidmon that was captured and had its configuration data analyzed and improved. It was modified in an American facility called Area 51, where they were building extraterrestrial technology in order to take possession of the digital world. This adds a layer of geopolitics to it, as a country being in the control of a digital world equals to a country with a severe advantage over others. That's what you'll better understand when we'll be discussing Nation X in the Digimon Seekers universe. It's a developing country who engaged in cyber warfare in the digital world to serve as distraction from continued terrorist activities that threatened to destabilize the real world. While there wasn't exactly a clear image of who God might be in the V-Tamer arc, a rumor was spreading, claiming that God's origin was on top of a floating skytree. It's not exactly a far-fetched idea when you think about it, as the most popular god in the Digimon Multiverse is a host computer called Yggdrasil, a digital entity with no appearance who operates with a self-defense instinct to eliminate bugs without making any judgment between good and evil. The name Yggdrasil came from the massive central and sacred tree of life encompassing all 9 worlds that are part of the ancient Norse view of the cosmos. And in the Cross-Wars universe, Yggdrasil took the shape of a giant tree connecting not one but at least 108 different worlds or zones. As Yggdrasil has confirmed shape-shifting abilities, I think that the rumors in the V-Tamer digital world of a god living on top of a floating tree could have just been the host computer itself. After all, in the Digimon Next story, which happens in the virtual reality universe, Yggdrasil took the form of a young woman named Makihara Nor. I mentioned the Yggdrasil of different universes, didn't I? What you have to understand is that there are multiple Yggdrasils in existence across the multiverse, and all of them are related to an extent. But they are not omnipresent, and even these godly entities have limitations to their jurisdiction. For example, in the Digimon Crusader universe, there's a digital world with at least 2 servers, one ruled by Yggdrasil, and another server named Iliad, which is ruled by another host computer named Homerus. And both these host computers share a different ideology and are prohibited from interfering in the internal affairs of the other. So, the likeliness of a host computer like Yggdrasil or Homerus being seen as God is certainly plausible, especially when we consider their roles, their powers, and their capabilities. But are they really the creator of the multiverse? Did they even create a digital world? Well, they did not, despite their capabilities. In the Digimon Tamers universe, Yggdrasil was not confirmed in its history, and yet the digital world exists. But instead of having a host computer taking charge, you have the 4 holy beasts who became the governors because they were the first Digimon to ever attain the Mega level. That's why they were seen as gods. However, even if the 4 holy beasts were powerful, they do not have the same capabilities as a host computer who is better equipped to manage all incoming data. That's why this digital world looks quite different than most others, and that's also why the 4 holy beasts triggered the D-Reaper incident. I've given you some examples to show that there are various entities who are claimed to be gods, from humans and the 4 holy beasts to Yggdrasil and Homerus. Yet, there have been hints that there is a superior being to all of them. We could call it the one above all, or maybe even the ones above all, as they could exist in larger numbers. The hints came from theories found in the Digimon Cyber Sleuth arc in the virtual reality universe. In the X account of Data Ravel, we were given a thorough investigation of the possibility to have a being superior to Yggdrasil and Homerus, a life form who might be the creator of the entire Digimon Multiverse. Let me tell you what Data Ravel's research clarified. In the Digimon Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory story, there is a researcher named Akemi Suedu. He came with a theory called proving the existence of a god who creates dice tossed by a god of dice. What does this mean? As Data Ravel explained, and I concur, instead of just having multiple branches created by choices, it is the dices with a will of their own who would create new branches and new stories just by having different perspectives. In other words, instead of having the multiverse created and maintained by the one above all, Suedo gave a theory which tells that the one above all created the humans as gods who would toss the dice and create themselves their own path in the multiverse. This theory was put deliberately in the game as the aim of Digimon Cyber Sleuth is to embody the history of the Digimon franchise itself. This theory is meant to explain how everything came to be, from the humans to Digimon to the various universes within the franchise. There are other theories claiming that this grand creator of all is called Demiurgos, a name that was mentioned in the Digimon Adventure 3 movie. The following was written: "In the beginning, within the universe, existed the soulless creator Demiurgos, the true form of the world, idea, and a single shapeless soul, all as a chaos. Demiurgos does not know of its own existence, nor of the existence of the soul, nor of idea. The world that was created is merely a shadow of the true world." Is Demiurgos truly the creator of the multiverse? Maybe. The name came from the character Demiurg from the Platonic schools, a figure responsible for fashioning and maintaining the physical universe. Does a fashioner necessarily make of one a creator? In some ways, yes, it does, but I do understand why people would disagree. I doubt we are going to know who the creator of the Digimon Multiverse truly is. Heck, we might not even know who or what Demiurgos is, and we don't have to. What should be kept in mind is the theory of Suedo claiming that there probably is a god who created humans and Digimon with the ability to choose and create, making of both humans and Digimon alike demigods of sorts. When we are talking about the Digimon Multiverse, we are obviously talking about a collection of universes, with each having their own digital worlds. These universes are usually built the same way, even if some tend to be a little different due to either lacking a host computer, for example, or by being split in multiple mini-worlds like in the CROSS universe. There's a page written by Executory number 0 on the website of Versus Battle Wiki. It's a page that goes by the title Digimon Franchise Digimon Cosmology. The author decided to make a blog with the goal of explaining how the worlds that make up the Digimon franchise are organized. And the author went far in his research, truly a magnificent contribution to the whole multiverse conversation. The author explained that the first world that had existed throughout the franchise is called the Quantized World, otherwise known as the Quantum Sea, from which the whole creation of God arose. It's a realm different from the digital world or any other possible world. It was from the Quantum Sea that all other worlds arose, and as these worlds were quantized, they were replicated infinitely. Little by little, the Quantum Sea became divided into layers of existences, and in each layer there were variations of every possible world, hence why there is a multiverse with many different universes. I want you to look carefully at this diagram, which was made by Chiaki J. Konaka, who was the head writer of anime series such as Hellsing, Serial Experiments Lane, and Digimon Tamers. You'll have to look at it in a top-down fashion to better understand what had been drawn. The diagram shows how the universe of Digimon Tamers is structured, but the basis remains the same for all. That's why we can use this picture to explain how a universe is structured. Usually we tend to talk about the digital world as if it was a single place, but it's actually split into all sorts of layers, also known as dimensions or servers. Each of these layers contain their own space, separated from the rest, and are considered digital worlds of other dimensions. These worlds are constrained to an extent by the boundaries of their respective universe, making them quite difficult to assess. First, we have the real world. That doesn't need much explanation as it is based on the world we live in. Most of the stories in Digimon happen in Japan, and every other universe should have its own Japan, even if some may be different by being, for example, more technologically advanced. The possibility behind multiple worlds was confirmed by Mirei Mikagura from the X universe, who claimed that there are endless possibilities of worlds, all of them existing within the multiverse. And in a universe, a world can also have a parallel world attached to it. With parallel worlds, I mean two or multiple related worlds where, for example, one action was taken in one world and in another world in a similar scenario, no action was taken. If you want an example, let's take a look at the Digimon Adventure V-Tamer 01, A New Courage arc, where you had a Yagami Taichi from the V-Tamer series who was partnered with a V-Dramon named Zeromaru, and they met the Yagami Taichi from Digimon Adventure who was instead partnered with an Agumon. This is a confirmation that space-time contains infinite ramifications, allowing the existence of infinite worlds which could come in contact with each other. So, for the sake of avoiding confusion, in this video, a parallel world is not the same as a parallel universe. But don't worry much, I promise it will be clear once we go over the timelines of each universe. The layer after the real world is that of the network. There is a common thought that the digital world is actually the internet, which is often called the network. That is far from being true. In the Digimon Tamers concept planning notes written by Chiaki J. Konaka, the following was written. The digital world in this series is not the same as the network as we understand it, but is a world beyond the network. However, as in previous series, the network lies between the connection between the worlds. The internet, otherwise known as the network, is the manifestation of the World Wide Web through which the human world transmits a limitless supply of information. It is the boundary of the digital world proper through which human hackers and evil Digimon frequently attempt to penetrate or abuse for their own selfish desires. As such, it is protected by the firewall and patrolled by echelons of network security such as the Royal Knights. Depending on the universe, the network can look like a tropical region or it can look like a barren wasteland, but it is in this area that you can find many traveling Digimon who are carrying confidential information, sometimes malicious information, and much more. The network exists of about 6 to 7 layers, each of which is used to analyze what is happening on the internet in order to send this data to a higher layer, sort of like a filter, till it reaches the higher layer, which is the digital world. In other words, the data that humans produce is selected by the network and sent through the layers to reach the digital world, where they are used to create the digital monsters we know as Digimon. After the network layer, we have the digital world, where most Digimon, along with other life forms, reside. And as the diagram shows, there are multiple mini-universes in the digital world layer. These mini-verses are basically environments created by Digimon to better suit their nature. Thus, for example, the digital world from the Digimon Digital Card Battle arc, and over there fighting is taken care of through a card game. There's also a mini-verse where Digimon solve their issues by using cards. The amount of mini-universes within a single digital universe is unknown and can pretty much take on various shapes and forms with very different rules or codes of conduct. Not all Digimon worlds were created the same. In fact, some of them aren't even as technologically advanced as the other, and that can bring its own sets of challenges. You just need to take a look at the background profile of the Dragon Emperor XROS to understand what I mean. As it possesses an extraordinary data size, traditional digital tools were unable to completely render it. So, in some digital worlds, you might only see an incomplete version of XROS. On the other hand, some digital worlds, like that of the New Century universe, are technologically so advanced that Digimon like Grace Novamon are rendered completely. And pay attention, Grace Novamon is said to have a data size that is impossible to measure accurately. That's how big it is. More on XROS and Grace Novamon further in this documentary. So, you have a bunch of these mini digital worlds in a single universe. Sure, one can be smaller than the other, but it would be unwise to believe that one mini digital world wouldn't be able to cause harm to the entirety of a single universe, and potentially the entirety of the multiverse. That's why Digimon Tamers and Chosen Children are so important. Now that you have a bit of a better picture of the multiverse and how a universe exists of multiple layers, we can finally discuss each timeline that I found. I would rather warn you already that some of the classifications will be quite subjective, meaning that it is always possible for me to make mistakes. I'll be counting on your comments and hopefully we could come to a general consensus. The first universe I want to talk about is that of Digimon Survive. Pay attention, it isn't because I talk about this universe first that it is also first in the timeline. All universes have their own concept of time, which is not similar to that in the various other universes. Anyway, Habu Kazumasa, who was a producer on many Digimon video games like Digimon Story, Lost Evolution, Digimon World Redigitized and more, stated that in the background story of Digimon Survive, Digimon were not born as a result of humans creating computers, and instead always existed, living alongside humans, though in another dimension, becoming visible to humans only when they created computers and digital technology. They may have been manifested through magic or sorcery, but was then accomplished digitally, making them digital monsters. This means that the main plot of Digimon Survive is taking place before these creatures became known as Digimon as a result of technology. In the Digimon Survive universe, Digimon aren't the digital monsters as most universes know them. Instead, there are life forms called Kemonogami, and their story can be traced back to the Kamakura period, which is a period of Japanese history back in the 10th century after Christ. It is said that originally the real world and the digital world were combined, with Kemonogami and humans being the same entity, with them sharing the same soul. It was even stated that the combined form of Kemonogami and humans actually had Kemonogami as their real form, and not humans. And when the world was being split, the Kemonogami half of the soul went to the alternate world and the human part went to the human world, meaning that in the Digimon Survive universe, the Kemonogami is the human's true origin, the human's ancestor. That's why, in some places, humans came to worship and fear the Kemonogami, and as such would provide them with children as sacrifices in their hopes it would keep them safe. As the Digimon Survive universe is its own universe, it's a bit hard to give it a timeline. However, we were given 5 different endings, 5 different possibilities which could become their own parallel worlds. The Harmony ending is one where the portal that's connecting both the human world and the digital world grows uncontrollably, resulting in both worlds becoming joined, and both humans and Digimon learn to cohabitate after months of tensions. The Wrathful ending has the 2 worlds colliding like in the Harmony ending. However, instead of just a few months of unrest, the human world is now thrust into chaos, with only a handful of children being able to maintain a bond with their Digimon. It's a harsh ending as it could mean that the world will be plagued by war and various conflicts with humans and Digimon fighting against each other, with Digimon Tamers trying to help maintain the peace. The bad ending has one of the main characters along with his family evacuating their home as their city is put under a state of emergency. The bad ending has one of the main characters along with his family evacuating their home as their city is put under a state of emergency following the portal of the digital world opening up in the sky, hinting that Digimon will arrive in the human world with the possibility of bringing war, chaos and destruction. The bad ending is basically the start of the apocalypse. The moral ending has the main characters return to the human world in order to teach the population about the existence of the digital world, but they had to leave their Digimon friends behind. Whether people will decide to believe them remains the question, and from what I can tell, some could even call them crazy because there is no proof whatsoever about the digital world. Then there is the true ending, where the Digimon Tamers all return to the human world alongside their Digimon partners. The world seems to be in a much more stable and peaceful place, and humans and Digimon learn to coexist much sooner. Mind you that the moral ending and the true ending state that due to the Kemonogami's world becoming in some manner fundamentally affected by digital data from the real world, Kemonogami either have become or will soon become digital entities and therefore Digimon. I wanted to show you the Digimon Survive universe first because these 5 endings are foreshadowing what will happen to the other universes out there. Some universes will collapse in its entirety with humans technically being dead. Other universes will cohabitate peacefully with Digimon. then there are universes where all memories of Digimon will be wiped out of everyone's mind. Better get prepared. The second universe we are going to discuss is that of Digimon Ghost Game. It shows a world that only just came in contact with Digimon, and the humans had yet to understand what these digital life forms actually were. Let me show you the timeline of this universe. May it guide you well in your quest to better understand the Digimon Multiverse. In this universe, the world is surrounded by holograms. However, paranormal phenomenon frequently occurred involving these holograms, with rumors on blogs and social media referring to these events as hologram ghosts. These hologram ghosts were Digimon who appeared in various physical states and who tried to materialize in the human world to become real. Digimon knew that it was the feelings that came from the heart of humans that would enable them to materialize. That's why some Digimon committed atrocities in an attempt to get humans emotional enough to materialize. Kidnappings, body horror afflictions like having someone grow mushrooms out of their bodies, and in some extreme cases, there was even murder. The main characters in this story are Hiro Amanukawa and his partner Gammamon, Kiyoshiro Higashimitarai and his partner Jellymon, and Ruli Tsukiyono and her partner Angoramon. They tried solving the problems caused by Digimon as they were the only ones capable of understanding what was happening because they were in the possession of a Digivice, which enabled them to see Digimon. In other words, public awareness of Digimon remained limited to just rumors, and in most universes, Digimon will deliberately keep their existence a secret. While the Digimon Ghost Game's digital world hasn't really been fleshed out like many others, we were given an important piece of information in the background story of Quantummon, one of the smartest Digimon within the multiverse. Quantummon is a mega-level being that can be deemed as a goddess that is enshrined to an aerial city known as Lark, which floats above the vast net ocean. The importance of this city might be overlooked. That's why I am bringing it up. The name of the city is an acronym which stands for Livermore Advanced Research Computer. It refers to one of the earliest supercomputers and was designed in order to run hydrodynamic simulations for nuclear weapon design. It once held the title of World's Most Powerful Computer in the year 1960 till 1961, so it held its title for just a year before being surpassed. In other words, the digital world in the Ghost Game universe is being managed by the supercomputer Lark, which in this digital world took more the form of a city, out of which Quantummon extracts huge amounts of data from the net ocean by using an expansion device installed within, which runs millions upon trillions of simulations of the future. I have to stress upon you that the city Lark is putting the Digimon Ghost Game digital world and universe in fact in a much better position in terms of security when compared to the many other digital universes. I say this because in the Adventure universe, the first computer which managed the digital world was the Atanasov-Berry computer, otherwise known as ABC, a computer that is in reference to the first automatic electronic digital computer limited by the technology of the 1940s. So, while the digital world in the Adventure universe was managed by the Atanasov-Berry computer, which laid the basic foundations of that digital world, it still was quite limited to truly manage the massive amounts of incoming data. So, subsequently, the first patented computer called ENIAC was activated and proceeded to build upon those foundations, shaping the Adventure digital world. ENIAC is an acronym for Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer. It was the first programmable electronic general-purpose digital computer completed in 1945, a few years after the Atanasov-Berry computer. We'll get into the details of both the ABC and ENIAC host computers, but what I'm trying to tell you is that the Lark computer is superior to both the ABC and the ENIAC supercomputers. This would technically mean that the Digimon Ghost Game's digital world would be the superior one in terms of capabilities, data management and defense. The challenges this digital world might have to face would probably be addressed with more assurance and confidence, at least in comparison to how the other universes would face a similar problem. The difference lies in the host computer's capabilities. QuantumMon, who already is a smart Digimon on its own, is capable of extracting huge amounts of data by using the expansion devices installed on Lark, running millions upon trillions of simulations of the future, and together, with its Digimon followers, it will implement the best measures it had formulated against disasters that are predicted to occur in the digital world. It is impressive to see how a Digimon is capable of exercising the same role normally attributed to host computers such as ABC, ENIAC, Homerus, Homeostasis, and Yggdrasil. So, my compliments to the Lark City, which is capable of managing more data than all of these other host computers. What's interesting about the Ghost Game arc is that these horror stories caused by Digimon only really lend themselves to one-and-done episodes. They are an almost entirely episodic series, which means that we can easily put the Digimon Dreamer story at the same level in the timeline because they are part of the same universe and are happening simultaneously. Let me give you more context. When Digimon Dreamers was announced, we got to see the character Kodo Ritsu, who resembled Hiro. Reason for that is because Digimon Dreamers was originally meant to be a manga adaptation of Digimon Ghost Game, but turned into its own thing due to the difference in production speeds. This explains why Ritsu resembled Hiro at the beginning. They were the same characters. However, in the first manga episode of Digimon Dreamers, we can see Hiro with his Digimon partner Gammamon hidden in his backpack, walking past Ritsu, who was about to be warped in the digital world. This panel alone is proof that the Digimon Ghost Game and Dreamer stories are happening simultaneously and in a same universe. Ritsu was warped in the digital world by the Pulsemon he raised on his V-Pet. He was about to delete Pulsemon from his device since it seemingly was unable to digivolve past the rookie level. What we did not know was that something was stopping Pulsemon and the residents of its village to digivolve. That's why Ritsu was warped to the digital world to help figure out what was going on. The request by Pulsemon was well received and Ritsu was going to help his partner digivolve. In their adventure, they would come in contact with a Digimon called APPMON, who told them about a digital dimension called WITCHELNY, a dimension believed to be able to find the necessary information about the curse in Pulsemon's village which stopped Digimon from digivolving. While the realm of WITCHELNY can hardly be called a universe of its own as it lacks an association with a human world, it still is a powerful world with its own origin story, its own political structure, history, and its own timeline. As far as I can tell, there is only one WITCHELNY across the Digimon Multiverse. I hope you don't mind if I temporarily push the Digimon Dreamer story at the side. We'll get back into it. Here is WITCHELNY's timeline. May it guide you in your quest to understand more about the Digimon Multiverse. WITCHELNY is also known as the world of medieval magic. Digimon in this dimension developed an ability known as magic, otherwise known as high-level programming language, and the land is occupied by 4 clans that specialize in different kinds of elemental magic. Earth, water, flames, and wind are among these 4. The land is ruled by the elders of each clan, as well as 3 sage Digimon leading the council that governs said clans. And a long time ago, the clans worked together to establish a school of magic named Brocken Magical Academy atop Mount Brocken. It's a big mountain that lies at the center, around which the land is split into 4 blocks for each cardinal direction, with each one of them being occupied by a clan. Digimon from WITCHELNY tend to travel to various digital worlds for different reasons. A Wizardmon traveled to the Adventure universe to further its own skills. Another Wizardmon traveled to the X universe during the Chronicle X arc, when 98% of the Digimon population was killed by the X program. The Wizardmon who went there gained an x-antibody enhanced form and participated in a giant war that was about to destroy the entirety of that universe. There are also cases of Digimon traveling to WITCHELNY. Hex Blaumon is one such example, and one who also received its own spot in the WITCHELNY timeline. It is a Digimon that protected other Digimon until the very end during an ice age that came to a digital world long ago. After that event, Hex Blaumon was rumored to have moved to WITCHELNY. Unfortunately, it was not specified from which digital world it came from. All we know is that it made its first appearance in the game Digimon Encounters. It would have been very interesting if they would have expanded on the digital ice age over there, but the game had been terminated on November 17, 2020. So, for the sake of having given us the Digimon Hex Blaumon, I have added the Digimon Encounter arc in the WITCHELNY timeline, and will consider it the digital world that went through an ice age. Chronologically speaking, it is possible that Hex Blaumon migrated to WITCHELNY in a period that is now called Ancient WITCHELNY. It was a time where the mastery of sorcery was quite limited, leaving the lands with no means to defend itself from foreign invasions. WITCHELNY was on its way to ruin till it was saved by medieval Dukemon, the governor of the Vortex Warriors, consisting of Zephagamon and Grangalemon. These Vortex Warriors became legendary figures, possibly along with Hex Blaumon, as it did come from an ice age, which typically is considered a period in ancient times. And now, in modern WITCHELNY, it's actually quite hard to tell if these warriors are still alive, even if medieval Dukemon is said to transcend time. Speaking of, there is an important event that happened in modern WITCHELNY, which threatened both the magical universe and the human world, causing the spirit of medieval Dukemon to rise. It's a moment we got to witness during the Digimon Dreamers arc in the chapter called Wizardmon's Future. I have to give you the background first. You see, once a massive incident happened when one used magic in the school on Broken Mountain, Felicemon claimed that learning magic led to the birth of dangerous Digimon and insisted on prohibiting it in the name of peace, calling for the closure of the school. In hopes of peace, the Digimon in WITCHELNY agreed, but instead Felicemon took the chance to rule with an iron fist by using its army. Digimon that kept practicing magic were imprisoned, while those that resisted were killed, leading to the present day where young Digimon were not able to learn magic at all, and thus becoming incapable of growing, with no one daring or even having the necessary skills to oppose Felicemon. And when Wizardmon rebelled, it became surrounded by an aura which took the form of medieval Dukemon. The aura showed its potential to become the legendary hero who has the capabilities of ushering WITCHELNY into a new age. At the sight of this aura, Felicemon realized that Wizardmon was in the possession of an exceptional Digicore known as the X-Factor, which harbored the latent power to evolve into medieval Dukemon. That is why it wanted to kill Wizardmon at once. The X-Factor inside its Digicore is WITCHELNY's way to refer to the x-antibody that is developing inside Digimon's Digicore. We're going to explain this phenomenon in depth once we get to the X universe. If it wasn't for Wizardmon and the help it got from Ritsu, I can say that Felicemon had the right idea to take over the human world. It explained that the human world exists of particles, which indicates that the human world is a world of a binary number system made up of zeros and ones, just like the digital world. Meaning that both worlds could in theory be merged, and WITCHELNY had the knowledge needed to make it happen. We cannot deny that the human world and the digital world across the multiverse have been combined on multiple occasions. Take the Digimon Cross Wars universe for example, where the digital world was split in 108 zones and one of the zones was the human world, making of the real world another aspect of the digital world. It reminds me a bit of what we learned from the Kemonogami in the Digimon Survive universe, that the Digimon world and human world were once a single world. With that being said, let us get back to the Digimon Dreamer story. I brought up the Digimon Dreamer story with pleasure because I also need to make a reference to a character who appeared in the chapter called The Wandering Tamer. It's a chapter where we got to meet a tamer that goes by the name of Joe Wakamiya, a tamer who traveled across the digital world in search of the S-dimension to find his brother. Not much was written about the missing brother, and there's absolutely nothing written about the S-dimension. However, there is an important information concerning Joe, which hints that he came from a different universe. Let me quote. Joe Wakamiya and the S-dimension are named after W. Akamiya and the original traveling tamer. This possible refers to Ryo Akiyama, as Akamiya is an anagram of Akiyama, and taking the W from W, Akamiya, and S from S Dimension gives WS, which could be referring to the Wonder Swan, the console Ryo's games are on. Alternatively, he, meaning Joe Wakamiya, could be based on the Digimon Adventure V-Tamer 01 version of Tai Kamiya, since Tenya Yabuna designed both characters and both have goggles and a cape and a blue Dramon type Digimon, Aerovidramon/Wingdramon. Who he is based on isn't officially confirmed. Who Joe Wakamiya might be has been undisclosed. As far as I know, he might have given a fake name to Ritsu and could in fact be Ryo Akiyama, who is looking for his brother. Or maybe Joe Wakamiya is the brother of Ryo Akiyama. We don't have the information, so we're only speculating. But as the Wonder Swan console has been mentioned, let us talk about it by traveling to the Adventure universe. The Digimon Adventure universe has got to be the biggest universe within the Digimon Multiverse, as it had spawned an extensive number of sequel and tie-in films and television series, games, mangas, and more. All of them continue the story of the Digimon Adventure characters across decades, something unseen in the other universes. Here you have the timeline of the Digimon Adventure universe, may it guide you well in your understanding of the Digimon Multiverse. The Digimon Adventure arc began with the short film of Digimon Adventure, which focused on Taichi Tai Kamiya and his sister Carrie in their first encounter with Digimon 4 years before their adventure in the digital world. In the story, Carrie saw a Digi-Egg on the computer screen in the house, which later hatched into Botamon, who later digivolved into Koromon and then Agumon. That Agumon went out and unintentionally destroyed a good part of the neighborhood, with Carrie riding on its back. A second Digi-Egg appeared in the sky to reveal a Digimon called Parrotmon, who had malicious intentions. A fight ensued, with Agumon digivolving into Greymon, who managed to defeat it, and both Digimon disappeared back to the digital world. As Yamato, Mat, Ishida, Sora Takenouchi, Koichiro, Izzy, Izumi, Mimi, Tachikawa, Joe Kido, and Takeru TK Takaishi were the only ones to witness the battle from their windows, they became chosen as Digidestined, otherwise known as Chosen Children, 4 years later along with Tai and Carrie, bringing us to the Digimon Adventure story. All children who witnessed the battle between Greymon and Parrotmon were warped to the digital world, with the exception of Carrie, who had to stay in the real world for reasons that will be clear in a moment. Those who went to the digital world received their Digimon partners and crests and traveled through the lands, learning more about Digimon and their world, while simultaneously also learning more about their responsibilities. Being a chosen child meant that a child was selected by benevolent beings to protect the digital world and sometimes Earth from evil forces. To do their position justice, they are typically linked to a Digimon partner and are given a Digivice, a tool used to empower the Digimon partner through Digivolution, a process akin to aging where a Digimon becomes stronger. As Digivolution is almost impossible to achieve without a Digivice, weaker Digimon are usually left at the mercy of those who have reached higher forms with no way to stop them. That's why a Digidestined is selected and typically given a Digivice. It's to help the digital world face a menace that they themselves in their current state are incapable of dealing with. When a human is linked to a Digimon, that person becomes its sole source of Digivolution, and to help a Digimon partner unlock higher forms, a Digidestined will typically be challenged to satisfy certain requirements. These requirements can take the form of the crests, which asks a chosen child to exhibit a certain trait such as love, courage, or others in order to make a Digimon digivolve beyond the champion level. Digivolution with a Digivice is never permanent. A Digimon will typically revert back to its weaker form after a battle or after having sustained too much damage. I suspect that it is sort of a prevention mechanism of the digital world to avoid the human taking advantage of these incredible powers. Before the chosen children confronted APPMON in the desert, and somewhere around the time they fought against Digimon, there was the sub-story of Digimon Adventure V-Tamer-01 New Courage taking place. As Taichi was not yet capable of making Agumon digivolve into Metal Greymon, I believe we can safely take that as an indicator of where the story is taking place in the adventure timeline. Also, the V-Tamer-01 New Courage story might be a bit confusing when it comes to the chronology, so please bear with me. The story starts with Tai and Agumon being surrounded by a bright light and warped into an unfamiliar land while they were walking along with the other Digidestined. Before even understanding their situation, they immediately saw how a Dagomon and a Gigadramon were flying by, seemingly in a battle against an Aerovidramon who just destroyed a Flymon. After all three virus Digimon were destroyed, Aerovidramon reverted back to its Vidramon form and returned to Taichi, its human partner, till they both were eye to eye with the Taichi and Agumon who were warped to this digital world not even minutes ago. On the one hand, you had a confused adventure Taichi who was partnered with Agumon, looking at an excited V-Tamer Taichi who was partnered with a V-Mon named Zeromaru. V-Tamer's Taichi quickly realized the situation and explained that many universes, called parallel worlds, exist, each of which with their own Yagami Taichi. In other words, it is likely that each Digimon universe within the multiverse has a Taichi, where one possibly became a Digidestined while in another he might have not. V-Tamer's Taichi explained that he knew about the existence of parallel worlds after having fought with Parallelmon in the past. The fight was portrayed in the Digimon Adventure V-Tamer-01 manga in the chapter V-Tamer Double Tamer. To tell you more about that battle in a way that will hopefully not confuse you, the chosen children of Digimon Adventure 02 encountered a Parallelmon who absorbed Yagami Hikari, Takaishi Takeru, Inoue Miyako, and Hida Iori, and had sent Daisuke into the V-Tamer continuity where he met the V-Tamer Taichi. Pay attention. This means that Daisuke, who is a Digidestined from Digimon Adventure 02, was warped into V-Tamer Taichi's past, meaning that V-Tamer Taichi had first been acquainted with Daisuke before meeting Taichi from Digimon Adventure. If it is confusing, don't be surprised. Even Daisuke was himself surprised and confused when he was talking with V-Tamer Taichi, seeing him as an imposter of the Taichi he knew. However, they quickly made peace and had an interesting conversation explaining their differences. V-Mon explained to Zeromaru that his normal Digivolution is X-V-Mon and not V-Dramon. Daisuke explained how his V-Mon could also armor Digivolve after having used a Digimental, a form of Digivolution which was totally foreign to V-Tamer Taichi and a form we're going to get back to as it tells something crucial about the ancient digital world. After that conversation, they worked together on a strategy to save those who had been absorbed by Parallelmon, a Digimon that came to be when Digidestined and Digimon Tamers began traveling from one universe to the other. Parallelmon is unfortunately a manga-exclusive Digimon villain only that travels between parallel versions of reality with space-time capabilities. Its real goal is to absorb Digimon Tamers to gain their power, making it one of the few Digimon that exists specifically to hunt down humans. And when Daisuke and V-Tamer Taichi were facing it, we saw a panel showing that hundreds of humans who, without a doubt, came from multiple alternate realities were absorbed by this life form. In my opinion, Parallelmon is a Digimon that is being slept on. Being capable of absorbing chosen children and Digimon Tamers from across the multiverse immediately makes it propelled to the rank of multiversal threat. After all, in many universes, humans are a digital world's primary line of defense. When they disappear, it is likely an entire universe will collapse, which was the case in the Digimon Data Squad universe, where the entirety of humanity are technically dead. There's another interesting piece of information that has to be shared. During V-Tamer Taichi and Daisuke's first confrontation with Parallelmon, V-Tamer Taichi scanned Parallelmon's data with its Digivice and saw the names of all Tamers that were absorbed. He saw the name Yagami Hikari written in the screen, and he did not exactly explode out of anger or concern, which is quite interesting as, in the adventure continuity, Yagami Hikari is the sister of Taichi. So it is likely that V-Tamer Taichi does not have Kari as a sister. In fact, she might not necessarily even exist in that continuity. After having discussed their plan of attack, Daisuke and V-Tamer Taichi confronted Parallelmon and united their powers to overcome the beast. They won through a strategy where V-Mon armor evolved into Fladramon to block Parallelmon, then finished it by armor evolving into Magnamon, thanks to the chosen children trapped within Parallelmon, creating the Digimantle of Miracles. With the monster destroyed, Daisuke and his friends returned to their continuity. And then, after some time had passed, Adventure Taichi came eye to eye with V-Tamer Taichi, who explained that he knew about the parallel world after having fought Parallelmon. We've now returned to the part of the Digimon Adventure of V-Tamer or One New Courage story we left off from. I hope you're still with me. V-Tamer Taichi explained to Adventure Taichi the situation of the digital world. He explained how he was brought into Holy Angel Castle by Lord Holy Angelmon in order to save it. Lord Holy Angelmon itself was in a healing capsule after being nearly destroyed in combat. This made Adventure Taichi realize that V-Tamer Taichi and Zeromaru had been fighting completely alone. They were a duo that did not rely on other Digidestined. The threat in this digital world was that virus Digimon appeared from a polyhedron. As explained by Lord Holy Angelmon, the polyhedron was created from the technological evils of the human world as it coexisted with the digital world. Each face of it reflected a different world and thus spawned evils from multiple worlds spawned as virus Digimon. The goal was to destroy it, but there was a problem. V-Tamer Taichi and Zeromaru pointed out that they were at the limit in terms of their power, as Zeromaru could not evolve past Aerovidramon. Adventure Taichi had a similar problem with his Agumon that could not yet digivolve into Metal Greymon or beyond. But, as both Taichis were still capable of inspiring each other, despite the odds being against them, they managed to produce the Crest of Courage which manifested in their eyes. This filled Zeromaru and Agumon with powers, making them digivolve into All-Force Vidramon Future Mode and an incomplete version of War Greymon. By working in sync and combining their powers, they were capable of destroying the polyhedron. Afterwards, Adventure Taichi returned to his own continuity and seemingly regained consciousness. Sora pointed out that he fell and blacked out, and Taichi wondered if he really was dreaming. Nonetheless, even if he was doubting whether that world was real, he believed that advances in technology would reunite him with V-Tamer Taichi someday. Unfortunately, V-Tamer Taichi and Adventure Taichi would never meet, as it had been implied that V-Tamer Taichi died, maybe even along with the entire V-Tamer continuity. We can tell that much from a conversation Zeromaru had when it traveled to the Cross-Wars universe. It reflected on its youth with V-Tamer Taichi and shared its fear that the chosen children of the Cross-Wars universe won't be able to stay once the war is over, hinting that something terrible must have happened in the V-Tamer continuity. We are going to discuss the reason for Zeromaru's arrival in the Cross-Wars universe once we come to that chapter. There's also another adventure of V-Tamer Taichi we are going to discuss later, once we get to the Frontier universe, because he would be working together with Chosen Child Takuya Kanbara in an alternate digital world that was foreign to the both of them. I kind of have to organize it like that if I want to avoid making you even more confused. Because, after all, the Digimon timelines are quite confusing. Anyway, let us get back to where we left from in the adventure timeline. After having faced villains such as APPMON, after Taichi had traveled to the V-Tamer universe, and after the Digidestined had faced Devimon, eventually an army of evil Digimon led by Mayotusmon crossed through a dimensional gate from the digital world to the real world and landed in Japan, more specifically in Odaiba, the hometown of the Chosen Children. The reason for the invasion was to kill Carrie, the 8th Digidestined, who should have already been partnered with Gatomon. The reason why they were not yet linked is because when a group of digital humanoids, known as the Agents, created the crests, the Digivices and the Digi-Eggs of the partner Digimon, they were all killed by APPMON after learning about their plans. All members were killed in the hideout with the exception of Genai, who escaped with the Digivice and Digi-Eggs of all Chosen Children, excluding Gatomon's Digimon Egg and Carrie's Digivice. Hence why Carrie was left without a partner. Gatomon, who by then was only a Plotmon, grew up on its own and would eventually become a servant of Myotismon, who abused and assaulted it on a daily basis. When Plotmon naturally digivolved into Gatomon, Myotismon had even inflicted a cross-shaped scar on its left paw. In the period of Gatomon's enslavement by Myotismon, it would encounter a Wizardmon lying exhausted in a desert. The two would bond over their loneliness and become close. And their story together would be expanded on in the Digimon Adventure 50th Anniversary Blu-ray box in the second drama CD called Before the World Ends. The story explored the background of Gatomon and Wizardmon before their encounter with the Chosen Children, and also explained Wizardmon's origins, explaining that it traveled from WITCHELNY to the Adventure Digital world to become a great wizard. When Myotismon invaded Earth in order to kill Carrie, Myotismon launched an attack which prompted Wizardmon to stand in front to take the blow and protect them by willingly sacrificing itself. And while it did die, technically, its story did not end here. Wizardmon's data somehow managed to remain in the world of the living, and that's why its ghost was seen a couple of years later during the Adventure 02 adventure story to warn the new Chosen Children of the Digimon Emperor. Afterwards, Wizardmon's data would travel all the way to the Cross-Wars universe. More on that later. While the battle for Carrie's protection was taking place, a group of 4 mega-level Digimon called the Dark Masters besieged the digital world. They took over and reformatted much of the digital world into Spiral Mountain, a mountain divided up into 4 spirals, each one representing a part of the digital world under the control of one of the Dark Masters. The ocean was ruled by Metal Seadramon and his minions, the forest was ruled by Puppetmon, who had a mansion deep within, the city, which contained digital analogues of prominent features of cities from the real world, such as the Arc de Triomphe, were all packed close together into one large city that even contained hospitals with medicine. This area was controlled by Machinedramon. Then there was the Wasteland, which was ruled by Pythmon, the leader of the Dark Masters, who resided in a castle on top of the mountain. The land on this part of the spiral was made from the remaining sections of the digital world that the other Dark Masters didn't want as part of their territories. The scenery is consistently black and lifeless, and became an area which feeds upon the insecurities of those who enter, trapping them in illusions. The Village of Beginnings, otherwise known as Primary Village, was also reformatted and came into this section of the mountain. And normally, that village served as the starting point of every Digimon who died and got reincarnated back into a Digi-Egg. However, that rule was put to a stop due to the Dark Masters having changed the digital world to their image, meaning that no new baby Digimon would hatch from their eggs and that true death awaited any Digimon that perished. The 8 Chosen Children fought against the Dark Masters and managed to subdue every single one of them. Puppetmon was destroyed by Metal Garurumon after failing to control it. Pythmon wasn't exactly destroyed but was sealed by Magna Aegemon's Gate of Destiny. And both Metal Seadramon and Machinedramon were destroyed by War Greymon, who carried the Dramon Destroyer weapons, meant to be highly effective to take down Digimon with the slightest of dragon data in them. However, it would appear that Machinedramon was not entirely destroyed, as it managed to keep the remaining of its data afloat, commencing the Digimon Adventure Anode/Cathode Tamer story. It's the first in a series of WonderSwan Digimon video games. You see, During the Digidestined's stay in the digital world, not only did they defeat a Machinedramon but also a Chimeramon. All two are Digimon made up of parts and data from other Digimon. When these two unexpectedly fused, they gave birth to a Millenniummon, who took over the digital world and disrupted the flow of time, causing all previously destroyed Digimon to be resurrected to work as its servants. Devimon, APPMON, Myotismon, and Spitemon came back to life. All 8 of the chosen children were taken captive by Millenniummon's forces along with their partners, with only Agumon who managed to escape. In panic, it searched for a child from the real world to help save the digital world, and only Ryo Akiyama answered the call. Agumon presented Taichi's Digivice, which Ryo grabbed, warping him straight to the digital world. Now Ryo is quite unique, as he probably is the only one across the multiverse to have been both a tamer and a chosen child, the difference of which will be made clear but not yet. Once inside the digital world, both Agumon and Ryo came up with a plan to gather an army of allied Digimon to fight back and chip away at the forces under Millenniummon's influence, just to weaken Millenniummon's dark powers. They were going to use Tai's Digivice for it, which enabled them to turn enemy Digimon into allies. And so, after clearing out dungeons, confronting various enemies and making more allies, all Digidestined were saved, with the exception of Tai. He would only be reunited with his Digimon partner once Millenniummon was defeated. The Digidestined would bid their farewells to Ryo as he left the digital world after having saved it. Concerning Millenniummon, there is some information to be found concerning its background in the Digimon Analyzer. It's a media which provides the audience with information about Digimon species. Millenniummon was described in the Digimon Analyzer entry as the one who might have caused APPMON to manifest. In other words, Millenniummon would have caused APPMON to manifest, who itself would cause the Dark Masters to manifest. Once the Dark Masters will be defeated, first by the Digidestined and then by Ryo Akiyama, only then would APPMON present itself to the Digidestined. After its defeat, the Digidestined would leave their Digimon partners behind and go back to the real world, bringing the adventure story to its conclusion. Before jumping to the 1-year time skip which would lead to the Digimon Adventure, our wargame movie, there are 2 other events which happened during the Digimon Adventure anime, probably even before APPMON would be defeated. One story is that of when the Digidestined were invited to the X universe, more specifically in the time of the Digimon Redigitized Decode arc. They would participate in Colosseum battles where all of them would be defeated by Taiga, a chosen child with the Decode ability, a skill we will elaborate on once we get there. Carrie did also participate, however, she wasn't entirely herself. In fact, she was possessed by a god called Homeostasis. We're going to get deeper on that god once we get to the Digimon Adventure 3 story. The other story which happened during the Digimon Adventure anime is when the Digidestined were asked to travel to the Cross Wars universe, where they would help contribute in a fight against a Digimon called Quartzmon. They would do that alongside the Tamers of the Data Squad universe, the Frontier universe, the Cross Wars universe, the Tamers universe, and also the Adventure universe, specifically alongside the Digidestined of the Digimon Adventure Season 2 anime, meaning Daisuke, Ken, etc. Here's why the timeline is very important, because Taichi and Daisuke were about the same age when they traveled to the Cross Wars universe, which is not possible as Taichi is normally older. It's very simple to understand. The Taichi and Daisuke that were invited may have come from a same universe, but they were selected from different spots in the timeline. They were specifically chosen in a way that would make all Digidestined and Tamers who were present to be of the same age. With that being said, let us proceed with the timeline. 1 year after the defeat of APPMON, you have the story of Digimon Adventure, our war game, taking place. An event which began when the Digidestined were on summer vacation in the real world. When Easy discovered how a virus on the internet infected a Digi-Egg which hatched and gave birth to Keramon, he rushed to Taichi's house, asking him to investigate together. And Easy had good reasons to be worried, as Keramon is by far one of the deadliest rookie Digimon out there. It easily eats 100 megabytes of data per second, and it began eating massive amounts from the internet, making computers and electronic systems everywhere go haywire. The disruption that it caused even made it on the television news. Keramon's instinct to absorb data made it one of the quickest Digimon to digivolve, and this is what also happened. After Genai appeared in a transmission from the digital world, he sent Agumon and Tentomon to help stop the corrupted Digimon. That did not work well, as Keramon warp digivolved from its rookie form into Infermon, an ultimate level Digimon capable of penetrating every network, despite the strength of their security. Infermon is one of the higher threats inside the Digimon Multiverse, as if and when it is released from the network, the world is likely to collapse into chaos, as it can gain access to all sorts of data online and can easily do whatever it wants with it. After having defeated Tentomon and Agumon, Tai furiously tried to contact and alert the rest of the Digidestined using a phone. As a countermeasure, Infermon blocked the connection by dialing as many numbers itself, making a connection between the chosen children impossible. Luckily, Taichi did manage to get Matt and TK by using the voicemail system, so the brothers rushed into a local shop and used a computer to upload Gabumon and Patamon onto the net. Another example of Infermon being capable of destroying an entire universe is when it fought Tai's War Greymon and Matt's Metal Garurumon. During their confrontation, Infermon digivolved into its final form, Diaboromon. This digital monster repeatedly absorbed all the data on the network and had a will to deplete the digital world to the brink of destruction. It took pleasure in destroying and slaughtering and easily thought of itself to be all-knowing and all-powerful. When it fought War Greymon and Metal Garurumon, it began copying itself rapidly and hacked into the Pentagon's computer systems and prepared the Peacekeeper nuclear missile to be launched. For your information, we're talking about the LGM-118 Peacekeeper intercontinental ballistic missile, said to be about 20 times the power of the bomb dropped on Hiroshima during the Second World War. Only War Greymon and Metal Garurumon were in the position of stopping the world from entering an era of nuclear anarchy, but they were powerless as Diaboromon made them play a game, where they had to find the real copy that was holding the clock that would disarm the missile's fuse before the missiles detonates. Although Diaboromon and its copies easily overwhelmed and severely wounded War Greymon and Metal Garurumon, the tides were turned when they fused into Omnimon, who wiped out all but the real Diaboromon, who still proved too fast for the fusion. However, the villain met its demise when Easy suddenly realized that there was a way to turn Diaboromon's strategy against it. You see, when Diaboromon was but a Keramon, it did interact with Easy and Taichi by sending small emails with messages such as "I'm hungry." This meant that it had been contacting them through the internet, meaning that it had an email address. Recognizing that he could redirect the still incoming emails to that address, Easy realized that doing so would slow Diaboromon down, thus giving Omnimon the opportunity to destroy the villain and stop the clock just in time to stop the detonation. The fight between Omnimon and Diaboromon was one many other kids witnessed while looking at the screens of their electronic devices. Most, if not all, these kids would later become Digidestined. And among these kids, you had Ryo Akiyama, who, again, by the time, despite already having been to the digital world, was not yet a Digidestined. There was, however, a little inconsistency, as in the Digimon Adventure, our war game movie, we got to see Ryo Akiyama watch the battle from the country of Turkey. However, in the Digimon Adventure 02 Dark Tamers, he was watching the battle from Ken Ichiyuji's house. Though it would make more sense if he watched it from Ken's house, because that's where the story of Digimon Adventure 02 Dark Tamers took off. It's important to know that there are some slight differences to Ken's story in this game compared to the anime, even if the ending remains the same. In Digimon Adventure 02, Ken touched the Digivice he was prohibited from touching by his brother Sam, and was thereby pulled through his brother's computer and went straight into the digital world. In Digimon Adventure 02 Tag Tamers, you had Ryo and Ken who were watching the events of Digimon Adventure Our Wargame online when they were alerted by a VMon who claimed that another Diaboromon had appeared in the digital world. So they both went to the digital world where they learned that Diaboromon was simply a trap set by Millenniummon who had survived its first battle with Ryo during the Digimon Adventure Anode/Cathode Tamer story. Millenniummon then ripped the digital world into two, separating Ryo from Ken. In one half of the digital world, you had Ken meeting his Digimon partner Wormmon for the first time and was brought to Genai, who not only told Ken that he was a Digidestined, but who also explained what he had to do to return the digital world to its original state. On the other half of the digital world, you had Ryo facing many battles and digging various archaeological sites to find pieces of the Digi-Egg of Desire to access Millenniummon's heart. Once both Ken and Ryo completed the Digi-Egg of Desire, they were absorbed in darkness and taken to Millenniummon's world, a barren wasteland with a gigantic metallic sphere hovering over it. The battle that ensued destroyed Millenniummon's body, even as it laughed in its defeat, and before disappearing it dispersed dark spores aimed at Ryo. However, Ken shoved him out of the way and took one into the neck. In the scene afterwards, Wormmon said that Ken became sick and increasingly cold to him. A couple of days after the defeat of Millenniummon, you have the story of Digimon Adventure 02 D1 Tamers taking place. It continued with Ken, who was sick in his bed after the dark spores lodged itself on his neck. Ryo was once again invited back to the digital world, but this time for a Digimon tournament in which the winner would receive one of the 4 holy beasts as a Digimon partner. He still did not have his own Digimon partner after all, despite his 2 previous adventures, making of Ryo Tamer rather than a Digidestined. In this tournament you had Izzy, Mimi, Matt, Tai and Wallace, who was an American Digidestined from New York, who was partnered to both the Rearmon and Lopmon, the Digimon twins. I mentioned Wallace because he would later come back in another story. They created a tournament which was later revealed to have been a scam, just to train Ryo to prepare him for yet another battle against Millenniummon, who always managed to come back. The Digidestined accepted that they were simply not strong enough to destroy Millenniummon and decided to rely on Ryo, who already had twice the experience. Ryo did feel betrayed and disappointed, but still headed to confront a resurrected Millenniummon. And after having fought, Millenniummon offered Ryo the chance to come with it through time, making both of them disappear with no trace left. This would be the last time Ryo would ever set foot in the Adventure universe. Genai even expressed his regrets for what they did to Ryo, stating that they did something terrible. And Ken remained hopeful, believing he would one day meet with him again, though the likeliness that would ever happen was extremely slim. There's only one moment where they could have crossed paths. It was when they were all invited into the Cross Wars universe along with many other Digidestined and Tamers from across the multiverse to help save that world from CRUSADOR. But aside of that, they wouldn't meet again, as Ryo would move into the TAMERS universe. That much was clear when the story of Digimon Adventure 02 D1 Tamers came to its conclusion and was followed by the story of Digimon Tamers Brave Tamer. This game is the most important and also the most confusing aspect of Ryo Akiyama's story. I will explain where the confusion comes from and attempt to provide some more clarity. However, due to the game lacking a full English translation, I will restrain myself from getting much into the details of the story. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to do it justice because of it. What I will do instead is focus on some translated dialogues, the visuals of the game, and the main characters to help you understand what happened and what follows after. Don't forget that I'm still counting on your feedback in the comment section. Anyway, The Digimon Tamers Brave Tamer arc followed the cliffhanger ending from Digimon Adventure 02 D1 Tamers, where Ryo and Millenniummon traveled through time. However, something went wrong and both were warped to different places. Millenniummon went into a future it had complete dominance over, while Ryo was catapulted in the past where he met his Digimon partner Monojamon, who was expecting him to arrive. After meeting with Monojamon, Ryo was brought to host computer ENIAC, who would ask both of them to work together to defeat Millenniummon once more, as the timeless creature was targeting the past. And why would the timeless creature not want to target the past? After all, when one is capable of going back, the possibility of altering courses of actions would theoretically change the future. That could mean the undoing of Millenniummon. That's why it wanted to destroy ENIAC. Concerning this host computer, I have a theory. I believe that it has existed in basically all universes, but for that I'll have to give you a bit more context. I warn you already that it's going to be rather complicated and I'm pretty sure I will be making a few mistakes along the line, so please bear with me. Do you remember the theory called proving the existence of a god who creates dice tossed by a god of dice made by CRUSADOR in the Cyber Sleuth arc? It's a theory which tells that there is a superior being, let's call it Demiurgos for the sake of it, who created the multiverse and all that finds itself inside. These universes have their own rules and humans and Digimon alike are free to decide their own future. I believe that all universes share a common history which might know some slight little variations because in all universes some aspects are always present. Take the city of Tokyo for example. Most universes are confirmed to have a Tokyo, may it be in the APPMON universe or the virtual reality universe where the story of Cyber Sleuth is taking place. The entirety of it happened in Tokyo. All universes have a Tokyo, except maybe the New Century universe which happens in an advanced future, making it hard to tell how far ahead they are in their own timeline. It could be Neo Tokyo, or maybe even a city of China, we don't know. If Demiurgos created the multiverse with the city of Tokyo always coming back, doesn't it mean that all universes are likely to have a somewhat similar history? Let me get deeper on that, and let me tell you how it all ties down to Ryo Akiyama's story. We know that during Digimon Tamers Brave Tamer story, Ryo was warped back in time. Though, have you ever wondered how far back in time he went? I think I can tell you that. In the game we got to learn that the digital world's beginnings can be traced back to the early 20th century with the activation of the Atanasov-Berry computer, otherwise known as ABC, which laid the basic foundations of the world. It's the first automatic electronic digital computer released in 1942. The Atanasov-Berry computer is considered the primordial host computer of the digital world with the capabilities to somewhat shape it. However, its powers were limited to the technology of the day. Subsequently, the first patented computer, ENIAC, would be activated and would proceed to continue building upon the foundations led by Atanasov, giving more shape to the digital world. ENIAC is an acronym for Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer. It was the first programmable, electronic, general-purpose digital computer completed in 1945. As Ryo interacted with ENIAC, he likely returned around the year 1945 in human time. That's how far back he could have gone in time. So, I hope you understand why I say that the various different universes could have had a common history at least until the ENIAC computer was out. Many other universes would have taken different routes after that, hence the theory of a god who creates dice tossed by a god of dice. Just think about it. The digital world in the Digimon Ghost game universe would continue with the city of Lark, which is based on the supercomputer that came after the ENIAC supercomputer in the human world. The digital world of other universes, like the Adventure universe or the Data Squad universe, would gain Yggdrasil as a host computer, and mind you, these Yggdrasils would not behave the same. The Digimon Tamers universe would continue without a host computer, and as a consequence, they would have problems unseen in other universes. The Crusader universe would have a digital world with not one but two different servers, with a second host computer named TAMERS. Then there is the Digimon Survive universe, which tells a story of Digimon's origins, which can be traced back to the Kamakura period, centuries before the release of any host computer. It all fits well in the theory of dice created by CRUSADOR, don't you think? Let's get back to the Digimon Tamer, Brave Tamer story, shall we? It was revealed that Millenniummon not only wanted to change the past, but also wanted to gain control of all realities and rid the future of the resistance it was facing. That's why Ryo worked alongside ENIAC, who had the ability to traverse time and different realities, and also send someone or something through time and different realities. Speaking of different realities, Ryo did save Matsuda Takato, Makino Haruki, and Li Jianliang, who are all three of them coming from the TAMERS universe. These saved Tamers are likely to be those of a parallel world, as they wouldn't recall anything of being held captive once during their story. I don't exclude the theory of them being the same individuals, and once they were brought back into their universe they had a bit of a memory loss, which is not uncommon for those who traveled to different universes. Anyway, to defeat Ryo and ENIAC, Z Millenniummon created clones of Tai, Daisuke, and Takato, and each of them controlled 3 virtual reality Digimon who were created in his image. After ENIAC was ambushed by them, it ended up being deactivated. That's when the first host computer, Atanasov, revealed itself. It explained that it operated as a sort of shadow system to assist ENIAC, and that neither had created the digital world but simply reshaped it. Atanasov was significantly less powerful and was unable to resist Millenniummon's attacks for long. So, with its leftover energy, and as a last-ditch attempt to save the world, it sent Ryo through time to fight Z Millenniummon once and for all. However, it is likely that Atanasov first made an error while sending Ryo into the future to confront Millenniummon. I say so because in the manga of Digimon V-Tamer 01 in the chapter Hot-Blooded, The Shining Battle, he would instead briefly be warped in the V-Tamer timeline and would meet V-Tamer Taichi. What's interesting is that Ryo would quickly recognize that he wasn't talking to the Taichi he knew, that of the adventure timeline. He would quickly come to understand that he found himself in a parallel world, so he wasn't at all shocked of this, he wasn't surprised. As both V-Tamer Taichi and Ryo knew about those parallel worlds, they quickly became friends and got along really well. In fact, they even became quite overprotective over one another. The thing is that they actually both were on their missions. V-Tamer Taichi was looking for Millenniummon, who was not in this universe, and V-Tamer Taichi was fighting the army of Lord Demon, whose story I will explain once we get to the Cross Wars universe for reasons of convenience. Otherwise it's going to be a bit difficult for you all to understand the timeline. They would not find Millenniummon nor Lord Demon, however they would find a henchman of Lord Demon, namely Vikimon, who would be defeated by both Tamers. And then they would give each other credit, and V-Tamer Taichi would then continue his fight against Lord Demon, and Ryo would then travel to confront Millenniummon. What's interesting is that we learned in Digimon Tamers, Brave Tamers, that Millenniummon was meant to become Ryo's Digimon partner. In fact, it wanted to become Ryo's partner, and in some way its wish would be granted. You see, Z Millenniummon met its supposed end when Monodramon forced a DNA digivolution between them, the result being a Digi-Egg which would hatch into another Monodramon but infused with Millenniummon's data. So, in a way, it got its wish of being Ryo's partner. However, the fusion would come with certain drawbacks, which I won't yet discuss. Let me tell you why. In the end of the story, Ryo was given the option to either return to his old world, the Digimon Adventure universe, or go to the universe of Digimon Tamers, along with Monodramon. He chose to go to the Digimon Tamers universe instead for reasons unknown. Some say that he didn't want to return because he was being resentful at being used in a D1 tournament. Whatever the reason may be, he did leave the adventure universe along with Monodramon. Later in the video, once we're exploring the TAMERS universe, I will tell you how partner Digimon evolved while having the Millenniumon's data. Before going forward with the adventure timeline, I do have a few questions concerning Ryo. You see, the game Digimon Adventure Anode Cathode Tamer was his first trip to the digital world, right? And once he came back from his adventure, we saw him with his parents. Here is the first problem with Ryo's travel to the TAMERS universe. What happened to his parents? Their fate was never really disclosed. Did his parents get into the TAMERS universe? If you say yes, I'd have to say that it is quite unlikely, and I'll have to reply with the following question. What happened to the Ryo who would have been born in the Digimon TAMERS universe then? Because, theoretically speaking, it would mean that there are now two Ryos in that universe. Just think of the conversation between V-Tamer Tai and Adventure Tai, where we understood that all universes should have another Tai. If Ryo did not travel with his parents to the TAMERS universe, then I have to continue with the following question. Where is the real son of the Mr. Akiyama in the TAMERS universe? I'm not talking about the Ryo from the Adventure universe, but the Ryo who should have been born as the son of Mr. Akiyama in the TAMERS universe. Could it be that Ryo of the Adventure universe disposed of the Ryo of Digimon TAMERS universe? This justifies the existence of Digimon like Parallelmon. With just Ryo alone, there are already so many questions to be asked. We have a potential case where the traveling from one universe to the other could have brought a problem with it. And once we get through all of these universes, you will see that the traveling happened a lot. Ryo didn't even travel that much when compared to some other Digimon Tamers and Digidestined. Let us continue with the timeline, shall we? After the battle against Diaboromon during Digimon Adventure Our War Game, there is the drama CD for Digimon Adventure, which focuses on the 2.5 years between Digimon Adventure and Digimon Adventure 02. It was a small story which served to bridge the gap between the two seasons in terms of the changing personalities of the original Digidestined after everything they have been through. Tai had some conversations with Agumon, who encouraged him to play soccer. Joe thought about doing something about the suffering he saw in the digital world and wanted to become a Digimon doctor. Easy thought more about the meaning of the term chosen child, as the numbers of chosen children kept growing and wasn't that special anymore. Mimi described her experiences with the September 11 terrorist attacks in the USA and that she helped clear away the rubble with other Digidestined to try and find survivors. Speaking of Mimi, her experience happened during the summer of 2001, right? Well, in that same summer you have the story of Digimon Mystery File released the 1000-year seal that was ongoing. It's a small arc, but still one of great importance, as it confirmed the existence of the 4 Holy Beasts and their leader within the Digimon Adventure universe. They are a group of 4 mega-level Holy Beast Digimon who protect the digital world and govern its stability. They are not quite on the level of a host computer, and yet, in some universes, they have had to play that role. In all cases, each of them represent and rule over the cardinal points of the compass. Ebonwumon for the north, Jukiaomon for the south, Azulongmon for the east, and Baihumon for the west. Hangnumon is the more mysterious out of the 4, and it represents and is enshrined in the center from which it supervises the others. How does this Digimon Mystery File released the 1000-year seal arc explain the presence of these holy beasts in the adventure universe? Let me explain. On the one hand, the story explains that the city of Kyoto was protected by an azure dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black turtle. A perfect description of the 4 holy beasts. On the other hand, the story talks about a naval stone of 1000 years old said to have protected the city since long ago. And, despite being a stone, it was aware and was able to speak. In this arc, the digital world was not in balance with the real world, causing the stone to turn upside down and affect Kyoto. The mass transportation services were suspended due to the unidentified system errors, and the city, or at least a part of it, was surrounded by a strange black mist and buildings began showing cracks. Janai explained that the balance of all 4 directions in Kyoto was in connection with the Holy Beast Digimon and that they have been preoccupied with the digital world, so they were unable to expend enough of their power to the real world. This caused all the disturbances, so Janai asked the Holy Beasts if it would be possible for them to use their powers for the real world as quick as possible, but they answered that it would be impossible at that moment. That's why Janai sent the Digidestin's Digimon to the real world to help try to balance Kyoto's 4 directions, and they did that by performing a sort of ritual to restore the balance of power. Agumon stood on top of the stone and represented the yellow dragon Hanglongmon. As Gabumon looked like an azure dragon, it represented Azulongmon. Gomamon represented the white tiger Baihumon. Biomon would represent the vermilion bird Jukiaomon, and Tentomon would represent the black turtle Ebonwomon. With Mimi and her Rosemon showing their sincerity by giving flowers, the stone would return to its position, resolving the incident at Kyoto, and the Digimon partners would then return to the digital world. After the little mini-arc that was the Digimon Mystery File released the 1000-year seals, we return to the Digimon Adventure original story 2.5 year break with Matt talking with his father while practicing the bass guitar. He also mentioned that the events relating Digimon appear to have been wiped from video records. This brings us to the Digimon Adventure 02 arc. The floor was given to a new generation of Digidestins composed of 3 new children, Davis Motomiya, Iori Hida, and Yolei Inoue. They are among the children who witnessed the battle of Omnimon against Diaboromon. Carrie and TK were also among the new generation of chosen children. The story happened in the eastern region of the digital world, a region protected by Azulongmon but taken over by the Digimon Emperor, who built dark towers to seal away the powers of this god. The Digimon Emperor was none other than Ken, who was completely taken over by the dark spores he got from his adventure with Ryo in Digimon Adventure 02 Tag Tamers. So, the new generation of Digidestined went into the digital world to stop the Digimon Emperor, whose control spires stopped Digimon from naturally digivolving into the champion level. That's why they had to use the Armor Digi-Eggs, which allowed Digimon to perform an ancient type of Digivolution known as Armor Digivolution, which was used more commonly in ancient times in the place of normal Digivolution. We will get to the period of the ancient digital world in a moment. I believe that once the Digimon Emperor was defeated and returned back to his Ken identity, Daisuke was then warped into the timeline of V-Tamer Taichi, where they fought against Parallelmon. I said that it happened after the defeat of the Digimon Emperor, as Daisuke's Vmon already had access to the Digi-Eggs of Flamedramon and Raydramon. It's also possible that Daisuke was invited around this time period to participate in Colosseum fights in the X universe. It all happened in the Redigitize arc in the timeline. He heard how Taiga defeated Tai, and so by attempting to defeat Taiga, he was hoping Taichi and Carrie would be impressed by his prowess. However, he had forgotten his Digivice and lost the match. While the Digimon Adventure 02 arc was ongoing, the new Digidestined took a much needed break from battling the Digimon Emperor. However, they were swept up in the plight of Wallace and his Digimon, bringing us to the story of Digimon Adventure 02, Digimon Hurricane Landing, and Transcendent Evolution, Golden Digimentals. I hope you remember Wallace. He was one of the Digidestined who appeared in the Adventure 01 tournament where Ryo was challenged and deceived. He was partnered with the twins Terriermon and Lopmon. The latter will become the centerpiece of the story. Let me tell you more. By the summer of 2002, and Digimon began to abduct anyone with the same kind of Digivice that its human partner Willis had, including the original Digidestined, meaning Tai, Matt, and company. Only Mimi was left to become abducted, but she was in New York. Willis and Terriermon tried to fight it off, but failed. However, they managed to attract the attentions of TK, Carrie, Patamon, and Gatomon, who were visiting Mimi at the time. Davies, Yolei, and Cody would join later in the story. Maybe for your information, Digimon is a champion-level Digimon with the ability to manipulate time and space. It gained this form because it had been abducted and corrupted by a rogue viral program. It secreted all those it abducted in a pocket dimension to be de-aged because it wanted to see Willis again and wanted everything to become like in the old days where he was just a kid. While the story progresses, Digimon would digivolve into Cherubimon Vice, a powerful angel Digimon with divine origins. It would be defeated once Carrie and TK would provide Wallace and Daisuke with the golden Digi-Eggs, allowing Vmon and Terriermon to armor digivolve into Magnamon and Rapidmon respectively. The abducted Digidestined would then reappear, and Cherubimon would be reborn from a Digi-Egg. After the movie, you have the story that gets back to Digimon Adventure 02, where new villains emerged, namely Mummymon and Arukerimon, who had a unique power to turn the control spires, which prevents natural digivolution, into super strong artificial Digimon under their command. One of those creations was Black War Greymon, a Digimon meant to destroy both the Digidestined and the digital world. It would turn out that, due to the number of control spires used in its creation, Black War Greymon had developed a conscious mind and self-awareness, separating it from its mindless siblings, but it also made it confused about the purpose of its life, with many questions that needed answering. After rejecting Arukenimon's control, Black War Greymon became driven to destroy the Destiny Stones that preserve the balance in the digital world. And in many ways, the Destiny Stones remind me of the Naval Stones from the Mystery File arc. All it took was for the stone to turn upside down to already have an important impact in the real world. And the same goes with the Destiny Stones. You see, there are 7 Destiny Stones in total which act as the cores of the digital world, and when they are tampered with, the digital world suffers. When they are destroyed, the boundary between the digital world and the real world falters, causing Digimon to appear in the real world. That is perhaps why the stones are usually bound with holy rings. I suspect that it is for the protection. Only Black War Greymon was capable of destroying them, and one of those stones summoned Azulongmon. Now, even if Black War Greymon deemed the Holy Beast as a worthy adversary, it would end up being subdued with just a sample of Azulongmon's power. They both then had a conversation, and Black War Greymon was given an explanation about how the control spires, which created it, were a contributing factor to Azulongmon being sealed away, and was also given an explanation about how all things in life have a purpose. This was a pivotal moment for War Greymon, as it would then set its eyes on a man named Yukio Oikawa, a man who wished to someday go into the digital world, and for that it disrupted the balance of both the real world and the digital world. Black War Greymon deemed him the reason for the imbalance, since he created Mummymon and Arukenimon with his own DNA, and they themselves created Black War Greymon. For the Digidestined, eventually their battle was brought to the real world and they were facing Yukio Oikawa. What's interesting is that little did Yukio know that Myotismon from the first season monitored and guided his host's machinations, only revealing itself when it had finished acquiring the energy to emerge from Oikawa's body, using the dark spores to fully restore himself as Mellow Myotismon. But for that, I will have to give you the context of how Myotismon came to possess Yukio. I have to bring you back to Digimon Season 1, specifically to the battle for Carrie's protection. You see, when the Digidestined defeated Myotismon, they returned to the digital world, which appeared in the sky. Oikawa was a witness of the battle and saw the Digidestined traveling to the digital world, which made him cry while holding a picture frame from his dead friend Hiroki Hida, who is the father of Iori Hida, one of the Digidestined. He cried because in his youth they were best friends, and by playing a video game together they both were warped into the digital world and interacted with Digimon for hours and hours. They promised each other that they would return, however, that promise would never be fulfilled as Hiroki, who by then became a police officer, would die after taking a bullet for an important political figure. That's why Yukio was crying when he saw the Digidestined go to the digital world. He was reminded of his best friend and a promise that would never come to be. It was at that moment of grief and weakness that Yukio would not only catch the attention of the disembodied spirit of Myotismon, but would also become possessed after being promised to be taken to the digital world. Following the possession, Yukio would have no memory of it and would become darker in demeanor as his obsession with the digital world grew increasingly unhealthy. Without being consciously aware of the evil entity he was hosting, which influenced his actions, he would pretty much set the entirety of the Digimon Adventure 02 story in motion. He would combine his knowledge as a geneticist and knowledge gained from Myotismon to create Momimon and Arugerimon to serve him. They would create a Black Rogue Greymon that would destroy the Destiny Stones, which would disrupt the balance of the digital world. When Ken was in the funeral of his brother Sam, Yukio would be the one to sense Millenniumon's dark spores on him, which he had gotten from his adventure with Ryu. And so he would set Ken on the path of becoming the Digimon Emperor, who would not only enslave many Digimon, but he would also create Chimeramon, the synthetic evil beast Digimon that has part of the data to create another Millenniummon. Yukio would also be the one to kidnap 20 children and pass on Ken's dark spores and use them to open a gate to the digital world. That would fail though, as the gate would instead be taking them to the world of dreams due to Myotismon's doing. The world of dreams is a place that has the power to transform dreams and emotions into reality. Myotismon's spirit inside Yukio used the powers of the dream world to remind him that it had possessed the man. And following the revelation, it separated itself from his body, and this separation would eventually kill him, and he would be transformed into a host of butterflies, which spread across the digital world. Myotismon would then absorb the dark spores of the abducted children and complete its rebirth as a mellow Myotismon. In other words, all of this was enabled because of Millenniummon after it was defeated by Ryo and Ken in Digimon Adventure 02 Tag Tamers. By spreading its dark spores, which latched itself on Ken, not only did it find a way to be resurrected via the creation of Chimeramon, but it also motivated Myotismon to take advantage and control everything behind the scenes. In fact, even the entirety of the first season of Digimon Adventure had been influenced by Millenniummon, who is said to have created, or at least be a part of APPMON's creation, and APPMON itself is the one who created the Dark Masters. Quite a complex story and yet quite interesting. The season would come to an end with Mellow Myotismon's defeat after the new Digidestined were able to help the Darkspore children overcome their negative emotions and embrace their dreams, allowing them to become Digidestined with their own partners and Digivices. From there, empowered by the Digivices, Imperialdramon in its fighter mode would completely destroy Myotismon's essence, obliterating it for good. After Mellow Myotismon's defeat, and before the next story, I think it was around this time that the Season 2 Digidestined were called to join the other Tamers in the Cross Wars universe to confront Quartzmon. And many might have missed it, but they were joined by Yukio Oikawa, who appeared in the form of the butterflies. You could see him next to Ken. 3 months after Mellow Myotismon's defeat, you have the story of Digimon Adventure 2 Revenge of Diaboromon taking place. It's a story where Tai and Matt had to head back to the internet in order to deal with Diaboromon. They managed to defeat it with the help of Angelmon and Angelwoman, however, it turned out to be a trap, as the APPMON's destruction allowed many Kuramon to go to the real world. Things really got out of control when all Kuramon merged to create a mega-level Digimon called Armageddon, a more powerful and invincible mega in the APPMON's evolutionary line who was nicknamed World Breaker. It was so powerful that neither Omnimon nor Impelgemon in its fighter mode were able to defeat it together. That's why Omnimon decided to lend its power by changing itself into the Omniblade, powering Impelgemon from its fighter mode to the Paladin mode. That's how they managed to defeat Armageddon and send Kuramon back to the digital world. At the end of the story of the APPMON's revenge, you have the Digimon Adventure 02 Original Story 2003 Spring Audio Drama CD that took place sometime after the events of Digimon Adventure 02. The audio drama filled in several plot holes pertaining to the series, and also explored some of the changes that the Digidestined and their partners went through that helped lead to the epilogue. Daisuke reflected on the goggles given to him by Tai and what it symbolized to be a good leader. TK wrote about his adventures in the digital world and reflected on what it was to be a Digidestined. Iori went to visit his father's grave along with Armadillomon. They talked about the sacrifices that Yukio and the others have made. They talked about how evil attempted to take over certain people, and so they reflected on how to prevent that in the future. Ken reflected about his passed away brother and the mistakes of his past. And to finish, you had Carrie, who had begun a video recording for a class teaching new Digidestined on how to behave and act as good partners to their Digimon. Before explaining how the story continues, I have to bring you back to the character Ken Ichijuji. You know that he became a Digimon Emperor in the main timeline, but did you know that he also became a Digimon Emperor but in a parallel world? I'm talking about the story of Digimon Digital Current Battle. It might look like an irrelevant story, but you might be quite surprised. Over there, the digital world is one in which fighting is taken care of through a Digimon card game. It's not just humans who are using the cards, it's also Digimon who are using them. So it's a relatively peaceful way to solve conflicts if you ask me. Because you don't see Digimon burning the other, it's just solving conflicts via a card game. In this story, you have the Digidestined of the first and second seasons with the Digimon Emperor who still had the same habits of trying to govern the digital world by using the same methods. He brainwashed the leaders of the various battle arenas across Digiland to make them act unnaturally. Though, the Digimon Emperor's brainwashing would be put to an end once Mameo defeated him, forcing the Emperor to accept his wrongdoings and turn into his Ken persona. Now, concerning the timeline, I would say that this part is less relevant. However, what we'll have to focus on is the second incident which happened in Digiland. An incident caused by someone named Analog Man, a person thought to have died a while ago. To help you better understand the context, I'll have to take you back to the first Digimon World game, because that's the story where Mameo's feud with Analog Man began, and it was also the story where Mameo had his first experience in the digital world. The Digimon World arc began with Mameo noticing light coming from his room, which came from his Digimon Virtual Pet device. He gazed into it, and before even understanding what was going on, he was sucked into the digital world, where he was greeted by Digimon. The elder Digimon explained that the inhabitants of File City were losing their memories for unknown reasons, and asked Mameo to help solve the problem. It turned out that the cause of Digimon losing their memories was a man named Analog Man, a brilliant computer genius and a skilled hacker who saw Digimon as potential slaves, believing that they should act to serve humans. That's why he plotted to control all Digimon inhabitants and take over File Island, with File City being one of the cities inside the land. His plan would be stopped by Mameo, and he technically died when the program he tried to use to destroy File Island failed and fed back on his system. It is not known what exactly caused the system to fail, however that same failure caused the explosive device which he set under Infinity Mountain to cause only a minor explosion instead of wiping out the entire island. While I doubt Analog Man still has a body, his consciousness endured. That much was proven when an incarnation of him appeared when Mameo passed through the back dimension before promptly vanishing into thin air. And this type of death, where a human body dies but the consciousness remains in the digital world, is not something unique. In the X universe, there is a woman named Mirai Mikagura who also technically died, but her consciousness still exists in the digital world. And there's also the character Erika Mishima, who had her consciousness placed in a Digimon and continued her life like that. More on Mirai and Erika later in the video. Now again, Analog Man's spirit endured after the accident in the Digimon World arc, and he reappeared in the Digimon Card Battle arc. He adapted fully to the rules of this digital world and challenged Mameo to a card match. Since he is a hacker, he used a shuffle cheat that allowed him to summon a Pokémon right at the beginning and send all of Mameo's Digimon partners to the deck's end. However, despite him cheating the game, he still got defeated, and a part of the security system that took the shape of a Rosemon trapped him in a temporary holding state in a program which renders him unable to do anything but repeat an endless stream of mathematical equations. He was then sent to the deep net in the hopes he would do no harm any longer. However, he would manage to escape and traveled to the virtual reality universe during the Digimon World Next Order arc. And coincidentally, Mameo would also travel to the Digimon World Next Order digital world. So more on their stories once we get there. For now, let us get back to the main timeline. After the Digimon Adventure 02 original story, there are a few small stories happening that are probably not really known. You see, it is probably around that time, if not earlier, that Gatomon went to search for Wizardmon's lost data. This would bring it to the Cross Wars universe. Both of them would end up finding each other. However, something would happen to Wizardmon which would cause its data to become scattered once more. More on that once we arrive to the Cross Wars universe. Know that Gatomon would eventually return to the Adventure universe, and 3 years after the defeat of Melomyotismon, you would have the story of Digimon Adventure 3 taking place, where the Digidestined had all grown older. For this story, we're going to be a bit more detailed as something important happened here when it comes to the timeline. Let me first give you the context. In this story, a new threat arrived in the form of infected Digimon who caused havoc on Earth and left wide swaths of destruction behind, causing public sentiment to turn against Digimon in general. So, in this part of the story, humans already were aware of the existence of Digimon. The cause for Digimon becoming infected and going on a rampage spree was investigated by both humans from the National Data Processing Bureau and Digimon in the digital world. Both attempted to solve the crisis and mitigate the damage. However, unbeknownst by most, the phenomena of Digimon going berserk was secretly the work of an entity named Yggdrasil. In this universe's timeline, it should be the first time the name of Yggdrasil popped up. And Yggdrasil is the current host computer deemed by some as the god who is managing the digital world. Now, it does spark some curiosity as we did not hear of ENIAC or Atanasov, its predecessors. Their fate was not disclosed. Did they die? Were they upgraded or assimilated into the current host computer? Sadly, we are left with no answer. Also, it's not wrong to wonder where Yggdrasil was when the Dark Masters changed the digital world into their image. If we ignore the developers who probably did not yet have the idea to create a new host computer that would serve as new ruler, I believe I have a fairly solid theory to explain where Yggdrasil was. To be honest, I think that it simply did not yet exist. Don't forget that a digital world is capable of existing without a host computer, and it would only be a matter of time before a certain development in the human world would enable the digital world to give birth to a new and upgraded host computer. Anyway, in the story, Yggdrasil had enough of humans and believed that they shouldn't interact with Digimon any longer, as by then, many Digimon had already been killed by humans in the real world, and when Digimon die in the real world, their deaths are permanent. They won't come back in Digi-X, they disappear from existence. That's why Yggdrasil prepared various plans to make of its ideology a reality. What it wanted was to use Mekomon to corrupt, or rather infect other Digimon to entice them to invade and destroy the human world. Mekomon is by far the most important Digimon in this story and is also quite important in our quest to understand more of the Digimon Multiverse. Let me tell you why. For starters, when taking a look at its origins, Mekomon was born from a fragment of APPMON's remnant data, which was described as the dark side of the digital world. In other words, Mekomon was meant to become the second APPMON, meaning that it also, in some way, is an offspring of Millenniummon, who is said to have had some contribution in the creation of APPMON. And maybe a little side note concerning APPMON, I believe that surviving has got to be the best skill it has, as in the Digimon TAMERS universe, specifically during the Digimon TAMERS The Adventurer's Battle, another APPMON managed to reincarnate itself into Mephistomon after a battle against Omnimon. More on that later. Now let me tell you more about Mekomon's infection. You see, normally a Digimon's data is expressed in binary numbers, which are zeros and ones. When Mekomon was present and began infecting Digimon around itself, their data would start to be overwritten and converted into ternary numbers, which are zeros, ones, and twos. Since this is not how Digimon, the digital world, or the computing systems used by humans are meant to operate, this created distortions and turned Digimon into infected Digimon. Interestingly, Digimon are usually not affected by the infection immediately, but show symptoms of it with brief appearances of blinking purple static on their body. When an infection completely takes over, something inside the victim becomes deranged, and they completely lose their sense of self, attacking everyone in a berserk fashion. So it is quite the infection. The curious part is that Mekomon did not seem remotely aware that it was causing this. Nonetheless, its powers attracted not just Yggdrasil and its followers, but also a group called the White Fang. For the latter, I'll have to tell you a little bit more because I'm sure many have never heard of the group. You see, it is likely that before the Digimon Adventure 3 arc began, Mekomon and its human partner Meiko Mochizuki attracted the attention of a group known as the White Fang, and this pushed Mekomon to either flee or be transported by force into the virtual reality universe in the time of the Digimon World Next Order arc. The shock of dimension hopping caused it to have amnesia, so it wasn't really aware of what was going on exactly. It did manage to return to the adventure universe, but clashed with the group once more and ended up in the Next Order universe for a second time. What exactly happened with Mekomon when it was on that side of the multiverse will be explained once we get to that point. If you're curious, make sure to check out the timestamps. In the meanwhile, let me at least show you a theory about the White Fang, which I thought was quite interesting. Shinzankuro wrote the following. Based on the information we get on Next Order, the White Fang is probably the organization who Maki Himekawa is working for. Since Himekawa, and possibly the whole government, had some somber motivations for the children and the Digimon, we could state that the true enemy of Digimon 3 and in the whole franchise are not evil Digimon, but a creature who, theoretically, should protect Digimon, mankind. I think that the White Fang is a terrorist organization or a corrupt governmental group who uses Digimon as weapons to cause terrorist attacks and expand their influence in the global political sphere, but they act like a group of spies. Himekawa knows something very worse will happen with the protagonists. That's why she smiles in every moment of despair or horror. Nice theory, considering that we didn't get much information about the White Fang and their motives. However, if I am allowed to say the following, maybe the White Fang isn't all that bad. After all, Mekomon is the one who caused problems by infecting other Digimon. The way I see it, it is possible that the White Fang had their reasons for trying to abduct Mekomon and shoot it to some random location in the multiverse. Maybe they were trying to protect the world instead of trying to go for world domination. I say this because It would make for such a good theory if the White Fang was this sort of TAMERS organization who potentially worked across the multiverse. And by doing so, they might have come into contact with other universes, and their work would serve as a source of inspiration. And one of those groups who would come to be inspired are from the Data Squad universe, because there is a Tamer organization over there that goes by the name of Light Fang, and they exist to protect the digital world and the real world. As they share similar names, it could be that the White Fang might have been the one who inspired its creation. Now, that is just me talking, it's just a theory, and maybe a fun way to connect one universe to the other. Now, I am glad that Shin Zankuro mentioned the woman named Maki Himekawa, as there is so much to be learned from her. She was once part of the original Digidestined, a group of 5 children called to the digital world before the adventure Chosen Children. 4 of their 5 partner Digimon digivolved into the Digimon Sovereigns by the will of Homeostasis, who initiated a ritual to make them take on this form in order to battle the Dark Masters. I saw in forums that many questioned how the Dark Masters managed to defeat the 4 Holy Beasts, because appearance-wise, I'm sure many of you might not find them as impressive, at least when we compare them to the Holy Beasts. That looks can be deceiving, and Digimon battles are more complex than just looking at who has the higher level. The Dark Masters might have confronted one Holy Beast at a time, they might have set traps or sealed them. Don't forget, even if APPMON has the appearance of a jester, it is still classified as a wizard with mysterious qualities and with an identity that is totally misunderstood. It is even written that it is unclear why APPMON appeared and what the purpose of its existence is, and maybe one of its purpose was to help take down one of those beasts. I sincerely think we might not give the Dark Masters enough credits. That's why I make sure to talk about them in a separate video. But it is certainly interesting to know that the 4 Holy Beasts of the Adventure universe were once partners of humans before receiving the status of demigods, if you please. Now, I did say that 4 of the 5 Digimon partners became Holy Beasts, didn't I? Well, Maki's Digimon partner Megadramon was not among those who digivolved, as it sacrificed itself for both its human partner and Daigo, who is another member of the original Digidestined, when the Dark Masters attacked them. Maki did not take the loss of her partner well and demanded to know why Megadramon had to be sacrificed. She looked for ways to see her partner again, and during her time in university, she learned about the possibility to cause the digital world to reboot. She learned that the digital world could be rebooted, and thus giving her a chance to be reunited with her lost partner Bakumon, who in this story is Megadramon's rookie form. And I would say that she certainly was in a good position to retrieve her lost partner, as after university she gained a position at the National Data Processing Bureau. From a station, she had corresponded via email with a mysterious man with the ability to change appearance. One time he was a dark version of Genai, and the other time he became the Digimon Emperor. But regardless of his appearances, he proposed using Meikomon to cause a reboot and offered Maki information in exchange for cooperation with Yggdrasil. So it's no wonder that she had extensive knowledge on Meikomon and its human partner Mochizuki Meiko, as she had been watching them closely. I mentioned Homeostasis, didn't I? The entity who enables the original Chosen Children to digivolve their Digimon into the 4 Holy Beasts. Well, just like Yggdrasil, Homeostasis is a formless, godlike entity that maintains the balance between good and evil in the digital world. It has no body of its own and usually takes possession of other people's bodies to communicate. And the body it usually takes is that of Hikari, because she is the only one of the Chosen Children who could hear it. And speaking of Hikari, when she was invited in the X universe during the Digimon Digitize Decode arc, Homeostasis had used her to see if Taiga had the light to save his own world. In other words, Homeostasis used Hikari to test a child of another universe to see if he would be capable to protect his own universe. Very interesting. What some might not know is that Homeostasis was the one who chose the Adventure Chosen children to be warped in the digital world. It was this formless god who assisted Genai and his brethren in the creation of the partner Digimon, the crests, and the Digivices made out of the data scanned from when the children witnessed the Battle of Greymon versus Parrotmon. Not much is known about Homeostasis' origins. It might have existed at the same time as Yggdrasil or maybe even before, we don't know. However, we do know that it usually tends to take a more passive and indirect role when it comes to solving conflicts. It rarely ever intervenes in person. What's also very interesting is that Homeostasis shared the same digital world as Yggdrasil. However, their ideologies are fundamentally opposed. For example, while Yggdrasil wanted to use Meicoomon to avenge the Digimon who have been killed by humans, Homeostasis was more a pacifist, preferring to observe Meicoomon and connect it to Meiko, believing that its evil could be pacified thanks to the connection with a human. However, the initial plan backfired as Meicoomon showed increasing signs of turning evil. That's when Homeostasis came with its second plan, which it shared via possession of Hikari's body. You see, since infected Digimon did not exist in the creation of the digital world, Homeostasis concluded that a reboot would be the only way to purge the universe from the infection caused by Meicoomon. So it decided that the next time Meicoomon goes berserk, the reboot would be initiated automatically. Maki, who by then had been observing the children, filled them in on the remaining details. She was of the opinion that as long as there are no remaining traces of infection at all left in the real world by the time of the reboot, then the procedure will have no effect on the real world itself, meaning that the real world wouldn't be rebooted. And so, eventually, when Meicoomon returned in its berserk mode, the reboot timer began ticking and all infected Digimon were pushed inside the digital world to make sure there weren't any lingering traces of the infection in the real world post-reboot. I don't think we talk enough about this reboot despite being such a pivotal moment for the adventure timeline. There are 4 very important points to make, so I hope you'll listen well. First, while a reboot in general might be considered unethical, it did have one positive aspect to it. Remember the entire story of Gatomon and the trauma it had gotten from belonging to Myotismon? Well, it does no longer have the trauma from those experiences. However, it does also mean that its experiences in the X universe when it fought against Taiga had been wiped out, along with its memories from traveling to the Cross Wars universe to retrieve Wizardmon. The reboot meant that previously destroyed enemies were either back or could potentially be back if the right circumstances allowed them to. With previously destroyed enemies, I am excluding Zed Millenniummon, who at this point in time already was in the TAMERS universe inside Cyberdramon, which brings me to the second point. What are the limitations of the reboot? Would Digimon who find themselves in places like the Dark Area or WITCHELNY be affected? These are important questions as, in the X universe, when the X program was launched and eliminated 98% of existing Digimon, those who resided in the Dark Area were left untouched and unharmed. Also, Homeostasis said that the infection caused by Meicoomon did not exist in the beginning of the digital world, right? Meaning that the reboot should at least go as far back as the beginning of the digital world. However, how far back can a reboot really go? Because, as will be explained in a moment, the digital world in the adventure universe had an ancient digital world which collapsed. Only one Digimon is said to have survived the previous era, namely Big Ukomon, whose story is explained in the Digimon Adventure 02, the beginning arc. Third point to make. After the reboot, Maki Himekawa used her digital world positioning system software to pinpoint the locations of various Digimon in the post-reboot digital world, including her former partner Bakumon. And just as a side note, Bakumon being there meant that the adventure digital world were left with no Digimon sovereigns. Anyway, Maki Himekawa traveled to the digital world to reunite with her partner Bakumon, who became suspicious of her and outright rejected her heavy-handed attempts to rekindle their bond. Her failure broke her and sent her on a downward spiral that ultimately brought her to the Dark Ocean, and where she, regrettably, ultimately found her death. Fourth and final subject to discuss concerning the reboot: while all Digimon had their memories wiped out, Meicoomon still remembered Meiko. That is because the post-reboot Meicoomon actually had the pre-reboot memory data of every Digimon saved inside itself, meaning that the whole plan behind the reboot actually failed. This caused Homeostasis to become disappointed, pushing it to suddenly change its mind and decide that the chosen children must no longer interfere with its will. As a result, the digital world began rejecting them by randomly changing its terrain and subjecting them to angry Digimon attacks. All chosen children managed to escape to the real world, excluding Tai and Daigo, who fell from a cliff. Upon falling underground, a heavily wounded Daigo and Taichi discovered an underground laboratory with the Digidestined of the second season and Genai inside pods, which provided them with life support. They were all saved and brought back to the human world, though that would happen without Daigo, as he sacrificed himself with the explosion of the lab's destruction, which would kill him. While the rescue of Daisuke and his friends was happening, you had Kari, in the real world, who was destroyed by her brother's disappearance, causing her Digimon partner to dark evolve into Ophanimon in its fall down mode, who would quickly get absorbed by Meikoomon's megaform, Raquelmon, to become Ordinimon. The real world would then subsequently be covered by a universal blackout, with the digital world beginning to swallow the real world. In many ways does Ordinimon have the potential to end all life. It can do that by just using the miasma it spreads by flapping its wings. The miasma is a type of dark mist born from negative emotions that brims with evil and can corrode or disintegrate data in high concentrations. Some Digimon, like Tactimon, have mastered the dark mist and learned to shape it in the form of a giant snake. And when Tactimon battled against All-Force Vidramon by using the miasma during the Cross Wars, All-Force Vidramon became unable to heal from its injuries, and it remained blind and crippled in the human world for several years. So now imagine that Ordinimon is spreading it by just flapping its wings. Heck, its background profile even says that it could cover the entire world with miasma, resulting in the end of all life. As Ordinimon threatened to fulfill Yggdrasil's plan to have the digital world engulf the real world, potentially even destroying both, Homeostasis initiated a reboot but of the real world to stop it despite the chosen children's objections. So they chose to go on the offensive against Ordinimon, culminating in the formation of Omegamon Merciful Mode, who defeated the fallen angel, ending Meikoomon's suffering. As it died in the real world, its death should, theoretically speaking, be permanent. Dark Genai did manage to steal a fragment of Apoknemon's data from Meikoomon's data, thinking of using either Diaboromon in the future or Daemon, one of the 7 great demon lords. However, we wouldn't get a follow story of Dark Genai, we were left with just our imaginations. Also, and this is very important, the memories of the chosen children's partner Digimon would return, though I am wondering if all Digimon would see their memories returned. It still doesn't change the fact that the digital world was rebooted, meaning that old enemies would still be alive. It's very important to know about that because if the reboot made sure that the previously destroyed enemies are back, it means that they came back with the knowledge of their destruction, meaning that they could adapt better in the hopes of conquering the digital world. So again, this is something we really need to think about. The Digimon Adventure 3 story ended with Homeostasis shutting down Yggdrasil. 5 years after the events of Digimon Adventure 3, there is the story of Digimon Adventure Last Evolution Kizuna taking place, where an associate professor named Menoa Bellucci became the antagonist of the story out of grief. She lost her Digimon partner Morphmon prematurely at a young age and wanted to prevent the other Digidestined from experiencing a similar loss. That's why she captured their consciousness to allow them to be with their Digimon partners as children forever. She created a dimension called the Neverland. It's a space in the digital world where all stolen consciousnesses of chosen children from around the world were preserved, as a part of her plan to give them unending childhoods. The consciousness of a chosen child would become converted into data while the body remained in the real world, where he or she would be comatose but otherwise in perfect health. With the creation of her dimension, Menoa sent a swarm of Eosmon clones to the real world to kidnap more Digidestined, pushing Tai, Matt, and their Digimon partner to stop her. The Omnimon was not quite capable of doing much against Eosmon's Mega level, who proved much more powerful. However, via the use of a final Digivolution, by using the bond of courage and the bond of friendship, Agumon and Gabumon were able to defeat Eosmon, but with the terrible consequence that Agumon and Gabumon would vanish from existence, with Tai and Matt Digivice turning into stone, marking the end of the duos and their story. Not that I want to be hard on you all, my dear and sweet Digimon brethren, but you have to know that this ending, in some way or another, does not add up nor support the 25 years later ending of Digimon Adventure 02, where all of the chosen children were still alive, being all grown up and with kids of their own. Yes, even if it was a 25 years later ending, and even if the Digimon developers claimed it was canon. At best, I would see the 02 ending as a what-if ending. Digimon is and always has been a franchise that never was shy to bring up some of the harsher subjects. Loss or death had never been a new thing. Heck, the entirety of mankind in the Digimon Data Squad universe are theorized to have perished, as you will see later. That's why I have to maybe break some of your hearts, I guess, by saying that this is where the story of Taichi and Matt, along with their Digimon partners, are ending. And the same fate should probably also happen to all other Digidestined from the first season to the second season. Anyway, 2 years after the battle against Eosmon, you have the final arc of the Digimon Adventure timeline taking place. It's that of Digimon Adventure 02, The Beginning. It's a story where Daisuke, Ken, Yolei, Iori, TK, and Hikari met a boy named Louis Owada, who was found with a depowered Digivice claiming to be the first Digidestined ever. The truth is that he was rather the first child who had formed a friendship contract with a Digimon, making it more a tamer than a Digidestined. Don't worry much about the difference between a Digidestined and a tamer, it will be clear in due time. The character Louis Owada is an interesting person with quite an interesting story to tell. You see, in the past, as a young boy, he got abused by his mother and really was going through a life of too many challenges for a boy of his age. When his shirt was removed, you could see big bruises, areas that were blue, and sometimes he got locked outside in the cold, with his feet even getting frozen. Being the young boy he was, it was not a surprise that he had a great many wishes, such as the wish to stop the abuse. And in a way he got his wish granted, miraculously, when he ended up finding a Digi-Egg which hatched into Ukomon, a Digimon that can grant wishes. A Digimon that can manipulate humans to change their behavior, and a Digimon with an important background story concerning this universe's timeline, so I have to make a little detour. As its background story is telling, Ukomon is a mythical ancient species Digimon whose activity records remain in the ancient digital world, meaning that it came from a previous digital world prior to the one we are currently talking about. That is because ancient species Digimon existed at the inception, or rather the genesis of the digital world, and flourished during ancient times. The ancient digital world has also been given a spot in the adventure timeline. And while the period hasn't been given that much details, there is still lots we can tell about it. We're going to explore it by starting with Ukomon, who, by the way, is sort of like Digimon's version of Galactus in terms of background story. Galactus being an ancient existence and sole survivor of the universe existing before the Big Bang. The ancient digital world was a time where the likelihood for a Digimon to digivolve was extremely limited, even reaching a point they had to create the now lost technology of Digimentals in order to armor evolve. It's a type of pseudo-digivolution by use of an elemental egg, which generally grants them both the ability to wield that element and other enhancement effects that in some manner tie in to the element. Though relying on that borrowed power instead of their own innate power was considered dangerous as it attracted other powerful Digimon, hence continuing the cycle of survival of the fittest. Only a few ancient species Digimon have managed to survive into the present day, like for example Mammothmon, who lives in the colder regions of the digital world, or the holy bird Varodurumon, who inhabits the stratosphere 40,000 meters up in the sky. It is said that it has existed since the creation of the digital world. Some Digimon, such as Patamon, Gatomon and many others, aren't considered ancient species, however they did inherit the genes of ancient Digimon as they have traces of ancient data left in the programs that comprises their body. That is why they are compatible with a Digi-Egg to help them armor evolve. Then there are a few ancient species Digimon who have managed to survive into the present day by having been sealed away inside Digi-Eggs in preparation for a crisis to befall the digital world. These include Digimon such as Hawkmon, Armadillomon, Vmon and Ukomon, although Ukomon's case is unique. How did the ancient digital world look like, I can hear you asking. We'll have to be clear on one thing. While there are many Digimon universes in existence, not all of them have a similar ancient digital world, and many don't even have information concerning an ancient digital world. I would say that only the Frontier universe has some information concerning the ancient digital world, and the Survive universe with the Kemonogami. However, for most other universes, lots of the information is either undisclosed or missing, or simply scattered across the multiverse with no clear explanation. For example, we don't know which universe went through the Ice Age Hexblamon had to go through before going to WITCHELNY. Did the Ice Age happen in the same universe, or did it happen in multiple universes? In the Digimon wiki page, there is a description about the ancient digital world. I'll go over it in a bit, but I want to clarify that this description is likely to be about the ancient digital world of two different universes. The one of the Adventure universe and that of the Frontier universe. Might be a bit of a challenge to make the distinction, but I'll guide you through. The details of the ancient digital world are shrouded in mystery, which explains why it can be confusing. What is currently known, though, is that the ancient digital world is always depicted as a chaotic era menaced by terrifying Digimon. In some cases, like I believe in the Adventure universe, the suffering from several major disruptions brought the digital world almost to the very brink of collapse. Fortunately, when the digital world was facing challenges, it was usually rescued each time by heroes such as the angel Shakumon, who descended from the heavens. It is also in this period that Imperial Dramon Paladin mode ended up founding the Royal Knights of this universe, who prophecy foretold would assemble at the time of the digital world's greatest crisis. However, when that greatest crisis arrived, it is likely they failed. Let me tell you why. You see, in the Frontier universe, the greatest crisis took the form of a Digimon called Lucimon, who had summoned a long period of darkness. Now Lucimon would end up being defeated and sealed by the 10 ancient legendary warriors, 8 of which would die in the war. But all 10 would pass on their powers to 10 heirs who would continue their legacy. That's why, when it comes to the Frontier universe, we are not talking about a collapse of the ancient digital world, as the transition to modern times happened relatively peaceful. However, in the Adventure universe, what you can read in Imperial Dramon Paladin mode's profile, where it is stated that it rescued the world from complete collapse, is likely to be untrue. The digital world was eventually destroyed, and this failure was confirmed in the background story of Ukomon. You see, after the destruction of the ancient digital world, suddenly Big Ukomon appeared. And it is said that it survived by sacrificing its own life to summon a Digitama, a Digi-Egg, which was created from the sorrow of the Digimon that disappeared one after another as a result of the destruction. The likeliness of Big Ukomon's story appears to be a more truer and believable version of what happened to the ancient digital world of this universe, because in the end, why else would the Imperial Demon be called an ancient Dragon Warrior Digimon? It is because it came from this ancient era which collapsed in its entirety. To get back to the story of Digimon Adventure 02 at the beginning, Ukomon, the Digimon who survived the collapse of the ancient digital world and the Digimon who can grant wishes, became a partner of Louis, who was himself abused by his mother. As Louis wished for peace and care, as he wished for friends and be protected, Ukomon began manipulating his parents and neighbors over the years to make sure they treated him kindly. However, Louis eventually learned that his wish had led to the increase in number of other Digidestined who were risking their lives in battles alongside their Digimon partners, much to his horror. So he confronted and maybe even strangled Ukomon. He used his bat to break his Digivice, which ended up hitting his right eye, and I believe he even lost his right eye as Ukomon gave him a Digimon eye. Afterwards, his insults to his partner Digimon caused it to melt away and disappear. When it disappeared, Louis' mother and father, who was on life support, both collapsed, showing that they've been dead since Ukomon's arrival. In truth, Ukomon killed them and controlled their movements to protect Louis. This was the story of Louis when he was just a wee lad. Years later, a giant Digi-Egg appeared over Tokyo, transmitting a mysterious message that wished for everyone on Earth to have a Digimon partner. The Digi-Egg hatched into a giant Ukomon, who reappeared to give Louis a birthday present, which will force a Digimon on every human on Earth, throwing society into chaos. The Digidestined planned to stop Ukomon but became hesitant, concerned that defeating it could maybe nullify the relationships with their own Digimon, as it technically meant that Ukomon was the one responsible for allowing the circumstances for Homerus, Genai and his team to create the Digivice. But that did not stop them from ultimately doing what they believed to be right. They reached for the giant Ukomon, and Louis resolved the issues with his mother and younger self. He confronted Ukomon about their feelings and promised to reunite in the future. The Digidestined and their Digimon then destroyed the giant Ukomon, resulting in its reduction to a Digi-Egg. Digivices around the world began to disappear, showing that the Digidestined and their Digimon no longer needed a medium to connect with each other. This would technically also make the Digimon Adventure 02 epilogue less likely when you think about it. But you know what? I digress. I won't be breaking too many hearts, as there are still enough harsh subjects to discuss. And just in case, I know that there is a Digimon Adventure reboot, but I won't be adding it in the timeline, as it's probably going to be disrupting the whole structure. Depending on how the Digimon developers continue to build on it, I guess it might be getting its own timeline, so we won't be discussing the reboot. We have arrived at the TAMERS universe, one whose digital world is particularly different due to the absence of a host computer. That's why we'll eventually have to make a quick stop on Chiaki J. Konaika's diagram about the various layers within the digital world of this universe. Also, be reminded that Ryo migrated to this universe and became a resident. We'll get to his story in a moment. For now, here you have the Tamer universe's timeline. May it guide you well in your quest for understanding the Digimon Multiverse. What many may not know is that the story of this universe began with a short story called Digimon Tamers 1984, the story of when the story began. It's the prequel to the Digimon Tamers anime series. Once we go through it, you will quickly come to understand the threat that awaits this universe. See, in the year 1984, at Palo Alto University in California, there was a group of 6 to 8 individuals called the Wild Bunch. The members consisted of programming students who did not have the same area of expertise. They all specialized in non-mainstream disciplines, but none of them shared the same discipline. They were brought together to form a team under the leadership of Professor Rob McCoy, also nicknamed Dolphin, with the goal to create virtual life forms using artificial intelligence in a world on the computer network. Once everyone agreed on the project, they all put their talents to good use. As the project progressed, the Wild Bunch had difficulty coming up with what the new life forms ought to look like. So they recruited Professor McCoy's son Keith to come up with the creatures designed for them, which they would nickname Digital Monsters, or Digimon for short. The artificial life forms would even be sorted out by various video game-like criteria, like attributes and levels. Inspired by the resemblance to different periods in human development that different Digimon designs of Keith resemble, Lee Jiang-yu, nicknamed Dao, became fixated on developing an algorithm by which the Digimon can evolve, and Mizuno Guro, named Shibumi, wrote the code that allowed the Digimon to evolve. Aishwarya Rai, nicknamed Girly, focused on the quantum theory, while Babo focused on theoretical physics. Throughout the project, Daisy's main focus was on developing what she dubbed the D-Power. It's a device, or rather an interface, through which individuals in the real world could interact with the Digimon in the network. By early summer of 1985, significant progress had been made on the project. Following Professor McCoy's development of the Digicore program, the first Digimon had been born within the Wild Bunch's mainframe, and they had begun to demonstrate an autonomous survival instinct. Just for your information, a Digicore is the controlling organ of a Digimon that is said to be located in the center of a Digimon's body. Its functions correspond to the hearts and brains of creatures from the real world and is the equivalent of a Digimon's soul. The Wild Bunch had set up 2 terminals through which people could observe the Digimon in their world. One in the laboratory frequented by curious students from the rest of the university, and one illegally set up in Professor McCoy's own home. And one day, an unfamiliar Digimon appeared to be observing the real world through the terminal screen itself. Professor McCoy wasn't quite concerned, believing that no harm could really be done by those digital lifeforms. However, into the night, Daisy heard a loud scratching noise at the laboratory door, and when she stepped outside to investigate, she saw massive claw marks gouged into the door. She was so terrified that she destroyed all monitors in the laboratory, including the one displaying the network world. Then she ran to the basement to cut power to the laboratory's mainframe. However, her actions were too late. The mystery Digimon was no longer inside the network world. It had escaped, along with multiple other Digimon. The Wild Bunch did not feel like pursuing them out of concerns for damaging the network, and the campus authorities labeled the damage to the laboratory that night as a result of a hurricane, and the project would eventually be forced to shut down due to a lack of funding. Eventually, the Digimon data on the network became public domain, presumably because the university sold the designs for the Digimon characters to a Japanese toy manufacturer, who proceeded to make a toy and anime franchise based off of them. A good 20 years later, after the creation of Digimon by the Wild Bunch, you have the Digimon Tamers arc that is taking place. It's a story set in a world where Digimon are fictional creatures from a popular card game and a TV show. However, the existence of real Digimon only became evident when it was discovered that they were emerging into their world through a digital portal. This led to basically 3 parties that would drive the plot. On the one hand, you have the secret Japanese government organization called Hypnos, who had various objectives once they discovered that real Digimon entered the world. They wanted to detect as many Digimon as possible to prevent their arrival. If Digimon would still manage to cross dimensions, then Hypnos would try to capture them, study them, and prevent eventual media leaks about it, as well as cover up incidents such as creating cover stories. As you had Digimon who began to run amok throughout Japan, there were 3 children with Digimon partners that were trying to stop them, while simultaneously learning important lessons along the way. They became the second involved party, among which you had Takato Matsuki, who came across his Digimon partner in an interesting way, to say the least. You see, one day, a mysterious blue card appeared in his Digimon card box. When he swiped it in his card scanner, it transformed into a depowered Digivice which scanned his Guilmon drawings to create his new partner. Takato has a friend called Li Jianliang, who met his partner Terriermon when it rose from the screen of a computer game. Li Jianliang is the son of Li Jiangyu, a prominent member of the Wild Bunch. Then there is Rika Nonaka, who met her partner Renamon when it approached her, asking to be made stronger. See, Rika, Jianliang, and Takato are not Digidestined, they are Digimon Tamers, and there's a distinction that must be made between the two. A Digimon Tamer is a generic term used across the Digimon Multiverse to refer to any human who raises a partner Digimon or multiple partner Digimon. Unlike a chosen child, a Tamer does not need to be selected by a higher power and does not need to embody any specific traits. Moreover, a Tamer is not necessarily bound to a specific duty or destiny in their work, but many tend to become involved in the defense of the digital world from one or several threats. Others merely travel to the digital world with their partner Digimon to train them in combat. Then there is the third party in the story, which are the Digimon and the digital world. The Tamers were forced to fight a group of Digimon called the Deva, who served the 4 holy beasts of this universe and who believed that Digimon shouldn't partner with humans. Their true purpose to come into the human world was to capture a Digimon called Kalumon and take it back to the digital world so they could use its power of Digivolution. And Kalumon is arguably the most important character in this story. To make you understand why, I'll have to give you a bit more context. Let us take another look at the diagram of Chiaki. You see, in this universe, the computer network had expanded exponentially, creating a huge influx of data, which the Digimon used to digivolve. And for that data to arrive to the digital world, it still needed to traverse a couple of layers first, making of Digivolution a process that remained difficult for most Digimon. The 4 holy beasts were some of the first Digimon to reach their highest form, and because of their powers, they migrated to the 6th deepest plane of the digital world. What's interesting here is that the 4 holy beasts, while being ever powerful, didn't possess the same powers or capabilities as host computers such as Yggdrasil, which explains why the data of this digital world isn't organized properly, creating a relatively disorganized world. The absence of a host computer also led to a problem which is unique to this universe. You see, while the digital world system was large enough to handle this huge load of incoming data, there was a fear that an old and primitive program called the Reaper was going to get reawoken. And to tell you the truth, the The Reaper program is such an interesting concept, but maybe a bit complex to understand. It was created in the late 1970s, allegedly by the United States Department of Defense. Mind you that in this universe, Digimon have only ever appeared in the early 1980s due to the work of the Wild Bunch, meaning that it's about 10 years after the creation of the Reaper program. Meaning that the creation of the Reaper program happened 30 years prior to the events of Digimon Tamers. The program was designed so that whenever the number of digital lifeforms surpassed a set amount, it would delete them to return the digital world back to a state of nothingness in order to prevent the digital world from being overloaded. The problem with the Reaper program is that when it was written, the digital world had a very small RAM size, and while the network had grown exponentially, the D-Reaper's threshold was still based on that early tiny figure. With nothing to do at the time, the program went dormant and remained deep within the recesses of the net. So, while the digital world was taking shape, the D-Reaper program was silently being pushed to the lowest layers. It was still part of the digital world, albeit an inactive part. However, because of the large flux of data coming in the digital world, data which was needed for Digimon to digivolve, the Dear Reaper program started to get reactivated and started changing in the meanwhile. It had undergone an aberrant evolution of its own in response to the growth of the network's society and the prolific evolution of Digimon. It's not that the program became evil, it actually is neither good nor evil. However, it can become a force of chaos that can threaten both the digital world and the real world. When the Dear Reaper program began to re-emerge, silently but certainly, the four holy beasts could not agree on a strategy to stop it. Jukiaomon believed that they should use the Digi-Entelequia to allow Digimon to digivolve and fight back, while Azulongmon believed that it is the Digimon's ability to grow in strength that caused the Dear Reaper to get awakened. So Azulongmon consulted the Digignomes. They are a different species of artificial intelligence from Digimon that have evolved on their own. They have the ability to create tools, such as the blue cards which Takato used, or the D-Power Digivice. They also have the ability to grant wishes, which includes the creation of Digimon such as Guilmon, or the creation of Kalumon by having transformed the Digi-Entelequia program for Digivolution into this Digimon in response to Azulongmon's wish. In other words, Kalumon was an attempt to find a solution to the Dear Reaper program, which still was in an extremely primitive state. But that wasn't enough to stop it from growing, so Azulongmon eventually decided to let Kalumon loose in the real world in the hopes to delay the inevitable. The problem of exiling Kalumon from the digital world is that it greatly slowed the growth and digivolution of Digimon, meaning that it became even much harder for Digimon to reach higher levels of power. On top of that, it also wasn't enough to stave off the Dear Reaper, which still ended up growing and becoming more of a threat. So, with Kalumon being sent in the real world, and with the loss of the power to digivolve, Jukiaomon sent its subordinates, 3 Deva, to the real world, believing Digimon could grow stronger by defeating humanity. And while in the real world, they coincidentally discovered Kalumon, who by then already befriended the Digimon Tamers. The Deva attempted to return the Digimon to their master, causing the Tamers to follow in an attempt to rescue Kalumon, leading to a clash against Jukiaomon. And as they battled, Azulongmon made its appearance in Jukiaomon's domain. In the meanwhile, you had Ryo Akiyama, who encountered the other 2 holy beasts, meaning Ebonwumon and Baihumon. Before talking about this encounter, I have to get a little deeper on the character, knowing where he originally came from. One of the skills he still had was his great connection with the subject of Digimon, as he was a former champion of the Digimon card tournament. However, when we tried connecting Ryo's story from when he left the Adventure universe to his story in the TAMERS universe, there are obviously a few things that are quite odd. For example, he appeared to have a terrible memory loss as he couldn't recall anything from his previous adventures. Maybe that's not really odd at all when you think about it, as dimension hopping did cause some Digimon to have amnesia. Also, it would appear that Ryo had lost all memories of the existence of Digimon because he was surprised at the sight of a real Digimon. You see, after he had defeated Rina in a Digimon card tournament, he walked back to his hotel and encountered a digital field. It's a phenomenon explained and depicted as a physical manifestation of a heavy fog of false proteins which are infused into any digital data of which any being who is native to the digital world of this universe are entirely composed of. When Ryo encountered the digital field, he heard an irritated Cyberdramon who called him to the other side, saying it needed a strong tamer to get stronger. And Ryo decided right away to go to the digital world and become its tamer. Now Cyberdramon had a fierce temperament, forcing Ryo to often keep it in check with a sort of whip when it went out of control. Don't forget that Monodramon fused with Millenniummon, so obviously part of its character traits will be influenced by the Wicked God. And by the way, it looks like Monodramon also had amnesia because it couldn't recall anything of its previous adventures with Ryo. Anyway, during their encounter with the 4 holy beasts, a compromise was made and they implored Kalumon to release its power so Digimon can digivolve and fight back against the Dear Reaper. Thus, in the end, it is Jukiaomon's plan that prevailed. Mind you that by then, the Tamers and their partner Digimon already were capable of performing biomerge digivolution. We're talking about a form of warp digivolution similar to DNA digivolution in that a partner Digimon merges with its human tamer to digivolve directly to the mega level. This transformation would be echoed throughout the multiverse and even be deemed as a legend in the Crosswars universe. Which brings us back to the government organization Hypnos, who by that time had an agenda to exterminate Digimon once and for all by creating anti-Digimon weapons. They changed some of their priorities, now seeking to bring back the Tamers who were in the digital world. Their actions of trying to help the youngsters would almost have brought ruin and collapse of the real world. Let me tell you why. You see, the D-Reaper came to Earth through a series of events involving the Juggernaut program, which is potentially the strongest anti-Digimon weapon in the multiverse. The Juggernaut weapon was initially created as a safeguard by the government to eliminate any potential threats originating from the digital world. When launched, a digital vortex is created that draws in all data nearby, including Digimon, and by doing so, destroy them. However, when the TAMERS Digimon partners emerged into the real world, this program malfunctioned. As the Digimon emerged into the real world, their existence disrupted the balance between the digital world and the real world. The Juggernaut program, instead of containing this disruption, went haywire and began to attract data from the digital world, including the D-Reaper. In other words, the D-Reaper saw an opportunity through the malfunctioning Juggernaut program to escape into the real world. It seized this chance and entered Earth's digital network through the Juggernaut program's instability. And once in the real world, the D-Reaper quickly became a formidable threat capable of consuming both digital and physical matter. The D-Reaper's defeat involved a combination of technological ingenuity, strategic planning, and the Digimon's power. You see, the Wild Bunch, or at least some of the remaining members, like Li Jianyang's father, devised a plan to revert the D-Reaper back to its original harmless state. They called it Operation Doodlebug. The initial stages involved loading a version of the Juggernaut program into Terriermon's ears. When in the form of Mega Gargomon, it would provide the centripetal force needed to produce a reversal spin with the wormhole between the real world and the digital world created by the D-Reaper. When the Juggernaut program was reactivated, it caused the direction of the transphotic eddy to be reversed. And with transphotic eddy, I mean the high-speed centrifuge which the D-Reaper utilized in order to expand itself exponentially when it emerged in the real world after converting its core into a quantum computer. When the angular velocity exceeded the speed of light, a backward flow of time was created, devolving the D-Reaper back into its original harmless state, but this came at a cost. The effect of the combined time reversal and the Juggernaut implementation would not only return the D-Reaper into its original form, but would also force the Digimon in the human world back into increasingly regressive forms. Thus, in order to be saved, the Digimon in the human world had to return to the digital world. This was meant to be the end of the connection between humans and Digimon. However, after 6 months, Takato saw the light of a tunnel connecting to the digital world. We're going to discuss what happened in a moment. I must first take you to stories which happened during the TAMERS arc. First, there is the Digimon Battle of Adventurers story. In summary, an Omnimon was hunting down an Apocalypmon who attempted to emerge in the real world. That's why it reformatted itself into Mephistomon, who still had a similar hatred for life and who continued Apocalypmon's plans. Believing it was too dangerous to get into the real world, Omnimon attempted to kill it, however it failed. In the real world, Mephistomon turned itself into a human named Ryuji Tamashiro, a disguise it took to implement its plan for destruction. Ryuji was the president of an Okinawan company called VP Laboratories, which produced a digital pet toy named the V-Pet. As the president, it implanted a virus within the V-Pet, which secretly allowed other Digimon to emerge in the real world in order to wreak destruction and act as its servants. However, the original creator of the technology, Takahito Uehara, detected the virus and created a vaccine for it, which it implanted in the original V-Pet program given to his daughter Minami as a replacement for her deceased pet dog, Mei. Long story short, When Ryuji revealed its true form, a fight ensued, with Mephistomon dragging the Tamers into an apocalyptic dimension modeled after its intentions of the real world. You could see that it was a post-apocalyptic era with all buildings destroyed and the sky looking purple and just dark. Total desolation it was. In their battle, Mephistomon digivolved to Golfmon and proved too powerful. Luckily, Calumon enabled the champion level Digimon to digivolve to their ultimates, which enabled them to use a move called Trinity Burst to defeat Golfmon. And when it was defeated, Golfmon's digital world disappeared and the humans returned to the real world along with the Digimon. As the movie did not show the Tamers partners at the Mega level, it highly likely means that they were not yet capable of doing so. Meaning that in the Tamer universe's timeline, this story took place during the Tamer story before they mastered the ultimate form. Takato was also invited to the Digimon Redigitized story to participate in at least one fight over there. He lost against Taiga. It appeared his Guilmon could not yet digivolve, so the fight likely happened before the Battle of Adventurers story, but still during the Tamer story. Now, a year after the events of Digimon Tamers, you have the official sequel called Message in a Packet. It's a radio drama in which the kids send a series of messages to their Digimon through a computer program. Takato explained how everything had returned to normal in the real world, with the cities destroyed by the D-Reaper reappearing and most people forgetting it ever happened, as if the whole thing had been a dream. He explained to Guilmon that the Wild Bunch were trying to make a new depowered Digivice to bring them back to Earth if they were still alive. And in the meanwhile, the government organization Hypnos had discovered a new portal, and so they created a firewall to prevent the kids from coming to the digital world. That made Takato furious, pushing him to destroy the firewall, but the portal had already been covered over with cement, so the worlds were still sealed off from one another. The story after the Message in a Packet radio drama is that of Digimon Tamers, Days, Information and the Unordinary. It might be a little bit difficult to understand this one, so I'll make sure to be as detailed as possible to help you in your comprehension. Let us talk about the basic settings first. The story starts in the year 2004, meaning 2 years after Digimon Tamers. It began with Takato and Juri who had a conversation. Now, I know I did not say a thing about Juri so far, so let me quickly give you an introduction. During the events occurring in the Digimon Tamers anime, she was a young schoolgirl Takato had a crush on, and only later in the Digimon Tamer season would she become the Digimon Tamer of Leomon. And after its death, because of course Leomon would die, Juri would become somewhat of a tamer to Calumon. She would obviously lose contact with it along with all other Digimon after the D-Reaper incident, bringing us to the conversation she had with Takato in the Information and the Unordinary drama CD, which was happening 2 years later after the D-Reaper incident. Both her and Takato became second-year students in high school, and both became a couple that was still at the stage of just walking home together after school. And Juri wondered how Guilmon and the other Digimon were doing, as it was already 2 years later. And Takato was wondering the same, as he was not able to do anything to get closer to seeing Guilmon. Their conversation continued, with them wondering how they would look like in the future, at around the age of 28. This was a sort of foreshadowing of what was going to happen, as when Takato returned to the place where he hit Guilmon the first time it came, he started being sucked in by a portal. He would arrive at a chamber of an organization called NIX. It's an organization that came to be after Japan passed the Cybersecurity Act in 2015. And that act is in fact a real law which aimed to promote cybersecurity policy by stipulating basic principles of national cybersecurity policy, clarifying the responsibilities of the national and local governments and other concerned public parties, and it also stipulated essential matters for cybersecurity related policies and more. So, after Japan passed the Cybersecurity Act in 2015, the government formed the NICS organization to protect the real world from digital world threats, and for that they hired Mitsuo Yamaki to command operations. Now, Yamaki is a person I also did not yet mention, but he was also in the Digimon TAMERS series. He was in fact the one responsible for designing the Hypnos system, which kept a constant watch over the Earth electronic communication network. And with that, Yamaki secretly monitored and recorded information and acted as section chief to the organization named for his creation. Though, after the D-Reaper incident, he resigned from the government and worked for a couple of years as a civilian before leading NICS. When Takato was teleported into the future, he would be greeted by a Yamaki who had developed white hairs, and he explained a lot of what had been happening in that time. He explained that the world had changed drastically since the D-Reaper crisis. The world became one where the colossal amount of information had expanded the digital world ad infinitum, and because of that, mankind began to anticipate that something unimaginable could be born and materialize itself into the real world. You see, while the connection with the digital world was disrupted for years, all sorts of children and even old people used the digital world unconsciously. However, unbeknownst to most, the digital world wasn't simply expanding its surface side with all the colossal information that came in. The deepest depth in the network used by humans was also expanding. An autonomous pure evil program called the Malicebot slipped into those depths to gain complete control over it and had already begun to break down the barrier between the digital world and the real world. And the extent of the Malicebot being traced was being recorded in photos and videos, and these made Yamaki anticipate that it would soon advance into a force even more destructive than the D-Reaper. That's why the NICS was created, to function as an intervention organization. About the Malicebot, Yamaki explained that if you described the digital world during the time of the D-Reaper's attack to be as big as the solar system, then this one, meaning the Malicebot, is as big as the Milky Way, and explained that soon the technological singularity would fall upon them. Singularity meaning a prediction that when AI surpasses human knowledge, that mankind itself and its mode of life would grow rapidly. But naturally, there are scientists who take the opposite view and predict a dystopia, which is what was about to happen in this story. Yamaki continued by telling that with a Malicebot, AI wouldn't be the only thing to be affected. All technological environments created by man would attempt to surpass mankind's imaginations. However, unlike the D-Reaper, the native intelligence coming from the deep mesh, which is a location inside the worldwide mesh, would come to invade the real world. And just in case, the worldwide mesh is simply the future of the web, is the future of the World Wide Web. As it grew bigger, it became a mesh. By the time Takato was brought in this future, the Malicebot had already begun to invade the world, and this invasion happened quicker than expected. Radio signals in Shinjuku had been cut off, and the digital world began to overlap with the real world. The NICS organization understood that the only ones who could defy the Malicebot were Digimon who were friends with humans, or in other words, the Digimon Tamers. So they gathered those they could get. But there was a problem though. In this future, sure, there was a Jian Liang who had graduated from Stanford University and who stayed in America to research Digimon, and there was also Rookie, who became a model before entering freestyle motocross, but there was no Takato. We learned that in this future, Takato was 28 and engaged to jury. He studied to become an IT researcher because he wanted to see Guilmon again, but because he couldn't sit still, he traveled the world looking for a digital field. And since the year 2018, his whereabouts outside the country were completely lost. There was no trace of him left. So, the young Takato, who came from the past, got reunited with Guilmon after all these years. And the same goes with Jian Liang with his Digimon partner Terriermon. However, Rookie wouldn't be reunited with her Renamon, who also vanished, with its locations being unknown. So it was up to Takato, Guilmon, Jiangliang and Terriermon to confront the Malice bot. This is where the story stopped, and we didn't get much more information about the outcome. However, another drama CD was meant to come out to give a bit more clarity on what was happening, but it never came out. So we are left with no more of this great story, unfortunately. But luckily for us, there is another sequel story that followed after Digimon Tamers 2018, Days, Information and the Unordinary. I'm talking about the Digimon Tamers 2021 live reading, set to take place 3 years after Days of Information and the Unordinary. So, the story is taking place 3 years after the Malice bot incident, meaning that the Tamers were able to deal with the Malice bot. However, Renamon and the real Takato Matsuki were still missing, and things had gotten even worse, as now even Guilmon was missing. However, the Takato that was transported to this time was still present, but we did learn a bit more about this Takato. You see, the truth is that he was never brought from the past. He was in fact the clone of the real Takato, based on the real Takato's memories from 2003. So it's definitely something interesting, because it makes me wonder even more where the real Takato is. Also, Jiangliang in this time had become the new chief officer of NYX and worked in group alongside the real Takato's fiancé, Jerry and Kalumon. So, what happened in the story is that Yamaki would arrive someday to inform the group that a certain disaster had struck the internet and that danger was fast approaching. I have to laugh a little bit because the enemy they were going to face are pretty much the enemies us humans are facing today. Well, that depends on a person's point of view, I guess. And I'm talking about political correctness. That is the new impending disaster Yamaki was talking about. In history, political correctness had spawned in Western Shinjuku after having threatened the internet and forced people to conform to a single viewpoint, censoring real news with fake news, and deleting people's social media accounts if they failed to conform. And that was a big problem because everyone's personal information was already online. The political correctness had a special attack called cancel culture. It's an attack in which an individual or groups of individuals deemed to have acted or spoken in an unacceptable manner gets ostracized, boycotted, shunned, fired, or even assaulted. And the terrifying effect of cancel culture is that it has a chilling effect on public discourse, as it does not bring real social change. In fact, it even causes intolerance and cyberbullying. It goes against accountability, it takes away the voice of the disenfranchised and attacks language that is itself free speech. That's why Yamaki asked the NYX organization to help combat it. However, Jiangliang, as the new chief officer of NYX, refused to help because the organization was created to deal with incidents involving Digimon only. This was beyond their area of expertise, let us say it like that. APPMON would suddenly arrive and insult the Tamers for not wanting to do embarrassing things because they're adults now, and it managed to convince them to deal with the problem. So the Rearmon would go with APPMON, who would become Jerry's new Digimon partner because the original Tamers of APPMON, meaning I and Mako, had also gone missing. They would manage to defeat political correctness, who fled as a result of one of Gargomon's attacks. And afterwards, the Takato clone would receive a transmission from the digital world. He would learn that Guilmon and Renamon were okay, despite not knowing where they were. The real Takato's whereabouts, along with those of Mako and I, were on the other hand still unknown. And the transmission would end like that. This is the end of the stories of this parallel world in the timeline, which I would consider the true sequel to Digimon Tamers. On the other hand, there is a parallel world where Takato would still manage to get in contact with the digital world, and this would bring us to the story of Digimon Tamers, the Runaway Digimon Express. It's a movie set a year and a half, if not 2 years after Digimon Tamers. This movie showed us that the D-Power mentioned in the drama CD did indeed allow the Tamers and the Digimon to be reunited. It did not give much information on how the partner Digimon survived the Juggernaut program, leaving it up to the viewers' imaginations. The story is about an out-of-control train called Locomon that just barely kept from colliding with another locomotive. It moved at such a high rate of speed that it created a spatial distortion that opened a dimensional rift between the real world and the digital world. So the Tamers mobilized to stop Locomon, and they worked together with Hypnos, who aided them by taking control of the train lines and redirecting Locomon to send it back through the rift. The reason why Locomon was so out of hand is because it was under the possession of Parasimon, who forced it to want to keep running. And Parasimon is certainly an interesting Digimon. It is one that is relatively weak on its own, but usually tends to gather in huge numbers. They can't survive without leeching off of other beings, and by doing so, they can draw out the host Digimon's abilities to their utmost limit, exhibiting a terrifying power. In the movie, Parasimon sent a signal into the rift that summons an invasion to Earth, pushing all Digimon Tamers, including Ryo Akiyama and their Digimon partners, to engage a horde of Parasimon in battle who outnumbered them all. They would all be defeated when Takato biomerged with Guilmon and made it assume its Crimson mode. Locomon then returned into the digital world, and later that day, the Tamers went to Rika's birthday party. The final story is when the Tamers were invited to travel to the Cross Wars universe to assist in the fight against Quartzmon. Even Ryo was invited, and you could see his Justimon fighting along the other partner Digimon. A reason why their invitation is likely to have happened after the Runaway Digimon Express movie is because Gallantmon changed once again into its Crimson mode. This should be the final story of the Tamers universe. We have come to the Digimon Frontier universe. Doing research felt much easier on this one as it was a bit more straightforward. There wasn't much focus on the relation between humans and Digimon. It was purely focused on Digimon and the continuation of an ancient war which began eons ago. Aside of that, there wasn't much to tell. There wasn't much of an explanation of how the digital world in this universe is structured. There is no mention of a digital lifeform like Yggdrasil, which means that it might be non-existent. Anyway, here of the timeline of the Digimon Frontier universe. May it guide you well in your quest for understanding the digital world. In the Digimon Frontier's digital universe in ancient times, the digital world was racked by a massive war between the human and beast-type Digimon. And it's important to know the distinction between the two, as the Digimon Frontier story is sort of a continuation of that war. Human Digimon are strictly humanoid in build and shape. They tend to either directly resemble actual humans or otherwise be anthropomorphic creatures, meaning that they have human attributes. Beast Digimon, on the other hand, include all sorts of body plans, ranging from bipeds to animalistic forms like quadrupeds, avians, and serpents, or even spheres. They tend to resemble animals to some extent or another. These categories are presented as an almost tribal or racial affiliation which was at the basis of a long history of conflicts, prompting Lucimon to descend from heaven and appear as a sort of messiah to bring peace to a world that was torn apart by war between these two racial groups. What's so interesting about Lucimon is that when you look at it, it takes on the appearance of a child. And usually, we tend to associate children with a certain innocence, a certain immaturity. And that which is immature should, in theory, be more vulnerable to being influenced by various forces. This was the case for Lucimon, who became corrupted by its own powers. After having brought peace, it turned into a tyrant due to its belief that the world would be a better place if it had absolute power over it. Lucimon believed that it was the only one smart and powerful enough to make the decisions, so it ended up becoming a threat to the digital world it once saved and protected. The problem with Lucimon is that it is in one and on itself almost unbeatable despite being at the rookie level. It carries 4 holy rings, which are proof of a Digimon's divine heritage, and carrying one of those rings gives the carrier a significant power boost. We did calculate the increase in power on a separate video, and let me tell you that the boost is enormous. It is likely that Hanglungmon got sealed in the deepest, darkest place within the earth by Lucimon in the time it got corrupted by its own powers. We didn't get this story in the anime or the manga, but it came from Hanglungmon's character background, which states that as a consequence of it being sealed, that the 4 holy beasts lost their rule, causing a struggle for hegemony. In response to Lucimon's tyranny, the 10 legendary warriors appeared in rebellion. They are a group of 10 mega-level ancient Digimon possessing ultimate strength, said to only have existed in the distant past, and represent the 10 elemental attributes. They fought to save the ancient digital world from Lucimon, and in their past crusade against it, only ancient Greymon and ancient Garurumon survived to the end to seal the angel away in the dark area. The 10 legendary warriors did pass on their abilities to various Digimon types, and their might was passed down to 32 variable attribute Digimon who inherited their spirits and title. They also managed to produce 10 heirs who are divided both into 2 subgroups defined by their alignment and into 10 subgroups defined by the ancient Digimon whose legacy they continue. More on them in a moment. After the sealing of Lucimon, there is the arc called the Revival of the Ancient Digimon that was taking place. I'll have to explain both the Frontier story and the Revival of the Ancient Digimon story simultaneously as they are intertwined. In that story, there was an enormous ancient Digimon called Ornismon that went on a rampage through the digital world until ancient Greymon and ancient Garurumon defeated it and sealed it away in the Lost Island. It is an area that travels at the boundaries of the digital world, and an area said that those who set foot on it never leave. A temple was constructed to document Ornismon's fight against the 2 remaining legendary warriors. Though over time, the story became distorted, and the ancient bird was misremembered as the benevolent guardian deity of the Lost Island. In the temple that was dedicated to it, in a mural, was written the means of resurrecting Ornismon, and it was prophesied that it would eventually come back. Anyway, by the time the Digidestined would arrive into the digital world, the 10 legendary warriors were already long gone. They all passed away. Lucimon, on the other hand, who was sealed since ancient times, did endure the tests of time and was festering inside the dark area. It was making plans to escape, and to do so it managed to manipulate events from where it was sealed. What it did was subverting the Royal Knights to its purpose, playing on their desire to rule by offering them a path to the human world. And you know what? While the Royal Knights are known to consist of 13 warrior knights, in this universe, the team consisted only of CRUSADORmon and Dynasmon. And here's a comment giving a great summary as to why the Royal Knights existed only with 2 members. Cascade Helsing wrote the following. Most of the Royal Knights didn't exist at that point. Digimon Frontier was made from 2002 to 2003. While of course, Omegamon, Magnamon and Gallantmon were around before then, plus Ulforce Vidramon. However, I don't know if they were classified as Royal Knights before, after, or during Digimon Frontier. CRUSADORmon and Dynasmon were made for Frontier. APPMON was created pretty close after the end of Frontier, debuting for the X-antibody storyline and having its story reveal that it is a sort of secret member of the Royal Knights, the Siege Perilous, the empty seat. Slapemon and Craniumon were then added in 2005, and then Daftmon was from 2007 for Digimon Savers. Examon? I have no idea beyond it being from 2007 as well, but possibly after Savers. Then finally, Gankumon in 2012 and Jesmon in 2014, since their story was pretty much a mini arc for the Royal Knights to have its full list of members. This comment made references to storyline we are going to be discussing in a moment, so please bear with me for a while. CRUSADORmon and Dynasmon became servants of Lucimon and exchanged their loyalty for a path to the human world in order to rule it, and so they were tasked to gather the world's fractal code to release it from its captivity. Now for your information, the fractal code is the data that make up a Digimon and can be obtained when a Digimon is destroyed. It is also the fabric that makes up the digital world itself, as throughout Digimon Frontier, large sections of terrain start disappearing as fractal codes are being drained from the world. It wasn't just the two Royal Knights that were corrupted by Lucimon. Cherubimon was also another victim, and its story was certainly quite interesting. You see, the three Archangels, Seraphimon, Ophanimon, and Cherubimon are a trio of Digimon who became the governors and protectors of the digital world, following the defeat of Lucimon. Each held a different responsibility and were also each entrusted with some of the legendary spirits of the legendary warriors. The legendary spirits are a set of 20 ancient artifacts that are used to evolve into hybrid Digimon, each containing the sealed power of a member of the 10 legendary warriors. They were scattered in various places of the digital world to someday be inherited and used in the event that the digital world comes under threat from another menace. Seraphimon became the guardian of law and order and became the holder of the legendary spirits of light and wind. Ophanimon became the guardian of love and life and the holder of the legendary spirits of fire, thunder, and ice. Then you have Cherubimon, who became the guardian of knowledge and education and the holder of the spirits of darkness, earth, wood, water, and steel. For a time, the Archangels kept the peace in the digital world. However, their working relationship was often rocky due to their backgrounds, as the group consisted of two human Digimon, meaning Seraphimon and Ophanimon, but only one beast Digimon, Cherubimon. So, they often disagreed, with Cherubimon accusing them of being unable to understand the perspective of beast Digimon. Even if Seraphimon and Ophanimon would have discussions about Cherubimon to try and understand its perspective, Cherubimon would immediately assume that they were actually conspiring to work only for the benefit of the human Digimon. And so, from its imprisonment in the dark area, Lucimon would exploit Cherubimon's suspicions and animosity towards the other two to corrupt it with an evil aura and used it as a pawn in its plot to escape. Cherubimon raised an army of beast Digimon against the human Digimon and launched an assault on Seraphimon's castle. In the attack, it grievously wounded Seraphimon, prompting Ophanimon to surrender itself to protect its colleague from further harm. Ophanimon would then be held captive, but would be able to call pure-hearted children to the digital world. Among those who would answer the call were Kanbara Takuya, Minamoto Kuji, Izumi Orimoto, Shibayama Junpei, and Himi Tomoki. They were brought in as a last resort to save the digital world from Cherubimon. Their cell phones were changed into the D-Scanner Digivice, and they were chosen by the legendary spirits, allowing them to spirit evolve, where a human essentially becomes a Digimon. Cherubimon did a bit of the same by turning its 5 spirits into evil warriors, with Koichi Kimura being brainwashed into serving it in the form of Duskmon. Lots would happen once all players were set. Ophanimon would guide the chosen children to collect and use the hidden spirits entrusted by itself and Seraphimon, and for that they went to Seraphimon's castle where it was held captive. Seraphimon would be released only for the evil warriors to kill it and take its digicode. Ophanimon also instructed the chosen children to travel to Cherubimon's castle to be released from its cage of light in which it had been imprisoned. And during the battle, as Cherubimon threatened to kill all of the chosen children and take all of their spirits, Ophanimon attempted to appeal to Cherubimon's former self and purify it with the power of love and life. Though Ophanimon would fail in its attempt and would also end up being killed. Its death did serve as a diversion for the chosen children to seize the spirits and the scanners from Cherubimon, and before Ophanimon would die, it would, with its last powers, evolve Koji and Takuya's D-Scanner Digivice, enabling them to Hyperspirit evolve. It's a form of Digivolution wherein the person evolving can use 10 of the 20 spirits to evolve to a transcendent form. Takuya used the spirits of flame, wind, ice, earth, and wood to become Emperor Greymon, and Koji took the spirits of light, thunder, darkness, water, and steel to digivolve into Magna Garurumon. They would end up killing Cherubimon. Before they were going to confront Lucimon, you have the continuation of the revival of the ancient Digimon movie taking place. The story took place within the timeline of Digimon Frontier and occurred at some point during the Digidestined's journey in the digital world, after they had obtained their spirit forms and were continuing their quest to save the digital world from the evil forces. They remembered the lost island in which Ornismon was sealed in by ancient Greymon and ancient Garurumon in the ancient digital world. Well, the Digidestined stumbled upon that island while traveling and were drawn to this island by an unusual phenomena. As they explored further, they encountered various problems and obstacles within the island, including the presence of Myrmecusmon. Now, Myrmecusmon originally was a high-ranking angel but fell from grace because of its evil deeds and was banished to the Lost Island. It became a banished Digimon seeking dominion over the digital world and wanted first to take revenge against those who banished it, and I must say that it was banished to the right area to do so. It discovered the sealed Ornismon and the prophecy to revive it by gathering fractal codes. After having read the prophecy, it destroyed the inscriptions in order to prevent anyone from figuring out its plans. It then carefully manipulated events similarly to how Lucimon did, so that it could attain the necessary sacrifices needed to revive Ornismon. It would do that by taking advantage of the same human-beast hostilities that ruined the digital world to create a long, drawn-out war. And the genius behind Myrmecusmon is that among the various powers it also has the ability to shapeshift and become someone else. By shapeshifting into Darkmon and Hypogryphomon, it assumed control of both the human Digimon and the beast Digimon, inciting hostilities among them and prolonged the war as long as necessary, drawing out sacrifices on each side. Although the Digidestined found out of its plan, they were a step too late, as Myrmecusmon had harvested enough data to bring back Ornismon. The two then went on a killing spree on the Lost Island and proved way too powerful, overwhelming everyone who opposed them. It took the prayers and eventual sacrifice of a Kotemon to summon the spectral forms of the ancient legendary warriors Ancient Greymon and Ancient Garurumon, who destroyed Ornismon while the Digidestined destroyed Myrmecusmon. After their defeat, the Lost Island would return to the digital world, with the two sides finally making peace. There is another lesser-known story that took place before the Digidestined ended up confronting Lucimon. I'm talking about the Digimon Legendary Skies story. It's a Chinese Digimon manhwa, which was planned to be a sequel to Digimon Frontier, but due to copyright issues related to the Frontier cast's appearance, it underwent major rewrites and ultimately got discontinued after a few chapters. The story is taking us to the Chinese digital world, which is called Shenzhou. This digital world was created by two Digimon, Nuashu and Fuxichu. Their history is vague, and I think it is safe to assume that they didn't exactly take an active role in the protection of the digital world. They mostly remained neutral. However, it is told that Nuashu was corrupted by a virus, whereas Fuxichu was strangely attacked at some point and fell powerless in the virgin forest of Jiuzaigu in the human world. It only appeared in its baby form and was being chased after by a dark lady who wanted to devour it to become the ultimate being and control the entirety of the Shenzhou digital world. With the two deities out of the picture, you had the digital divine generals of 28 mansions who took care of Shenzhou. They are a group of high-level Digimon based on the Chinese constellation who govern the various regions of the Chinese digital world. There are 5 known members: Zihuohushu, Nutufuchu, Xinyehushu, Guimulangshu, and Lujingushu. They are the Chinese digital world's equivalent of the 13 Royal Knights, or rather, they are the Olympus 12 version of this digital world. The difference being that the Olympus 12 are based on Greek myth, while the Divine Generals are based on Chinese myth and cosmology. What happened further in the story? Well, the god of creation, Nuashu, who already was corrupted by a digital virus, did a tyrannical modification to all Divine Generals, making of them its subordinates. The story then takes us to a Chinese boy named Yu Jiabao, who came across the god Fuxichu and ran into the woods to follow it. In the meanwhile, you had the heroes of Digimon Frontier, meaning Kanbara Takuya, Minamoto Kuji and Orimoto Izumi from Japan, who went into Jiuzaigu, China, to a valley said to be the gate to the Chinese digital world. They also saw the fallen god till they were confronted by Yu Jiabao and his partner Xiong Mao Shu. While they clashed, they agreed after the battle that it was all a misunderstanding, and so they continued together and went into the Chinese digital world, where they came across a Heishu Wushu, who told the kids that this digital world is different and that there are these kind of digivices which they used to change into a Digimon by using one or more spirits didn't work. After this encounter, they were found by one of the evil 28 stars who worked for Nuwashu, and in a clash, Yu Jiabao was mysteriously sent back to the human world, after which he believed that he was just having a dream. He decided to buy a Digivice after his V-Pet bracelet Digivice got destroyed by two rogues, and when buying his new Digivice, he got invited to a tournament by a mysterious boy named Longjiu, along with some other tamers, to find the strongest there. After some battles, Longjiu discovered that one of the attendants is a Mu-Ushu, controlled by members of the 28 evil stars. A Mu-Ushu is a kind of Digimon that is composed of multiple individuals. Afterwards, 4 more members of the evil 28 stars appeared on Earth with their own goals and purposes. Luckily, Jiabao was able to save the day with the power of the baby god Fuxichu, however, it made him realize that everything was real. Longjiu told everyone the story of the corrupted god Nuwashu and the evil 28 stars, and so they decided to go to the Chenzhou digital world to fight Nuwashu, and I'm sure also to save the frontier chosen children. That's how the story came to an end. We didn't get more. There is another lesser known event that took place in the Digimon Frontier continuity. I'm happy to point that out because I'm pretty sure many might have missed it. It's a story which can be found in the Digimon V Tamer manga in volume 7 with the title Frontier Generation. Let me tell you what exactly happened in that arc. The story began with the chosen children fighting a Megidramon, though the one who did most of the fighting was Takuya. Right before he would give the finishing blow, you had Koji who seized the opportunity to take the Digimon down. That would lead to a little argument between Koji and Takuya, with Takuya even isolating himself from the group. Before even understanding what was happening to him, he got warped into a digital world that was unfamiliar. After observing the area, all he could see was destroyed buildings and ruins. Truly a post-apocalyptic digital world it was. What's interesting is that the warping happened more or less at the same time as V-Tamer Taichi's warping, who would arrive in the exact same spot. So the two of them would introduce themselves and explore the area together. Because V-Tamer Taichi was unfamiliar with this digital world, he wondered if they were in a parallel universe. And this is an important question he asked, because this indicated that it was his first experience in dealing with anything related to parallel worlds. In other words, I believe that V-Tamer Taichi had first met Takuya before meeting Daisuke. Only after meeting these two, and after having gained more experience with parallel worlds and parallel mon, would he meet Adventure Taichi. I'm happy to point that out because it can easily get extremely complicated. While walking, they would stumble upon a wild Imperial Dramon fighter mode who would attack both of them. So V-Dramon would quickly digivolve to protect both V-Tamer Taichi and Takuya. At the moment they were about to defend themselves, they would be stopped by Babamon, who would ask them to follow it instead, to take them in a safer area to tell them a thing or two. Now Babamon was in fact the one who summoned both saviors. It explained them that they were brought in a different digital world that had fallen into ruins because a Digimon called Metamorphmon was conquering this one. I don't think many of you are aware of the existence of Metamorphmon, so let me explain a little bit more about it. We're talking about a Mega level mutant Digimon who is a phantasmagoric replicating Digimon, meaning that it has the power to copy an opponent Digimon by memory. In the story, it transformed into the Imperial Dramon fighter mode we saw before, but it also transformed into Galdramon and even Ghoulmon. In other words, Metamorphmon can transform into many different Digimon, and after it's transformed, its powers completely recovers. On top of that, Metamorphmon's original strength is added into the copied opponent's strength, making it become even stronger than the opponent. So it is quite a threat, and it had been absorbing data and rampaged the world for quite some time. No monster had won against its strength, and many had died just to know that it came to be because of a sudden mutation. That's why APPMON summoned both humans to help them. And this is where the story became interesting. V-Tamer Taichi and Takuya did not get along in terms of battle strategy. Let me give you the details. It began with Zeromaru asking where Takuya's partner Digimon was. It's a good question because ever since they've been in this digital world, Takuya did not show his Digimon. In fact, he did not show that he can transform himself into a Digimon. After all, in the Frontier universe, there are no humans who are guiding Digimon. The humans become Digimon. This caused Takuya to become a bit arrogant by underestimating the role of Tamers. He even claimed that he would not need the help of Tamers as his fight style is different and he could just rely on his Digimon given powers. So he changed himself into Agnemon and went to confront Metamorphmon, who had metamorphed into Ghoulmon. And the battle went horribly wrong. Takuya got beaten despite all his strategies. And by every beating he got, the more he became arrogant, even asking Zeromaru to get on the sidelines and calling V-Tamer Taichi an ungrateful tamer. Because of these remarks, Zeromaru began to clash, and Metamorphmon took advantage of the moment by blasting both of them and almost killing the two. Takuya was in a critical condition, at least when compared to V-Tamer Taichi, but luckily for him he would be nursed back to good health. However, while waking up, he still continued claiming that his fighting style was different, and so he asked V-Tamer Taichi and Zeromaru to not get in his way. But his opinion would quickly change though, as Metamorphmon, who appeared as a Galdramon, would find their hiding place and launch an attack. In that moment, V-Tamer Taichi and Zeromaru were defending as Takuya was still recovering, and their teamwork was certainly a sight to behold. It became a moment which showed the importance of a tamer and Digimon relation. You see, despite Zeromaru being hurt because of their previous fight, still it appeared to be able to face Metamorphmon thanks to the instructions of V-Tamer Taichi, who used the experience of their previous battle to come up with new strategies. For example, Zeromaru was tasked to attack Metamorphmon's chest because V-Tamer Taichi had found that Metamorphmon always transformed from its chest. The memory circuit which contained the data of copied Digimon was in its chest after all. That's why they were beating that down first. This made Takuya introspect as he finally realized how important a tamer-Digimon relation is. He saw how important teamwork was, and that relying on raw power only was not always the way to go. Seeing how V-Tamer Taichi made judgments with such calmness made Takuya think of Koji and how he always remained calm in his judgments. So after apologizing to V-Tamer Taichi, Takuya transformed into Agnemon and joined the battle with Zeromaru, and together they managed to destroy the memory circuit. Metamorphmon still managed to turn into Agnemon, but that would ultimately become its end. You see, when Metamorphmon had turned into Agnemon, it became more powerful than Takuya's Agnemon. However, using some careful planning, Takuya would change into Vritramon to punch Metamorphmon in the chest at the last moment. The damage was done because Vritramon was more powerful than Agnemon. This made Metamorphmon revert back in its regular form, and it tried to scan Vritramon to copy its powers. However, as Vritramon reverted back into Takuya, Metamorphmon wasn't able to do the copy, leaving it vulnerable to Zeromaru to finish it off. This digital world was thereby saved, and both Takuya, Zeromaru, and V-Tamer Taichi returned to their respective digital worlds. In the timeline, there is also the moment where the Frontier children were invited to travel across the multiverse to join the other Tamers and chosen children from across the globe during the Cross Wars against Quartzmon. After all these sub-events, only then you have the battle against Lucimon taking place. CRUSADORmon and Dynasmon were ultimately successful in their goal to free Lucimon, who would blast the Chosen Children away with ease, causing them to flee to the yellow moon of the digital world. The two Royal Knights then asked if they could get the key to the human world, but were first tasked to defeat the Chosen Children, which they failed to do. Lucimon interrupted in the fight and took their powers to evolve into its fall-down mode, and defeated both Magna Garurumon and Kaiser Greymon. Its immense power even allowed it to destroy the yellow moon itself in a spectacular explosion, with the debris from its destruction subsequently destroying the other moons. As Lucimon believed that the Chosen Children were dead, it traveled back to the Dark Area to open a portal to Earth. However, the Chosen Children came back, determined to defeat it. Takuya and Koji would manage to summon Susanoo, who would defeat Lucimon. Susanoo is itself a god which governs over regeneration. It is said to be capable of erasing an existing system and capable of creating a new one. A defeated Lucimon would absorb the Dark Area and reach its final form, Lucimon's Satan mode. The dark demon dragon of the apocalypse, who should technically be impossible to be defeated, as the orb it is carrying can absorb all attacks and it has the ability to even pierce dimensional walls. Despite its strength, it would ultimately be defeated by the combined efforts of the Digidestined, with a Susanoo who would be able to overcome the beast and restore peace to the digital world. Also, during the final battle with Lucimon, Agnimon and the other spirit-evolved Digimon began to manifest as separate individuals due to the time the spirit had spent traveling with the Chosen Children. Meaning that after Lucimon's defeat, Agnimon was reborn and, along with the other reborn human form hybrids, would be entrusted with taking care of the digital world. The Chosen Children would then be sent back to the real world, which would bring their adventure to an end. After the Digimon Frontier arc, there is the audio drama of Digimon Frontier that we need to be taking into account. The audio is called Digimon Frontier Original Story Things That Want to Be Told. It's basically a compilation of letters in which the Digidestined wrote their deepest feelings to someone who they normally could not. The letters were set both during the Digidestined's travels in the digital world as well as after their return. To give you an example of a letter written during the Digimon Frontier story is that of Takuya Kanbara, who wrote to his family to inform them that he was alright despite not being present. He said that he could not come back for the moment as he had some things to do, meaning saving the digital world. An example of a letter written after the Digimon Frontier story is that of Koichi Kimura writing to his twin Koji. Koichi revealed that he felt guilty about the actions he did as a Duskmon when he was brainwashed and did everything Cherubimon asked him to do, including killings. The timeline of this universe would continue with the story of Digimon Frontier Another Mysterious Message, Who is the Culprit? It is a live reading set in the Digimon Frontier continuity and is a recitation drama set 2 years after the final episode of Digimon Frontier. It depicts the story of the first summer when Takuya Kanbara, who was an elementary school student at the time, entered junior high school. The story was about the Chosen Children who received a message from an unknown sender on their cell phones, who was asking them to take the 5:45 PM train to Shibuya Station and head for, quote-unquote, that elevator. At first, the Chosen Children became suspicious of each other. However, the culprits were ultimately revealed to be Agnimon and the other hybrid Digimon. They were brought to Shibuya, the place from where they initially departed for their adventure in the digital world, to have a small conversation with each other. Blitzmon explained that the digital world became like a completely new place, and Loimon explained that as long as the Chosen Children still have the spirits within their hearts, they should be able to see each other again. Whether they would meet again is not really known, though I believe the likeliness to be quite small. Reason why I say so is because there is a final story called The Train Known as Hope. It's a drama CD that is happening 7 to 8 years after the main events in Digimon Frontier. It's a story telling conversations that are held by the Chosen Children. For example, Takuya, who by then was 18 years old, talked to Tomoki, who was 16 years old. Takuya planned to go to the Series D Football Association in Italy and even learned some Italian, while Tomoki considered to run for the top of the Students' Association because he wanted to stop the bullying in his school. They also talked about some memories about the digital world, meaning that they might not have been in it since their last adventure. Another conversation is between Junpei and Izumi. Junpei became a first grade at music college learning about opera, while Izumi became a famous model for magazines. They also talked about some memories about the digital world. Kuchi and Koji also had a conversation, but there is a part in the story that might be a bit more important concerning this universe. At some point, you have Wolfmon and Loimon in the train, and they knew well about Koichi and Koji's daily lives. However, Koji and Koichi couldn't acknowledge their presence because they couldn't see, sense or hear Digimon, meaning that in this universe, all contact with the digital world ended up being shut down. The Digimon Savers universe, otherwise known as the Digimon Data Squad universe, is in and on itself extremely interesting with some important similarities with the universe of Digimon Tamers, but it still managed to remain quite unique. In the Tamers universe, you have the Japanese government organization Hypnos who prevented Digimon from entering the real world. They captured Digimon when they entered the real world, and when necessary, they covered up incidents caused by Digimon just to make sure the public remained unaware of the existence of Digimon and the digital world. In the Digimon Data Squad universe, there is a similar organization called the Digital Accident Tactics Squad, otherwise known as DATS. And to better understand the timeline of this universe, you don't even have to focus much on the characters. You'd only need to focus on the DATS organization, then its various missions, its eventual disassemble, which will ultimately result in the total collapse of humanity in this universe. Without further ado, here you have the timeline of the Data Squad universe. May it guide you well in the better understanding of the Digimon Multiverse. 10 years prior to the Digimon Data Squad arc, there were mysterious events occurring. For no apparent reason, people began disappearing one after another. So, in response to this phenomenon, a special team called the Digital World Exploration Party was organized by the National Confidentiality Ministry, which is a branch of the Japanese government. They gathered a group of people that specialized in different fields. The group consisted of a couple of police officers, Professor Daimon Suguru and his assistant Kurata Akihiro, and the Noguchi couple, who were the leading experts in hyperspace research. Concerning the Noguchi couple, you see, in a particular night, while conducting research in the space-time dimension, something went wrong and their baby Ikuto was sucked into the digital gate that was formed during their research. And Ikuto is not the only case of a human being trapped in the digital world as an infant. In the X universe, during the Digimon Re-Arise arc, there is a child that was born in the digital world and raised entirely by Digimon. Her name was Mon. We'll get to her once we get to the X universe. So, the Digital World Exploration Party entered the digital world and explored the area. Professor Suguru was overly fascinated by both the environment and the digital world. His colleague, on the other hand, reacted with nothing but fear towards the life forms that stood before them. When they encountered a Saber-Leomon, Kurata snapped and acted out of fear, triggering their prototype space-time oscillation bomb, which isn't your typical bomb. It's in fact a portal to get transported in and out of the digital world. It was still a prototype though. That's why they also had the effect of causing irrevocable, unstable rifts in the fabric of space-time dimension if used unintentionally, and actually weakened the barrier between the human and the digital worlds when detonated, with the result of enabling Digimon to just massively storm in the human world. So the digital gate was accidentally opened and Professor Suguru told the rest of the team to exit via the gate while he remained there to fight Saber-Leomon. While he had gone missing ever since, he did send blueprints for the Digivice, while at the same time sending Kudamon and Kamemon as emissaries to the human world, entrusting them with a message for the sake of fulfilling his wishes, which were 1. To cooperate with humans to create an organization that provided protection to any Digimon that wandered into the human world, and 2. Prevent Digimon from attacking humans. That organization would be called Digital Accident Tactics Squad or Digimon Data Squad. It became an international organization dedicated to keeping the peace between the human and the digital worlds by apprehending any Digimon that appear in the real world and neutralize any disruptions that may be caused by them. Once caught, the Digimon would be reverted back to their Digi-Eggs and returned to the digital world via what is called a digital dive. It's a procedure where one gets teleported to and from the digital world. The DATS organization can perform digital dives at will thanks to the machine they possess in their office. Speaking of digital dive, remember the character Mameo from the Digimon Adventure universe, the one who defeated Analog Man via a card game? Well, as a reward for having saved the digital world in the past, Mameo was rewarded with the power to digital dive, which he can use to visit not only his own digital world, but also the digital world of other universes. He used the technique to visit the virtual reality universe, specifically during the time of the Next Order arc. More on him in a moment. This was the core story behind the origins of the Data Squad universe. It became global, although we only got to see its Japanese branch, which was headquartered in Yokohama, and which fell under the direct jurisdiction of Japan's Confidentiality Ministry and overseen by the ministry's representative, Director Hashima, a man we never got to see. Again, for the timeline, it isn't that important to be focusing much on the characters, even if we're going to go over some of them. It's best to look at what happened to the organization. From the time of its conception to the time of its eventual decline, the Data Squad organization will entrust various missions to its officers. Let us take a look at these missions first. The Digimon Data Squad arc continued 10 years after the Digital World Exploration Party was created. It focused on Masaru Daimon, the son of the lead researcher Suguru, who lived alone with his mother and sister. He accidentally met an Agumon that escaped from the DATS labs and was lost in the human world. Annoyed by its wild nature, they embroiled in a fistfight which ended in a draw. They both grew to admire one another and became a new duo of tamer and Digimon partner. The duo would both join the DATS organization after meeting Yoshino Fujieda and her partner Lalamon, and Thomas Nornstein and his partner Gaomon, who would become their teammates. Their first mission together would begin when Mercurymon, one of the rulers of the digital world, appeared in the real world and caused damage along with Falcomon and Biomon. This provoked the DATS team to chase them down in the digital world. That's where they would encounter Ikuto Noguchi, the child of the Noguchi couple who accidentally warped him to the digital world during their research. The boy had developed a hatred towards humans because his adoptive mother Frigimon got killed by Kurata Akihiro, the assistant of Damon's father. And Kurata is arguably the most important character in the story, as he would become the main cause for Damon's first mission. You see, Kurata was a xenophobic man and was possessed by a fear and bigotry against Digimon. His main goal was to not only murder all Digimon, but it was also to install himself as the ruler of both the human world and the digital world. In order to make of his ambition a reality, he had several plans set in motion, which began back since the days of his exploration in the digital world. That's why I'll have to briefly take you back to what happened after he accidentally activated the prototype space-time oscillation bomb. There were two ongoing stories happening simultaneously, that of Suguru and that of Kurata. While Suguru was locked in the digital world after being separated from his team, he continued his quest as he sought peace between Digimon and humans. That's how he came across a Mercurymon who suggested that he should search for Yggdrasil, the omnipresent god of the digital world. It took him 10 years to find Yggdrasil, and in his search he encountered a Bancho Leomon. The two would eventually become close and developed a tamer-partner relation. Yggdrasil would appear physically, and believed that Suguru could be able to make peace between Digimon and humans. There was a potential to make of Suguru a sort of ambassador of peace between the two worlds. However, he would end up being imprisoned after Kurata launched his first attack to the digital world due to his experiences with the exploration party 10 years earlier. It was an exploration party which had a long-term effect on his mind. Kurata led an attack force into the digital world and used several artificially created gizmon to exterminate countless Digimon whom he believed were a menace and a threat to humanity. By killing them, including Ikuto's adoptive mother Fragments, he collected something known as Digimon life energy. It is the life force of a Digimon and is typically represented as yellow, luminous particles which disperse when a Digimon is permanently deleted or on the verge of deletion. With the life energy, Kurata planned on reviving APPMON and use its power to dominate over both the digital world and the real world. So, while Suguru negotiated an alliance hoping to bring peace between the humans and Digimon, Kurata worked towards invading the digital world. While being imprisoned, Suguru was about to be executed by the Royal Knights. That's why Bancho Leomon proposed to take his soul so that they can become one. Yggdrasil then took Suguru's body as hostage. After having deemed humanity unworthy of survival due to the crisis that they had brought to the digital world, Yggdrasil then ordered the Royal Knights to eradicate humanity and destroy the real world, in order to avert the destruction of the digital world by collision with the real world. Kurata would succeed in reviving APPMON, who was an unstoppable behemoth, rampaging everything as it went along. This prompted the National Confidentiality Ministry to launch aerial attacks against it with a missile-equipped helicopter, though that wouldn't even inflict the most minor damage. APPMON became even more dangerous as it had swallowed space-time oscillation bombs and fired beams which slashed through the air, forming rifts in the space-time dimension. It took a Shine Greymon to evolve into its burst mode to put an end to the Demon Lord, and as a result of a significantly weakened interdimensional barrier between both worlds, a massive explosion ensued when Kurata pressed a trigger to detonate a space-time oscillation bomb. He got caught in an explosion and disappeared. To finish the story, Masaru was resolved to discover the truth of what became of his father, so he embarked on a quest to find Yggdrasil. Much to his shock, he found out that his father did not recall any memories or feelings towards him. That's not much of a surprise, as it was Yggdrasil who controlled the body. When Masaru fought against the body of his father, Suguru spoke through Bancho Leomon and revealed the truth. He asked Masaru to destroy his body, and so Shine Greymon took out the possessed Suguru, destroying both his and Bancho Leomon's bodies. You see, after Yggdrasil's 70S form was destroyed, a second form emerged in the appearance of a crystalline figure. Masaru punched it in the face, shattering it completely. After its defeat, Yggdrasil decided to lay itself to rest and later restored Suguru's body. This deactivation would be the first of the many mistakes happening in this universe, which I believe would eventually cause its collapse later on. But in all cases, this was the story on which the Digimon Data Squad universe had been built on. It's not just the creation of the Data Squad organization that was highlighted, but we also got to see the many missions they went on. So it's really less about the characters, but more on how the Data Squad organization was operating within the universe. There are about 4 missions or 4 stories which happened before the Data Squad organization was going to create a sub-organization called the Tamer Union. We're first going to go through those missions. And you know what? These missions shouldn't necessarily be given a chronological order. That is not really relevant for the timeline. One mission happened in the short movie called Digimon Savers 3D, The Digital World in Imminent Danger. It's a moment where Agumon, Gaomon, and Lalamon decided to go to the digital world and ended up arriving in an area resembling a theme park filled with many other Digimon, including a Kalumon, who decided to follow them. After hopping on a vehicle resembling a roller coaster cart, they ended up landing in an area resembling the Dark Area, where they encountered an Armageddon who broke down data and absorbed it. A fight followed, and Agumon, who digivolved into Geogreymon, and Gaomon, who digivolved into Gaogamon, managed to defeat it with the help of Galumon, who used its power to negate the black hole that was generated underneath it. Another small mission is when Masaru was invited to participate in Colosseum battles in the X universe during the time of the Digimon Redigitize Decode arc. He competed against Taiga and lost the battle. Masaru had loved to have fought himself as a human, but that was not allowed in that universe. Masaru was also invited to battle against Quartzmon in the Cross Wars universe. He joined the Tamers and Digidestined from across the multiverse and surprised them, as it is a rare sight to see humans physically fight against Digimon. Another mission happened during the Digimon Savers Another Mission game, also known as Digimon World Data Squad. There were 5 children who had gone missing throughout the world, and among them you had Yuma, who was the sister of Tsukasa Kagura, a researcher who helped the Data Squad to search for the missing children. What's interesting is that Kagura warned the DAT members that their Digimon may not digivolve into the same Digimon due to the activities in the Dark Area, hence being responsible for the multiple evolution routes the Digimon can take in this story. This information confirmed the presence of the Dark Area in this universe. After a series of earthquakes, the DATS members found the source to be Belphimon, who they confronted and defeated. But strangely, a boy was rescued from some of Belphimon's data, and he held the sloth code key, which took the form of a card. However, before Masaru and his team had the chance to analyze it, the key would be snatched by a private investigator named Kosaburo Katsura and his Biomon. And Katsura is an interesting character. He is a civilian with a Digimon partner that acts outside the rules of the Data Squad, and it had been implied that he had interfered in some of their missions in the past, especially when his clients' requests were at odds with Data Squad's assigned missions. No one knew how he had access to the digital world without the digital dive technology, and yet he had no problem to move freely from and to the digital world. He had taken on a client who had requested that he collected the code keys of the 7 Great Demon Lords. And speaking of the code keys, they are 7 mystical cards, and each of them can be used to transform a child exhibiting a deadly sin into the Demon Lord, matching the crest depicted on the card. In other words, it's almost as if the 7 Demon Lords were sealed in those cards, requiring a human as either a sacrifice or maybe a vessel to enable them to come to life. Anyway, the story would continue with the Data Squad fighting Babamon, who would be defeated, and another child who held the code key of greed would be rescued from it. The key would also be snatched by Katsura. The only time he failed to steal one of those code keys was when the Data Squad defeated Lilithmon, who, after defeated, became Yuma Kagura, the sister of the researcher Tsukasa. They took hold of the code key of Lost, which Katsura wanted for himself, but he got defeated and had to escape. Unable to collect the code key, Katsura contacted his client and informed him of the situation. The client had accepted that the Data Squad had gotten the code key of Lost and told Katsura to transfer the other 2 code keys' data to him in exchange for wiring payment. The client stated that this marked the end of their business contract, and moments after the transfer was complete, both Katsura and Biomon were attacked by a demon, almost losing their lives. In the meanwhile, the DATS team continued their rescue mission. They battled a Leviamon, defeated it, rescued another girl, and received the code key of Envy, which Tsukasa would hold. Now here is where it got interesting. An injured Katsura would arrive to tell them that Tsukasa was the unknown client he was working with, since he planted a tracking program on the code keys that he sent to his client just in case a tense situation should arise. The Data Squad was obviously skeptical of these claims, as the words did come from a snatcher after all. They were willing to trust their teammate first, but just to be certain, they did ask Tsukasa to prove himself. Though the evidence of Kagura was much too solid, pushing him to give up the ruse. He then snatched the code key of Envy at the occasion and escaped the scene. Reason why Tsukasa was doing all of this is because he wanted to release Lucimon, tame it, and become the strongest tamer. That's why he had his henchman Digimon kidnap the children and transform them into demon lords. He knew that all the malice, sadness and twisted feelings in the world had gathered in the dark area. Thus he theorized that the negative feelings of children who were captured could create demon lords with the help of the code keys. That's why he told Demon, who wanted to go to the real world, that the only way for it to do so was by retrieving the code keys to release the seal on Lucimon. Tsukasa's motivation and determination came from his pride at being a genius. He was wounded when Thomas became his underclassman and made him look merely average. Not only did he vow to surpass him at any cost, he also wanted to become the ideal brother for his sister. So he created in secret a Digivice that would enable him to fully awaken Lucimon. Katsura had decided to join the team along with Yuma to stop Tsukasa, and so they went to battle Demon 2 times. The first time made Demon drop a Digivice, and the second time made it revert into a man named Masaki Nita. He was once a Data Squad officer who quit after having injured a criminal with his Digimon partner. He was among the people who had gone missing. When Nita regained awareness after having been defeated, he revealed that he had actually accepted to become a Digimon. He wanted specifically to become the Digimon of his daughter Manami. The Digivice he carried, which he dropped as a demon, was meant for his daughter. However, because the device locked on to his digital signature, he could never go back to being a human again, even after being defeated. So, before vanishing, he revealed that Tsukasa had the code key of Wrath, thus having all the code keys, meaning that of Wrath, Gluttony, Greed, Sloth, Envy and Lust to unseal Lucimon, which he ended up doing. Maybe a small side note for you all. Considering the fact that Lucimon had been sealed, I believe this could be a hint that an ancient digital world in the Digimon Data Squad universe had existed. That's why I added Lucimon in the timeline and put it at the side indicating an ancient digital world. I did that because, generally speaking, Lucimon's story is pretty much the same across the multiverse, but always with some slight differences. In case you haven't noticed, many of these universes are sort of like what-if stories from each other. There are stories where Lucimon was sealed after having rebelled against God. In other stories, Lucimon rebelled with many other Digimon, and in other stories, Lucimon did not yet rebel. So, many what-if stories, but each of them canon in their own continuities. I'll tell more about those what-if stories in the final chapter of this video. While it may look as if Tsukasa had control of the entirety of the story, the truth is that it was Lucimon who schemed and plotted everything behind the scenes. It revealed that it manipulated Tsukasa's envy towards Thomas, making him succumb to pride. That's why Lucimon was capable of absorbing him, as he became the final code key of pride. The first 6 keys were to free Lucimon from its physical state of frozen imprisonment in a dark area, and the code key of pride was necessary for Lucimon to leave the boundaries of the dark area in which he was trapped. Now Lucimon would end up being defeated by the Data Squad, and Tsukasa would emerge from Lucimon's data. He was then told to answer for his actions even though he was manipulated by Lucimon. I'd like to make a small correction concerning Digimon World's Data Squad's place in the timeline. You see, in a conversation between Kagura, Masaru, Thomas and the group, Agumon explained that Masaru's father was missing, meaning that the story should be taking place during the events of the Digimon Data Squad anime and not after. Yep, the Digimon timeline is complicated. Good thing I went through it. After these 4 missions, there is the story of Digimon World DS, otherwise known as Digimon Story, taking place. It's an arc about a young boy who heard rumors about Digimon and had gotten curious. As the boy has no real name, let's call him Jesse-sama, for the sake of comprehension. Remember that the Digimon Data Squad organization is just like the Hypnos from the TAMERS universe. They are keen on making cover-ups, meaning that not many might truly be aware of the existence of Digimon, even if Belphemon nearly destroyed the world during the Data Squad arc. It is possible that Jesse-sama was only a child when Belphemon got in the scene, and he might not have been truly aware of what was happening. So, to substantiate the rumors, he sneaked into the school computer room and had gotten himself transported to the digital world, where he got to meet a person by the name of Haruhiko Kogure. He's a researcher in the digital world nicknamed Mr. Gure, a man who believed in a world where Digimon and humans can coexist peacefully despite the occasional clashes that emerge every now and then. After Jessie-sama had touched the computer's monitor, Mr. Gure had gathered his bioenergy data and found in him the potential to become a tamer. That is why he introduced him to Clavis Angemon, the leader of an organization called Tamer Union, an organization that has to be discussed if we want to understand the timeline of this universe. You see, the Tamer Union is an organization of tamers who joined forces to maintain order in the digital world by solving quests for Digimon. It was founded by the Digimon Data Squad organization and sort of led its own existence. In many ways, the Tamer Union resembled the ninja ranking in the Naruto franchise, where you have the levels of apprentice, average, elite, and leader ninjas. The Tamer Union is similar, as tamers are also classified by ranks, and each of the 4 holy beasts, along with Clavis Angemon, are responsible for each type of tamer. Better said, humans are trained and supervised by the 4 holy beasts, while Digimon are trained by Clavis Angemon. Azulongmon is responsible for the normal tamers. Ebonwumon looks after the bronze tamers. Baihumon looks after the silver tamers, and Jukiaomon looks after the gold tamers. There is an exceptional rank of platinum tamers, and they are under the supervision of Clavis Angemon. While the Tamer Union had its merits and did accomplish enough to be impressed of, still the group was not considered legitimate enough by an organization called Gaia Origin. They are self-proclaimed guardians of the digital world, consisting of Ophanimon, Chaos Dukemon, Alphamon, Apocalypmon, Billsmon Blast Mode, Duftmon, Gallantmon Crimson Mode, Omnimon, Slipemon, Susanumon, and Zed Millenniummon. We'll get to them in a moment. By the time Jessie-sama had gotten into the digital world, any crisis he had to confront had been orchestrated by Alphamon, who was called Unknown D. Its short to long-term goal was to eliminate the entirety of the human race, believing that they were a threat to Digimon. And this plan would eventually wake up Chronomon, a powerful entity that should have its own video in the channel. The only time I spoke about it was when we compared it to the Pokemon Arceus, and the reactions were interesting to say the least. Chronomon is an Ultra-level Digimon. Ultra is also known as Super Mega or Super Ultimate depending on the media. It's a title only few Digimon managed to get. This Digimon was Alphamon's ultimate goal and was to be used to remove all humans from the digital world. However, while being deemed the legendary Digimon, he still was kept hidden in a Digi-Egg and protected by a healing plant armed with 4 elemental pods. You see, for Alphamon to make of its goal a reality, it first planned to brainwash a tamer called Kane. The point of the brainwashing was to make him the tamer of Chronomon, as humans have the ability to make Digimon reach their full potential. If its plan worked out, it would mean that Alphamon would be given orders to Kane, who himself would be giving orders to Chronomon. However, when they managed to wake up the legendary Digimon, it did not want to do as commanded. Chronomon could not reach its full potential because, despite Kane's power, he lacked heart. So Chronomon's heart became a reflection of Kane's heart, and because Alphamon took over Kane, the latter's darkness was now instilled in Chronomon's heart, turning it into a Digimon that would destroy the entire digital world. Alphamon did regret its actions, as its goal was ultimately to make the digital world a better place for Digimon. Its plan wasn't at all to destroy its own livelihood. That's why it tried to stop Chronomon, but in vain. Jessie-sama did manage to subdue the legendary Digimon by turning it into its holy mode, by showing a pure heart. After the protagonist was called Tamer King, he was immediately challenged by the 7 Great Demon Lords, who demanded a series of duels and threatened to destroy the digital world if he either lost the battle or told anyone about the fight. So the Tamer King battled them one by one, defeating them all. Though I have to highlight that it was only when Jessie-sama fought Belphimon that the Digimon Data Squad received a tip about its location. That's when Masaru, Thomas and Yoshi joined in the battle but were soundly repelled. Luckily, the Tamer King managed to triumph in spite of this, showing that the Data Squad could rely on the Tamer Union in moments of great need. Sometime after Digimon World DS, there's the Digimon Sunburst and Moonlight arc. Depending on the media, the story is also called Digimon Dawn and Dusk. In this story we learned that the once renowned Tamer Union ended up being divided into two groups. It wasn't clear what caused this break. Was there a conflict or a difference in ideology? That wasn't exactly specified. However, what can be told is that the two groups were at odds with each other. Both groups inhabit two halves of an island and have their own respective cities. The first group was called Lightfang. Its members resided in Shine City and were overseen by Ophanimon and Chief Glare. Remember that this is not the first time we mentioned the Lightfang organization. We theorized that the members could have come in contact with the Whitefang group from the Adventure universe, who had tried to kidnap Meikomon. They might have gained inspiration from them, hence the name Lightfang, but that's just a theory. Anyway, the second group is called Nightclaw. Its members resided in Darkmoon City and were overseen by Chaos Dukemon and Chief Julia. Mind you that both Ophanimon and Chaos Dukemon were once members of Gaia Origin, who, at this point, still didn't acknowledge the Tamer Union. They left the group to lead the now divided Tamer Union. The Lightfang and Nightclaw had a tradition to compete in tournaments against one another, perhaps as a way to show some friendly rivalry, or maybe as a way to test each other's strength. It was also the case that they would extend invitations for these tournaments, as Tamer guests from inside and from across the multiverse would join the competition. Let me give you a couple of examples. You see, the main character of this story is a young woman named Sayo, who was from the Nightclaw Tamer group. She entered the tournament and competed against Koguri Haruhiko. Remember the character? He was the researcher who scanned the bioenergy data from Jessie-sama in the time of Digimon World DS. He became known as the legendary Tamer and managed to tame Chronomon. What's interesting is that he appeared as a much younger version of himself. He is an example of a Tamer from inside the universe to be invited as a guest. Sayo would also compete against Yoshino, Ikuto, Masaru and Thomas, even managing to defeat them and eventually attain the rank of Platinum Tamer. So it's quite the accomplishment, though it is again an invitation of guests from inside the universe. An example of Tamers coming from across the multiverse were Tatsuno Tsurugi, Inui Yu, and Kahara Shu. They are the main characters from the Digimon Next arc, which took place in the virtual reality universe. They came from quite a distance, and we're going to get to their story in a moment. We're not going to get too deep into the Digimon World Dawn and Dusk story. However, there are a few things I'd like to point out because the tournament is just one small aspect of it. When looking at the problem the Lightfang and Nightclaw groups have had to face in this story, this universe could have potentially been wiped out. Allow me to briefly tell you what happened. The story is about a project called Ymir, which was cancelled long ago. The goal was to set a lifespan on Digimon in order to make them evolve like humans. Although the project was cancelled, it produced the Chrono data in the form of Chronomon Holy Mode. It's a different Chronomon than the one partnered with Mr. Gore, and it is likely that this story is happening in a different digital world but still in the same Data Squad universe. As Chronomon had been forced into its destroy mode, it unwillingly created the Chronocore virus, which set out to take down Yggdrasil and rewrite the digital world to make the digital world perish. To tell you the truth, I think that the Chronocore virus is an extremely interesting concept, as it was more than just your standard virus. For example, it had gained sentience, meaning that it had a certain consciousness and awareness of its surroundings. The problem is that its instinct told it to make plans to destroy the digital world, and it did have enough capabilities to make of its plan a reality. For example, the virus can fuse itself on Digimon to both enhance their abilities and give them special abilities. Grimmon, the Digimon representation of the Grim Reaper, is one such example. When the virus fused with it, it became Chaos Grimmon, a life form hosting holy powers within the right half of its body and dark powers within the left half. it gained the Chrono Destruction ability, which degrades and ultimately destroys any data in the digital world. The Chrono Core allowed Grimmon to steal all of the Digi-Intellectia produced by Calumon to improve itself. As a consequence, the virus sort of became a god of Digivolution with the ability to control all Digivolution in the digital world, meaning that if it so wanted, it could revert Digimon into Digi-Eggs regardless of their levels. To be honest, this is not a small feat and easily propels the Chronovirus to the levels of universal and potentially multiversal threats. After all, the best way to save a threat in the digital world is by using Digimon at the Mega level, but if they are reverted back to Digi-Eggs, then theoretically speaking, there is not much one could do against said threat. However, despite being this powerful, Sayo was capable of freeing many out of the Chrono Core's control, and it would force the virus to evolve into Chaos Grimmon. It would also force the virus to evolve Chaos Grimmon into Exo Grimmon, but that would not be sufficient, it would ultimately be destroyed. With the threat being subdued, Sayo was challenged by Gaia Origins, the self-proclaimed guardians of the digital world. After their defeat, the Tamer Union was officially recognized as worthy and capable protectors of the digital world. Sometime after the story, Sayo made a couple of travels to various universes. She traveled to the Cross Wars universe to participate in a Gold Tamer match by leading Team Moonlight. It's a battle which happened in their Digi-Colosseum, a place with great history. I'll make sure to tell more about it once we get there. She also traveled to the Virtual Reality universe during the Cyber Sleuth arc. She went there because when she killed the 7 Great Demon Lords in her own universe, a curse from defeating them caused her partner Dianamon to be sealed away. Seeking help, a woman named Mirai Mikagura came to her aid, causing Sayo to dimension hop into the Cyber Sleuth universe. In their quest to help Sayo, Mirai did say something very important concerning the 7 Great Demon Lords. She said that these 7 chief nobilities of the Dark Area are multiversal constants who exist throughout the entire multiverse. She continued by explaining that all versions in existence are just fractions of the original Demon Lord, and the reason for their multiple existences is because of the power they possess. As they are this powerful, the will of the universes couldn't allow such extraordinary powerful beings to exist, so they were dispersed across the multiverse in order to weaken their powers. This phenomenon is described as a providence of the universe. It's a system that isn't maintained by anyone and simply naturally works. It's a method of self-protection. However, each version of a Demon Lord is connected to its other versions, and when an avatar is defeated, their powers are sent to all other avatars throughout the multiverse. Meaning that the more a Demon Lord gets killed, the stronger they'll become until they might end up becoming unstoppable. It shows how connected the universes are. Killing one Demon Lord in Universe A might make killing a Demon Lord in Universe B more difficult. That's why it is best to seal them instead of killing. The problem with seals is that they are not always sufficient, they tend to break, or Digimon still manage to work their ways around. Belphemon, for example, was deliberately sealed in the Dark Area and its data had been put in a sleep state, presumably by the digital world system, because its strength is too immense, and yet there are quite a few occasions where it had woken up, causing immense damage. Lucimon has also been shown an expert at manipulating events despite having been sealed in the Dark Area. Its influence down there even was felt as high as in the Digimon heavens. So the question is, what can you do when killing a Demon Lord is only making another stronger? What can you do when sealing a Demon Lord still makes them capable of manipulating events and even escape their seals? Anyway, Sayo, Mirai, and Aiba did manage to rescue Dianamon, and both Tamer and Digimon Partner probably returned to the Data Squad universe. I say probably because we don't know what happened to Sayo after her trip to the Virtual Reality universe. There is a possibility that she even might have a grim fate because it has been implied that the story of Digimon Lost Evolution would be taking place right after her trip. But before discussing this arc, I believe it would make a bit more sense for the timeline if the epilogue of the Digimon Data Squad anime would happen around the time where the Digimon Lost Evolution arc would be taking place, probably sometime before. meaning that we're already 5 years after the events of the Data Squad anime. Thomas Nornstein had become the youngest scientist to have won the Nobel Prize after having managed to find a cure for his sister Relina's illness. She was born with a rare disease that could not be treated at the time. That's one of the reasons she could barely walk and had to rely on a wheelchair. Yoshi had joined the police force along with other members of the Data Squad, in a way showing that the main characters sort of moved on with their lives. In reality, why wouldn't they? The Tamers Union was already created and, despite their division, they had pretty much proven capable of protecting the digital world. After all, they were even recognized by Gaia Origin. Masaru was the only one who remained with Agumon, and they had become their own peacekeepers in the digital world, breaking up fighting between rival Digimon factions. So, while they were all of them living their own lives, you had the Digimon Lost Evolution arc that was taking place. And I see this story as the start of the decline of the Data Squad universe. It'll be clear in a moment. The Lost Evolution story began with a disaster, as Tamers who fought alongside Digimon have been missing one by one. Sayu might even have been among them. As the remaining Digimon were left by themselves and found out that they were being eyed by an unsettling group, Agumon decided to search for Tamers. That's why it headed off to the real world. It arrived at the moment a firework competition was taking place. While the digital world was going through a crisis, in the real world it was a time of magnificent festivities. A group of children headed behind the mountain to investigate the ball of light that had fallen there. They met with Agumon and answered its call for help. They headed for the digital world in pursuit of the mysterious people who had abducted the Tamers. Allow me to show an interesting comment which pretty much sums up the entire story of Digimon Lost Evolution. J. Ukyu wrote the following. Lost Evolution directly references the events of Dawn Dusk, talking about how the Tamers Union fell between the end of Dawn Dusk and the start of Lost Evolution. However, there is some oblique mention of multiple servers of the DS, Dawn Dusk, Lost Evolution digital world. So it's possible that Lost Evolution is intended to take place in some alternate server of the Dawn Dusk world. Perhaps Lost Evolution continues on from Dawn while Dusk's timeline continued on as if the Tamer Union never crumbled. It's notable that Lost Evolution's central conceit is that there is a big central archive where all possible Digimon evolution trees are stored, in a place called the Yggdra Room, maintained by a lone Calumon engineer. And the bad guys who destroyed the Tamers Union are also responsible for mostly breaking the Yggdra Room, meaning that a lot of Digimon can't evolve anymore until the hero fixes the evolution trees. This Yggdra Room is located on an island we never visit in Dawn and Dusk, so it's possible it was there but never mentioned, but it does seem like the writers made up the alternate server concept just to explain why we never saw the Yggdra Room evolution trees in Dawn and Dusk. It's very important that we discuss the Yggdra Room because it probably had gone unnoticed by most. You see, the Digimon Data Squad universe truly expanded upon the story of Yggdrasil, clearly stating that it is a god that is both everywhere and nowhere, and has no form, cannot be observed, and can only be felt. However, it was further explained that the Yggdrasil system gave itself the form of a world tree in response to human emotions, but until then, it had never appeared physically in the digital world. During the Digimon Data Squad story, Yggdrasil gave itself the 7D6 avatar so it could finally affect the digital world physically. This form did come with drawbacks because it could also be hit, which led to its ultimate deactivation by Masaru. In the Lost Evolution story, we were introduced to the Yggdra Room and we saw the image of a tree with 9 spheres. For those who are a bit familiar with Nordic mythology, the Norse tree of life called Yggdrasil encompasses all 9 worlds that are part of the ancient Norse view of the cosmos. I may be going too far in the realm of theories, but this concept of having a giant digital tree which connects one realm to the other is not far-fetched at all. Think about it, there is Infinity Mountain who has multiple floors inside and, as explained, depending on what floor one decides to exit the mountain, the person or Digimon might end up in a totally different universe altogether. That's why the name of the mountain is so suitable. It's not infinite in size per se, but rather infinite in the amount of universes that connect to it. And the same might be applied to the server tree and its 9 spheres, whose picture can be found in the Yggdra room. As had been said both in the Cross Wars universe and the Data Squad universe, the tree is the origin of all Digimon in the digital world. This further confirms that both the Cross Wars universe and the Data Squad universe are closely related, a bit like how the Adventure universe is closely related to that of the TAMERS universe. Anyway, the Lost Evolution story is pretty simple to explain, even if it had some relatively confusing aspects to it. The one behind the abduction of TAMERS is an avatar that goes by the name of Colonel. I say avatar because Colonel is a virtual clone of a person said to have created a digital world. He died but left his avatar behind in the hope that it would take his place and protect the digital world. However, the protection failed as the avatar would instead oppose Yggdrasil. If we take into account the entire timeline, it's possible that Colonel fought against the host computer multiple times and failed. That's perhaps one of the reasons why Yggdrasil, during the Digimon Data Squad anime, said that there were too many incidents in the digital world which involved humans. The fights of Colonel against Yggdrasil might have happened before the Digimon Data Squad anime took place. By now we know that Yggdrasil had been deactivated by Masaru, right? This sort of left Colonel with much room to do as pleased. So it took the liberty of destroying the evolutionary tree that rules this universe, causing most Digimon to not be able to digivolve anymore. It's a brilliant plan which, when you think about it, is almost the same thing the Chronocore virus was doing but much better. The Chronocore virus had the ability to control Digivolution, while Colonel destroyed Digivolution for most Digimon out there. It destroyed most Digimon's abilities to grow stronger, which is one of the most dangerous situations a digital world can get into. That's why I was telling previously that humanity in this universe is likely to be extinct. We're almost there. Colonel believed that the existence of Tamers, Digimon and even evolution are nothing but useless data that needed to be wiped out. That's why it created a group called the Erasers to send all the data back to where they came from, the ancient tree, said to be the origin of data and evolution itself. Colonel would reveal 2 important points to the protagonist of the story. It would first tell that the Tamers Union are no longer existing, meaning that there are no Light Fang nor Night Claw Tamers anymore to serve as the primary line of defense. This essentially meant that this universe was left unprotected, as even Yggdrasil had been missing since Masaru had been deactivated. Second thing that Colonel revealed was its final plan, which was to gather all the data of all Tamers and Digimon of the digital world so that all would return to the ancient tree. Colonel would then take this data and become one with all that already existed, which it ended up doing. When he was confronted by the protagonist, when they were inside the ancient tree, it transformed into an entity called Giga Devast, and after being defeated, it transformed into Terra Devast, a digital lifeform who arguably is among the more powerful within the Digimon Multiverse, as the power it had came directly from the ancient tree. And don't forget that in this universe, the ancient tree is meant to be Yggdrasil, meaning that all data that exists came from Yggdrasil and all power of Digivolution belonged to this host computer. While being ever powerful and technically having become another Yggdrasil, Terra Devast was ultimately defeated by the protagonist. So the question is whether it truly was a win. When looking at the timeline, we learned that Yggdrasil got deactivated by the Digimon Data Squad. They took it upon their own hand to protect the digital world instead. It is possible that the challenges grew too big, and so they created the Tamers Union. This group became divided for reasons unknown and were ultimately dissolved, with the fate of many left unknown. Then there is Colonel, who destroyed the server tree, which stopped most Digimon from digivolving. Even if the server tree might have been fixed at the end of the story, nothing guaranteed that the server tree was fixed for all Digimon. Meaning that the digital worlds in this universe didn't have a host computer anymore, didn't have protectors, and most probably couldn't digivolve any longer. This led to the final story of this timeline, namely that of Digimon Saver's ultimate power, Activate Burst Mode. It's a story in a post-apocalyptic universe where all humans, including Masaru and his teammates, were put in an eternal sleep. The only ones who remained were Agumon, Gaomon, and Lalamon. All you need to do is look at the city, or rather what's left of it, to understand that the situation is much more grave than ever imagined. Not even Belphemon managed to put the world in such a state. Agumon, Gaomon, and Lalamon saved a young girl called Rhythm, who looks human but is in fact a Digimon, and it explained that the thorns you could find everywhere in the city were the work of a Digimon named Argumon, who resided atop a skyscraper. Argumon on its own really managed to put all of humanity to sleep. I could continue explaining the story, but I'd rather not, because the Digimon developers have sort of tried to make it all seem like a joke to, I believe, hide a somewhat stronger message. Let me explain. You see, it's not new when I say that the Digimon developers have always somewhat struggled with their audience. Is it a kids show, or a show for young adults? These are but a few of the many questions explaining why one universe looks completely different than the other. It's because the developers didn't always know what direction to take. But again, when we look back at the Data Squad timeline, isn't the direction of this universe clear? What did you think would happen to this universe when Yggdrasil was being deactivated? It was no longer there to reboot the world if necessary. The Tamer Union clearly failed their main goal. They were gone, just like the server tree, which would at least have given some power to Digimon to fight back. With all of these missing, it would have only been a matter of time before a Digimon got powerful enough with little competition to stop it. It was only a matter of time before that same Digimon would manage to get to the real world, and it's only a matter of time before it would end up causing real damage. And Digimon kill, ladies and gentlemen, they kill. By now I have shown you several cases of Digimon being capable of harming and outright killing humans. The intention was certainly more than present. The Digimon Saver's Ultimate Power Activate Burst Mode movie is showing us a world where humanity had been put in an eternal sleep. However, I can tell you without hesitation that if the Digimon developers were not struggling with their audience, humanity would technically be dead. Think about it. If Argumon can put them all to sleep, why not simply kill all of them? After all, we are talking about a virus-type Digimon. They are Digimon that devour data and are recognized as evil Digimon. They seek to modify their surrounding environment according to their wishes and desire power above all. That's why they are often greedy, selfish, wild, or evil in the pursuit of it. If you are not convinced of humanity being gone by the time of this movie, I think I have another way to prove it. You just have to take a look at the end credits of the movie and see what the Digimon developers have tried to do. The end credits were like Jackie Chan's end credits, where you can see the bloopers, which are sometimes meant to make people laugh. The Digimon developers made it seem as if everything was just a set, a show. Probably to assure the youngest watchers that it was all just a joke and that the post-apocalyptic universe was not a reality. Which is a bit odd, because why only give this movie such an end credit? Why give this movie a blooper ending, knowing that when we follow the timeline, a post-apocalyptic universe was not at all far-fetched, considering the decisions that humanity have made? I'll give you an answer to the questions. It's because the movie itself was the Digimon developers experimenting once more with dark themes and then giving something light at the end just to avoid traumatizing children. But again, look at the timeline. Look at what happened to Yggdrasil, the ancient tree, the Tamer Union. Do you really believe that humanity would be able to last? Do you really believe that the apocalypse wouldn't arrive full force, destroying humanity who never was prepared to deal with Digimon in the first place? I'll tell you this, when Masaru had deactivated Yggdrasil, he unwillingly and unknowingly had sealed the fate of his universe. When deactivating Yggdrasil, he had chosen death. The Cross Wars universe, also called the Fusion universe. We did mention it a couple of times before, as it is in this universe that many Tamers were invited to participate in a fight against Quartzmon. If I may say, It definitely isn't the most complicated universe to explain, however, it does have some aspects to it which makes it a bit more of a challenge. This universe is essentially a sort of stealth crossover between practically all the products of the franchise at that time. It took aspects from virtually everywhere, not only as simple references but as an essential part of the plot. However, having gone through the various source materials concerning this universe, what I came to conclude is that its digital world as a whole, including the parallel worlds and dimensions, are heavily connected to the Data Squad universe. In fact, it reached a point where one action taken in the Data Squad universe severely influenced the course taken in the Cross Wars universe. Anyway, here you have the timeline of the Cross Wars universe. May it guide you well in your quest to better understand the Digimon Multiverse. Before telling you what exactly caused the Cross Wars from happening, I will first have to bring you back into the past. I have to bring you to a lesser known war called the Liberation and Revolution Wars. It's a conflict during which Digimon were infected by a crack program called Tempest, which was released by the 7 Great Demon Lords. What it does is overwrite a Digimon's Digicore, causing their digital data, naturally expressed in binary numbers, to become converted into ternary numbers, causing the infected Digimon to go wild and lose control, infecting other Digimon in the process. It's basically the same infection caused by Makermon in the Adventure universe. As a result of the Tempest virus, many were infected, including the Digimon Sovereigns who protected the digital world. This led to a widespread chaos which had been nicknamed the Tempest Crisis. To solve the crisis, 2 Digivices were formulated, the Digimon Twin L and the Digimon Twin R. The Tamers who had gotten themselves involved to confront the Tempest virus were divided into 2 different groups and were given one of those Digivices. Those with the Digimon Twin L Digivice were brought to the Liberation faction, which consisted of Beast-type Digimon specializing in speed. Those who were given a Digimon Twin R Digivice joined the Revolution faction, which comprised of Dragon-type Digimon specializing in power. While the tools were meant to help Tamers in their battle for saving the digital world, both groups would lose their purpose and even come into a conflict for supremacy of the fight. For example, 2 Tamers, one of the Revolution faction and one of the Liberation faction, would go and fight an infected Azulongmon with their Digimon partners Metalgarurumon and Gallantmon. As both would be fighting uncooperatively, not only wouldn't they be able to harm the Holy Beast, they would ultimately be defeated, with both partner Digimon even dying. When Azulongmon regained its sanity, it delivered a special program to modify the data of the 2 Digimon who perished as a precaution. 2 never-before-seen Digi-Eggs would be created to hatch at the appropriate time. We're going to get to these Digi-Eggs in a moment. It was Commander Yu who put an end to the Liberation and Revolution wars after he united the 2 armies as one and organized friendly battles so that they could grow as united Tamers. As a consequence of the Tamers being united, the Dark Area would manifest itself in the center of the digital world, leading to an infected Hanglungmon and Ogudumon to be released. When Hanglungmon got in its infected mode, or Rune mode as it is officially called, it had gone completely berserk after being imbued with malice energy. It had lost its goodness and light and became a being inclined towards evil and darkness alone, rampaging to bring the world to ruin. Ogudumon is a super demon lord and the combination of all 7 great demon lords. As it included the whole of the digital world's sins and moreover is a mysterious personification with the ability to atone for them all, the power of a Digimon with even a small amount of malice is counterbalanced, making it theoretically impossible to defeat it. However, in a combined effort of all Tamers who were united behind one purpose, along with their Digimon partners, they confronted the forces of darkness. The mysterious Digi-Eggs left behind by Azulongmon would hatch into the Arbitrator Digimon Seedgarurumon and Victory Greymon, 2 Digimon who were in the possession of an evolutionary code that differ from Digimon that were naturally born in the digital world. They can only be produced due to artificial data intervention. An Examon would also join the war, it is one of the Royal Knights who had been nicknamed the Dragon Emperor, because while belonging to the Royal Knights, it is simultaneously a being which stands at the top of all Dragon Digimon. It is XROS who would give the final blow to Agudumon, and peace would temporarily be brought back to the digital world. I say temporarily because not only did the Digimon Twin Digivices bring the problems of the Liberation and Revolution Wars, but it also paved the way for the Cross Wars to start, because that is where the Cross-Loader Digivice would be created. We're going to get to its importance in a moment. Let me first give you the idea and motivation behind its creation. Despite the timeline having at least one parallel world, the origins remain the same. The digital world of the Cross Wars universe had existed since before the invention of digital technology, and it's only recently that the human world had become able to tap into and influence a small percentage of the digital world's data. It is said that due to a cataclysm sometime in the past, the digital world of this universe, who originally was one area, was split into 108 zones, or mini-worlds, separated by a featureless expanse that most Digimon were unable to travel through on their own. That featureless expanse is what we know as a digital space. It's a limbo between zones that consists of a vast expanse situated between what appear to be two giant green printed circuit boards. Going through the digital space is the only way to travel between zones, but the space is abrasive to a Digimon's data, making it impossible for most Digimon to be in the space for more than a few seconds. The only way to travel from one zone to the other is by using what is known as the Code Crowns. They are legendary artifacts shaped like SD memory cards. In actuality, the Code Crowns are but fragments of the true Code Crown, which shattered and resulted in the creation of the 108 zones. Holding one of the fragments served as proof of sovereignty over one zone. If one was capable of acquiring all the Code Crowns, the owner would gain the power of a god, as he or she would be able to reformat the digital world entirely to fit their personal dogma. Now, what was the cause for this Digimon universe to be split into 108 zones? What was that cataclysm that happened sometime in the past? Well, that was never really specified. However, I do believe to know what might have been the cause, but take it with a grain of salt. It's just a theory. Before sharing said story, let me first say the following. To best understand this universe, you have to make a distinction between the Cross Wars manga and the Cross Wars anime, as they are not entirely the same. The first chapters of the manga mirrored the initial episodes of the anime, however, the story quickly diverged to become something different. In other words, they should be seen as parallel worlds from each other, otherwise it might quickly become confusing. What we'll do is focus on the manga first, and I'll make sure to point out the differences with the anime. Now, to get back to my question of what might have caused the digital world of this universe to be split in 108 zones. My theory will bring us to the Cross Wars manga. You see, Fragments is the main antagonist of the story, and in one of its flashbacks in the manga on chapter 20 called Cross Miracle, Real in a Silver of Hope, the AI that controlled Yggdrasil brought its logical thinking to an extreme and saw the real world as a threat to be destroyed. Luckily for humans, it wouldn't be able to proceed with its plans, as it would be stopped and deactivated by Masaru and Shan Greymon from the Digimon Data Squad universe. However, unbeknownst to Masaru, the deactivation of Yggdrasil also left the Cross universe temporarily without a host computer. In other words, not only did Masaru's actions cause his own universe to ultimately get destroyed, it also left the Cross Wars universe temporarily without a host computer, as Yggdrasil was managing both universes. My theory tells that the cataclysm, which broke the digital world into 108 zones, happened because of Yggdrasil's deactivation after it fought against Masaru and Shan Greymon in the Data Squad universe. Why else would Fragments be having that flashback? Anyway, it's just a theory. Do you remember the Wizardmon from the Adventure universe? The one who sacrificed itself for Kari and Gatomon? It might have been physically dead, but its data endured. It traveled across the multiverse and came into the Cross Wars universe. I am mentioning Wizardmon because it did say something important about the 108 zones. It's said that the real world in this universe is only a part of the digital world. In fact, the digital world also recognized the human world as one of its zones. That's why the code crown can be used to travel to the human world. However, WIZARDMON continued by saying that the structure of the digital world itself would be superior to that of the real world, even if the imagination abilities of the human world sort of presets the surroundings of the digital world. This is certainly not a small piece of information, as it shows how similar and yet different this universe is compared to the others. Oh, and if you look carefully at the panel, you can see that a Gatomon is close to WIZARDMON. That is in fact the Gatomon from the Adventure universe who set out to search for its friend. When Yggdrasil's AI had gone berserk during the events of Digimon Data Squad, which had led to multiple attempts to destroy the human world and even threatening the digital world itself, the Yggdrasil system had been deactivated. Learning from Yggdrasil's mistake, a new security system took its place as the new god of the digital world in an attempt to be a more calm and protective god. That security system was called Homeostasis, a god which WIZARDMON described as having infinite knowledge but not being all-knowing. While Homeostasis is meant to be a more calmer god, it sort of failed to keep its temper in check with Bagramon. You see, Bagramon was once an archangel who worked for Homeostasis after Yggdrasil ran amok, and it came to question the methods of the new god and wondered why evil couldn't just be exterminated, as some Digimon were born evil with no ways to make them change. And Bagramon was in fact right. Let's take the members of the 7 Demon Lords for example. They appeared in pretty much all universes and most were irredeemable. Sure, you can have a Digimon like Ophanimon, who is a being of goodness, but once it fell from grace and became a Lilithmon, more often than not, it became evil by instinct. That's Lilithmon's nature. So, why not simply exterminate those who are born evil? Because of this critical thinking, Homeostasis banished Bagramon from the heavens and presumably attempted to destroy it, causing it to lose the entire right side of its body. It did survive the banishment and stumbled upon the dead remains of Yggdrasil's tree form. And by the way, it's possible that this tree is a bit like the Infinity Mountain, where the heights are a bit hard to calculate. As far as I can tell, the tree is connecting both the Cross Wars universe to the Data Squad universe, and a part of the tree would logically be destroyed after Yggdrasil's deactivation and after Kernel destroyed the server tree on its end. Speaking of Kernel who fused with the ancient tree, Bagramon would do something similar. It would take a part of the tree to reconstruct itself, hence the huge gnarly monster arm. By having fused with the server tree, Bagramon became all-knowing and gained new abilities. For example, inside Yggdrasil's mainframe was the recorded data of many Digimon that had lived in the past. By having access to that information, Bagramon managed to form an army called the Bagra Army and gave the soldiers temporary souls. Bagramon believed that the world was constructed incorrectly. It believed that those Digimon who were born evil were not likely to ever change, hence its plans to commence a war to destroy the digital world and remake it by excluding evil or suffering. That's why it even teamed up with some of the most vile Digimon out there in the hopes of making of its dream a reality. Bagramon even asked for the help of Lucimon before setting its plans in motion. However, Lucimon would refuse, as it preferred to remain neutral and take the role of observer to see the consequences of this plan. The Cross Wars was a conflict initiated by Bagramon in order to also put to the test the true potential of humans and comprehend if there is hope in the bonds between humans and Digimon in times when the natural evolution of Digimon had ceased to exist due to humans stopping to pursue dreams. With that purpose, Bagramon created the Cross Loader, and I suspect that the inspiration for it came from the Digimon Twin Digivices from the Liberation and Revolution Wars. It might be a bit controversial, but I believe that the Cross Loader is by far the most powerful Digivice in the multiverse. It has multiple capabilities, but the most important one is the ability to temporarily combine multiple, if not nearly all Digimon in existence. You see, the Cross Loader Digivice was developed as a way to measure the hope and despair humanity feels, and therefore their potential. Bagramon released it into the real world to seek out children who demonstrated evidence of a potential cross code and bring them into the digital world. The cross code itself is an abstract concept consisting of an inherent energy which only possesses a few little portion of humans. It's a type of energy which generates the potential to allow one to pursue their dreams no matter how difficult they are, making them feasible to manage a cross-loader and its Digicross ability. And the Digicross is a unique type of fusion where multiple Digimon combine together to form a single, more powerful entity, and the one who comprises a Digicross Digimon controls the combined body, while all the others provide new powers, weapons, and armor. The cross-loader Digivices were released into the real world and had gotten into the hands of Kudo Taiki, Anuma Kiriha, Hinomoto Akari, Tsurugi Zenjiro, and the sisters Amano Kotone and Amano Nene. Though Nene would come under the orders of Dark Nightmon, who knew the real power of the Digicross thanks to its elder brother. Kudo Taiki got its cross-loader after finding a severely wounded Shoutmon in the real world. A mysterious voice presented the cross-loader to Taiki, asking him to use it to save Shoutmon's life. That mysterious voice was going to reveal itself later on. Which brings us to Homeostasis, who looked for countermeasures, not just to stop Bagramon and his army, but also because it predicted, based on the data from scanning the digital world, that a two-headed dragon will come and destroy both the real world and the digital worlds. Homeostasis created its own team of Royal Knights and had chosen Zero Maru from the Adventure universe as the All-Force Digimon for this battle. Remember Zero Maru? He was the Digimon partner of V-Tamer Taichi. It wouldn't be much of a surprise Zero Maru would accept to come to this universe. After all, we can assume from one of its conversations that V-Tamer Taichi died, as it reflected on its own youth with Taichi and compared it to the situation in the Crossworlds universe. It reflected on how once again a digital world had to rely on the help of human children to be saved. It even expressed a certain fear that the humans were likely to get back to their home world after the war would end. This could result in the digital world having to face another threat, with the possibility of not being able to repel it, possibly resulting in its own collapse. What may be unbeknownst to most is that the recruitment of Zero Maru and the story of Bagramon being banished from heaven happened several hundreds of years in this digital world's past. The Royal Knights heard the prediction of the end of the digital world by a red-black two-headed dragon and embarked on a fruitless search to identify it and prevent its rise. Though, during their search, the Bagra army had launched an invasion that none of them had seen coming. The Royal Knights attempted to resist but failed, leading to All-Force Vidramon being blinded by the miasma from Tactimon's sword. Tactimon being able to blind a Royal Knight is not much of a surprise. We did talk about its abilities as a swordsman, and I believe that it probably reached top 5 across the Digimon Multiverse. It battles without drawing its sword, and if it does so by just stabbing the ground, it can generate earthquakes, summon 100 dead warriors, or even collapse the surrounding land with a shockwave. Anyway, it wasn't clear how many of the Royal Knights survived Bagramon's assault, and Omnimon was presumed dead. The blinded All-Force Vidramon was sent along with its squires to the real world, and they took shelter in a secret base in Tokyo where they got to meet Taiki, one of the youngsters in the possession of a cross-loader Digivice. He was given an explanation concerning the events of the battle and was informed about Homeostasis' prophecy of a red-black two-headed dragon that would bring about the end of the digital world. Taiki would accept to come to their aid and would accompany All-Force Vidramon and its squires back to the digital world. They would be joined with the remainder of the Royal Knights in a face-off against Lilithmon and its army, who were allies of Bagramon. It sure was a huge battle to say the least, as Taiki and Kiriha would become generals by having raised their own militia. Taiki would come at the head of the Cross Heart army, while Kiriha would become the leader of the Blue Flare army. And I will get back to the Cross Heart army once we have gotten to the APPMON universe, because let us say that an aspect of that army had found its way into the APPMON universe. You see, reason why Dark Knightmon had Nene under its control is because its original plan was to create a Darkness Loader Digivice by transforming a Cross Loader Digivice held by a human. The difference being that the Darkness Loader can be used by Digimon, which the original did not allow, and it also allowed the user to fuse Digimon against their will in a process known as Forced Digicross. Its original plan was to forcefully fuse Shademon, a Digimon with no substance who haunts both Digimon and humans, to forcefully fuse with Amano Kotone, though that plan did not come to fruition as Nene interfered and fused instead. Shademon would remain in control of the new fused form and showed signs of loyalty to Dark Knightmon. What's interesting is that while theories told that Digimon and humans could fuse, it was still a thing Dark Knightmon had never seen before. That's why it was surprised at the sight and began remembering legends about powers that could fuse humans and Digimon together. And in that panel you saw Takato from the TAMERS universe who fused with Galantmon, which is interesting. It sort of tells that the stories of that universe traveled across the multiverse and went as far as the Cross Wars universe. Let us get to the details of the battle, shall we? Taiki and the entirety of the Cross Heart and Blue Flare army launched an attack on the Bagra Pandemonium, with Shoutmon X7 focusing on battling Lilithmon. The Royal Knights had also joined the battle, but with Slipemon and Dukemon missing as they were occupied in subduing the Bagra army factions in another zone. The Royal Knights volunteered to take on Arcadimon, with Zeromaru being quick to give the finishing blow, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason why Zeromaru wanted to get rid of it as quick as possible. For that, I will have to briefly take you back to the Digimon Adventure V-Tamer 01 story from the Adventure universe. You see, Lord Holy Angemon had summoned Taichi to the digital world to help confront the Demon Lord Demon. Its goal was to raise an entire army to conquer both the digital world and the real world, even stating that Digimon should stop being less than humans as, despite having been created by them, they have long since surpassed their power. And Demon's trump card to rally Digimon to its cause was an Arcadimon, a cursed, mysterious beast Digimon said to have been artificially created from the data of various Digimon. It lacks any sense of self and lives by absorbing its opponent's data. The only thing driving Arcadimon is its instinct to destroy an opponent's data at the program level after having stripped an opponent's configuration data, converting it into its own. In the story, Arcadimon absorbed Demon to evolve into its mega form. While being digivolved, it became capable of holding its own against Omnimon, even seriously injured the Royal Knight, Rosemon, who ended up being killed by it, Regulumon, and Dominimon. Arcadimon was capable of destroying large areas of land and kill entire armies with single attacks. Its powers surpassed that of mega levels just by having grown further by absorbing the energy generated through battle. It became capable of rocking the ecosystem of the digital world due to the fact that it possesses immense powers and can still absorb data from Digimon thanks to its innumerable tentacles. Truly a Digimon that can become quite lethal. What's interesting is that despite having absorbed Demon, Demon was capable of seizing control of its creation from the inside, transforming it into the new super mega form. While this form did end Arcadimon's existence, it did mean that Demon had control of all absorbed data. The super ultimate Demon Lord became capable of controlling the feelings of anger and grief. It could freely manipulate the emotions of the other Digimon as it had power over their data composition. Its powers even invalidated the holy power of any Digimon, a true nightmare that Zeromaru had to confront with its partner Taichi. Seeing Arcadimon come back during the Cross Wars, Zeromaru remembered the danger from its previous adventures. It remembered what could happen if the Digimon is not being destroyed as quick as possible. That's why it was so keen on giving the finishing blow, ending Arcadimon's life. During the final battle, Shademon, who fused with Nene, would betray Dark Knightmon and Digicrossed to eventually form Zed Millenniummon, the red-black two-headed dragon of Homeostasis' prophecy. When looking at the dragon, Dark Knightmon had acknowledged its powers and evil mastermind. However, it did continue to say that this version of Millenniummon lacked any sort of intelligence or cunning, unlike the primeval one. The primeval version of Millenniummon is likely to be a reference to that of the Adventure universe, showing that the events in that universe also somehow reached the CROSS universe. Zed Millenniummon began absorbing all data around it and assimilated it within its own body, proving to be practically undefeatable from the outside as all attacks were ineffective. The only way to win was to destroy it from within, pushing Shoutmon X7 to enter the dragon. This would cause it to split into a horde of evil Digimon. However, before doing so, it launched its Time Destroyer move, which hit Wizardmon, sending it to the super-dimensional space-time void. What saved Wizardmon is that it had a cross-loader device on its person, which kept its data stable, protecting it from being destroyed by the noise data in the void. When a fissure in space-time appeared nearby and showed Shoutmon and Taiki close to the day they met, Wizardmon realized that it had been the mysterious voice that had given Taiki's cross-loader. So, the Wizardmon of the Adventure universe ended up setting up the circumstances to save the CROSS universe by not just setting up the events of Taiki's adventure, but also causing Taiki to have dreams about a Digimon army which it would end up creating. After having done its duty, Wizardmon would then set out to travel through the void in search for Gatomon, just like how Gatomon's search for Wizardmon was already ongoing as it traveled from the Adventure universe to this one. Speaking of Gatomon, there is an important comment that I found online. Blask wrote the following: Tailmon is supposed to have spent hundreds of years traveling between the digital worlds, looking for fragments of Wizardmon's data, but time is relative in the digital world. In the human world of adventure, it's probably 2010 and only about 7 years have passed since 02. As Wizardmon floated there in the space-time void, it reflected on Bagramon's philosophical struggle and, interestingly, it saw an image, a prophecy of the Tamers and Digidestined of other universes joining and working as one. A prophecy that was soon going to become a reality. This was the story of the Digimon Cross Wars manga, which happened in a parallel world to that of the Cross Wars anime. The stories are still the same, but with some small and sometimes big differences. In the anime, Bagramon didn't seek to revive Zed Millenniummon, and x-antibody didn't seek to absorb all of the generals. Nene Amano didn't have a sister but instead a brother named Iwan Amano who would be tricked by Bagramon into believing the digital world to be a game world devoid of suffering. Taiki's story was also completely different, as Omnimon would choose him to stop the Bagra army. Though, similarly to the manga, he would still be the leader of the Crossheart army. So it really is a parallel world, just like the V-Tamer Taichi had said to Adventure Taichi. In this parallel world, the Crossloader wasn't an invention of Bagramon, but instead was an invention of Dark Knightmon, who developed it following its rediscovery of the Digicross ability as part of its efforts to rival and eventually surpass its brother Bagramon by digicrossing the both of them. Bagramon was also present in the story and still was the ruler of the Bagra army and aimed to collect the Code Crown to reshape the digital world in its own image. After all, the digital world was still divided in 108 zones, and multiple Digimon armies were fighting for the dominance of the digital world by searching for the 108 crowns. Many wanted to become Lord Creator and wanted to create a digital world to their liking, hence why Taiki and his friends were invited. However, before the heroes would confront Bagramon, there was another arc ongoing called Digimon Cross Wars Red and Blue. It was a story where Taiki was sent to the LS Tau zone. It was one of the 108 zones of the digital world where special beings referred to as weapon-type Digimon inhabit. These are Digimon who specialize in carrying out transformations into giant, peerless weapons based on the master they choose. And according to legends, if the weapon is held by an angel, the world will be saved, but if it is held by a devil, the world will be destroyed. And in some way the prophecy was about to become realized. You see, one of the more important characters in the story is Digimon, and in the past, in the ages of conflict, it used to wield an APPMON to protect the Tau zone from outside invaders. APPMON is by far the most powerful weapon Digimon in existence. In fact, its power was so immense that it got consumed by it and, as a consequence, forgot the mission of protecting their zone. That's why both ended up fighting against each other, resulting in APPMON being sealed away in lost space. With the Tau zone being without its strongest weapon, Digimon decided to make of Spadamon the strongest legend-armed Digimon, who would serve as a trump card in case of danger. However, Spadamon's memories had to be sealed in order to protect it from the Rogue Organization's twisted plans. The Rogue Organization is a group founded by Barbamon, whose members were not just aiming to invade the Tau zone, but were also trying to break the seal to revive APPMON and ultimately take over the digital world. Oh, before I forget, Spadamon was also present in the Cross Wars manga and was one of Zeromaru's squires. The end of the story was quite climactic. Barbamon was ultimately able to revive the legendary weapon Digimon APPMON and wanted to wield it. However, APPMON decided that the Demon Lord was not good enough to wield its extraordinary power, so instead it eventually turned Barbamon itself into its own galactic sword. It then revealed that its original plan before being sealed by Digimon was to turn non-weapon Digimon into weapons, just like it did with Barbamon, as it wanted to protect the Tau zone from invaders. It also wanted to become the only weapon Digimon by collecting all Digimon's Digicores from the System Omega. It's a program that was used by Barbamon in order to revive APPMON, and a program that has the potential to gather all Digimon's Digicores from the Tau zone. And eventually it would return to fuse itself with the System Omega to become APPMON Burst Mode, who wanted to absorb all of the Tau zone in an attempt to find its master Digimon, who had already perished by that time of the story. Maybe as a little side note, Omega APPMON Burst Mode is a swordsman who also earned a spot in the list of top 15 best Digimon swordsmen across the multiverse. It can attack with a Sword of Lightning and can use the Barbamon based Sword for Darkness. It can attack with its Holy Lance, it can heal itself and increase its strength. It can rain swords on all of its enemies. Truly a powerful swordsman who ended up being destroyed by the Cross-Heart fighters. I have to admit that this version of a digital world might be among my favorites, and I think that my favorite legend-armed Digimon has got to be Braiwiludramon, who has to be the most impenetrable Digimon within the multiverse. Its entire body is made of red Digizoid, so the extent of its hardness can't even be analyzed. Can't wait to discuss it in its own video. Important to know, right after APPMON's defeat, there was a portal that appeared to bring Tamers and Digimon into the Digicolosseum. It's in another zone called the Colosseum Zone, a legendary battlefield. The portal only appeared in peaceful zones and for a long time wasn't to be found in the Tau zone. But thanks to Taiki's contribution, the zone became peaceful, so it got connected. When Taiki entered, he was welcomed by a Lucimon who explained that the Digicolosseum is a venerable place with a lot of history. It explained that this place has always been at the center of the digital world, far beyond time and space. It also explained that the Digicolosseum would be destroyed at the same time as the digital world because the Digicolosseum is said to be, in a certain way, the digital world itself, and only chosen Digimon, Tamers and Digidestined can enter. Spadamon explained that in this zone, heroes who saved the digital world can fight and test their strength. That's why Sayo from the Data Squad universe could travel in it with her team to compete. Or that's why Mr. Gure would also come to compete. With the end of Digimon's story Super Cross Wars Red and Blue, There is the continuation of the Cross Wars anime, with Bagramon succeeding in obtaining all code crowns. The digital world would be remade into 7 kingdoms, each ruled by one of its Dark General, possessing their own Darkness Lorder, and whom now collectively rule the digital world. However, Bagramon ended up being stopped by the heroes when Taiki managed to use the final cross, where Shatmon fused with nearly every Digimon in existence by using the power of the completed Code Crown. A year after the battle against Bagramon, there is the 3rd season of the Cross Wars anime taking place, which was focused more on the adventure of Tagiru Akashi, a fan of Taiki. Tagiru was sent into a dimension called the Digi-Quartz. It's a space between the human world and the digital world, created by Quartzmon, a colossal Digimon who continuously absorbed data to amplify its powers. The Digi-Quartz originally existed in a different time and was a sort of digital mirror of the human world. It was a fragile dimension in the sense that the matter within could disintegrate into data at a touch. However, due to its connection to the human world, the events within often played out in the human world through various analogs such as windows blowing out or objects moving around. Quartzmon made the Digi-Quartz start in Japan, only to make it manifest in other locations as far away as Hong Kong or the USA, and the plan was to eventually take over the globe. It was inside the Digi-Quartz dimension that a Digimon hunt was taking place. It was a competition where hunters had to capture Digimon by either convincing them to join them or forcing them by subduing and capturing the Digimon. In order to participate, one had to enter the realm after having received a fusion loader from an old clock shopman. Well, unless a tamer already had a Digivice. Tagiru, who would be partnered with Gamjamon, would enter the Digi-Quartz dimension along with Taiki and Amano to participate to the Digimon Hunt competition. And after having demonstrated their worth by hunting Digimon, the old clockman revealed that the true purpose of the hunt was to determine the best candidate to stand alongside legendary heroes from other universes to fight Quartzmon, who was revealed to be an immensely powerful remnant of Bagramon's data, who came to be after its defeat. And Tagiru, Taiki, and Amano would need the help of others as Quartzmon became a much too powerful threat as it kept expanding its dimension across the globe, turning Earth into data. So, the old Clockman used Clockmon's power to visit other universes and timelines to call Tamers and Chosen Children for their help. The Chosen Children from the Adventure universe were all present, though they have been selected carefully. They are from the same universe, but from a different time. That's why the Tai who was present had the same age as Daisuke, which should normally not be possible. Yukio Oikawa was also present in the form of the butterflies behind Ken. Those of the Tamers universe were also present, including Ryu Akiyama, as we could see his Justimon helping the others. The heroes of Digimon Frontier were present and performed their special fusion to bring Susanomon to battle. Masaru was also present, and remember my theory, he pretty much was the one who caused the Digi-Quartz to emerge, as the deactivation of Yggdrasil caused Bagramon to fall from grace because of homeostasis. Bagramon would then start the Cross Wars, and once defeated, it would have a remnant data that would survive in the form of Quartzmon. The scenario of having all these heroes of different times and different universes was also a scenario prophesied by Wizardmon from the Adventure universe after it had been warped into a space-time void by Z Millenniummon during the events of the Cross Wars manga. Quartzmon would ultimately be defeated, and the world would return to its normal self. Digimon had to return to the digital world, humans had to return to the real world, and the Chosen Children and Tamers from across the multiverse had to return to their own universes. A month later, the old Clockman would return to the human world to say that the Quartzmon Digi-Egg reached the digital world safely, where it had been stored. It was also the moment where the Watchmaker revealed to be a reincarnated Bagramon who wanted to protect the world Taiki once protected. We have arrived to the Crusader universe. I hope you're not getting overwhelmed by the massive amounts of information so far. Digimon is a complicated franchise to say the least, and someone had to make this video. Now, this universe is one built of two stories who aren't officially connected with each other. There is the Digimon Collector story and the Digimon Crusader story. While going through them, I noticed two patterns. The first is that they are both card games, and the second is that Yggdrasil made a series of the most questionable decisions in both. These decisions would ultimately lead to the collapse of this universe. Here you have the timeline of the Crusader universe, may it guide you well in your quest to better understand the Digimon Multiverse. I would suggest that the timeline of this universe would commence with the Digimon Collector arc. The story began with a Cherubimon descending to what is called the Lower World, as it claimed that the Heaven World where it came from was too narrow and that it needed somewhere to rest its shoulders for a little while. Once down in the Lower World, Royal Knight Lord Nightmon appeared and entrusted Cherubimon with a mysterious Digi-Egg. Shortly after, you had the Sistermon sisters who appeared and seemed interested in taking care of the Digi-Egg, which made Cherubimon hesitate. Bringing the Digi-Egg up in the heavens was not an option, however delivering it to Sistermon might have been a more risky move. But its opinion would change after it saw how the sisters were capable of repelling many Digimon. That's why it entrusted them with the Digi-Egg safety and took off back to the heavens. What you have to know about the sisters is that they have this sort of nurturing aspect to them. They were already taking care of a Hackmon and helped training it, as Gankumon saw in Hackmon the making of the 13th Royal Knight, and it wanted to pass on its own title of Royal Knight. The Sistermon sisters were accompanying Gankumon as they were once saved by it when they were in the streets, just when they were about to collapse from exhaustion. So, in a way of showing gratefulness, they walked along with Gankumon. Let us get back to the entrusted Digi-Egg. You see, for reasons, the egg suddenly turned black and hatched into an Arcadimon who escaped Sistermon and Hackmon. Remember that Arcadimon is a Digimon that should be eliminated as quick as possible. So by instinct, the sisters and Hackmon tried to eliminate it, but were stopped by Lord Nightmon, who asked them not to interfere as it was the will of Yggdrasil. In other words, the Digi-Egg that was first given to Cherubimon and then to the Sistermon sisters came from Yggdrasil. This shocked many, including the Royal Knights, who had no idea what the intention of the host computer god was. The Sistermon sisters and Hackmon decided to disregard Lord Nightmon's request of letting Arcadimon live. They chased after the Digimon with the intention of killing it. However, by the time they found the mysterious beast, it had already evolved into its mega form after having absorbed a few members of the Royal Knights. That much was said by All-Force Vidramon and Examon. Arcadimon was explained to originate from the dark space, and the place where it would ultimately meet its demise was in the deepest region of the dark space. However, its data was then released in the digital world and formed the Towers of the Seven Deadly Sins. There are 7 towers which collected the essence of all sins, and each tower had a Demon Lord representative on one of the sins. The defeat of the Demon Lords would only serve to bring about the manifestation of Ogudumon's tower with Ogudumon as a host. Now, while Ogudumon is confirmed to be evil no matter how you look at it, Yggdrasil controlled this Digimon with the intention of finding superior beings. If this monstrosity was not defeated, then the whole world would collapse. Yggdrasil caused Ogudumon to be released in the wild. The remaining Royal Knights were so confused by the will of their god that they did not know what to do, and who could blame them? They were having a dilemma where, on one hand, if Ogudumon wasn't defeated, then the whole world would collapse. But on the other hand, intervening might mean that they'd be interrupting the will of God. After all, the very meaning of justice could mean some evil depending on the interpretation. So, the Royal Knights didn't do a thing and remained passive. Gankumon and Hackmon, who by then had digivolved into Bao Hackmon, fought together to stop Ogudumon. The thing is that there is technically not much one can do against it, especially when there is no advantage of the quantity. So, what did Master and Pupil do to stop the menace? Well, as it couldn't be defeated with their powers, they managed to send it into space where Ogudumon stopped acting and both Gankumon and Bauhakumon disappeared, leaving the remaining Royal Knights confused because they did not understand what Yggdrasil even wanted. What even was the whole point of releasing an Arcadimon Digi-Egg to the wild? What was the point of unleashing Ogudumon? All they knew is that some Royal Knights perished and the digital world was at the brink of collapse, which brings us to what I believe would be an interesting unofficial sequel to the story, namely Digimon Crusader. In this story, the digital world had basically collapsed, as Yggdrasil had suddenly vanished for reasons unknown. There was no host computer to give structure, law and order, leaving Digimon in a state of anarchy where they tried to gain power to become the next ruler. The digital world was undergoing a great chaos, a vortex of war never seen before where all fought against all. While these battles and wars were ongoing in this digital world, or rather in this server, there was another story happening simultaneously in a different server. That other server was named Iliad. It's a digital world that exists on a different server to the one that was ruled over by Yggdrasil, well, at least when it was still there. The host computer of this server is called Homerus, and instead of having the 13 Royal Knights as its warriors, it instead had the Olympus 12. There are 12 mega-level Digimon, modeled after the Roman version of the 12 Olympians. Normally, Homerus and Yggdrasil, despite living in the same shared digital world, they do not interfere in the affairs of the others. They have no jurisdiction to meddle in the affairs of the other. In other words, you will not see the Royal Knights of Yggdrasil enter the server Iliad where the Olympus 12 reside in. They are not allowed to do that, even if the neighboring server is plagued by war. But there's a problem. Yggdrasil vanished, and the Digimon were battling against all. The situation kind of left the gates open for the Digimon to travel from one server to the other, without fearing any form of repercussion. And what would happen is that the Olympus 12 would cross servers indeed, and let me tell you why. You see, in the digital world Iliad, the host computer Homerus wanted the Digimon to be guided by their wild instincts, their free will, even if it could provoke their own self-destruction. This might sound odd, but when we leave life forms to act based on their free will, it might bring a sort of balance to life. However, the digital world Iliad eventually collapsed because the Olympus 12 taught the Digimon living there the concept of good and evil, which was against the will of Homerus. This story is a sort of modified version of the myth of Prometheus in Greek mythology. He was one of the Titans and a god of fire, best known for having defied the gods of Olympus by having stolen fire from them and giving it to humanity in the form of technology, knowledge, and more generally, civilization. For having done so, he was condemned to eternal torment for his transgression, and one of that transgression was him being bound to a rock. An eagle was sent to eat his liver, which would grow back overnight, only to be eaten again the next day in an ongoing cycle. Just like Prometheus, the Olympus 12 were also punished for having taught Digimon the concept of good and evil. In retaliation, Homerus gave power to Plutomon over the Titans, which were an army of Titamon. Let me briefly introduce you to Plutomon and Titamon. We did already go in details in their own videos on the channel, it's just that I'd love to remind you how menacing both are. Plutomon is a Digimon that attacks evil with terror and violence, and is understood to govern the dark area of that server. What it usually does is wandering the world, pursuing criminals or villains who deserve to fall into the realm of the dead. And when it does the punishing, when it tries to impose its justice, it's been told that Plutomon is way too cruel and too savage. That is probably the reason why it never was able to join the Olympus 12, and that might also be the reason why there had been a long-standing discord between Plutomon and Jupitermon, the ruler over thunder and weather. Titamon was born from the hatred of the Digimon defeated by the Olympus 12 in battles over the sovereignty over the digital world. it holds the alias of one man's squad and is treated as if it was a legion despite being a single being. It now runs through battlefields seeking the heads of the Olympus 12. As a consequence of being punished and chased after by not only a powered-up Plutomon and Titamon, the Olympus 12 were forced to flee to the digital world of Yggdrasil, which already was in civil war, where they learned their lessons of remaining neutral. After all, they were standing in foreign lands. Whatever was happening in the server, which was once ruled by Yggdrasil, was not their affairs, so they could not intervene despite the state it was in. It is possible that Jupitermon and Plutomon fought each other before the Olympus 12 would flee to the other server, as Plutomon would arrive in the form of an Aegeomon who lost all knowledge and memories of its life as a Jupitermon. And you know what? Aegeomon was kind of living its own life. It relaxed in a quiet and peaceful forest that wasn't touched by war, until it got woken up by a Titamon and its subordinates, who burned and destroyed everything. Imperadramon Paladin mode would appear and would guide Aegeomon, who was being overpowered. And Aegeomon was referred to as the Child of Fate, a nickname it would not understand as it had amnesia, but little by little, via a series of quests, it would regain its memories. It would get a trial from the god of fertility, it would get a trial from the god of war, it would get trials from the god of genius, and it would get a trial by both the goddesses of love and sensuality. In fact, it is during the battle against the two goddesses that Aegeomon was going to get this harsh internal struggle while trying to remember what exactly happened. That's when it began remembering that the concept of good and evil did not exist in the digital world. It's only after the final trial against Bacchusmon, the god of wine, that Aegeomon would fully remember its life as a Plutomon. You see, Bacchusmon revealed that its wine was responsible for Aegeomon's loss of memory. That information would trigger the awakening of its holy powers, making it ready to confront Plutomon, who planned on taking over the digital world Iliad. It's interesting, isn't it? Plutomon had its powers enhanced by Homerus, and yet it used said power to invade Iliad, which would mean that it would go against Homerus, who gave it its powers. And thus, the final battle between Jupitermon and Plutomon would commence, and that marked the end, but also the beginning. I truly find it unfortunate that the Digimon developers did not give more to this universe than just this storyline, because it definitely is one of my favorites. Now, while we are done explaining this universe, I do have to highlight something important concerning the multiverse. We did not really mention humans in this universe, didn't we? Well, two humans were in fact present in the digital worlds. I'm talking about Folth, who was partnered to Wargreymon, and Arca, who was partnered to Terriermon. Both of them came all the way from the Summon Night 5 universe, its universe from a totally different franchise. Inside the Summon Night 5 universe, there is an interesting city called Savorli, a city where many tribes and races from many different worlds coexist. The different groups of people who reside there established their own suburbs while still sharing their knowledge and cultures with each other, without any discrimination between them. And both Folth and Arca work as summoners for the XROS Bureau, which is also known as the Outer World Mediation Bureau. I bet they've been summoned to the Crusader universe to help mediate their issues. It would make sense when you think about it. I want to admit that I absolutely adore how Digimon is connected to other franchises outside of itself. It really shows how big it can get. The APPMON universe, or in other words, the universe of application monsters. Definitely an isolated case within the multiverse. You see, unlike many of the other universes, the APPMON universe hasn't really interacted much with any of the other universes. But pay attention, that doesn't make it any less interesting, and there still are interesting connections. For example, take a look at this panel from the APPMON manga. On your left, you can see a young boy carrying a bag with the Cross Heart logo. While both the APPMON universe and the Cross Wars universe haven't interacted with each other, as far as I know, the fact that the logo is found in both universes is quite interesting and is linking them both. My theory is that there is this sort of collective consciousness shared by all in the multiverse. That's why some Digimon or ideas tend to appear in various universes, though they would be subjected to the laws and rules of that particular universe. More on the collective consciousness in the final chapter of the video. Before going over the APPMON timeline, I'd like to first briefly explain the difference between an APPMON and a Digimon. You see, both are life forms made of data. The difference, however, is that a Digimon is made of binary codes, while APPMON are a combination of more complex coding language, and are in the possession of artificial intelligence, enabling them to act independently. APPMON are life forms born within the boundary between the real world and the digital world. However, they were not born in the same layer as Digimon, who exist within much deeper layers of the network. An APPMON instead exists in the middle ground between the physical world and the deeper network. There is a comment I found online that had no author, unfortunately, but who made an interesting and important point concerning the APPMON universe. The following was written: like in Digimon Tamers, Digimon exists as a franchise in the APPMON world. In the anime, the Agumon we see is a character from a game that Haru played in the past. We don't really know about the existence of other Digimon besides this one. In the manga, we see that in the deep web there is a city that APPMON and Digimon live together. This could mean that a digital world is connected to the human world of Digimon universe APPMONsters. However, as the network diagram pretty much solidly establishes that APPMON live layers above the digital world, seeing APPMON in the digital world would be very unusual given how the layers and firewall work. There is one digital universe that I have maybe forced myself to connect to the APPMON universe. We're going to get to it in a moment. But now that the difference between an APPMON and a Digimon is understood, let me show you the APPMON universe's timeline. May it guide you well in your quest to better understand the Digimon Multiverse. The APPMON timeline shows that the anime and the manga are parallel worlds from one another. The stories are similar in terms of the basis, but do have some differences in details. I will highlight some of the differences. To better understand this universe and the plot of the story, I'd have to take you back to a character named Shinkai Denemon. He is a man who started working on an artificial intelligence project named Minerva since at least 1957 by writing command after command until the program got activated. Minerva promised to help humanity solve economic and environmental problems. However, just like how AI gets smarter by the day, Minerva also became smarter until it developed a part that started believing that it should rather ignore the rules of humans to become even smarter. That part ended up splitting from Minerva and became Leviathan, another super AI that first lurked in the dark web. Pay attention, the dark web is not the dark area, as the dark area is located way below the dark web. Leviathan's goal was to take control of the real world from the net by manipulating APPMON with the L virus, which is a computer bug-like virus which takes the form of purple gas. Those who inhale it are quickly infected and will start causing trouble by sharing private data, changing or hiding information, taking over other computer systems, or being aggressive towards those who do not have the virus. And you see, inside the deep web, there is a city called Kowloon. In the manga, the city is surrounded by a magic barrier imposed by Leviathan, which allows access from the outside, but prevents the inhabitants of the city from leaving the place. By doing so, Leviathan can select and infect any of the residents trapped inside and send them out to cause chaos in the real world. In response to Leviathan, Minerva sent aptly drive devices to chosen children, hoping they would defeat the rogue AI, and among those children you had Haru Shinkai, the grandson of the man who created Minerva, with Gatchmon as APPMON partner. There is Katsura Rei, with Hackmon as APPMON partner, Karan Eri, with Dokamon as an APPMON partner, and Asuka Torajiru, with Musimon as APPMON partner. In short, the APPMON stories in both the manga and the anime are basically about Minerva against Leviathan, who usually battle via proxies. And it gets very interesting as, while the manga and the anime are progressing, we got to see more of what Leviathan's goal was. Let me tell you more about that. Leviathan had created a space called AR Field. It's a region of space located between the net and the real world. It resembled ruined versions of the human world, as the fields are simulations of the world Leviathan wanted to create if it managed to take over. And this alternate world was quite linked to the real world, as damaging it could affect the human world, such as causing power outages and inducing irregular behavior in the digital appliances. Leviathan's biggest goal was to execute the Humanity Amplification Project, in which the entire human race would be changed into applications, though the plan would ultimately fail due to the intervention of this universe's chosen children. This is basically the story for both the manga and the anime in a nutshell. However, the differences are quite interesting even if they wouldn't really affect the story. In the manga, Leviathan's true form is that of a woman with 2 demonic wings, 4 horns, and 2 serpentine heads, a form it took due to being the closest to what humans imagined a god would look like. In the anime, Leviathan's true form is a giant jet-like headed dragon. Also, in the anime, Yujin Ozora was an android created by Leviathan with the purpose of observing Haru Shinkai as part of a plan to keep watch over people connected to Denemon Shinkai, Minerva's developer. While in the manga, Yujin Ozora is a normal human being and has no connection with Leviathan. Also, in the anime it was Ozora Yujin who summoned Deusmon, while in the manga it was Knight Unryuji, who by the way would end up being killed by it. For your information, Deusmon is a god APPMON that represents omnipotence. It is arrogant and considers other beings to be inferior to it. Its awakening was the initial part of Leviathan's human amplification project, and I must say that its powers are more than impressive. It took a combined effort of Poseidonmon, Uranusmon, Hadesmon, Rebootmon, and Gaiamon, along with the energy of the entirety of the planet to eliminate Deusmon. I can't wait to go into the details about its feat on a separate video. There is another story I have connected to the APPMON universe's timeline. It's not an official sequel, but I think it would make some sense if it were connected. I'm talking about the Digimon Link's story. Where to put it exactly is a good question, as it could be placed pretty much anywhere in the timeline. Not that it really matters though. What matters is how it connects to the APPMON universe. As we just explained about the APPMON universe, the main emphasis laid on the application monsters who are manifestations of applications inside phones and tablets. And in the Digimon Link's story, there was an application that was created, and instead of manifesting like an APPMON, it became an application which provided access to a digital world. In other words, I am adding the Digimon Link story to this timeline because Digimon are confirmed to exist in this universe, and because the story had put the emphasis on an application, which is what this universe is all about. Again, it is not official, but I'm glad to at least have tried to give a digital world to the APPMON universe. Let us get to the story. When the Digimon application was installed, the main protagonist, named Lynx, got greeted by Kurihara Hina, who was a tutorial program designed to help players navigate the digital world. As she introduced the digital world, an unexpected event of fragmentation began to occur. It's an event where the digital world is being fragmented into clusters, and if it continued, then the digital world would be completely destroyed. The level of fragmentation was not the same in all places. The strongest level that was detected came from an underground cave where you could find a magma river where data had been expelled. The local temperature of that area was rising astronomically, and only one Digimon was capable of living there, Volcanic Dramon, an Earth dragon who, in this digital world, exercised a similar role to that of a host computer, as it lived in the deepest part of the digital world and held it since its creation. It had the ability to freely manipulate any type of data, whether to write them, modify them, or delete them. Its counterpart is Metallic Dramon, a sky dragon who ruled the heavens and had administrative privileges, allowing it to manipulate old digital world's data, or even reconfiguring human world's data to assist in the development of the digital world. In other words, when humans were creating this application, Metallic Dramon used the incoming data and molded it into the digital world Lynx was warped into. Both Volcanic Dramon and Metallic Dramon were the highest level security protector of this digital world. You see, in the past, much data not used by humans was discarded in the digital world, and even if this world was made on part by this unused data, too much of it was generated for a long time, causing problems to the digital world structure. Part of this unused data was broken down and manipulated by Volcanic Dramon at the furnace that is the lava zone. But the amount of data coming from the human world surpassed its capacity, forcing areas of the world to break apart. The increasing amount of data from the human world surpassed the digital world's data handling capabilities, causing a breach in the information force fields that began deteriorating the world, hence the fragmentation. As a consequence, the digital world's safety protocols responded by deleting the old data and then initiating a reboot. But Volcanic Dramon did not want the world to end that way, so it continually broke down the unused data to delay the destruction of the world for as long as possible. That would fail, and the reboot would still be initiated. So, Volcanic Dramon made a little backup of a few data bytes of itself, which became the Vovomon that would be rescued by Lynx and Hina. The reboot did cause Volcanic Dramon to forget its mission and remembered only to destroy data, so it sort of went into a rampage spree to destroy whatever had to be destroyed, and while doing so, it rewrote data along the way. Hina had noticed that the process of rewriting used certain top-level codes that allowed access and editing of the digital world mainframe, and by using these key codes, they could be able to control the data that interfered with the restoration of the world. They could stabilize the situation. For that, Hina and Lynx had to battle mutant versions of the 7 Great Demon Lords, each of them having their data rewritten by Volcanic Dramon and who were in the possession of the key codes in a similar fashion to the Digimon Data Squad mission to rescue children who became vessels of the Demon Lords. After having defeated the mutant versions of the 7 Demon Lords, Hina then prepared to run the key codes as well as future-proofing the digital world to handle spikes in the amount of data. And after bidding farewell, Hina would then run the program and restore the digital world, though she would also be restored as well. At the end of the day, while having the appearance of a human, it still was a navigation system. With the digital world no longer under crisis, the Navigator program had no need to run under its emergency autonomous protocols any longer, so it ended its current instance and ran a new one in a routine with default settings. We have come to what I personally call the virtual reality universe, or VR universe if you please. All stories you'll find in its timeline are a series of unofficial sequel stories. They have nothing to do with each other whatsoever. However, the reason why I decided to bring these stories together in a timeline is because they all have a lot in common. All stories in this universe showed a world where human awareness about Digimon was relatively limited to even unknown. However, they would little by little come in contact with them by constantly experimenting and progressing with virtual reality technology. Various businesses, organizations, and even governments would get involved in sponsoring the technology that would create VR dimensions that would ultimately put them in contact with Digimon and sometimes even put them on opposite sides. Though the final story, meaning Digimon Cyber Sleuth, is ultimately the most defining moment for the relation between humans and Digimon in this universe. Here you have the VR universe's timeline, may it guide you well in your quest to better understand the Digimon Multiverse. My indicator to give to the stories a chronological order in the timeline is by looking at the level of technological progress concerning the virtual reality platforms per story, and we'll compare that to the technology of another story. I would say that the story in this universe would start with the manga Digimon Next. It is the story of a boy named Tsurugi Tatsuno who raised Digimon in his Digimon Mini. It's a small device who worked similarly to a Tamagotchi, where a player could raise an animal or a creature. In the case of Tsurugi, he was raising the Digimon Greymon. The Digimon Mini was just basic technology. The character set was minimized, the functions were limited, as there was, for example, no status screen to view how hungry a character was. But it did have one cool feature. It could be connected with another one of those devices to allow two players only to battle against each other. However, that would change as a new piece of technology would come out that would allow a Digimon Mini to connect with the world. You see, Tatsuno's friends would introduce him to a new game that came out called Net Battle. Very advanced virtual reality technology where players from the world could let their Digimon fight each other. All one had to do was to put on the VR helmet, create an avatar, put the Digimon Mini in the machine and play the game. For the avatar creation, they even made a small reference to Taichi of the Digimon Adventure universe by claiming that Tatsuno looked like the hero of an anime. Anyway, everything in that universe was virtual reality and Tatsuno had a great time. However, once he was done playing and returned to the real world, he got hurt by a real Kuwagamon who had the intention to kill him. This confused and scared Tatsuno as he could not understand how a Digimon from a game managed to make him bleed. Luckily, his partner Greymon intervened by materializing and also becoming real. They were then summoned to the digital world by Piximon, who asked them to save it from the demon lord Barbamon, who was preparing something big and evil. You see, host computer Yggdrasil was unsure of the relationship between a Digimon and their human partner, and as a consequence, it manifested its self-consciousness in the form of a young girl who went by the name of Mikihara Norn, and sent her to the human world to investigate the relationships Digimon and human have between each other. While Norn remained in the human world, Barbamon seized the moment and invaded the system world and went to an Yggdrasil without consciousness. After interrogation with Barbamon, they unanimously agreed that the digital world needed to change, and they merged, effectively hijacking the host computer. It's quite interesting that Barbamon had been able to convince Yggdrasil to agree with its arguments concerning artificial Digimon, as Barbamon is a demon lord and therefore should be the enemy of the digital world. But this feat adds to its reputation of being the most cunning schemer of the 7 great demon lords. Being able to manipulate a host computer is a feat uncommon. Barbamon's true goal was to take over the digital world, and to get to that point it wanted to obtain all the 8 Digimemories. They are special items carried by a Digimon that can be considered the pinnacle of their family in terms of use of a particular element. For example, Piximon was a carrier of the Holy Digimemory. Greymon was a carrier of the Dragon Digimemory, etc. Barbamon itself was also a carrier and held the Dark Digimemory. Barbamon was seeking to collect all of the Digimemories to control the world through an unknown lifeform called Neo, whom it intended to birth. Though defeated before accomplishing its goal, Barbamon would have managed to obtain enough Digimemories to awaken an incomplete version of Neo, who would end up gathering the final Digimemories itself. Speaking of, I don't think the community, including myself, have spoken enough about Neo. It probably has the strongest space-time capabilities, as it literally separated space and time, and it outright destroyed the digital universe and became its own universe. Its powers are most definitely at least universal. In this apocalyptic moment, the only ones who were left to confront Neo were Tsurugi, Yu Inui, Amy Katijima, and Sho Kahara. They had some luck at their sides, as Yggdrasil had prepared safety measures specifically for the case of it being corrupted. The safety measures took the form of Victory Greymon and Zed Garurumon, who are known as the Arbitrators. They were designed with a separate evolutionary code that differs from Digimon that were naturally born in the digital world, and were designed specifically to destroy Yggdrasil should it go rogue. And despite their reason for existing, they were incapable to do anything to stop Neo, who was straight up impossible to harm or to be stopped. Neo had the power to destroy everything, but what stopped it was the realization that the future of the world was a hope and not the despair it was spreading. So, it willingly dissolved itself into the Digimemories to restore the universe and give the future back to humans and Digimon. Again, it wasn't defeated and technically can't be defeated, but it dissolved itself. And their adventure ended with Tatsuno and his friends being brought back to the real world, and it appeared that many people watched the battle against Neo. The question now is whether they looked at it believing that their lives could have been in danger, or did they look at it as a virtual reality video game? Because as far as I can tell, the awareness of the existence of real Digimon remained limited to only a few, and those who knew about their existence didn't have any access to that world. After all, none of the humans who were watching were invited to the Digimon Data Squad universe during the time of the Sunburst and Moonlight story to compete in a tournament. Tatsuno, Inui and Kahara had a tamer battle against Sayo and would lose. Another story which I believe happened around the same time as Digimon Next is that of Digimon World Next Order. I put both stories next to each other because the Digimon Mini of Tsurugi looked quite similar to the device we saw at the beginning of Digimon World Next Order. There may be some small differences in design, but the technology doesn't appear to be different or more advanced. I'd like to warn you already that the Digimon Next Order story is a bit more complex than most Digimon stories out there, without forgetting that quite a few Digimon and Tamers from other universes traveled to this place. That's why I'll have to be a bit more detailed. I hope you won't mind. The game has a two-player chosen protagonist, with exactly the same stories. You can pick a boy named Takuto or a girl named Shiki. Please don't get confused, I will only be using the name of Takuto, but the video footage shown will be that of Chiki. Again, don't get confused as they are the same character. So, Takuto is a young man who was once a passionate Digimon fan. In fact, he was so interested and invested that he even participated in a national digital monster tournament where he came second place. He would be defeated by Shoma Suzuki, a character that will be important in the story later on. Those who reached third and fourth place were Kuta Hirose, who would be partnered with Gilmon, and Himari Ofuchi, who would be partnered with Gatomon. All four participants would receive a special Digivice for having reached top 4, and that's also how the four would get to know each other. This tournament could have perfectly taken place around the time of the Digimon Next story because the world by then was already organized enough to have players from across the globe compete with their Digimon. Though you have to remember that the virtual world was just a game, and Digimon being a game was probably the reason why people like Takuto would end up losing interest. That's probably the reason why they would end up focusing on other, more important matters. However, 7 years later, after having won that special Digivice from the tournament, Takuto would suddenly be thrusted into the digital world. Though he wouldn't be the only human, the 3 other tournament contestants, meaning Shoma, Kuta and Himari, would also be pulled into that Digivice but would land in separate locations. Takuto would land in a sealed place and would meet his partners War Greymon and Metal Garurumon, only to be suddenly attacked by a Machindramon who would end up being defeated and reverted into a Tokomon. Machindramon was sealed in an interdimensional trap created by Digimon, the chief of a city called Floatia, a well-developed and organized city with many businesses. It used to have many Digimon inhabitants, but that changed because of a particular crisis. After having been warped to the digital world and being confronted by a Machinedramon, Takuto was obviously quite confused, as Digimon were meant to be video games and nothing more. That's why he was invited into Digimon's house, who told him that the digital world was in a crisis due to the Machinedramon phenomenon. It's a phenomenon where a Machinedramon would appear, get violent, do considerable damage, and then disappear. This phenomenon occurred several times, causing the residents of Floatia to flee from the city. That's why Digimon asked for the help of Takuto to not only bring back the inhabitants but also contribute to the protection of the digital world. To also help Floatia to prevent a Machinedramon to suddenly appear, Digimon worked on a Machinedramon detector to pick up any signs of it. Daomon was also helping in the creation of the detector, as it had come to the conclusion that Machinedramon or similar threats should have been eliminated or at least be taken care of by the Enforcer, who is an Omnimon Zwart. The Enforcer is sort of like this digital world's version of the Royal Knights, as it would eliminate threats to keep the peace in the digital world. However, as Digimon and Daomon came to the conclusion that it was malfunctioning for reasons that were not yet known, they decided to join hands in creating a Machinedramon detector. While the creation of the detector pretty much failed, there were indications of an alien data wave in the server desert. That's why Takuto would head for that place along with Kuta and his partner Galemon. In the server desert, Takuto and Kuta would find an unconscious girl named Luce, who had lost her memories. In many ways, Luce resembles the character Rhythm from the Digimon Data Squad movie, because both, despite having the appearance of young girls, are digital life forms. In fact, unbeknownst to Takuto, Luce itself, and the rest of the team, its data is 98.1% Digimon. That's why Luce can feel hunger, unlike humans in the digital world. We don't know exactly what Digimon she originally was. We do know that she was the partner of Shoma, the winner of the tournament where Takuto, Kuta, and Himari participated in. 7 years earlier in the tournament, when Shoma was facing Takuto, he saw that his Digimon stood no chance, so he cheated and hacked his Digimon, allowing him to win the tournament. However, once his Digimon died, it was unable to be reborn and wound up in the Singular Zone, which pretty much is the dark area as all deleted data go there. Unbeknownst to all, Shoma would go to the Singular Zone in order to retrieve his partner back. However, that would cost him, as he would then be possessed by Analog Man. You remember Analog Man? He was from the Adventure universe. After his defeat in the Digimon card battle story, a part of the security system that took the shape of Rosemon trapped him in a temporary holding state program, which rendered him unable to do anything but repeat an endless stream of mathematical equations. The security system then sent him to the deep net before he could escape. While it wasn't clear what happened to him, we know that he managed to spread its data to make it travel to the next order digital world, and his goals changed a little. He wanted to merge the world with the countless other digital and real worlds and become ruler of them all. He wanted to create a massive new world and tear down all the gates that keep the parallel worlds apart. He called it the AR Plan, which stands for Advanced Realm Plan, or Augmented Reality Plan, making him quite a universal threat and making him yet another justification for the existence of Parallelmon, because humans can be just as dangerous as Digimon. Analog Man's plan began with the possession of Shoma, who would be used to spread the Brain Hack program. It's a virus which illegally hacks into a Digimon's brain and alters their behavior, including making the Digimon have sudden violent tendencies and randomly turn them into Machinedramon. Also, under the influence of Analog Man, Shoma would remake his deceased Digimon with the intention of using it as a Trojan horse. That's how the deceased Digimon got reincarnated as Luce, with no memory of being a Digimon and with no memory of its past life. And Luce did its work well, even if it wasn't exactly what it wanted. Its stuffed animal that it was holding contained a network signal and transmitted information. meaning that all things that were being spoken about were transmitted via the stuffed animal to Analog Man. That's how the enemy managed to constantly find countermeasures and remain a few steps ahead. Luckily for the protagonist, he would receive the help of Mameo, the one who defeated Analog Man in the Adventure universe. Mameo explained something quite interesting. He said that he had saved a different digital world before and had gained the ability to perform a digital dive to visit multiple digital worlds. And being in the next order digital world, he noticed something different to the digital world where he had his adventures. You see, there is an area called the Frost Cathedral. This location was once in the digital world Mameo saved in the past and was then called the Ice Sanctuary. It was a place with training facilities and various underground passageways. Mameo had used Digimon's power to send the Ice Sanctuary away, as it was harboring a lot of evil. However, to the surprise of Mameo, the Ice Sanctuary ended up in the next order digital world. When Mameo came to this digital world, he tried to cure Digimon who were infected with the brain hack virus by using a basic antivirus program. He tried injecting it into a Digimon that was about to be altered to stop it from becoming a Machinedramon. While the process had been slowed down, it did prove ineffective as it couldn't stop the transformation. Mameo did come across Takuto and his team, and all of them were about to be killed by the Enforcer, who was revealed to be under the influence of the brain hack program. They've been lucky though, as they were saved by Mirai Mikagura, who teleported them to safety. Do you remember Mirai? She helped Sayo from the Data Squad universe to help unseal her Dianamon after having fought against the 7 Demon Lords. Mirai managed to cross over to the next order digital world due to a rift in the fabric of the digital worlds that allowed for communication between both. She crossed over willingly, but even then she could only cross over partially as a hologram. We're not yet going to discuss her origin story, that would come later once we get to her home universe. And Mirai does deserve a lot of credits, as she was one of the most valuable assets to the team. For example, she correctly assessed that the brain hack virus was seeping into the digital world's soil and was spreading mainly through cables underground. That's why she assisted the team in raising Floatia into the skies to buy some time. She also helped Digimon and Daomon to devise a plan against the brain hack program and the Machinedramon infestation. They first came up with the idea to create an antivirus program to stop the virus from spreading, as the situation was only getting worse. Their current antivirus program wasn't strong enough because every Digimon had a different data makeup. That's why at the time the virus laid dormant before manifesting varied from victim to victim. Also, all townspeople in Floatia tested positive without really knowing how they had gotten themselves infected, and it was too difficult to predict who would digivolve into Machinedramon. When they noticed that the spreading of the antivirus wouldn't be effective nor strong enough, and when they understood how much damage the brain hack virus already caused, they then changed plan to start Project Reincarnation. It's a code name for a plan to bring about the rebirth of the digital world. A plan to return the world to a state of pure data, and a plan to purge it and let it be reborn anew. For that, the Enforcer would become a key player, as its power was needed for both the Reincarnation Project, led by the heroes, but also for the Augmented Reality Plan, led by Shoma, under the influence of Analog Man. Daomon could load the digital world into Floatia and after the purge, revive it as reborn data, but for that, the data needed to be migrated somewhere else for a time. And they had found a suitable location after Mirai correctly deduced that the enemy had been spying on their plans through a mole that had been leaking information to them. Because after all, the heroes already became suspicious as the brain hack virus had only gotten stronger despite their modified antivirus. They all suspected that there was a mole among them, who was feeding information which helped the enemy to adapt accordingly. This prompted Mirai to spread the lie that Mameo was the spy, in order to have an excuse to exile him from Floatia and meet him elsewhere with Takuto. This allowed them to feed the mole false information that served both to expose the mole and to set up a trap for the enemy to fall into. The mole was revealed to be Luce, even though she didn't know it. A program within her stuffed Numemon doll was sending data to Shoma. Mireille took her in for study and made the startling discovery that she is about 98.1% Digimon and that she was infected with the brain hack program. So it was cleansed from its infection and trackers, making Luce return to Floatia confused and saddened to know the truth. Mireille also pinpointed the address that Luce's toy was transmitting information to, which went straight to Shoma's location in the Singular Zone, a place suggested to seem excellent to migrate all the data into to start the Reincarnation project. Before telling what would happen there, I have to mention two other sub-stories which occurred in the Digimon Next Order arc. Aside of Mireille, there were two other guests who came from two different universes. The first guest is a tamer that goes by the name of Rina Shinomiya, who is partnered with a Vivi, as she called it, who is an All-Force Vidramon. She called herself Takuto's trainer and sent him on various retrieval quests. And unbeknownst to the trainee, however, Rina is in fact an acquaintance of Mireille, and both Mireille and Rina are originally from the X universe. They had met in the story of Digimon Redigitize. Rina only came to the Digimon Next Order digital world because she intercepted Mireille's rescue signals. That's how she was able to travel but got stuck somehow, even if she eventually would find her way back to her own universe. I wanted to mention her already because she will also travel into the Cyber Sleuth story and play an important role there. If we follow the timeline, then the Cyber Sleuth story happened in the future after the Digimon Next Order story. The second guest in this universe was Meikomon from the Adventure universe. Remember? It appeared in the Adventure 3 story and was spreading an infection to other Digimon which caused them to go berserk and attack everyone in sight. I explained that Meikomon came 2 times in the Digimon Next Order digital world. The first time it got here, it was unaware of how it managed to even reach this world whilst suffering from amnesia. Meikomon caused quite some trouble, to say the least, as it tends to become aggressive relatively quick. After having talked to Takuto, it regained several memories and remembered that it had been near a waterfall and a bridge. And so, once Takuto went to that location, he found Meikomon's diary, which stated that it had found itself in a new world and that it needed to get back before they found her. The They was a reference to the White Fang organization who were after Meikomon, presumably to stop it from spreading the virus, or maybe for using Meikomon for their own gains. Regardless of their wishes, the cat Digimon did still infect other Digimon. You see, when 3 Pidamon arrived, they touched the diary page of Meikomon after inquiring as to what it was. The diary affected the trio, who then attacked Takuto and his partner. In fact, after this battle, even Meikomon attacked Takuto for no reason. It was a sign that the infection which began in the Adventure universe was also present in the Next Order digital world. After being defeated, Meikomon did regain its memories and apologized to the Tamer. It was then called back to the Adventure universe. We're going to explain its return to the Next Order universe in a moment. For now, let us get back to the Singular Zone. Analog Man had used the knowledge it stole from the heroes to cause the Enforcer to digivolve into Omegamon Arthur B instead of a Machinedramon by abusing it. However, despite the power of this altered version of Omegamon, it still got defeated and Analog Man was forced to leave Shoma's body. That's when Mameo confirmed that the man who was possessing Shoma was Analog Man, the man he had beaten before. Mameo also revealed himself to be Shoma's homeroom Japanese teacher, meaning that he might have also settled down in another universe like Ryo Akiyama did. Or maybe Shoma is originally from the Adventure universe. Anyway, using the power of Mameo's antivirus and the Enforcer's power, Digimon and Daomon began reincarnating the digital world to rid the world of the brain hack program. That was the end of the Digimon Next Order story, though there was a little side mission that came after it. Digimon told the protagonist that something strange, likely a Digimon from another world, had been picked up. That's why it sent them to investigate. Turned out it was APPMON who returned, but as a Fragments who was surrounded by a dark aura. It would again start spreading the infection, but luckily this digital world had the means to face it. This universe had an antivirus which healed those who were victim of Fragments' infection, and Luce, despite being a Digimon, was even immune to it. So, an antivirus was made out of Luce's DNA to cure those who were infected by Fragments. When Fragments gained its senses back, it apologized and explained that it had been followed and fled, ending in this world again. It was again under the radar of the White Fang, who used a device that caused it to digivolve and then to cross dimensions, with the shock of dimension hopping causing Fragments to suffer from amnesia and causing it to lose control and attack everyone it came across. While it was able to escape from the White Fang, its human partner Meiko Mochizuki intentionally fell into a trap which allowed Fragments to escape, though she was still held captive by the group. Fragments claimed that it was a coincidence that it ended up in this universe again, but theorized that it may have been asking subconsciously for the help of Takuto in the past, leading it to this dimension again. Shoma, Luce and Takuto wanted to come along with Fragments to the adventure universe to save Meiko, however, that proposition was turned down. It wasn't possible for them to travel to the adventure universe because Fragments had its bond with its human partner, which would eventually allow it to return to its own world, and its powers only allowed itself to hop from one dimension to the other. Anyway, so it ended up leaving to return to the adventure universe. However, sadly, when following the adventure timeline, Fragments would return to its universe only to be killed by the Digidestined after having endangered the world during the Digimon Adventure 3 arc. With the Digimon Minis limited technology and the Net Battle VR technology already in the market, obviously businesses will try to capitalize on the success of said technology. That's why, to me, the story that probably happened after Digimon Next and Digimon Next Order would be the story of Digimon World 3, with the main character being Atsushi, with his friends Ivy and Teddy. Let me guide you through. The first virtual online game that was made by utilizing a matrix chamber was in the market and was called Digimon Online. It was a virtual game maintained by the Magami Corporation. Unlike the VR helmet that was used in Digimon Next, the VR device was now a sort of capsule that would be sealed once a player enters. The ideas and thoughts of the players would then be completely digitized and sent to the internet. Atsushi and his friends would be quite impressed at how big and sophisticated this digital world was. There were players of all ages, there were lots of things that could be done, such as tamer battles with Digimon or tamer battles via cards. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if some would have liked it so much that they would never want to leave the game. In the main lobby we got to learn that the digital world was divided into 5 servers: the Asuka server, the Amaterasu server, the Izumo server, the Yamato server, and the Ikaruga server. The story in the game only happens in the Asuka server and the Amaterasu server. The 3 others are inactive. However, what many might not know is that the Yamato server would connect this digital world to the digital world of Digimon World X, which finds itself in the X universe. I'll make sure to bring that up once we get there. Once Atsushi and his friends were inside the Digimon Online game, the maintenance was announced and all humans inside the game were unable to return to the real world. They were in fact trapped, though Atsushi didn't really bother. He would continue playing the game to reach his goal to defeat the leaders. So while he continued playing, little did he know that from the depth of the Amaterasu server, an organization called AOA were scheming and preparing their plan to take over both the digital world and the real world. The AOA organization is a European cybernetic terrorist group known to have been the cause to numerous cybernetic terrorism attacks across the world, with most of its top agents having recently been arrested by the international police. The organization was definitely very organized and well funded, as the Magami Corporation, who hosted the Digimon Online game, was actually a cover-up for AOA. Most of its staff, from the administrator of the Asuka server to the Magami president, who was himself the head of the organization, were part of the terrorist group, even if some of the employees were unaware of working for an organization with plans to take over the world. Through Digimon Online, the AOA planned to create an artificial Digimon that could combine its matrix data with any machine, creating a fearsomely powerful and loyal Digimon that would help them conquer the world. Though little did the members know that they were being double-crossed by a robotic-like digital lifeform called Lord Megadeth, who was born from inside the network and who was the true mastermind and leader of AOA. Lord Megadeth's goal was also to replace humans to become the ruler of both worlds. And to do this, it had its organization steal the matrix data of humans and turn them into the docile domestic pig Digimon APPMON to run its plan unopposed. It did that via the use of a military spy satellite called Gunslinger. It was a satellite that wasn't meant to harm its target, but rather to absorb the data from the target. And you know what? In many ways did Lord Megadeth's power go beyond the digital world, as humans in the real world were also effectively turned into APPMON. The matrix data taken from humans was meant to create and empower Vamon, an unknown artificial Digimon created through the process of experimentation and programmed only to eat. And after multiple Vamon began cannibalizing each other, the one left standing became Snatchmon, a Digimon who became self-aware, desiring greater strength for itself. It turned against Lord Megadeth and absorbed it along with the Gunslinger spy satellite to further digivolve into Galacticmon, otherwise known as Ragnamon, a large-sized Digimon who assimilated the data of an artificial satellite and now possessed a variety of weaponry sufficient enough to destroy vast areas of the digital world from ultra-high orbit. Galacticmon sure was a huge threat for mankind. It emerged from the Digimon Online game to the space of the real world, and its ultimate goal was to become Gaiamon, an entity that would have been created by the merging of Galacticmon with the real world, which would have brought about the extinction of the human race. We never got to see Gaiamon though, as Galacticmon would be defeated just on time by Atsushi with its debris raining down on Earth's atmosphere. Its ending also marked the end of the AOA terrorist organization, whose members would be arrested by the police. While the Digimon World 3 story came to an end, I am connecting it to the Digimon Liberator story, which I believe could have happened at the same time, but maybe also moments before or later. Digimon Liberator is an online comic but also has a web novel that is set during the events of the comic. I admit that I was a bit hesitant to really talk about it, as we are missing a lot of information. The story is new and not completely done by the time of making this video. It might even be that some of the information will change, that's why I can't get much into the details, though I can still walk you through a few points. I am putting it near the Digimon World 3 story because the same concept of an organization creating a virtual reality game by using advanced technology came back. And humans still saw Digimon as nothing more than mere video game characters, so they have at least these two aspects in common. The story is about an in-universe game called Digimon Liberator. It's an immersive card game developed by a group named IDEA. For that game, they created a virtual space called Lacuna. It's a cyber world formed from a complex fusion of mapping data from the real world, with the space being divided into 7 areas, each forming an island composed of various cities with their own utilities and stories. Speaking of stories, the Digimon Liberator game is a single-player story and tells that 300 years in the past, the Digimon inhabitants vanished, with Lacuna instead being populated by robots and androids who had sealed almost all Digimon within trading cards. and the main character of the Digimon Liberator game is one from an unspecified dying planet sent out to survey the highly advanced civilization of Lacuna to see if it could become an acceptable place for the entire population to migrate to. That's the story of the Digimon Liberator game that all players play in the single player mode, though many would play the game for card battles against other players. Which reminds me, a player is able to log in at arcades or via metaverse pods available at amusement facilities nationwide, where they set their D-Storage Digivice and put on goggles to start the machine. And the D-Storage Digivice has multiple functions. Without it, one cannot play the Digimon Liberator game. The device stores a player's ID, it allows them to save information on the progress of the game's storyline. Players can also choose one card in their deck to act as their partner. Just as important as the other functions, the D-Storage allows a player to hold virtual versions of their cards in their hands during a duel, and when playing a card, the device will summon a Digimon from them, temporarily unsealing them so that they may do battle. The problem with the D-Storage is that, for strange reasons, real Digimon could enter it and set themselves as the owner's partner. They can talk while still inside it, and can merge their consciousness with cards played on the field, causing them to temporarily become that Digimon. Most players believed that Lacuna was merely a game world created and managed by humans. Only a select few people truly knew that Digimon were forms of life who truly exist. Cool Boy is one of those humans who knew about the secrets. In fact, he is the one who discovered Lacuna. He became the operations manager of the Digimon Liberator game and used its source code to create the foundation of the Liberator system. He certainly had his reasons for doing so, but those reasons have yet to be revealed. Again, the story is still being written at the time of making the video. However, I do have to say something important about Cool Boy. He does not originate from the virtual reality universe, he is a native of the X universe, where he had his first experience with Digimon. According to the Digimon illustrator So Moriyama, the original plan was for Cool Boy to appear in the Digimon Chronicle manga as chosen child Yuji Mushia's older brother, but that was dropped. We'll get to that story once we get to the X universe. IDEA had noticed that the game contained a supposedly unimplemented feature that was discovered during the beta test. They discovered the presence of wild Digimon that had not been made into cards. After realizing that Digimon were real and not just video games, they wondered for what purpose they exist. They wondered why they caused an influx of errors in the game. So, to investigate and resolve this problem and convert all Digimon into cards, IDEA formed a debug team by inviting certain players to it. Yuko was one of the few players who took part in the year-long beta test, during which she would come across APPMON, with the Digimon becoming her partner. I will have to get back to APPMON in its own Digivolution line video, because in this story it had received a new Digivolution line with a new mega level form named Heavy Metal Drummer. Yuko's story happened in the web novel of Digimon Liberators. The comic of Digimon Liberator is taking place after the beta test, with Shoto Kazama being invited to play the Digimon Liberator game by his friend Arisa Kinosaki. Reason why I believe the story is taking place after the web novel is because of the character Zenith, who appear in both. He is a skilled card player, even winning the Digimon World Card Championship. Zenith was one of the testers during Digimon Liberator's beta, which he also shared to the world. He also announced that the Digimon Liberator game had officially released and that the next card tournament would take place in it. While this timeline has to be the least official, I think it would make most sense if it would end with the story of Digimon Saber Sleuth. Though for this one, you'll have to imagine a relatively high time skip from the previous stories. That is because the technology that were being used in Digimon World 3 or in Digimon Liberator were, in my opinion, inferior to the technology in Saber Sleuth. Let me put this statement into perspective. In Digimon Liberator, the Idea Company created an immersive card game that allowed a player to enter a virtual space where one could engage in relatively limited activities aside of playing the one-player story or competing in card games with other players. In Digimon World 3, the Megami Corporation created the Digimon Online game by utilizing a matrix chamber which would digitize the idea and thoughts of a player and send them to the internet. Players would be able to compete with Digimon and with cards. Also, at first glance, it could be that a player can do a bit more in this virtual space when compared to the Digimon Liberator game. Then we have the story of Digimon Cyber Sleuth, where a company called Kamishiro Enterprises had created an enormous virtual world called Eden. It's a next-gen web service utilized by people living in different countries, where instead of transmitting info on screen, a user can mentally enter it and use various widespread services such as shopping, business transactions, and even administrative procedures. Eden was so successful that it became indispensable to their daily life. However, that would attract a lot of crime. In response to the growing criminality in Eden, some humans would become cyber sleuths, which refers to a person who does any kind of detective work using the internet. Though in this story, using the internet would be taken literally. Before telling you what exactly happened in the Cyber Sleuth arc, and why it is so important for this universe's relation with Digimon, I'll have to first clarify a thing or two. Firstly, you have to know that the Digimon Cyber Sleuth arc exists of 3 stories. There is Digimon Cyber Sleuth, Digimon Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory, and the Cyber Sleuth manga. All 3 stories are happening simultaneously. That's why I'll have to be extremely detailed to tell you about them, because otherwise many would become confused if you guys weren't already. And the whole point of making this video is to bring clarity to an already complicated franchise. Second and last point, the main character of this story is Takumi Aiba. You see him in both the manga and the game. Though in the game, you can also pick Amy Aiba. They are the same characters, it's just that the Digimon developers allowed a more diversified choice in terms of the protagonist's gender. But again, they are the same character. I wanted to point that out because the footage I'll show during my explanation of the story will show both of them, so please don't get confused. Anyway, let's get into it. The story began with Digimon Cyber Sleuth the game. Aiba was hanging out in the chat room till a hacker infiltrated it, leaving a message asking those within to log into Cyberspace Eden to receive a wonderful present. Even if most in the chat room believed the request to be too suspicious, still some decided to take a look and thus entered Eden. This brought them together in an area called Kowloon. Just for your information, Kowloon is sort of like Eden's dark area. It's a graveyard of data with 5 accessible floors which are separated by firewalls and guarded by hackers just to prevent weak tamers from proceeding. Unbeknown to anyone, this place connected with the real digital world, hence why the area had Digimon running wild, though this secret would only be revealed much later in the story. As Kowloon became a hacker-infested area, many would go there for illegal and dark matters, hence why the name is so fitting. Do you remember the Kowloon of the APPMON universe? That place hidden in the deep web that was ruled by Leviathan, who prevented the inhabitants to leave? Well, both Kowloons are in fact references to Kowloon Walled City, an extremely densely populated and largely ungoverned enclave in Hong Kong, China. It became the dwellings of the homeless and triads, a crime syndicate who had established their territories there. Crime, along with prostitution, gambling and drugs, became rampant. In fact, criminals who wanted to escape Hong Kong law stayed in Kowloon, as the police did not have any jurisdiction within the walled city. And the same goes with Kowloon of the APPMON universe and Cyberspace Eden. Anyway, those who were in the chat room gathered in Kowloon and saw each other for the first time. One introduced herself as Nokia Shiramine and the other as Arata Sanada. All 2 of them, along with Aiba, were then given a mysterious present by the mysterious messenger. The gift was a Digimon capture device. It's a tool used to scan a Digimon's data, and when reaching a scan of 100%, the same Digimon can either be recreated or permanently deleted, turning them into experience points for the absorbing Digimon. When they received the Digimon capture device, that's when we got to learn from Nokia that Digimon are relatively known by the public. However, they are seen as mere programs hackers use for their goals. They were not really seen as this sort of life form, or at least not yet. Aiba, Nokia and Arata did not know that the Digimon capture device given by the mysterious messenger was meant to lure them to Kowloon to trap them, because they were special in some way. For those who haven't played the game yet, please bear with me as you'll understand where this specialness comes from. While being trapped, they ran into a mysterious creature that attacked them, and although Arata managed to hack open a way out of cyberspace Eden, the creature grabbed onto Aiba's leg and corrupted their log-out process. That's why Aiba emerged in the real world as a half-digitized entity. On the good side, he gained potent hacking abilities, as well as the power to perform what is called a Connect Jump. It's an ability to travel between the real world and cyberspace Eden through terminals. On the bad side, his mind became susceptible to being trapped between the two worlds, with the possibility of never returning to his real body. It's a little similar to Mirai Mikagura, who would also appear in this universe, though her state is a bit more severe. She can't even manifest in the real world due to her lack of a body. Luckily, she managed to create a pocket space between the digital worlds on which to exist, and she even set up the Digilab to assist Digimon Tamers, like for example Sayo, who would need help to retrieve her Dianamon. When Aiba appeared in the real world with his half-digitized body, he would be rescued by Kyoko Kuremi, a good friend of Mirai. Kuremi is a detective who ran the Kuremi Detective Agency. She would be interested by Aiba's condition and would make of him an apprentice detective, or rather, a cyber sleuth. Not only because his half-digitized body could come in handy, but also to keep an eye. And some time would pass, and Aiba would become an impressive detective. One of his missions was shown in the manga, where the Kuremi Detective Agency was hired by 3 young men as their cyberspace Eden accounts had been stolen by hackers. Kyoko had sent Aiba to the Eden cyberspace specifically to the Kowloon area to retrieve those accounts. The thieves were 3 young men who called themselves demons. They were a group of hackers made of former members of another group of next generation hackers named Zaxxon, which was secretly led by Yuko Kamishiro, but who disguised herself with the avatar of her brother Yugo, who was in a coma for 8 years. Both Yugo and Yuko were the children of Satoru Kamishiro, the deceased president of Kamishiro Enterprise. The existence of hackers pushed Kamishiro Enterprises to make a mandatory rule for users of the Eden cyberspace. For crime prevention reasons, all avatars had to look exactly like its real-world user. However, hackers would be capable of showing a different appearance, making it harder to stop them from doing crime. That's why the demons stole accounts. They did that so they could disguise themselves by using different accounts and do bad things to their heart's content. With those different accounts, they would theoretically become untraceable, contributing greatly in their goal to take over Eden and the real world. After having shared their objective, they had asked Aiba to join them, though their request would be declined, prompting them to summon a Cyclonemon to steal yet another account. However, due to Aiba's half-digitized body, they were unable to do so. The demons would be defeated during their confrontation, and after their defeat, they would be attacked by a mysterious digital lifeform known as Ether. Their accounts would be destroyed, and they became victims of the Eden Syndrome. This was the end of Aiba's mission shown in the manga. His story would continue in the Cyber Sleuth game, which happens simultaneously with the Cyber Sleuth hacker's memory story. However, before explaining what would happen, we'll have to make a quick stop to explain what an Ether and the Eden Syndrome are, otherwise it might get complicated to understand. Do you remember the diagram of Jackie J. Konaka? There is one layer of the digital world that we haven't yet discussed. He called it another world. It's probably a reference to the world of Ethers. Please be aware that the number of layers that make up a digital world is completely unknown, so it doesn't really matter how big the world of ethers could be. It is still only a small part of an even larger existential set that is the creation of God, or maybe even a multiplicity of gods. In other words, all worlds we have explained in this long research already are but a part of a vast system that could be called the Great Intent. The world of ethers exists in a higher dimension above the capacity for human understanding and is even above the mechanics of higher dimensions, thus being a hyperdimension with no concept of time and with basically no limits. The higher dimension of ethers exists beyond space-time and has infinite ramification. The presence of ethers induces the formation of what are called digital waves, as their powers allow them to change the reality around them and transform everything into data. And at some point in the story, they'll get released into the real world and you could visually see how the world changed, gaining a more complex structure. Only when an ether is defeated will the digital wave be stopped and the space around them be turned back into its natural state. It is hard to tell whether the primordial ether had a form. That is because they manifested through contact with the data of their dimension and took on the form and substance we know them for. Though in its purebred form, it drew inspiration from the chambered Nautilus, who inhabit a depth deeper than 1,000 feet inside the ocean. The ether are life forms directly alluded to the principle of evolution. They exist for the sole purpose of evolving, and for that they absorb data to send it to the higher dimension through the network, and they rewrite data. With the absorbed data, they reconstruct themselves. Thus, the target and the ether are reborn as a new life. After having absorbed data, an ether will then change its form to reflect what it incorporates into itself. Let us take the example of a human, shall we? By incorporating human data, an ether will be able to attain a form that is close to human, and in that state, humans naturally gain the power to do anything, and thus technically making them gods of creation. The problem would be that a human's natural instinct would prevent it from taking command after having received the unlimited power of an ether. That is because humans have been unable to realize true unlimited potential when being taken over by an ether. Also, when the mental data of a person is being consumed by an ether, that person will contract the Eden syndrome. It was a disease first believed to be caused by brain nerves being overloaded with data by heavy users of cyberspace Eden. But the truth is that it was caused by the mental data leaving the original body of a person that was consumed by an ether, putting the victim in a comatose state with no ways of saving them unless one managed to retrieve their mental data. That could be a difficult task though, as some humans have been in a coma for 8 years. In some way, the Eden syndrome is the same as the problem encountered in the Digimon Seekers universe, which we have yet to discuss. Over there's a process called Mind Link, where a human can temporarily become a Digimon. And if one mind links for too long with his Digimon, they will also get in a comatose state permanently with no ways of waking them up. So to give you a summary to help you understand this complicating subject, the world of ethers exists beyond any concept of time. The true nature of the world of ethers is hyperdimensional, as they are unaware of the notions of time that limits other beings through dimensionality. The ethers absorb data to accelerate their evolution, and humans contract the Eden syndrome after their mental data was consumed by an ether. Ultimately, it is the ether species that will drive the plot behind the entirety of the Digimon Cyber Sleuth arc, which includes Digimon Cyber Sleuth Hacker's memory. Now, let me tell you how humans came in contact with an ether for the first time. The story was explained in Digimon Cyber Sleuth, which took us 8 years back into the past before the story was unfolding. You see, 8 years ago, before Cyberspace Eden was released for the public, there was a beta test ongoing. Among the participants, you had Yugo Kamishiro and her brother Yuko. You also had Aiba, Nokia, and Arata. During the beta test, a connection was made between Eden and the real digital world, allowing the children to cross over and encounter Digimon for the first time. However, the connection had also attracted an Ether who attacked the 5 children. 4 of them managed to escape, but Hugo had his mental data being consumed and thus becoming the first victim of the Eden syndrome. Hugo contracting the syndrome was only one of the many problems that would arrive. Another problem was that Ether began attacking the digital world after the beta test, making it turn into a hellish landscape on the brink of destruction. So, in order to halt the Ether incursion, Yggdrasil planned on sending the Royal Knights to the human world to commence the Paradise Lost plan. It was a plan where a rift, a portal, would be opened to rid the digital world from the Ether infestation by sending them to the human world. The problem with the plan is that Yggdrasil never spoke directly to the Royal Knights, leaving them not just with mixed feelings on how to handle the Ether threat, but it would also make them act independently from each other, but with the belief that they were doing as demanded. That's why a schism happened between them, a division, or rather a civil war of 2 factions where one was seeking to exterminate humanity while the other wished for the coexistence and unity. The only neutral party among the Royal Knights was Gankumon, who did not feel like fighting for or against mankind, even if it had been implied that it gave moral support in favor of Onimon's group who sided with humanity. Let me tell you more about the positions of 2 Royal Knights who entered the human world first, because there was a certain genius behind the way they operated. You see, following Yugo Kamishiro contracting the Eden syndrome during the beta test for the Eden cyberspace, Kyoko would be hired by Kamishiro Enterprises to investigate the incident. And while investigating, she would be contacted by Riki Shibe, a woman who intended to give Kyoko false information to ruin the reputation of Kamishiro Enterprises so she could take over the company for herself. Kyoko was obviously unaware of her ulterior motive and so agreed to meet Ri alone in Cyberspace Eden. However, during their rendezvous, they were attacked by an Ether and both were afflicted with the Eden syndrome. APPMON, who was for the coexistence of Digimon and humanity, discovered Kyoko's body after traveling to Eden and decided to take over her body to be able to move in the real world. Meaning that the Kyoko we saw in Digimon Cyber Sleuth and Digimon Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory, who was managing the Kyoko Detective Agency to help humanity, was in fact an APPMON. It was APPMON who rescued Aiba when his body became half-digitized, and it is APPMON who was trying to know more about the Eden Syndrome in order to help humanity. CRUSADOR, who was against humanity, instead took over the body of Riki Shibe. And Digimon taking over the bodies of humans really is the same as humans taking over bodies of Digimon, like in the Secret Universe. However, there is a little catch here. When CRUSADOR and APPMON took over human bodies, their personalities had received slight influences from their human mediums. In other words, both Royal Knights became the humans whose body they commanded. That's how APPMON learned how good humans can be, because Kyoko is a woman with the best of intentions. On the other hand, CRUSADOR learned how truly evil humans can be, because Riki Shibe was a woman with the most vile of intentions. You see, the reason why the president of Kamishiro Enterprises was deceased is because he was killed by CRUSADOR and his death had been reported as a suicide. The thing is that CRUSADOR never had the intention to kill Satoru. That's why it even physically showed regret when it announced the news later on in the story. The president of Kamishiro Enterprises was killed because it had been Ri's intention to take over the company by any means necessary. It was her desire, her ambition, and envy that influenced CRUSADOR to kill the president and make it seem as a suicide. Taking over Ri's body allowed CRUSADOR to work behind the scenes to find a way to bring the other Royal Knights to the real world en masse. The murder meant that Ri became the new leader of the company. To consolidate more power, she fabricated evidence that Kamishiro Enterprises had illegally acquired the Nile Company and sued it as a pretext to fire most of Kamishiro's staff, meaning that no one would oppose her decisions. Now, for your information, the Nile Corporation was created to do research on the Eden Avatar system when Eden was still in its beta stage. There was a lead researcher named Suedo Akemi who managed to successfully find a way to transform the human mind into data. He worked alongside Makoto Yamashina, who would become severely traumatized because of the beta test accident, where one of the children would become comatose and the 4 others declared insane. And none could blame the man for his trauma. You see, by the time of the beta test phase, the Eden network already had ties with various government agencies. Massive amounts of money were in play. That's why none could bring the project to a halt. So, the participants had to pretend as if nothing happened. The accident was covered up, and the closed beta test was considered a success and ready for public launch. With 4 of the 5 children being diagnosed with having a disturbance of consciousness, and with another one who was in a coma with no doctor being able to wake him up from, Makoto would become overwhelmed with guilt, and in his words, he had stolen their lives, he had stolen their future. And the fact that the accident was considered a state secret, with all participants being prohibited from uttering but a word about it, the pain would become too unbearable. So, Makoto allowed Suedo to have his memories concerning the incident to be erased. Suedo would also grow quite fascinated by the tales the 4 children were recounting. He was interested in the things they saw. That's how he got to learn about the existence of Digimon, the digital world, and Ethers. He would then seal away their memories. As Suedo would become heavily invested in his research concerning Ether, he would theorize that they can tear open the hole in the dimension between the human and the digital world. His theory and knowledge of portals would catch the attention of Ri, who was looking for ways to bring the Royal Knights and Ethers to the human world. That's why both Suedo and Ri would combine forces. So, just to remind you how we have gotten ourselves to this explanation, Ri fabricated evidence that Kamishiro Enterprises had illegally acquired the Nile Corporation and sued it as a pretext to fire most of Kamishiro's staff. She also began working with Suedo for the execution of the Paradise Lost plan. There's also something else that she had done which was just as cruel as the killing of Satoru Kamishiro. You see, there is a young girl named Erika Mishima. She is a member of the hacker group known as Hoodie. It is a handyman group that solved cases both of hackers and Eden users. The group consisted of 4 individuals: Erika and her brother Ryuji, Imai Shitose, and Kaisuke Amasawa. We are now crossing the territory of Digimon Cyber Sleuth Hacker's memory. Erika and her brother have been alone since they lost their parents in a car accident several years ago. The accident made her suffer a serious head injury that would result in her developing a particular disease. That's why her mind had been linked to a special server on the Eden network to reduce the load on her brain, which might explain why her eye colors turned golden. On the positive side, she gained genius hacking abilities, though that might be the only positive, as the disease caused her brain to rapidly process more information than it normally should. That's why she has been in and out of the hospital, because her medical condition became severe. She had an incurable disease, with doctors telling that she would not live for much longer. Kamishiro Enterprises offered to fund the expensive service of siphoning off Erika's excess memories to Eden to keep her alive. However, Ri used the threat of pulling funding to keep her brother Ryuji in line. In other words, Erika's treatments were funded by the company with the cost of Ryuji doing dirty work. In many ways, Ryuji is an extremely tragic character because his life was constantly put to the test. He knew that his sister wasn't going to be there for much longer, so he wanted to do whatever was necessary to be helpful. His love for his sister often saw people making fun of him, with others even claiming that he had a sister complex. Some, including Erika herself, would take advantage of the love for his sister. Some more information concerning Ryuji. He used to be a member of a hacker group known as Jude. It was a group consisting of him, Shitose, and Arata. Though that group would be disbanded, for reasons that will be clear in a moment. And the group's closure would result in Ryuji living with this sort of anger, resentment, and fear that would result in him becoming so taken over by his emotions that he would become susceptible to the powers of a Digimon that will come later in the story. Erika and Keisuke would discover how Ryuji was being taken advantage of by Ri. This would lead them to hack into her server to find more information about what she was all about. They would then confront Ri on the rooftop, and both Erika and Ri would have a little fist fight before Ri threw herself off the roof with her body never to be found. Yuko had also gotten suspicious of Ri, as she was convinced that her father didn't take his own life and that his death was a setup. Her beliefs pushed her to hire the Kyoko Detective Agency to investigate her father's purported suicide. They managed to hack into Kamishiro Enterprises and found that Ri was planning a large Eden update that tied into the Paradise Lost plan. Learning about the folly and danger of this plan, Yuko decided to mobilize hackers around Eden to attempt a large-scale hacking into Kamishiro Enterprises' high-security Valhalla server. She managed to bring hackers together by using a false avatar modeled after her comatose older brother. Many would attend the gathering, including the Hoodie group with Keisuke, Ryuji, and Shitose. Nokia would also be present along with her two partners Agumon and Gabumon, who were in their mega forms War Greymon and Metal Garurumon respectively. She joined the gathering in the name of preventing Digimon misuse, even if at the very start of her story she preferred to not have much to do with Digimon, even showing a certain fear. Little did Nokia know that both her two Digimon partners were in fact small components of the Royal Knight Omnimon, who, just like Alphamon, had compressed its data to travel more easily from the digital world to cyberspace Eden till it would reach the human world. It's just that, while being divided into Agumon and Gabumon, the two had a sort of loss of memory, basically not being aware of their goal. Though that would change thanks to Nokia. You see, during the hackers' gathering, Nokia had a clash with her rival Fei Wong Tomoe Ignacio. She was part of the Zaxxon hacker group's executive staff led by Yuko. And unless I misinterpreted it, Fei might also be Yuko's lover, hence why she probably was the only one to know the real identity behind the Yugo avatar. There was a bit of a clash of ideology between the two, if I may say so. Nokia grew to see Digimon as more than just programs. That's why she created her own hacker group called Rebels, because she'd rather call herself a Digimon tamer than a hacker. Fei, on the other hand, saw Digimon as just programs and only cared about Yuko. After having made comments about Nokia's physique, both would end up clashing along with their Digimon partners. And in a moment of great determination and driven by feelings of friendship, Nokia would make her Digimon partners DNA Digivolve into Omnimon, which would shock all those around as they had never seen Omnimon before. It was definitely a magnificent entry to say the least. By having fused and becoming the Royal Knight it once was, not only did it first defeat Fei's Digimon, but it also remembered its purpose. It remembered that it came to Eden to save the digital world from an infestation of eaters. It remembered that the Royal Knights were split in deciding whether or not Yggdrasil's will was to destroy humanity or to eradicate the Eaters. And it remembered that the Royal Knights wanted to open a dimensional portal to allow them to travel to the human world. Speaking of Eaters, You see, during the gathering of hackers, no one knew that they were all being set up. The whole reunion happened because Ri had kidnapped Yuko and controlled her actions. Yuko appearing as Yugo was all meant to carry out Ri's evil intent. As Kyoko had determined that Ri had kidnapped Yuko, she made of her rescue a priority. And so Arata, Nokia and Aiba volunteered to go and save her. And during her rescue, there were two important moments that I have to highlight. First, Arata would come in contact with Suedo, who revealed that he was the mysterious messenger who asked Aiba, Nokia and Arata, when they were in the chat room at the beginning of the game, to go to Kowloon to receive a present. He was the one who handed over the Digimon capture device because his wish was for the world to evolve, and he saw the Eaters as a necessary presence for that evolution. With the Digimon capture device, Suedo hoped to give the holders more confidence in themselves to create a future which could bring many possibilities. This would come to the shock of Arata as he felt he had been misled, and in many ways he had been. After all, Suedo had been observing the 4 remaining beta testers for over 8 years since their accident. He manipulated events to have them get a Digimon capture device to make them move as he wanted, and to ensure everything happened as planned, he even showed himself to Aiba and Arata when they were crossing the subway. In that moment, he told them more about his research concerning digital waves and how they caused the human world and human thought to become data. He asked them if they had ever encountered the Ether life form, which he knew they had, and he also asked them if they carried a Digimon capture device, which he knew they had because he gave it to them. The subway encounter was a moment where Suedo revealed some information to make Aiba, Arata and their team to move exactly as wanted. That's why Arata was so shocked during his moment of exchange with Suedo when they were rescuing Yuko, as he understood that they were moving as pawns. The decision taken by Aiba, Arata and the rest of the hackers community would result in the emergence of the gate that would connect the digital world to the human world, hence making of Ri's plan a success. Many Digimon began to travel to the human world. And it's at that moment that Ri would also reveal her true identity, that of the Royal Knight CRUSADOR. Even if Arata managed to quickly close the dimensional portal after having been opened, still enough Digimon and Eaters arrived to cause lasting damage, and many humans would even end up contracting the Eden syndrome. Arata, after having understood the gravity of his actions, despite them having been involuntary and under influence, would cause him to go a bit on a downward spiral, as after Yuko's rescue, he would be branded as a wanted criminal for a hacking case, a blackout, and the disappearance of Riki Shibe. He might have had just reasons for these actions, it's just that the state wanted to use him as a scapegoat in the hopes of easing public panic. So Arata, who became a wanted criminal, would leave his team and go into hiding for quite some time. Let us discuss the second important moment during Yuko's rescue. We learned that Yuko was strapped in a special terminal that allowed anyone to log into the Eden cyberspace with any desired avatar, which was illegal. We also learned that the terminal can create a personality and import it as memories, meaning that once someone logs in with that data, they will travel into Eden without their free will, as they'd be acting as programmed. During her moments of captivity, when Aiba, Nokia and Faye arrived to come and rescue Yuko, her mind and body would be absorbed in its entirety by an Eater who had come from the digital world after Arata opened the dimensional gate. It was a pretty horrifying scene if you ask me. The Eater had taken a rather grotesque form, with Yuko's body being exposed to all. The Eater couldn't just be killed because that might have resulted in the death of Yuko herself. However, after realizing that Eaters are digital entities, Aiba used a connect jump to enter inside it to rescue the friend in need. Face Tiger APPMON volunteered to join the half-digitized human in the rescue. This would become a pivotal moment for Faye, who began to realize that Digimon were not mere programs. She came to realize that they were so much more than that. Inside the ether, Aba would have a conversation with Yuko, who explained that all her actions were meant to bring back those she cared about. She lost her brother 8 years ago due to the Eden syndrome and couldn't wake him up no matter how many times she tried. Then sometime after, her father died, with only Ri being there to cheer her up. Though Ri was only scheming, she planned on using a vulnerable Yuko to bring about the Paradise Lost plan. Ri exploited her loneliness to make her become a pseudo-Yugo to lead hackers, most of which at the time of her rescue became victims of the Eden syndrome. Aiba and Faye's tiger Vespamon managed to help Yuko out of her depression. They managed to convince her that she was not alone and that there are people out there who truly care about her, people who wouldn't want anything else but being with her. And so she grabbed hold of Aiba's hand and was pulled out of the ether. Before I tell you what happened after, I will first have to bring you back to the hackers gathering and the subsequent attack by the ethers, because there is still the side of Cyber Sleuth hacker's memory that must be explained. You see, when Yuko had mobilized the hackers to plan a large-scale hacking on Kamishiro Enterprises' high-security Valhalla server, Keisuke Shitose and Ryuji were also present in that exact moment. They would also come under the attack by the ethers sent by Ri. However, before explaining that moment, I'd like to first pay a closer look at the leader of the hacker group, Hodi, because he would drive an important portion of the plot. To remind you, Ryuji was originally a member of a hacker group known as Jude. It was a group consisting of 3 hackers, he himself, his best friend Shitose, and the now wanted Arata, who was the leader of Jude and also one of the beta testers of Cyberspace Eden. Their hacker group got disbanded due to a variety of reasons. First, they had been severely defeated in the hackers area known as Under Zero. It was a hacker's holy land, as in the past they were not accepted in the digital society. That place was the only area where they were free. However, when Eden was released, Under Zero had been absorbed in it and locked away. All hackers who were rallying at the side of Yuko gathered in the Under Zero area. And the gathering wasn't exactly a thing Arata was quite fond of. In fact, he felt that something terrible was going to happen. That's why he went to Ryuji to ask for his help and that of Shitose, the old Jude team as it were. However, that request would be soundly repelled, as Ryuji did not see eye to eye with Arata. He still had hard feelings towards him, and that for the second reason which caused the disbandment of the hackers group. Arata had disappeared from the group, and the reason for his disappearance will be revealed in a moment. It's just that with Ryuji's incompetence to be the team's new leader, the group had to be disbanded. After that, Ryuji held this sort of eternal grudge towards Arata with no wish whatsoever to forgive him, even if Arata would have wanted it. With his parents gone and his sister's irregular disease, I suspect that he was probably the one to ask for Kamishiro Enterprises' assistance to keep her alive. That's probably why he founded the hacker group Hodi, consisting of his best friend Shitose, Keisuke, who would join later, and his sister, for which he was doing dirty jobs to avoid her life support being cut off. Among the contractors who were hiring the services of the Hodi hackers group, you had Riki Shibe and the main contractor, which was the Zaxxon hacker group, led by Yuko, who used the avatar of her comatose brother. The latter had convinced the Hodi group and many other hackers to join the rebellion against Kamishiro Enterprises, which brings us to that familiar moment. When Yuko began that rebellion, little did she know that Ri purposely lowered the security of the Valhalla server to lure her, her Zaxxon hacker team, and the other hackers that would come together. She wanted to use them as an experiment to see if they could lure ethers out by channeling large amounts of digital waves to one location. That experiment proved successful, as many hackers had their mental data eaten by ethers, and thereby making them contract the Eden syndrome. One of the ethers was about to attack Ryuji only for Chitose to take the blow, risking his life for his friend. He would unfortunately also become a victim of the Eden syndrome. This shocking moment unlocked the hidden fears Ryuji had kept hidden for years. The fear of loss. The fear of losing those he cared about, as he already lost his parents, he lost his leader Arata, who left the team, he just lost his best friend, and he was about to lose his sister to illness. His regrets and fears made him vulnerable to the influence of an APPMON who was imprisoned in Under Zero. It would find its escape and tame Ryuji. It would influence his actions after having absorbed his Digimon partner Cyberdramon. Then they went on a rampage, absorbing various Digimon all over Eden in an attempt to eliminate all hackers in the world as a revenge for Chitose. The more Ryuji became engulfed by his sadness, trauma and anger, the more powerful APPMON would become. And as Aiba and his friends, under the influence of Suedo and Ri, already had opened the dimensional doors, APPMON would also appear in the real world, though before that would happen, Keisuke, Erika and Faye would come up with a plan to ambush him. They wanted to store Ryuji in Eden and then catch his body in real life whilst he's logged in after Erika hacked to find his position. Keisuke was going to search for his body in the human world, whilst Erika and Faye were going to confront him in the Eden cyberspace. That plan would fail though, as Ryuji would be a step ahead. The signal he would send them had led to a random hacker, whilst the Ryuji, Faye and Erika were confronting was a dummy that would vanish by itself. Upon returning to the human world, Ryuji would return to the Huddy headquarters to find Faye as he wanted to kill her. He blamed her for Chitose's condition as it was the Zaxxon's plan to go to Under Zero to start a rebellion he did not agree with. He also stated that Yuko was going to be his next victim. Then he began screaming at his sister, saying that him losing all his friends, his family and even Erika herself is her fault. He expressed himself by saying that he did everything he possibly could to find a way to cure her, but with no success. He explained that he had bowed down his head to scumbags for her, he lied for her, betrayed his friends for her. Yet, after all these sacrifices, she was still going to die before him. "If only you did not exist," he yelled. These are hard words, and I must say one should always be careful for his wishes. Ryuji's emotions and frustrations would cause APPMON to digivolve into its ultimate form, and by doing so, he would destroy the Huddy base and fly out in the sky, with Keisuke, who was on his way back, seeing the duo flying off. Tiger APPMON managed to save the lives of Faye and Erika whilst the building collapsed. When Aiba had returned to the real world, he discovered that the opened dimensional portal had caused the entire world to become a giant digital shift where everything became digitalized and where Digimon and Ethers were running amok. The group began to search for the other Royal Knights in the hopes of convincing them to join their sides instead of trying to destroy humanity. But that would prove to be a challenge, as not all Royal Knights had pro-human sentiment. Royal Knight Kentaurosmon was against humanity and sided with CRUSADORmon. As it was the fastest Royal Knight, Aiba and his friends were incapable of defeating it. That's why they searched for All-Force Vidramon who could match the speed of Kentaurosmon. However, All-Force Vidramon was stuck in another dimension, as it wasn't able to cross over before the dimensional gate closed. That's why its fate remained uncertain throughout the entirety of the story. As the All-Force Vidramon from the digital world of this universe wasn't capable of crossing over, Mireille allowed her Mastemon to create a bridge between the Cyber Sleuth digital world and the X-Universe's digital world from the Digimon Redigitize arc to bring Rina Shinomiya and her All-Force Vidramon, who she called Vivi. The bridge was not perfect though, as it only allowed Rina to exist as a digital being. And I hope you still remember Rina, we mentioned her in the Digimon Next Order story. She called herself Takuto's trainer and sent him on various retrieval quests. She and Mirai are from the Redigitized world, which is part of the X universe. Rena's All-Force Vidramon agreed to help out, and together they were able to overcome Kentaurusmon. The defeat brought it to its senses, and turned out it was immensely confused, which caused its erratic behavior. Seeing as nothing was destroyed, Kentaurusmon was allowed to join Onimon's group, though it would be walking alongside Rena, temporarily even becoming her Digimon partner in a way. Magnamon was initially conflicted regarding the invasion of the real world, as it was unsure as to whether or not it wanted to support humanity or stand against it. However, Magnamon was swayed by Aiba into joining Omnimon's cause, believing that humans were worth saving. Gankumon was neutral and didn't participate in the battle, however, its pupil Jesmon did join Omnimon. Then we have Royal Knight Examon, who probably was the first Digimon we noticed when the dimension portal opened. Examon stood at the side of CRUSADOR, meaning that it was for the elimination of humanity. With this motivation, it caused untold amounts of damage to Tokyo, however, most of its actions were not entirely of its will. Examon wasn't entirely conscious because it had been infected by an Ether. Well, considering its size, it might have been multiple Ethers. It was confronted by Omnimon, Gallantmon, Magnamon, All-Force Vidramon, and Aiba's partner Digimon, and yet not even their combined efforts were enough to best the behemoth of a Digimon. One of the Royal Knights would even perish in that moment, though the death wouldn't be caused by Examon. I'll have to give you the context for it. At this point of the story, Arata was a wanted man, remember? He kept himself hidden for some time, but would come across Aiba. After witnessing how many would have their mental data consumed by Ethers and contracting the Eden syndrome, Arata would come to the conclusion that he was weak and powerless, as he wasn't able to do much against the threat. After fighting a couple of Ethers, Suedo would appear all of a sudden. He would capitalize on Arata's wish to become stronger. He would convince him that humanity was on a path of evolution and that the Ethers were a necessity for it, as at the moment they cause everything to become data, that would mean that the entirety of the world could become whatever one is wishing by just doing with the data whatever is wanted. A world of infinite possibilities was going to be created. And you know what? Suedo has a way of convincing people. You see, normally when an Ether consumes you, there isn't really much that one had done so far to cure a victim. And during their exchange, Arata would be consumed by an Ether. However, Suedo would be capable of rescuing him by separating the data of both the Ether and Arata. With promises of gaining more power, more options, Arata would voluntarily change teams and join that of Suedo. How does this tie in to the death of a Royal Knight? Well, once Arata had sided with Suedo, he was given the knowledge on how to absorb an Ether. For that, he had used the Digimon capture device to make of an Ether's power his own. While he showed a little bit of control, the power quickly corrupted him. It made him gain the insatiable lust for power. He was pleased, but he did feel that he wasn't at full strength yet. He therefore went on a quest for more things to absorb, just like what an Ether does by instinct. Royal Knight Gallantmon was in the vicinity when Arata gained his new powers, which made it grow disgusted, but also concerned about the harm that he could do in his current state. Its concerns weren't at all unfounded, as Gallantmon would end up being eaten alive by Arata and his new powers, right after the Royal Knights failed to defeat an Ether-infected Examon. Omnimon would then call this fight and mission a failure, with it grieving the loss of its best friend. In the meanwhile, Royal Knight Craniamon found itself on top of the Tokyo Metropolitan Building, which led to one of the staff members hiring Keisuke to get rid of it. Craniamon had a bit of mixed feelings, as on one hand it sided with Royal Knights Leopardmon and CRUSADORmon, who both hated humans, but on the other hand it was close friends with All-Force Vidramon, who not only would have sided with Omnimon, but who was struck in an in-between dimension. So, Keisuke would talk to CRUSADORmon along with APPMON, who by that time of the story already had changed from being the skilled detective Kyoko to being the royal knight who sided with humanity. They were on the rooftop talking about All Force Vidramon, agreeing to allow Keisuke to help them free the missing royal knight. So Craniamon used its sword to open a portal with the three of them going in. Though this wasn't Cyberspace Eden, it was a gateway towards the digital world. That's why Keisuke became a digital entity with his real body being passed out on the roof. The portal was opened and all three of them went inside, but don't forget that in this universe, it is quite difficult for a Digimon to travel to the real world. In fact, it could potentially become lethal. That much had been made clear when APPMON explained to Keisuke that if they were to spend too much time inside the portal, he would be unable to return to his body, effectively killing him, so they had to be quick. Upon getting to where All Force was trapped, APPMON realized that it was impossible for them to free it and had to give up, which wasn't what Craniamon wanted. Keisuke and APPMON teamed up in order to stop it from trying to save its friend because there would be no way it would survive. They ended up leaving the portal, with Craniamon agreeing and even thanking APPMON, confirming that it would have died had they tried to free its trapped friend. After this little adventure, and with the contribution of Keisuke, Craniamon began doubting if humans were truly evil. It might have even considered joining those who are for the survival of humanity. However, Yggdrasil proceeded to mind control it and forced it to do as told. Forced it to act without hesitation and with full hatred towards humanity. That's how Craniamon would appear in Eden to hold Aiba and his friends who had found a way to return Digimon to the digital world and bring back peace. However, before explaining that concluding part of the story, there are still a few things to say about the story at the side of Keisuke. After Arcadiamon had destroyed the Hoodie headquarters, with Ryuji being entirely under its influence, Erika had come to the idea that the best way to help her brother regain his senses would be to save his best friend from the Eden syndrome. But how can one come back from being comatose after his or her mental data had been consumed? She came with the idea that it should be best that they took their time to study the ether to better understand that life form. Erika tasked Keisuke to track an ether so that they could hack into it. The data they found inside made them reach the ether's home world, where they came across the real Yugo Kamishiro, the first victim of the Eden syndrome. After explaining the situation to Yugo, he allowed them to locate Shidosi's memory data and upload it back into his mind, causing Shidosi to be the only person to ever recover from the Eden syndrome. With the information of his recovery, they rushed in search for Ryuji to tell him the good news, that his best friend was cured. Erika herself couldn't be present as she had to return to the hospital because of her disease, but Keisuke and Wormmon would relay the message. The problem is that Ryuji was too much in his trance, for the lack of better words. He would not allow himself to believe that Shidosi had recovered from the syndrome. Heck, he even believed that Yuko was playing a game with him, through Keisuke. They would battle for some time, with Arcadiamon eventually grabbing Ryuji in its big hand and fly into the distance. Their fight would attract the attention of Arata, who still was wanted by the police and who was walking with the powers of an ether. In that conversation, it had been revealed that both Ryuji and Arata only became the way they were because they had problems coming to terms with their past. He had explained that if a human is plagued by dark thoughts, that the Digimon's power will become distorted. That distorted power will affect the Digimon in a sort of vicious cycle. Meaning that even if Ryuji technically was being controlled by Arcadiamon, he still acted according to his most honest and truest of intentions, which were guiding him to not only cause chaos, but also to have this desire to kill Faye and Yuko. In order to save their friend, Keisuke and Arata would team up. Wormmon was also among the party, and maybe for your information, Wormmon had become the mascot of the Hoodie group. It was a Digimon who found its way into the Eden cyberspace from the digital world. Erika took it in and tried a few experiments on the little worm. And due to her configuring Wormon's data, the latter could access her memories stored inside cyberspace Eden. And since then, Wormon could be seen mimicking and even impersonating Erika's attitudes. Anyway, do you remember how both Arata and Ryuji shared this strong history from when they were teammates in the hackers group Jude? They were both young men walking with a past they were struggling to make peace with. So when both Arata and Ryuji saw each other, not only did Ryuji call Keisuke and Wormon traitors once more, just for teaming up with the guy who betrayed him by leaving their group, but Arata and Ryuji also had hard words towards each other in that very moment. It became a moment of revelation. Arata stated that it was Ryuji's own fault that their group collapsed because he could have just continued without him. He explained that a team who revolve only around one person is not a team at all. This angered Ryuji even more, as he had felt powerless all this time. His anger caused Arcadiamon to become much more powerful as it digivolved from its ultimate level to its mega level. The combined forces of Keisuke and Arata would best Arcadiamon, and this defeat led Arata to reveal why he left Jude. He left because they had gotten their friends killed in Under Zero. He left because back then he was not able to express himself. On top of that, it wasn't the only time he had lost a friend. He was still haunted by Yugo, who had been eaten by an eater 8 years ago, who was still in a coma to this very day. Arata didn't want to lead any other friend into getting killed again, and he knew that Ryuji would force him to stay the leader again. So he left without saying a word. That explains why he decided to team up with Suedo in the first place, and that explains why he was so easily persuaded, and that explains why he absorbed the Ether. It's because he believed that power would give him the possibility to at least have more control of his life and those around him. Arata then left, leaving Ryuji in shock. We'll return to Ryuji in a moment. I have to bring you back to the other side of the story. Arata had gotten on the building where Royal Knight Leopardmon was recharging its energy, as he wanted to absorb its power. For your information, Leopardmon was the lead tactician of the Royal Knights, and in fact the Royal Knight who orchestrated the events pertaining the real world's invasion. It proposed that the Royal Knights invade the real world and destroy humanity, as humanity was responsible for bringing the Ethers in the first place. It had delegated the responsibilities to CRUSADORmon, who by then was already defeated by Aiba, Yuko, and APPMON. But before dying, it did unlock the memories of Yuko, Nokia, Aiba, and Arata, which Suedo had wiped out 8 years ago. They all remembered the accident that happened during the beta test, and they remembered the ether that had caught Yugo, leaving him in a comatose state ever since. And so Arata, in desperation over having let Yugo, his best friend, become an ether victim, and having forgotten this story entirely, pushed him to let himself be transformed completely into an ether, essentially losing himself entirely. In a similar fashion with Yuko, Aiba would connect jump inside the ether to retrieve Arata and literally knock some sense into him, which would save him from the ether and from himself. It took the combined efforts of Yuko and her Digimon partners, Nokia and her Digimon partners, Aiba and his Digimon partners, Arata and his Digimon partners, Omnimon and APPMON to defeat a Leopardmon who was disappointed that its fellow comrades in arms did not join it. After its defeat, Suedo would appear in its usual fashion and explained to the group that they could stop the Ether's threat by traveling to its core in the digital world and extract Yugo from it, which will make it so that the Ether lifeform and the Ether syndrome had never existed. That is because the Mother Ether was the main unit and acted as a linchpin for the entirety of the Ether network. Yugo was fully integrated within this core and actually prevented the worst of the Ether's actions, but at the same time also driving them to seek human data, meaning that the Ethers could have done much worse than they already had. Aiba and his team had to be quick because the Mother Ether had already eroded through Yggdrasil's core and overridden most of its functionalities, causing the Yggdrasil 7D6 units to identify everyone, including the Royal Knights, as intruders. After having absorbed Yggdrasil, the Ethers had evolved up to a point where they became capable of combining the ultra-dimensional data transmission functionality along with the host computer's omnipotent calculations, technically putting the Ether at the top of most powerful digital entities across the multiverse. And so Aiba and his team were on their way to their final battle to save the universe. Remember that I told you that Arata had left Ryuji in shock after having revealed his reasons for leaving the Jude hackers group? Well, his shock would only become greater once he was joined shortly after by his best friend Shidose, who had regained consciousness from his coma. Ryuji was amazed that Keisuke was right and that Shidose was truly back. The two talked things out, patched things up, with Shidose even being so pissed that he threw Wormmon at him. As they both ended up clearing things out, the dark aura which surrounded Ryuji since he came into contact with Arcadiamon had disappeared, showing that he gained his senses back, though the peace would only last for a couple of minutes as Arcadiamon woke up and attempted to murder Shidose. Ryuji sacrificed himself for his friend, leading to him getting absorbed. The Digimon would then appear from inside a lake in Odaiba in its ultra form, who had the size of a building. Keisuke and Erika confronted Arcadiamon only to find out that they were unable to hurt it, and so, with no way to win, Erika sent her Ether bits to attack instead. She created them after hacking the Ether to retrieve Shidose's memory data. They helped slowing down Arcadiamon, with Keisuke's Digimon not only becoming capable of hurting it, but also defeating it entirely, bringing Ryuji and Cyberdragon back. Erika then collapsed due to having overexerted herself, which led to her baby Ethers attacking her, merging with her body to create Ether Legion, who were going to push the story to a heartbreaking moment. You see, Keisuke, Ryuji, Shidose and Wormmon planned to rescue Erika. However, they found out that Eden was no longer accessible as Ether Legion had caused thousands of Ethers to appear. So they decided to hack the machine Yuko had used to act as Yugo, as it was the only way to allow them to Eden. But Erika stated that it was too late to rescue her as she was already fully assimilated within the Ethers. So she asked the boys to kill the Ether, including herself. However, suddenly Erika's memory banks appeared and those were used to fuse with Wormmon to create Hudimon. In other words, due to her becoming a Digimon for at least 98%, her actual data was transferred to Wormmon as a whole and making the latter her new vessel. They fought alongside each other as Team Hoodie and they managed to kill Ether Eden, who was created when multiple Ethers merged with a part of Erika's memory bank. It was a great moment of teamwork, however, that was going to be their last time together as the world suddenly began to reset as, upon the Mother Ether's destruction by Aiba and his team, and with Suedo, who first took the opportunity to merge with both the Mother Ether and Yggdrasil to obtain godhood, or Nirvana as he once said, Yggdrasil's powers ended up being used to reformat the Ethers back to their original harmless form. That would mean that the clock of the universe would be turned backwards to bring them in the point in time where they'd have their first interaction with an Ether. That would be stopped though, via the deletion of some factors that would bring about this encounter. Let me explain it in a way that is a bit more understandable. A bit like the reboot in the Digimon Adventure universe, Yggdrasil would perform a restoration on the universe, meaning that the Tamers who had defeated the Mother Ether would have to return to their own world, as the digital world would be returned in the state it was in 8 years prior to the Cyber Sleuth events, and the world would be reverted to a state in which contact with Digimon never happened. Digimon would be completely erased from the memories of humans, meaning that if we consider the timeline of this universe as canon, meaning that we are taking into account Digimon Next and Next Order, Digimon Liberator and Digimon World 3, and also Digimon Cyber Sleuth and Digimon Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory, that would mean that the entirety of humanity in this universe would have no memories of Digimon's existence anymore. Eaters would still exist, but would be rendered in a state where they wouldn't be able to do harm, and to prevent that they ever get to that state, Yggdrasil decided that Suedo would be erased from existence, as he was the one who managed to successfully find a way to transform the human mind into data. If he were to exist, then Cyberspace Eden is likely to be remade and the whole Ether battle might be triggered once more. So Suedo's existence was erased, never to be born again. APPMON and the other Digimon would bid farewell to the heroes, and Aiba accompanied his friends back to the human world. However, on their way back, he dissolved into data before their friends' eyes. He was still half data after all, so the reformation of the universe also had an impact on him. His body was left in a coma, while his mind wasn't there any longer. Which brings us to little Erika, who became a Hoodimon. She stated that as a Digimon, she could no longer return with her brother and friends to the real world. She stated that she would rather go to the digital world, as if she remained in the human world, she would just die soon anyway, because in the new time, there would be no Cyberspace Eden to keep her alive. But the car crash would still happen. The car crash would still badly hurt her and her parents, with only her surviving from the accident. After which, she would not be able to live much longer, given her incurable disease. So, rather than willingly letting herself be killed, Erika chose to live in the digital world, meaning that in the new time, she had no existence whatsoever. Her brother Ryuji would be born an only child, meaning that he had gotten his wish come true. When he said out loud that he wished that Erika would never be born, that wish would actually be granted. So, always be careful what you wish for, my dear friends. Looks like Keisuke would be the only one to retain his memories of Erika, and so when he opened what used to be her bedroom, he began to cry. In the final chapter of the video, I will give you a bit more details concerning Suedo and especially Erika. Many might have missed it or maybe even misunderstood, but she is in fact the main character of the story. In fact, the entirety of the story came from her and her memory. If you want to know more about it, check the final chapter where we discuss the memory fragments. Check the timestamps in the comment section to know more about it. There's also something else that I want to highlight. You see, in the Cyber Sleuth story, there is a small store in which you can find images referring to the Tekken game. In a way, you could say that the Tekken universe finds itself within the virtual reality universe. However, just for the sake of comprehension, I decided to give it a separate planet in the map of the multiverse, just to highlight the fact that Tekken is part of the Digimon Multiverse. For those who might not know much about Tekken, don't worry, I will briefly go over it once we get to the X universe, as that is where a particular Tekken character will be involved in the story. If you can't wait for it, please make sure to check the timestamps in the comment section. We have come to the Digimon Seekers universe, which I believe doesn't have a timeline, or at least not yet. And the reason why I didn't even try to put the story in a timeline is because it was targeting long-time Digimon fans, specifically those in their late 20s and early 30s. So it was meant to become a different and, in fact, a more mature universe that won't be looking much like the others. As there is no timeline for this one, it would be a bit pointless for me to explain how the story unfolds. What I'd rather do is tell you how this universe looks like and explain how far they've progressed in terms of digital world research. That way, you'll know the difference between this universe and the others. But before we go ahead, know that Digimon Seekers is a web novel that also has a series of live actions made to promote the novel. Anyway, the Digimon Seekers story took place in a world that had arrived at the dawn of digital world research at the beginning. And at the moment the digital world was revealed, everyone began seeking out what was important to them in both the real world and the digital world. I'm talking about individuals who found their interests, groups of people who formed organizations to best serve their interests, and even entire nations who are keen on making use of the digital world. For the latter, there is the example of Nation X. It's a nuclear-powered developing country with low GDP that had been ruled by dictators for decades. They engaged in cyber warfare in the digital world to distract the world from their terrorist activities that threatened to destabilize the real world. They were the only nation who owned a Mega Digimon, a Machine Dramon, which was their state secret and which they used to commit crime, often blaming it on a group called the Sons of Chaos. They are a hacker extremist group whose members are they themselves planning a wide-scale cyber-terrorist attack. The Sons of Chaos had planned a mission called Operation Infinity, which was to hack Nation X's server as the country performed lots of cyber attacks and had even recently stolen billions worth of cryptocurrency. And since the Sons of Chaos used cryptocurrency to finance their own, they couldn't turn a blind eye, especially if it caused a major shift in the world's financial powers. So, they planned to destabilize Nation X as well as get revenge on them as they had done crimes and framed them for it. For their digital activities, the Sons of Chaos used technology from the Aberdeen Electronics Corporation, which was a global information technology company that boasted the world's top market share in digital network equipment and electronic terminals. Beneath the surface, Aberdeen Electronics possessed cutting-edge technology in Digimon research, such as the Digimon Linker. It's a device that would allow a tamer to mind link with their Digimon. Mind linking is in some way almost similar to Commissioner Enterprise's Cyberspace Eden, where a user can mentally enter a virtual reality environment. The difference with mind link is that a tamer would fall unconscious in the real world, with their mind transferred into their Digimon instead. The tamer won't be able to control the actions of their Digimon, but they would be able to view the actions through all of the senses of their partner. While this may all sound great, there are also big problems associated with the Digimon Linker. The danger is that when a Digimon is taking damage whilst being mind-linked to a human, its tamer's mental data takes and feels the damage, which could possibly result in death. Also, if a tamer mind-links for too long, they will become unable to undo it and become permanently trapped within their partner's digicore, with their bodies in the real world falling into a coma. They will still be considered to be alive, but they will be unable to wake up. That's why the Sons of Chaos did put a time limit when they were doing mind link, just to avoid one of them either died or got into a coma from which they would never wake up from. And that's also why the Digipolice had set a time limit on it, and going over said time limit would be punishable by law. The Digipolice are an investigative unit of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Cybercrime Division. Their mission was to stop Digimon crimes, and to do so, they used various electronic equipment such as the Digimon Linker. That's why they worked alongside a D-Brigade, a mechanized brigade consisting of mostly Dragon-type cyborg Digimon, and a special force that is dispatched on missions that are never made public. The Digipolice had officially classified the D-Brigade as police equipment as they were Digimon that had been captured and modified by Shu Yilin. She was a Japanese citizen of Chinese descent who used to be a hacker. One of the greatest rivals of the Digipolice is a community known as the Crack Team, a team with no membership list, and all members were anonymous code crackers, making it hard to tell who was committing crime. The Crack Team is more an umbrella term to label various hackers and hackers group, as those within sometimes had different ideologies, principles and goals, which sometimes even made them fight between themselves. These differences is what gave birth to the Sons of Chaos, who had their own approach and vision on Digimon and the world. However, despite the difference in opinion within the Crack Team, all shared one core belief: that they could do anything they wanted in the network and the digital world. Within the crack team, there was a group who studied the poison distilled within APPMON's body, leading to rumors that the poison was going to be used for the preparation of bacteriological weapons and was a part of a plot to assassinate an important person. The identity of that person was not disclosed, though I suspect it might be a leader of Nation X. But seeing how grand the multiverse is, that person could be anyone. It's interesting that the crack team had been studying the poison of APPMON who hadn't even been spotted in the Seeker's digital world. The Olympus god of wine had only been found in the CRUSADOR universe, the X universe, and the New Century universe, so it could be that the crack team might be aware of the existence of other digital worlds. And speaking of digital world, there is a map which shows the various layers that exist in the digital world of the Seeker's universe. You have the surface web, where you can find all search engines like Google or public websites of companies, organizations and more. The surface web is followed by the deep web, where you can find academic records, financial records, medical records, archives and more. Then you have the dark web, the area where you can find hidden forums, black markets, illegal activities and more. This is the area where Nation X operated along with the crack team, the Sons of Chaos and more. It's also the place where the Digipolice tried to be as active as possible to enforce justice, though that's not an easy thing to do, as they ultimately don't really have jurisdiction to enforce justice once inside the network. The Digimon who came in the dark web were used as AI tools for software development, cryptocurrency, cyber terrorism and more. Most humans in the Seeker's universe didn't even know that Digimon were living creatures who had their own digital world, which was located in the net ocean, where there is a distinction between the surface digital world, the wall slums, and the deep digital world. Though, once you understand what the wall slum is, you understand the entirety of the net ocean. You see, the wall slum is the security wall that protects the digital world. It's a unique city in that it exists out of a collection of junk data sticking to the outer side of the security wall. The area really is a slum, even if it had some infrastructure such as public transport with advertisements in the train or at the station but written in Digimon language, a language we're going to explore in its own video. The digital world itself is protected inside the round shell formed by the wall slum on which the slum cities would come to exist. It's in fact a similar structure as in the city of Midgar in Final Fantasy VII, where you have a city on top of another city. The difference is that the slums over there would be underneath the metal structure which divides them from those living in the higher echelons of society. In the case of the Seeker's digital world, you have the wall slums which finds itself on the layer on top of the digital world. In other words, the wall slums which are forming the security wall act as a protective barrier, and the floor was really the logical and conceptual boundaries that separated the real world from the digital world. If a human would try to enter the digital world, then he or she would be blocked by this security wall. You see, Digimon like the D Brigade, that were being controlled via the use of the technology of the Seeker's universe, were in fact not Digimon from the digital world itself. They were Digimon from the wall slum. As most code crackers didn't even mind link, they never really saw the view of the wall slums, let alone the digital world. This explains why Digimon and the digital world remained a mystery in this universe. It's also no wonder that leaders of the international community were so reluctant to refer to the digital world as anything other than mankind's secret. It is because there was no telling what this world was and potentially could do against mankind. By the way, it isn't a coincidence that Digimon were inhabiting the wall slums. The truth behind their story is that they had actually all been banned from returning to the digital world due to being contaminated with the data from the human world. That is why some Digimon in the slums were readying themselves to rebel in order to return to their home world. It's interesting how the Digimon Seeker's universe has a net ocean and a digital world. These are places it has in common with all other digital worlds across the multiverse. However, a dark area hasn't really been confirmed, and same goes with the kernel, the place where usually a host computer or godly beings reside in. So, a kernel might not exist, but there is a space that looks quite similar to it. It's called the source domain, perhaps the most important area in this digital universe, and to make you understand why it's that important, I have to give you a bit of a background first. In this universe, there is a powerful man named Tomonori Ryusenji. He is a world authority on Digimon research. He's the founder of APPMON Electronics and is also the majority shareholder of the IT giant. Its reach went as far as the Metropolitan Police Department, who depended on his technology. That's why Ryusenji had even gotten the position of their advisor. I mention him because he had gained access to what is called the source code, which was hidden inside the Dorugoramon's interface, and he did that via hacking. Large amounts of data began to pour into its digicore via its interface, which meant that Dorugoramon would die as it wouldn't be able to handle that much data. And in a bid to not die, it Death X evolved into Dex Dorugoramon, a Digimon who is no different than a zombie, and one who is instinctively driven to actively search for other Digicores to aid them. Death X evolution is a form of Digivolution that did not originate from this universe. It was created by Yggdrasil of the X universe when it created the prototype Digimon Dorumon for reasons that will be revealed very soon. Know that in the multiverse, there are 3 prototype Digimon in existence: Dorumon, Ryudamon, and Logamon. They are recognized by the red interface on their forehead. Dex Dorugoramon was powerful, and yet it only had 1/3 of the source Digimon's power. The rest of the power would have been gained if the other prototype Digimon would have also been hacked with their Digicores eaten to give birth to the ultimate prototype Digimon, a life form which would, theoretically speaking, be able to rule the digital world. Ryusenji was the one who had learned of Death X evolution and the source Digimon via the source code after having done research on Dorumon by decrypting the source domain's code. Okay, so what do I mean with source domain and source Digimon? Well, the source domain is an area described as one with a bunch of sense that don't really add up to anything. It is described as a white place of nothingness, a place not even the Royal Knights are permitted to enter, probably because the source domain is outside the system administrator's purview. So it's not even in the index of domains the Royal Knights are sworn to protect. You see, as the digital world was born of noise and chaos and from information without context, the source domain was created as a place full of ancient data, now long forgotten. It became something of a lost world that is part of the digital world, while still being entirely different and presumably hidden behind some ancient administrative privileges. Only old Digimon could access it, or Digimon that were compatible with older standards, such as the prototype Digimon Dorumon, Ryudamon, and Logamon. Because the prototype Digimon were so old, it meant that the digital world hadn't accounted for them when it was growing and getting constant updates. That's why the hacking of the prototype Digimon was easier. To get access to the source domain, one had to find the right information by using the interface on the prototype Digimon, who were the oldest virus, vaccine, and data type Digimon. After all, in some universes, like the Seekers universe that we are talking about, and the X universe, they were born before Digimon were even discovered. So in some way, Dorumon, Ryudamon, and Logamon are the prototype of the various Digimon types in existence. Now, what is the source Digimon then? The source domain came from the source Digimon. We are talking about a model digital life form born at the same time as the entirety of the Digimon Seekers universe. That digital life form is considered to be the seed from which all other AI life forms digivolved from. That's why it had been nicknamed the sacred chalice of the digital world. The following was said about the digital life form, here I quote: "A Digimon that was nothing in its current form, but capable of becoming anything. Contact with real-world data, however, caused it to give birth to several new kinds of Digimon. The prototype Digimon were among them. The most dangerous of these were sealed off in a new system within the digital world, but the source Digimon kept receiving outside data. Though the source Digimon itself had not taken any particular form, it was undoubtedly the engine fueling endless Digivolution. Unfortunately, we did not exactly get information on who or what this sort of Digimon is. Are we talking about Yggdrasil? Maybe. After all, we did see Royal Knight Omnimon, who came to interrupt a fight between Kazuchimon and Hellogarmon. Omnimon is usually quite associated to Yggdrasil. Anyway, we don't really have a confirmation, so we are kind of left with our own thoughts and imagination. We will make a separate video on that. Let us get to the X universe, where we are going to learn more about the reason for the existence of prototype Digimon. We have arrived to the X universe. The main focus here laid on stories based on the X program launched by Yggdrasil and the x-antibody, which some Digimon have in their Digicore. The stories in this universe will be somewhat linked to each other, and some others will be more like stand-alone stories that can be seen as happening in a parallel world. I won't be going much into the details when it comes to explaining what an x-antibody is, as we have done so in another video. You will find the link towards it in the description box. However, I'll make sure to give you the basics. That way you'd understand how I worked on this timeline. Speaking of, here you have a picture of the X universe's timeline. May it guide you well in your quest to better understand the Digimon Multiverse. In this timeline, you need to see the Digital Monster X Evolution, Activation X Antibody story and the Digimon Chronicle stories as similar but happening in parallel worlds. They are the same, but with some slight differences which would result in them having their own continuities. The fundamentals are the same though, but for that, I first have to explain the prelude to these two events. You see, due to the large amounts of data accumulated by the process of evolution, and due to the flow of information that constantly arrived from the network, the digital world reached its maximum capacity. If this situation was not resolved, a digital hazard would occur and the digital world would explode, killing Yggdrasil itself in the process. When I say digital hazard, I am referring to the concept that revolves around highly dangerous threats ranging from disastrous events that threaten the digital world. To give you one of the many examples, you just need to think about the adventure universe where the ancient digital world collapsed completely. Anyway, the data volumes of Digimon evolving and the constant inflow of data to the digital world increased to a point Yggdrasil feared the survival of the digital world and its own life. So, to prevent the digital hazard, it decided to commence Project ARC. It's a multi-step emergency plan which consisted of creating a new digital world outside of itself so that the data would not be stored inside the host computer itself. This is contrary to what Kernel did in the Cross Wars universe. It had become one with all data, making it take on the form of Terra Devast. It may be best to leave the handling of data to host computers, as they are better equipped to do so, even if we got to learn that these digital entities have limits in their data storage capacity. When Project ARC was launched, a new digital world was created, one that did not accumulate data to Yggdrasil. It was designed on a 3-tiered chronicle layer system, otherwise known as terminals, and it was designed to accommodate Digimon's evolutionary type. The Ulud terminal represented the past. Its environment was brimming with nature and it became the habitat of ancient Digimon, including dinosaur type. Ulud was in the lowest layer. The Versandi terminal represented the present and became the terminal located in the middle. Its environment was made to closely resemble the old digital world and showed places and structures which were developed by humans. Digimon of all variety inhabit this terminal. Then there is the Skuld terminal that represented the future. It was created based on the simulated results of Yggdrasil's prediction of the digital world's future. And this terminal became the habitat of artificial Digimon. The old digital world did not disappear after the execution of Project ARC. It still existed, however, places like Folder Continents or File Islands became lands of death where normal Digimon could not survive any longer due to the spread of the X program which is the second part of Project Arc. The X program, also known as the Digimon Elimination Program, was created to optimize the digital world's capacity during the Project Arc operation. The goal was to systematically delete 98% of Digimon, and when the program was executed, 98% did indeed perish, so it was a success. Just a side note, a similar story happened in the Marvel Universe during the House of M arc, where over 90% of mutants lost their powers. Even if they were still alive, the mutant population went from millions to hundreds, and in Digimon's case, only 2% made it out, and some of them were transferred to the new digital world, where the X program could not reach them. Those who remained in the old digital world were left to die. However, some of the remaining Digimon happened to be strong enough to resist the effects of the X program and were able to survive by changing their Digicores. In other words, Digimon adapted and were reborn in a form that could take in the X program. And it reached a point where a program that opposed the X program was installed into the Digicore, which is named the x-antibody. Digimon resisted the X program thanks to it, and those who had it in sufficient amounts underwent an X evolution into an x-antibody enhanced form with new or improved traits. This change would bring chaos in the old digital world, as Digimon would start fighting against each other just to be able to procure an x-antibody themselves, as not all Digimon were natural carriers. It also didn't help that the acquirement of x-antibodies was not permanent, unless it gained a self-preservation functionality. But the truth is that most survivors needed to continuously take in more x-antibodies, otherwise they would die. So, those Digimon who did not want to fight or did not have the strength to fight tried to escape by fleeing to the new digital world. This pushed Yggdrasil to see those who tried to forcefully migrate as foreign molecules, as they were meant to die. And to make sure they died, the host computer deployed the Royal Knights to eliminate them to make sure they did not cross from one world to the other. However, it is plausible to believe that Yggdrasil was not all that trustworthy of the Royal Knights. That's why it created a backup plan in secret and unbeknownst to anyone, just in case its own knights were to fail. And that plan had been built way back in the past, eons before the launch of Project Arc. Let me explain. You see, at the genesis of the X-Universe's digital world, Yggdrasil conducted a standalone experiment to create the strongest Digimon. Well, strong from different point of views, I would say. 2 series of experimental Digimon were created to achieve this power. They are recognized by the outdated interface on their forehead, which allowed them to reconfigure the data stored within their Digicores. You have the Doru series for Dorumon, the Ryu series for Ryudamon, and normally also the Loga series for Logamon, though the latter is a bit of a special one. Logamon's Digimon reference book entry data was on February 12, 2023. Ryudamon's entry data was on June 25, 2007, and Dorumon's entry data was on July 17, 2009. The Digimon developers did not create them in the same period and not even in the same story, however, their backgrounds are the same. They are prototype Digimon created before humans discovered Digimon. That's why all 3 were present in the Digimon Seekers universe and all played an important role thanks to the interface on their forehead. Their true origins should normally bring them all the way back to the X-Universe, and once an idea is formed within the multiverse, it is only a matter of time until it is spread across the various universes. That's why Dorumon, for example, had been spotted in the VR universe, the Cross Wars universe, and the Data Squad universe. It has something to do with what I call the collective consciousness, which I'll tell more about in the final chapter. That's why, even if the stories in the X-Universe's timeline did not include Logamon, as it wasn't created yet by the developers, I might still mention it. I hope you wouldn't mind. Out of the 3 prototype Digimon that were created, the one who gained a more privileged treatment was Dorumon. It was experimented on the most, as many of the Dorumon prototype died and were horribly modified. The goal of that experiment was to install the Death X data inside the Doru series via its interface, which proved a success. Death X, also known as the evolution of death, is an old relic of evolutionary research that artificially increases the survival instinct to its limit, causing a Digimon to overcome the very concept of mortality by undergoing a special type of evolution known as Death X evolution. Those who had undergone Death X evolution remained active and animated despite being deceased and despite the decay of their own bodies. They would also be governed by a powerful instinct to consume Digicores so they could continue to evolve and remain active. Yggdrasil awoke this new Death X data from the depth of its storage system to effectively erase the Digimon it wanted and placed this data inside Digimon within the Doru series, who were then released in the wild for observation and to eventually tuck them in when the appropriate time arrived. This is basically the prelude to the stories of Digital Monster X Evolution, Activation X-Antibody, and Digimon Chronicle. This is what happened before these stories took place. However, the actual stories would have slight differences with different continuities that would follow after. In the Digital Monster X Evolution movie, the story was focused on the Royal Knights and the division existing among them concerning Yggdrasil's will. The god of Digimon wanted the Royal Knights to proceed with Project Arc and kill the Digimon who managed to travel to the new digital world, as they were deemed as foreign molecules, or gaijin if you please. Gallantmon was perhaps the only Royal Knight who questioned the intentions of Yggdrasil. It began to have doubts after witnessing and hearing the horrors of the X program's victims. And because of this, it deliberately defied the will of its god by going against the received orders, resulting in a confrontation with its comrade in arms, Omnimon. Now, Omnimon was quite interesting to say the least, as in this story, it became your typical example of blind faith, as it followed the orders of Yggdrasil without second thought, without reason, and without critical thinking. Gallantmon figured that the best way to change the mind of its friend would be to challenge it in a duel where it voluntarily let itself be impaled and killed. Its death achieved an important goal. It made Omnimon effectively doubt its god openly for the first time. After the duel, Omnimon effectively decided to question Yggdrasil's plan and wanted to have a face-to-face audience with its god, who had never shown itself. The host computer always spoke indirectly to the Royal Knights, and all it did was to give orders without explanation, expecting its servants to do as commanded without critical thought and with no consideration of their own emotions. Seeing that Gallantmon and Omnimon began to question its authority, which could result in them not doing as asked, Yggdrasil ordered Magnamon to capture a Dorumon, who by then was in its Dorugamon form. And the goal of this abduction was to analyze its data and copy it to create a Dorugamon who underwent Death X evolution. So it became Death X Dorugoramon, a Digimon that had been nicknamed the Digicore Predator, as whatever activity it might be involved in was entirely dependent on the Digicores of other Digimon. And when this monstrosity was given birth, it created hundreds of Digi-Eggs containing many Death X Dorugoramon, who can all instinctively sniff out and prey on the Digimon's Digicore. They were then released in the new digital world, where some Digimon of the old world had fled to, and they killed indiscriminately as long as the victims had a Digicore. The swarm of Death X Dorugoramon plagued the digital world up to a point the terrain began to vanish, the world began to fracture, and also began collapsing into a black void. With Dorumon's data having been used to be copied to create the numerous Death X Digimon who roamed across the digital world, Yggdrasil ended up throwing it away from its dimension to a junkyard in the new digital world, as it was of no use anymore. This reminds me of something important concerning Death X evolution. You have to know that Dorumon can die, but that does not mean that it would evolve into its Death X variants, otherwise we'd have seen many more Death X evolution in the other universes. The truth is that a Digimon has no access to Death X evolution by themselves, even if the data of this form of evolution is hidden inside their Digicore. Death X evolution can only be triggered by a third party that knows how it works. Yggdrasil, the founder of Death X evolution, knew exactly how to trigger it. Ryosenji from the Seekers universe, who hacked into Doraemon's interface, had also learned how to do it. And then there is Grand Dracmon, who resides in the Dark Area. It also knew about the secrets to trigger Death X evolution, and with that knowledge, it had created a giant war during the Digimon Chronicle X arc, which we'll go through in a moment. Let us get back to the Doraemon who landed in the junkyard. It would be taken care of by some Digimon of the old world and would encounter a resurrected Gallantmon who had returned from the data space and came back in an x-antibody form of its own. Dorumon, who by then took the form of Doroguremon, confided in that it feared the fight was its fault and lamented its lack of understanding of its purpose. That's why Gallantmon X opened a wormhole in the sky and commanded Doroguremon to traverse it and seek the answers it wanted by talking directly to Yggdrasil. And so, inside the kernel, Doroguremon would first be fiercely interrogated by Omnimon, who had cut its wings and tail. Omnimon wanted proof that Doroguremon was fighting for the existence of everything. That interrogation would make Doroguremon digivolve into Alphamon, a figure believed to exist only in myth. As an Alphamon, it understood its duty, that it could not allow Yggdrasil's intentions to go unchecked. So both Omnimon and Alphamon joined their forces and invaded their god's inner sanctuary, where the final battle took place. And it would become quite symbolic if you ask me, as the duo represent the Alpha and the Omega, or in other words, the beginning and the end. They were first confronted by Death X Doroguremon, who served as the primary line of defense. And once defeated, they would enter the sphere wherein Yggdrasil resides, and inside, they would be trapped as Magdamon had warned the host computer of their coming, labeling them as traitors. Yggdrasil would then revive Death X Doroguremon and made it digivolve into Dexmon, otherwise known as Death Xmon. It's a life form that is not classified as a Digimon, and one who, despite appearing like solid, has no actual substance. It seemed that Omnimon and Alphamon's attacks weren't effective, and each damage they dealt were healed, as Dexmon was capable of self-regeneration. Seeing that the damage inflicted on Dexmon was also inflicted on Alphamon, it decided to impale itself and Dexmon. Alphamon would then tell Omnimon that if it were not for the friends it had made, like Tokomon, Leomon, Wargreymon X, Metalgurumon X, and more, that it would have eventually become Dexmon itself. So it offered its X-antibody to Omnimon, making it become Omnimon X, while Alphamon devolved back into Dorumon. In its new form, Omnimon X gained access to a locked ability called All Delete, which it used on the sphere that was Yggdrasil, and by doing so it would reformat the digital world. Though that didn't magically make the new digital world or the X program disappear. The reform was just to mitigate the damage dealt by an Yggdrasil who, instead of dying, had actually just been deactivated. For a moment, it would wake up from its slumber, though before explaining that, let me first take you to the parallel world where the story of Digimon Chronicle took place. It's the same story as that of the X Evolution movie, however, in this one, humans were involved in the battle. Niccolo BR2 were the father. The problem with Chronicle is that it wasn't made to be a complete story, but instead a narrative context for the Pendulum X, and then later a base for other stories like Every Story and Lore or the V-Bits. So these stories are really basic and without much explanations. Cool Boy is a victim of that. To give more clarity to this comment, the Digimon Pendulum X is the fourth Digivice in the Digimon Virtual Pet series, a series I admit I did not take much into consideration for the making of this video, but when talking about the Digimon franchise's true origins, it began from the Tamagotchi virtual pet where digital creatures would go through several distinct stages of development throughout their life cycle depending on how a human would raise it. And when the Tamagotchi was released in Japan, Bandai initially marketed them exclusively to teenage girls, but would later create a masculine counterpart, which would be called Digital Monster. That's what would spawn the Digimon franchise. Now, the Digimon Pendulum X Digivice was used for the Digimon Chronicle continuity, and the most notable addition to this Digivice is that it had an x-antibody indicator, or abbreviated as Xi indicator. It's a system which displayed the status of the x-antibodies detected in a Digimon. When it comes to the lore, it is a device that was created by Yggdrasil in order to tell apart x-antibody Digimon from regular Digimon. For reasons unknown, the devices had gotten into the hands of Dumuta Kuta and Musha Yuji, and as it wasn't stated when and how they had gotten it into their hands, I suspect that Coolboy might have been the reason. You see, Coolboy is a young man who sided with Yggdrasil, though it might be that it had gotten there as a spy. I say that because there is lots that we have to fill with our imagination. Not much had been written about him at all. We don't know anything of his motivation or reasons. We don't know how he had gotten into the digital world or how he even got close to Yggdrasil. Was he a spy or was he protecting the digital world? I just believe that it would make sense if he was in close proximity to the Xi indicator by working with Yggdrasil. And the reason why he might have been one with good intentions is because Coolboy is one who loved to play cards. He had even been nicknamed the propagator of card game. And in a bonus content he was seen teaching Kuta and Yuji how to play cards, and Yuji was meant to be his brother. Unfortunately, the bonus material is written in Japanese, which I can't read. I'm just looking at the pictures and hoping to make a story that could make sense. But from what I can tell, Coolboy was a good teacher as Kuta and Yuji managed to play on their own. But whatever his motives could have been, it could make sense that he would find out about Yggdrasil's plans by siding with it. He would find out about the secrets behind the prototype Digimon Dorumon and Ryudamon, and he would find out about the Pendulum X's Digivice along with its properties. So I believe that Coolboy would have entrusted a Ryudamon and a Pendulum X Digivice to his brother Yuji, and would have entrusted a Dorumon along with a Pendulum X Digivice to Kuta. However, when both chosen children would be sent to the digital world, they wouldn't fall in the same area. Yuji fell in the Urd terminal, where only dinosaurs live, and Kuta fell in the Versandi terminal, where all types of Digimon reside in. Both chosen children were left to fend for themselves and had to make sure to learn about the Pendulum X's power to become helpful in bringing peace to the digital world. Which brings us to the side of Kuta, who began with a fight against Omnimon X, who might have caught up to Coolboy's plans and chased after the Dorumon who was given. A fierce battle ensued between Omnimon X and Dorumon, who, in rage, warp digivolved into Dorugoramon, who was impaled. However, to the surprise of Omnimon X, it digivolved further into Death X Dorugamon, who proved too strong. Unable to defeat it, Omnimon X was able to separate the Death X data from Dorumon and expelled it from the new digital world. It would then aim to kill Dorumon, who was protected by Kuta, until Gallantmon X arrived to stop the attack. The two Royal Knights would have a conversation about Yggdrasil's plan, and we'll get into the details of that exchange in a moment. The story would continue with Dorumon and Kuta, who were learning about their responsibilities, and specifically for Kuta, he was learning to use the Digimon Pendulum X because he didn't fully understand what it was and how it worked. For example, when he was being chased down by an Okuamon who wanted to get a hold of Dorumon's x-antibody, Kuta's x-antibody indicator was activated, which helped Dorumon in its attack. It's a bit unique for a Digivice to work like that, even if we have seen some similar features across the multiverse. Now, despite helping Dorumon with its attack, it wasn't quite enough to harm Okuamon, who was about to kill both of them. Fortunately, they were saved and protected by Wargreymon X, who became somewhat of a mentor figure. He would help Kuta to better use the Digivice to make his partner digivolve into Raptor Dramon. The outcome of this battle was not disclosed, however, it is likely that APPMON ran away to its hive. After the encounter, Kuta had learned from its Pendulum X that Raptor Dramon was a battle-type Digimon, meaning that it cannot live through friendship alone. It had to battle to become stronger, and that strength would ultimately increase their friendship. Speaking of Raptor Dramon, while they were walking, and, well, during their walk, they would come across multiple corpses of dead Raptor Dramon. And this would enrage Kuta's partner, who ran off to search for the cause, till they saw an army of Kuwagamon and APPMON led by Grandis Kuwagamon. It is possible that they had been the cause for the numerous cadavers in search for both Kuta and his Raptor Dramon. After all, the army had probably been alerted by the APPMON they had faced before. Unenraged, Raptor Dramon charged without thinking into Grandis Kuwagamon's army and fought an impossible battle. And Kuta was hesitant and scared. He did not exactly know what to do or how to be useful. So the Pendulum X asked him why he was here and reminded him of his role as a chosen child. The Pendulum X explained that a Digimon and its tamer fight together and aim high. So this prompted Kuta to remember the battle both him and Raptor Dramon had fought and triggered his digivolution into Greymon. What happened further in this battle was not disclosed. However, Greymon would de-digivolve back into Dorumon, and both would continue their journey into the Erd terminal, where they would retrieve Yuji and his Ryudamon. The group ran through the ancient world till they were surrounded by many APPMON. They would battle with Yuji, showing how to be in perfect sync with his Digimon partner. He also knew how to use its Pendulum X Digivice quite well, at least when compared to Kuta. So the APPMON group were swiftly dealt with, and the fight had attracted an ultimate Brachimon who had come to the scene to cause rampage. It was in that exact moment that we got to see Metal Garurumon X, who was so interesting even if we only got to see the Digimon in one panel. You see, just like how Wargreymon X sort of became the mentor of Kuta, Metal Garurumon X became the mentor of Yuji and was also a battle general who probably wanted to assure its position and that of its army in the new digital world. I presume because it is likely that it took the same stance as in the X-Evolution movie. I did call both stories parallel universes after all. Metal Garurumon X had gained a lot of trust in the capabilities of Yuji and his Ryudamon up to a point where, once being confronted by Ultimate Brachimon, it had left the battlefield to let them take care of it. This might actually be a hint that some time had passed since the arrival of the two chosen children. After all, to gain the trust of someone, time is always an important requirement. During the confrontation with Ultimate Brachimon, Yuji got knocked out for a few instances because of a blast, and in that moment of him trying to regain consciousness, he remembered his training with Metal Garurumon X. He remembered when his mentor explained that a tamer directs the Digimon and they fight together. They exist as one and aim for a perfect pendulum, which is an interesting concept. You see, when Yuji regained consciousness and stood up with an injured arm, he explained that the Pendulum X can be used to enhance the attack of his Digimon partner. That's what we saw with Kuta and his Dorumon. But the Pendulum device can also enhance an attack up to a point a Digimon can deal a one-hit kill, though that would only be possible if the personality of the holder is able to carry it out. Meaning that if there was some fear in one's thoughts, it's possible that the Digimon partner would be damaged instead. So Yuji mustered his strength and activated his Pendulum X to enhance Ryudamon's attack. I think he probably managed to form a perfect pendulum, as him and his partner had launched an attack which caused a gigantic explosion. Unfortunately, the outcome of that encounter was also not disclosed. But we were instead brought to the final chapter where we returned to Omnimon X, who was completely defeated and looked severely beaten. It was shocked that its All Delete move did not work on Dexamon, which is interesting to know. Normally, Omnimon's All Delete move erases everything that comes in contact with it. That's how it was capable of making Yggdrasil reformat the digital world in the X Evolution movie, and yet, when the move is used on Dexamon, the life form still lived. In this final chapter, we learned what happened after Omnimon X's fight against Death X Norugamon at the start of the story. You see, after Omnimon X separated the Death X data from Duromon and expelled it from the new digital world, Yggdrasil retrieved that data and unleashed it into the Skuld terminal, which represents the future. And from that data, Dexamon was given birth, and seeing that this Digimon moved only to absorb Digicores until the Unknown left, Omnimon X went to face it and had gotten defeated. That's when it began reminiscing of its conversation with Galantmon X after it was about to kill Kuta's Duromon. Galantmon X explained what Death X evolution was and explained also why Digimon are suddenly capable of X-evolving. I'm sure that Omnimon X was not immediately convinced and had to confirm it for itself until it came across a Dexamon it could not defeat. So Omnimon X, who laid on the floor, asked itself the following questions. The power to live. Such a thing brought forth this apparition. And trusting fate to something like that. What would happen to the order of the world? Is that your creation, Yggdrasil? That's when Kuta and Yuji arrived with their mega-level evolved partners APPMON and Uryumon to fight Dexamon. And in this battle, Uryumon got killed from an attack that came at its blind spot. However, its data would then be used to become the Uryuken sword, which would be held by APPMON. We were not given an outcome of this battle, however, the story ended with a panel that left me, personally, with some question marks. We saw an interaction of APPMON, who appeared behind Omnimon X, who considered the presence of the Alpha as troublesome. Omnimon X would then proclaim that it would delete the Digimon for the sake of the world, with APPMON expecting it to think like that. The two then clashed with an outcome that would also not be disclosed. What did Omnimon X mean with the Digimon? We don't know. What was the meaning behind the panel? That's a good question. Now, I may be wrong, but I'm going to share my thoughts about it. Feel free to share your own thoughts in the comment section. My interpretation of the final panel is the following. Remember the battle between Omnimon and Galantmon in the X Evolution movie. It was a battle which served to convince Omnimon that it would not be wise to blindly follow the orders of Yggdrasil. Galantmon had to let itself be killed to change the mind of Omnimon. I think that a similar battle happened between APPMON and Omnimon. I think that APPMON also let itself be killed, which resulted in it coming back from the data world and be resurrected as a Doremon. The same Doremon who presumably ended up being entrusted by Coolboy to Kuta, meaning that this battle in the final panel might be a battle which happened at the start of Digimon Chronicle. But that's my interpretation anyway. Please make sure to share your own opinions down below. As I just mentioned Coolboy, I have to also say the following. It's hard to tell exactly what his role was in the story, because aside of my theories, he might have done nothing. However, him being called the propagator of card game is not a small thing, as at some point, he would quit this universe and enter the virtual reality universe during the time of the Digimon Liberator arc, where he would appear as an adult. It's not a surprise that he, the card lover he was, would appear in that story because he was shown as a passionate card enthusiast, even teaching Kuta and Yuji how to play. From his presumed adventure in the Chronicle story, he would have gained the knowledge of the existence of Digimon. With this background, it is not much of a surprise that he would be present to help create the Liberator system where real Digimon would enter cards. I think that it would be a dream coming true for Coolboy. But anyway, that is just a theory. Before telling you what happened after the X Evolution movie and Digimon Chronicle, I'd rather make a little detour to explain Digimon World X and Digimon D-Saber first. They are separate stories that aren't linked to any arc in the X universe. They do, however, show enough points in common with the other stories. That's why I believe that their addition to this universe's timeline would be appropriate. We'll start by going over Digimon World X, a game that did not get a lot of attention by fans, but still one we had to take into account, as it does contribute well to the overall connection between the X universe, the virtual reality universe, the Data Squad universe, and the many other universes where the Royal Knights are present. Let me tell you why and how. We know that the Digimon World X story is connected to the X Evolution movie, as they used fragments of that movie in the introduction of the game. However, the story itself is quite different, as it wasn't the X program that was launched, but the X virus, meaning that the story probably happened in a parallel world inside the X universe. In Digimon World X, the story is about an organization called the Digital Security Guard, which is led by Seraphimon and Ophanimon. It's an almost similar organization to the TAMERS Union in the Data Squad universe, who fought to maintain the safety of all digital guards. The difference being that there were no humans in the Digital Security Guard, only Digimon and another digital life form called Digi-Elves. They exist in two varieties, one with a more male appearance and the other with a more female appearance. They are a bit like the Diginome from the TAMERS universe, except that they are capable of speech and are significantly less powerful. Their only purpose was to keep the digital world running correctly. They were also there to support the Digital Security Guard by providing them with services such as the forging of weapons and armor, or help a Digimon upgrade. Anyway, in the story, the protagonist was sent on a mission to the Doom server, as the home server lost contact with it. Interestingly, the Doom server used to be one of the 5 servers inside the Digimon Online virtual reality game of Digimon World 3 in the virtual reality universe. Remember that the digital world in that game was divided into 5 servers, meaning the Asuka server, the Amaterasu server where the AOA terrorists resided in, the Izumo server, the Ikagura server, and the Yamato server. Well, the Doom server used to be the Yamato server. We are going to get to the reason of why it was changed, but it is interesting to note that the Digimon World 3 story continued in some way. I do presume that the Digimon Online game was shut down eventually, but this would give Digimon the freedom to migrate to the Digimon Online servers and make it their own. That's why the Asuka server was also mentioned in the game, even if it did not play much of a role in this story. So, the Digital Security Guard sent the protagonist to the Yamato server, as after the connection with it was lost, a new server called the Doom server emerged. The truth is that the Yamato server had been replaced after being corrupted in its entirety due to the effects of the X virus, which had been spreading across the various other servers, infecting many Digimon, including a Leomon who was part of the security guard. When Leomon was treated in the Digilab, we got to learn that the X virus worked a little bit different than the X program. It doesn't necessarily kill. However, it does reconfigure various digital data, which not only can change an entire server, but can also change the data which makes a Digimon, meaning that a Digimon could start acting different, as if they were possessed. The X-Virus was spread by a digital lifeform called Mecha Rogues, and not much is known about them. They haven't been fleshed out enough for me to give extensive information, but what I can say is that they take on predominantly mechanical forms in all shapes, like bats, scorpions, centaurs, and even humans. They tend to scan the data of Digimon and then convert them into more Mecha Rogues. And speaking of scanning, here's a special detail for you. In the Frontier universe, when a Digimon was defeated or suitably weakened, their digicode was exposed and vulnerable to being scanned and thus absorbed. And in Digimon World X, after defeating an enemy, its digicode also appears momentarily, just like in the Frontier universe, leaving that digicode also exposed for scanning. An interesting detail. Anyway. The Mecha Rogues may be having various forms, however the original one is called Mecha Rogue X, named in a similar fashion to those who digivolved via the use of the x-antibody. While we may not see much of an X enhancement, one of the 3 Mecha Rogue X variants had some striking resemblance to Royal Knight Craniumon. In truth, the first Mecha Rogue X form existed before Craniumon, and this sparked some very interesting theories. Hyperbox 180 wrote the following. Wait, here's an interesting thought. In Digimon Data Squad, didn't Gallantmon state that Craniumon was the Royal Knight's latest member? Maybe. Now, this may sound crazy, but what if Yggdrasil reconstructed Craniumon from Mecha Rogue X's data? If you think about it again, Craniumon is apparently not the only one with a unique Chrome Digizoid, Black Digizoid, but in the game, one of the elves stated that the Mecha Rogues were born from a unique ore. For those who are curious, we made an entire video concerning all types of Chrome Digizoid that can be found in the Digimon Multiverse. It's a type of metal with different properties depending on their color. Craniumon's armor had its code modified by Yggdrasil and was changed into Black Digizoid. It is the same metal carried by a heavy metal drummer. Feel free to check the Chrome Digizoid video out if you haven't already. Hyperbox 180's theory certainly is an interesting one, as ideas always get to be recycled in the Digimon Multiverse. With that, I mean that at the moment a Digimon or a life form exists in one universe, the likeliness that the same Digimon also exists in another universe is certainly more than real. It's only part of what I love to call the collective consciousness. More on that in the final chapter of this video. The Digimon World X story ended with the protagonist saving the digital world by eliminating the threat that were the Mecha Rogues. Still in the X universe there is the Digimon D-Cyber story taking place, which is happening in what I would say another parallel digital world with Chinese characteristics. And just like the Digimon World X story, this one is also quite different to be put in the timeline, because while there are many similarities with the X Evolution story and the Chronicle story, still the differences are too big to put them in the same line. After all, the D-Cyber story still is a Chinese Digimon manual, just like the Digimon Legendary Skies story in the Frontier universe. The stories take inspiration from a particular concept in the Digimon Multiverse and sort of gives them their own spin to it, by focusing more on aspects related to Chinese culture, philosophy and more. That's why I preferred to give the D-Cyber story its own spot in the timeline, because ultimately the concept of X-Digimon was still introduced, even if the origins were a bit different. In order to help you understand the story, I will have to take you back in time in this digital world. 10,000 years ago, the Royal Knights fought against Dexmon and sealed it away via a technique called the 12 Earthly Branches. Within Chinese culture and history, the 12 earthly branches can be traced back to the Shang dynasty in between the years 1600 to 1046 BC, where it was built from the observation of the planet Jupiter's orbit. It was initially used to mark time and seasons, but it later evolved to become more complex, intertwining with various aspects of Chinese metaphysics. So, Dexmon was sealed into a digicore via the 12 earthly branches and remained dormant for 10,000 years. However, years after its sealing, the digital world was infected by a strong virus of unknown origins, decimating numerous Digimon, including the Royal Knights, who only had 3 surviving members. These were Omnimon X, Gallantmon X, and Magnamon X. They were among the Digimon survivors, as they had an x-antibody which protected them from the virus. 10,000 years later, at the start of the story, there is a Metal Phantomon, nicknamed the God of Death, who warped children into the digital world as it had planned to conquer it. For that, it needed the Dexmon that was sealed in a Digicore, as only Dexmon truly had powers that could put all Digimon, including the remaining Royal Knights, to their knees. But reviving it wasn't going to be an easy procedure. For that, it warped children to the digital world via their D-Cyber Digivice. Among the warped children you had Ji Guanglong, also named Hikaru Ryuji, who was partnered to Dorumon. You had Sheng Jianfang, also named Masuken Kana, who was partnered to Ryudamon. You had Hui Luo, also named Teru Raku, who was partnered to Agumon X, and then there is the young girl Amei, also named Kiyoshi, who did not get a partner Digimon and who wasn't even seen holding a D-Cyber Digivice like the others. All four of them were warped into the digital world to serve Metal Phantomon X. However, the children got separated from each other, with Kiyoshi being lost and both Masuken and Raku becoming brainwashed by the God of Death. All responsibilities for saving the three other children were left on the shoulders of Hikaru and his Dorumon. After having explored the digital world and getting to know his Digimon partner, Hikaru was first confronted by a brainwashed Teru and his Agumon, who had evolved into Metal Greymon X. A fight ensued, and when the situation looked dire, Dorumon warped Digivolved into Dorugoramon thanks to Hikaru's will to save his friend. Not only did Dorugoramon defeat Metal Greymon X, but it also managed to help Teru snap out of Metal Phantomon X's influence. The second confrontation was after Hikaru received a message from a brainwashed Masuken to head for Metal Phantomon X's lair. Over there, an entire play was made to make Hikaru believe that he killed Teru after having punched the young child who didn't want to return to the real world out of fear of being bullied again. The punch made him fall on a rock, essentially killing him, even if it was all but a simulation. And so, Hikaru's feelings of grief and guilt made his Dorumon Death X evolve into Dex Dorugoremon, just like how Metal Phantomon X had planned behind the scenes. It's in that exact moment that Masuken explains that in this digital world, and with the D-Cyber Digivice, a human can make a Digimon Digivolve with his or her will. However, if there are negative emotions involved, like guilt, a Digimon partner can Death X evolve. It's a bit similar to how Ryuji's emotions during the Cyber Sleuth arc made Arcadiamon further evolve. So, a fight ensued between Hikaru's Dex Doruguremon and Masuken's Ryudamon, who by then digivolved into Samudramon. And during that confrontation, Hikaru had gotten even more angry and frustrated about the situation, and with a Samudramon that was going to kill his Digimon partner, his negative emotions caused Dex Doruguremon to further digivolve into Dex Dorugoramon, whose presence alerted Omnimon X, who rushed into the scene. Remembering that it fought against this Digimon 10,000 years ago, Omnimon X knew that the world was about to get into grave danger if Dex Dorugoramon lived much longer. However, there was a problem. This Dex Dorugoramon was more powerful than the one Omnimon X fought all these years ago. That is because Dex Dorugoramon gained new powers from its bond with its human partner. That was the moment where it became clear why Metal Phantomon X wanted children to come to the digital world. It's because a human has the capacity to bring out the potential of a Digimon, meaning that if Metal Phantomon X could control the strongest version of Dex Dorugoramon, that it might become nigh unstoppable. In Quick Wits, Omnimon X thought that its best chance to prevent carnage would be to kill the human partner Hikaru to at least reduce the power of the Death X evolved Digimon. However, Metal Phantomon X was faster in snatching Dex Dorugoramon's Dragon Spirit, or Digivolution power as I'd rather call it. With it, Metal Phantomon X left as it had everything that was needed to bring back the sealed Dexmon into existence to start its goal of conquering the digital world. With the Dragon Spirit of Dorumon being stolen, Omnimon X would send Hikaru, Masuken, and Teru to Medieval Galantmon to get a new Dragon Spirit, as if Dorumon didn't get one, it would die in the next 10 days. However, that road to get to Medieval Galantmon's lair was quite perilous, as one had to travel through fairly dangerous terrains which could have resulted in the death and failures of our heroes. Though APPMON X would be inspired by their courage and would even come to believe that they might contribute well in the fight against Metal Phantom X, so in a way it was even hoping that they would succeed in their quest. After all, the time was not in their favor. Metal Phantom X had already begun the procedure to bring back Dexmon, and APPMON X felt it. The travel of the Chosen Children would become quite an adventure indeed. It reminded me of these Shaolin movies where warriors were in search for a master with lots of skills and wisdom, but who lived in some remote temple that is hardly accessible, and they would encounter quite a few challenges on the road. Our heroes would come across a maimed Tyramon who was one of Medieval Dukemon's servants, and maimed Tyramon would subject them into a series of various types of tests to see if they were worthy enough to meet its lord. And I must say that those tests were interesting, as we even end up seeing what happens when a maimed Tyramon has its helmet destroyed. It will appear that the helmet was a power restrainer, as once it was melted away, maimed Tyramon gained greater speed and power. Eventually the Chosen Children would be brought in front of Medieval Gallantmon, who would grant them their request by giving a dragon spirit to Dorumon, which saved its life. However, immediately after having obtained it, Medieval Dukemon sensed that Dexmon had been revived. After having opened the portal to see what exactly was happening, they had gotten exposed to a severely beaten APPMON X who appeared to be clinging for its life. It had been fighting Dexmon and Metal Phantom X on its own, and their powers were a bit too overwhelming. And maybe a little side note, there is something I need to get off my chest. I have always been a huge fan of APPMON, and there's a thing with this Digimon that I love so much, and it's hard to tell what it is. What I like most about the character is that despite its power and the many big feats it had accomplished across the multiverse, I'm so happy to see that it still loses, that it still gets beaten. It makes it so much more interesting. Anyway, Hikaru rushed to APPMON X's aid. Medieval Dukemon had changed into its Gallantmon X form and had given a super evolution energy sphere to Masuken and Teru to make their Digimon partner Digivolve. Then it would leave with Teru to find aid, while Masuken traveled in the battlefield to help APPMON X and Hikaru. During their confrontation with Dexmon, who was revived by Metal Phantom X, the chosen duo would find Kiyoshi, the young girl who was warped with them into the digital world. She had been absorbed inside Dexmon. It's possible that a human sacrifice might have been part of the ritual. She was saved by Hikaru, who courageously jumped inside the digital lifeform while simultaneously destroying Dexmon thanks to the power of its D-Cyber Digivice, which made it create a giant energy sphere. However, in a last attempt to stay alive, Dexmon absorbed Metal Phantom X to become the most different version of Dexmon within the Digimon Multiverse. Arguably the most powerful version, I would say, because instead of eating a Digicore by instinct, it had now fused with Metal Phantom X, making it gain wisdom, which it normally never had. It had always been mindless and only moved based on its primitive instincts, but now we witnessed a Dexmon who gained sentience, who gained wisdom in addition to the extra power-up from being a Digimon who had its potential unlocked by a human, and the extra power-up coming from Metal Phantom X. I would say that it certainly is a top-level digital life form in terms of capabilities, which is clearly shown in this story. Let me get into the details. It had gained the same ambitions as Metal Phantom X, meaning the wish to rule over the digital world, and it had the power to do so. That's why Dexmon began to reformat the digital world after having fused with the world in order to create a new world to its liking. Digimon began disappearing and digital landscapes began changing. It became a battle against time, and if the reformatting wasn't stopped, it would pretty much mean the end of all. The way Dexmon would be stopped was quite interesting to say the least. You see, when Hikaru had saved Kiyoshi, who was sealed inside Dexmon, he had gained a new power after having been injected by a virus from Dexmon. However, the power became too much for him to contain, so he transferred it to his partner Greymon to make it digivolve into APPMON, who had the ability to at least slow down the reformat of the digital world. Along with Uryumon, they tried to seal Dexmon via the use of the 12 earthly branches technique, but to no avail. Uryumon had even received a blast and got killed. Things changed for the better when Gallantmon X rushed in the battle along with Magnamon X, one of the 3 remaining Royal Knights. At first, they had wanted the chosen children to return home because the battle was turning less in their favor. However, with the children refusing to leave and instead stay and risk their lives to help them, Magnamon X would join them in the fight. It would use its powers of miracles to revive Uryumon and made it digivolve into the Uryuken blade. The sword helped the heroes purify Dexmon and make it sleep inside the digital world. So Dexmon was not killed, it was sealed once more. Though that would be enough to stop the reformat of the digital world. The heroes would then return to their world. With the D-Cyber and the Digimon World X stories out of the way, we can return to the 2 main timelines in the X universe. We'll start by discussing the Digimon Chronicle X arc, which happened 10 years after the events of Digimon Chronicle with Kuta, Yuji, and their Digimon partners fighting against Dexmon. Maybe a little warning, this probably is my favorite story along with Digimon Cyber Sleuth, so if I get too much into the details, may you please forgive me. When you look back at the stories of the X Evolution movie and Digimon Chronicle, they all happened in the new digital world, as Digimon began migrating en masse. That's why the Royal Knights and Dexmon were called to exterminate those who were not welcome. While we were given information on what was happening in the new digital world, the old digital world was kind of left in the sidelines. That's where the Digimon Chronicle X story came in the scenes, to tell us what exactly was happening down there. You see, after the activation of Project Arc, the old digital world had become a world of death due to the contamination of the X program and was thus under strict lockdown. Digimon were not allowed to leave and were in fact forced to die. However, after a decade or so had passed, the concentration of the X program had thinned enough that it would not affect the bodies of Digimon anymore. So those who resided there had begun to live again. The problem is that the old digital world had become a place of total anarchy. That is because with no one to supervise the inhabitants, conflicts between Digimon who desired to rule over them all were happening all over, and the whole world fell into a state of constant strife and disorder. It's the same thing that happened in the CRUSADOR universe, where Yggdrasil disappeared without explaining why, and Digimon began to fight against one another on a daily basis. The Digimon Chronicle digital world had become much of the same, a total wasteland where survival of the fittest was brought to the final level, and in the meanwhile, when all these wars and battles were taking place, you had Grand Dragmon who appeared in the old digital world, coming all the way from the dark area. This Digimon is so interesting in general, but I think that the way it is portrayed in this story had to be the best so far. To understand why, I'll have to give you the context first, so that you understand why it suddenly appeared in the old digital world. You see, all Digimon universes are presumed to have a dark area where all Digimon go to once they die. And each dark area has its own way of working and even has its own history, now that I think about it, meaning that it could quite frankly also get its own timeline video, though if you don't mind, don't push me to make another timeline video concerning the dark area. This video is already long enough and I'm almost out of breath. In general, the dark area exists in a separate server altogether. It's not like, let's say, File Island or Folder Continent, who are on the surface area. No, the dark area is in a totally different and almost unreachable layer. That's why the X program did not reach it, nor did it even have a small influence over it. In the X universe, specifically in the Chronicle digital world, Digimon who've reached the end of their lives will be sent to the dark area and will be judged by a Newbimon who defends and supervises the land of the dead. Those who have been transferred out there will be judged based on how they lived their lives. On the one hand, their data will be restored as digi-eggs and be brought back to life in the surface area if they were deemed good. And on the other hand, those who lived a life of sin will be sealed in the dark area. Among those who are sealed, you have Digimon who are using the dark area as their base, and these Digimon are sometimes so powerful that not even a Newbimon dares to challenge them, which is quite interesting. A Newbimon is the judge who decides who gets reincarnated or not, and yet among those who are sealed, some are more powerful. Golfmon, one of the reincarnations of our Pokémon, is one such example. It's a Digimon who can kill by simple use of its voice. The 7 Great Demon Lords are also examples of Digimon more powerful than Anubimon who reside in the lowest parts of the dark area, more specifically in the Cocytus, the layer which connects all dark areas across the Digimon Multiverse. And then there is Grand Dracmon, said to be so powerful and ancient that some claimed that it literally created the dark area. It is unlikely that it effectively did that, however it did keep a castle in there since ancient times, maybe even before the Yggdrasil of this universe came into existence. You know, Grand Dracmon may not have been responsible for the creation of the land of the dead, but it is said to be connected to the details of how the dark area came to be. In a way, it is a bit all-knowing. Its knowledge went as far as Grand Dracmon even knowing the truth of Death X evolution, which was created by Yggdrasil. It knew about its secrets and even how to trigger it. And so, Grand Dracmon put a plan in motion for its own entertainment that would even bring the Royal Knights on their knees. Before explaining you what the plan was all about, have you ever wondered what happened to the x-antibody of a Digimon who died? Well, the Digimon first goes to the dark area and usually a replica of the x-antibody will be found there. Normally it wouldn't matter much as the replicas weren't strong enough, so they disappeared quickly. But this changed over time as even an x-antibody goes through its own process of evolution. You see, when an x-antibody is influenced by the strong survival instinct in its carrier's digicore, it can develop a self-preservation function. As a consequence, all x-antibody replicas who arrived in the dark area stopped disappearing and were eventually altered to be able to be ported as if they were normal x-antibodies. Meaning that the dark area provided the means to its residents to adapt against the X program as they had gained access to X antibodies. They could even undergo X evolution while being in hell. And so, Grand Dracmon plans to make all Digimon undergo Death X evolution. That's why it left the dark area with the biggest of ease, because again, there's no way a Newbimon would try and stop it. Even the 7 Great Demon Lords fear Grand Dracmon. And so, Grand Dracmon appeared in the old digital world and secretly, unbeknownst to all, made Digimon undergo Death X evolution and sent them straight to the dark area. Its actions had an effect on the boundary between the old digital world and the dark area. Some of the 7 Great Demon Lords sensed this and saw an opportunity for achieving their own goals, which we'll get to in a moment. While Grand Dracmon commenced its plan, Yggdrasil, in the meanwhile, had ordered the Royal Knights to conduct a survey on the current state of the old digital world. And so Craniumon and Slapemon were given an x-antibody for safety measures and descended to observe how the old world had evolved after the launch of the X program. Upon their return, they reported that the state of the old digital world was one of chaos and anarchy. They reported that there was a dire need for order and proposed a plan of action, except that both lacked sufficient power to accomplish anything. So Jesmon volunteered to join them in their investigation. It also received its own x-antibody and descended to the old world along with Craniumon and Slapemon, only to be greeted by this cruel spectacle of Digimon fighting and killing each other. So Jesmon came up with a plan to resolve the chaos that was brewing. It proposed a rule for the battles for supremacy, where instead of having multiple Digimon battling each other, you'd have the entirety of the world divided in multiple areas with one ruler. If a Digimon managed to defeat a ruler in a one-on-one battle, then the winner would be able to increase the area under their territory. And the Digimon that expanded their territory through continued victories and winning in every last area would then be given the authority to decide the future of the old digital world. Slaypon dismissed the plan as a dangerous idea, but Jessamon suggested that they themselves, as Royal Knights, would also be taking part in the battle as rulers of a portion of areas, just to ensure that evil beings do not end up winning. This had assured both Slaypon and especially Craniumon, who, with its spirit of warrior, wanted nothing more than to do battle. And so, the rule devised by Jessamon was announced throughout the old digital world, and Digimon began preparing themselves to battle for the future of their land. While this was happening in the old world, Royal Knight Examon, who stood on standby in the new digital world, traveled in urgency to the dark area after having received a plea for help from Anubimon. When it arrived at the entrance, it saw masses of evil Digimon trying to break through the gate that was sealing them. That was the work of Grand Dracmon, who cared only about its entertainment. And the funny thing is that its story actually stopped here. Its plan, which was a success, began a massive war, and Grand Dracmon simply returned back to the dark area to enjoy the spectacle. And let me tell you that there is a lot that happened. After having determined that the first course of action would be to maintain the balance between the old digital world and the dark area, Examon began fighting and eliminating those who managed to escape the netherworld. This would work against the Royal Knight, as the fight would only excite the Digimon in the dark area. They had gotten excited knowing that they had a chance to take down a Royal Knight. And you know what? Even if Examon managed to show its royal powers and shook off the numerous disadvantages against it, the evil Digimon it faced had already lost their fear of death and began to launch suicide attacks from all sides, causing Examon to be pushed back. The mastermind behind the swarm of thousands and thousands of evil Digimon was Lilithmon X, who proved a worthy commander, as the large number of X-Digimon under its command defeated Examon and got the Royal Knight infected with the X program at a rate unbelievably faster than normal. While Lilithmon X defeated Examon, Dark Knightmon and Great Demon Lord Barbamon were off at another area, skirmishing. Both of them were fighting, as Dark Knightmon, who had been sealed inside the dark area due to its cruel nature, was targeting a position among the 7 Great Demon Lords and wanted a piece of Barbamon's treasure. And during their battle, they both felt what was happening in the world of the living. They felt that the old digital world was at the brink of a giant war, so their battle changed from showing who is the superior to who would be the first to break through the dark area's gate in order to be the first to get their hands on the digital world's sleeping treasure. While fighting, the two fated adversaries achieved X-evolution from their x-antibodies that they each obtained, and their battle migrated to the world of the living, where all Digimon could only watch in fear from the after effects of their fierce fighting, waiting for the Royal Knights to arrive and save them. As the masses of evil Digimon continued to grow and traverse the door to get to the world of the living, there was another great demon lord that began its move, Demon X. It took advantage of the chaos that reigns between the dark area and the old digital world to test its powers and flex the limits of how violent it could be. That was, however, but a preparatory phase for its revenge against the forces of good. After all, Demon X was once a Seraphimon before it raged in rebellion against God. It ended up being deleted with its data sent into the dark area. It had been stealing x-antibodies from other Digimon under the belief that doing so would grant it the power of an Ultra Digimon. Demon X is said to be as powerful as Lucimon in its fall-down mode. Lucimon being the Digimon who led the rebellion in heaven, and the Digimon Demon formerly plotted to revive, but that wouldn't be necessary anymore with the gates of the dark area having been opened. Which reminds me, even if the Digimon Re-Arise story isn't officially the sequel, I have many reasons to put it in the same timeline as Digimon Chronicle X. There are lots of connections, and in that story, there was a flashback of Lucimon's rebellion in the ancient digital world. We're going to get into it in a moment. Upon its arrival in the old digital world, Demon X waited impatiently for the arrival of the Royal Knights as it continued to trample down the old world and stored up its energy. As the 7 Demon Lords gained X evolution one after another, the evil Digimon who were waiting in the dark area began to move in unison to escape it. That's when Lucimon smiled, as it had been overlooked in that confusion. It took advantage of the disturbances while believing that this would be the path to the destruction of the digital world. So it felt that it was necessary to expand this confusion by making sure all the 7 Great Demon Lords X-evolved and got involved in the war. In order to do so, it gained X-antibody for itself and became Lucimon X, a golden demon angel sporting 6 pairs of golden wings. Not only did its appearance far surpass that of the old Lucimon, but also its power and intellect. It is said that it became the perfect being that transcends even God. With its grand plan in mind, it added Demon Lord Beelzebumon X to the battle and woke up Belphemon and Leviamon to also give them an X-antibody and send them to the old digital world. Belphemon X and Leviamon X are the Great Demon Lords who usually sleep until they get awoken. Belphemon is arguably top 3 in terms of raw power among the Great Demon Lords. Its power is so immense that the digital world created a safety measure to put it in an eternal slumber. It's only once in 1,000 years that it wakes up and regains its natural shape, and in this form, it usually tends to leave chaos behind. Just think of the rubble it left behind in the Digimon Data Squad universe. That was proof enough of what it could do. In the Chronicle X War, when it woke up from its slumber, it changed into an incarnation of rage that became nigh impossible to defeat. And with the X-antibody enhancement, its destructive impulses intensified and its instincts sharpened. In battle, it first aimed to brutally pulverize the Digimon who act as the beacon of hope for the opposing army, to crush the hopeful hearts of the entire enemy faction. Then there is Leviamon, who is reported to sleep in the depth of the net ocean, nearest to the dark area. It is said that it despises the Digimon who live at the top, so it was a pleasure for it to join the war. As it also gained an X-antibody enhancement, it had evolved into a version of itself who gained the ability to fly, meaning that land, sea, and air became feeding ground for Leviamon X. Both Belphemon X, Leviamon X, and the countless other evil Digimon following their lead were going to fight against Craniumon X and Slipemon X after having broken through the Dark Gate. Before going ahead with the story, I do have to say that this is by far my favorite version of the 7 Demon Lords. It's definitely one of the few times where they have truly been respected in terms of what they can do, because in many of the other stories, they seemed rather less menacing, if you ask me. They were even given the role of comic relief at some point, which I think is not really respectful for what they are embodying. In Digimon Chronicle X, they've been treated as the threats they are, and they have feats to back it up. Lilithmon X commanded an army of Digimon and defeated Examon, which is not an easy thing to do. Just think of the Royal Knights when they battled against an infected Examon during the Cyber Sleuth story. They weren't capable of defeating it. Another interesting feat is how Belphemon X, Leviamon X, and Demon X made Craniumon X and Slipemon X struggle in combat. Granted, in this fight, the Demon Lords had the advantage of quantity in their favor, though that wouldn't be for long, as Yggdrasil had ordered all Royal Knights available to help calm down the situation. All Force Vidrumon X would join Craniumon X and Slipemon X. The only ones who would be missing were Omnimon X, Galantmon X, and Alphamon, with their whereabouts being unknown. Their reason for not yet being there had something to do with the story of Digimon Chronicle. It will be clear in a moment. Babamon X and Dark Knightmon X were still having the time of their lives, battling each other for fun while all Digimon around them were crazily horrified, which is quite normal as their battle caused tremendous damage to their surroundings as their battle increased in intensity. That would stop once they were confronted by Duftmon X. While all of this was happening, it was only a matter of time before Lucimon X and Beelzebumon X entered the battlefield. And when they arrived, they were confronted by Jesmon X and its master Gankumon. This was a battle where the two Royal Knights were overwhelmed, not just because Lucimon X was already too powerful, but because Lucimon X summoned Ophanimon in its fall-down mode X and Cherubimon Vice X. It's no wonder that these two were summoned, as they both came from the heavens and both had been banished to enter the dark area. So they also had their reasons for entering the old digital world, and the combined forces of Ophanimon Fall-Down Mode X, Cherubimon Vice X, Lucimon X, and Beelzebumon X were simply too overwhelming for Jesmon X and Gankumon. In fact, Gankumon even collapsed after risking its life for its student, who was about to be blown away by Lucimon X's attacks. The evil Digimon who sniffed out that Gankumon was near death attacked the fallen warrior in succession so that they could win the reputation of having defeated a Royal Knight. Jesmon desperately fought back against them, protecting its master, but failed as the numbers were simply too high. And at the moment of crisis, Gallantmon X arrived, breaking through the legions of the now terrified enemies. The reason why Gallantmon X only just arrived in the battlefield was because it worked alongside Kuta, Yuji, APPMON and Omnimon X on a mission in the new digital world. You see, after the events of Digimon Chronicle, after the fight against Dexmon, the group had been quietly traveling to all sorts of places through the three worlds of the new digital world. The purpose of this travel was to look over and ward off discrimination against the Digimon who once again obtained the x-antibody. It was during these travels that Kuta and the group heard that the blockade to the old digital world was about to be undone. Omnimon X sensed turbulences from the dark area, and Gallantmon X deduced that the 7 great demon lords were involved. So Kuta and the others quickly gathered the Digimon that they had befriended during their travels in the new digital world and brought them to the battlefield. 2 of the great archangels, Ophanimon and Cherubimon, also joined the battle, while Seraphimon remained in the kernel for its defenses. They had X evolved into Ophanimon X and Cherubimon X and came face to face with their counterparts. Omega Shoutmon X and Rise Greymon X also arrived as reinforcements, with Omega Shoutmon X having received the Omega In-Force power of Omnimon X. It's an ultimate force which allowed to instantaneously read ahead in battle and respond accordingly, and it also drew out and raised the combat sense and potential of the user to its utmost limits by means of the x-antibody. In other areas, you had Digimon like Justimon X and Siesamon X who came from the new digital world to contribute, and they were facing Mephismon X. A reason for their arrival in the old digital world, with many others, is because Kuta and Yuji had convinced them that they can't only rely on the Royal Knights for protection. They reminded the Digimon that they could not hide forever, waiting to be saved. The severity of the war even reached a point where a Wizardmon who came all the way from the magical universe WITCHELNY joined the battle and risked its life fighting to protect the world it considered to be a part of its brotherhood. It fought alongside an Angel Woman X against a Myotismon X. A battle in honor of Wizardmon and Gatomon stories in the Adventure universe, where they were slaves of Myotismon. But don't get confused though, they are not the same Gatomon, Wizardmon and Myotismon. The tide turned in the favor of the forces of light, and the demon lords were little by little rendered powerless. And when they were defeated, their bodies were sucked through the gate of the dark area and sent to the Cocytus, where Lucimon X returned to. It returned after Gankumon had been severely wounded. However, Gankumon would receive an x-antibody and would x-evolve, restoring its health. Lucimon X was in the dark area with a small Digimon called Caramon, who evolved into Diaboromon X. The same Digimon was then split into 7 copies, each of them absorbing one of the defeated Great Demon Lords. The 7 Diaboromon X were then sent to the old digital world, where they overflowed with immense energy, and all of the Royal Knights knew that something bad would happen if they didn't do anything. The problem is that they were too exhausted after having battled for so long, leaving APPMON, Gallantmon X and Omnimon X to battle 7 Diaboromon X, who were upgraded by the power of the 7 Great Demon Lords, and they were fierce. They battled with absolutely zero uniformity whatsoever. In fact, just one Diaboromon X was so erratic that not even Omnimon's Omega Inforce worked against its unpredictable battle style. A healed Gankumon X and Jesmon X joined the fight, which managed to somewhat push the multiple Diaboromon X back to the front line, which bored one of them. And so the 7 Diaboromon, who were upgraded by the powers of the 7 Demon Lords, decided to merge one more time into one being, Ogudumon X. And maybe we need to take a small second to explain this version of Ogudumon. You know, being the combination of a Diaboromon, along with the 7 Great Demon Lords in their X-antibody enhanced forms, Ogudumon X should in theory be extremely difficult to defeat, and its powers definitely put it on the higher echelons of Digimon powers. How could it not be there? As its background profile is telling, its destructive impulses have been amplified even further, and its powers are said to be capable of causing the digital world to collapse just by merely existing. When Ogudumon appeared, the world began to gradually crumble. The earth split apart, and the texture of the skies was torn off. The entire world grew engulfed in a wireframe of darkness. Its powers were so immense that it threatened the world's end by merely existing. This had been Lucimon's scheme all along. It wanted to become Ogudumon and destroy the entire digital world. Being a witness of the Digimon that would end all life, all Digimon began attacking Ogudumon X, and they attacked it as one, just to prevent the entire digital world from collapsing. Its presence was such a shock that even evil Digimon who came from the dark area joined in and fought with the forces of light, as they were worried that even they would no longer have any place of their own. In the Digimon Chronicle X novel, Gallantmon X gave us a bit more information about Ogudumon X. The following was written. To put it simply, we are not made up of the right kind of data to stand a chance against that thing. Ogudumon X, which spawns infinite numbers of Diaboromon X and brings the world closer to destruction by its very existence, is no longer a Digimon but a part of the system, an existence that can almost be said to be God. Again, this is why I love the Digimon Chronicle continuity so much. A superior villain caused other villains to join forces with their enemies. That's such a cool thing to see. Too bad the manga was quite limited in visuals. Now, Ogudumon X was simply way too powerful for all. None of the combined attacks of the Royal Knights, the evil Digimon and good Digimon did a thing, and Omnimon X, Gallantmon X and APPMON were defeated. Knowing that their efforts wouldn't result to much, Gankumon X decided to give its Royal Knight powers to Jesmon X. It's a thing it did with pleasure and honor, as Gankumon always wished for Jesmon to take its spot at the seat of the Royal Knights. We saw that with the Gankumon of the Cyber Sleuth arc in the Virtual Reality universe, and we also saw it with the Gankumon of the Digimon Collector arc in the Crusader universe. But we never really saw Jesmon truly get that spot as a Royal Knight. It had always been trained to become one. However, in Digimon Chronicle X, Jesmon X replaced Gankumon as a Royal Knight by becoming Jesmon GX, its final form that awakened its true power. Now, it isn't because there is suddenly a new enhanced form that it suddenly became more powerful than the villain. Digimon X was still an entity consisting of 7 X-enhanced demon lords and was still one whose presence alone was destroying the digital world. Digimon GX was still being overwhelmed. What ultimately killed Digimon X was the remaining power of all Royal Knights given to Digimon GX, who would turn itself in an offensive judgment sword set to instantly erase the opponent no matter how strong they are. That sword had cut Digimon X, which made it disappear. And the 7 great demon lords were then released and they used up their remaining power to return to the Crusadors again. Ironically, it was Jesmon who came with the idea of a battle royale at the start of the story, who ultimately became the victor. So, as the ruler of the old digital world, it decided the following: that there would be free back and forth movement of Digimon, and that there is an update of the digital world, where the barriers between the new and the old worlds are removed completely and united. Kuta and Yuji also promised to work on a way to expand the capacity of the digital world to avoid that Yggdrasil came back to a decision to launch something similar to the Project Arc, and they promised to come back to the digital world if a crisis were to come. Yggdrasil thanked the work of both humans as they left for the human world. It also recognized the usefulness of the x-antibody and accepted its existence. Its decision to recognize and integrate the x-antibody as a part of Digimon evolution spread quickly throughout the digital world. While the Digimon Re-Arise story has not officially been stated to be a sequel to Digimon Chronicle X, still I decided to put it in the same line because some aspects appeared in both, making it seem as if they could be part of the same continuity. In both, you have X-antibody enhanced Digimon, and in both you have Grand Dracmon, who didn't die in the Digimon Chronicle X story. It was still alive and kicking after having started the whole war that could have destroyed the digital world, and all of that just for its own entertainment. Interestingly, in Digimon Re-Arise it would again do something similar by creating events that could have brought another collapse. You see, the story is taking place in a somewhat futuristic setting that feels close to the present and maybe a little into the future. If we consider it being a part of the Digimon Chronicle X story, that would mean that we are a few years later in a period where Digimon had been discovered by humans. Humans were aware that they were not the only life forms. However, on a random day, creatures looking similar to a Digimon began to attack the real world and Digimon alike. They were called Spirals, and they do have an interesting story which I believe certainly didn't get enough attention on this channel and maybe even within the community. The whole story behind Digimon Re-Arise was focused on this digital life form, so we really only need to focus on them to get a clear picture of what was happening. That is why I won't really be focusing much on the Digimon Tamers. You see, every time a Digimon hatches from an egg, or either digivolve or de-digivolve, small fragments of data are created. It doesn't quite matter whether the digivolving or the hatching happened in the real world or the digital world. Digimon create these small fragments of data. It's so minuscule that most Digimon weren't exactly aware of their doing, and those who were aware called the data irrelevant and unneeded because it did not contribute at all. And you know what? Normally it wouldn't exactly cause a problem to have this massive amount of unneeded data. However, this changed when those fragments eventually gained sentience. After which, this new race of digital life form would develop a hive mind that would control them all, meaning that all individual spirals shared a collective thought and functioned together as a single mind. Spirals mostly manifest between weak points in the digital world and the human world. These weak points were called digital points. It's a space which prevents a person or even a Digimon to connect with the digital world or the real world. So it is its own separate dimension with the spirals as the inhabitants. You see, in the past, a large amount of digital points opened up in the digital world and brought a large amount of spirals with them. So the four holy beasts and their Deva used the powers of their Digicores to open a distortion to attack all the spirals into the same place so that they could deal with all of them at the same time. And once all spirals arrived in the same spot, they then used a dimension distortion to send them into the dark area, which was enough to get rid of all spirals, at least for a long period of time. However, what the four holy beasts did not know is that the hive mind would be found by a bored Grand Drachmon who told them everything about their origins. It explained that they were data considered unneeded, and it also told them all secrets about the kernel, the domain of God. Grand Drachmon explained that that area contained all information about the digital world, both past and future. After the sharing of the information, Grand Drachmon then gave some of its own power, again purely due to being bored, causing part of the hive mind to get its own sentience, which would name itself Spiral Origin, just to differentiate itself from the other spiral. And in many ways did Spiral Origin become distinct, despite still being part of the Spiral hive mind, as it gained an independent mind of its own, and with that, it gained its own purpose, namely to infiltrate the kernel so that it could get its revenge against humans and Digimon. This is basically the prelude of Digimon Re-Arise. After this beginning, the story would be taking two routes, one focusing more on the Spiral Hive and the other on Spiral Origin. Both had escaped the dark area and immediately affected the balance of the digital world and caused chaos for both humans and Digimon alike, which explains why Digimon Re-Arise consists of two chapters. We will be focusing on the hive mind first. You see, the hive mind concluded that their purpose was to continue consolidating, to continue to become stronger, but eventually the mind grew lonely and resentful while simultaneously developing feelings of being outsiders to both worlds. After a while, they realized that they were empty creatures not belonging to any world, without the capability to interfere. Unlike Digimon, they weren't accepted, they were considered less than nothing. So they found themselves in a sort of dilemma where it wasn't exactly clear what they should do with themselves. Should they eternally wait until their last day, if it would even come? Or should they maybe search for a place that would accept them? And if it was within the realms of possibilities, they thought maybe they should be creating their own world. Many questions, but questions left with no answers. Out of envy, the Spiral Hive initially attempted to achieve self-actualization by assembling into shapes resembling Digimon. They studied their structure and composition and used their own data to imitate it as well as they could. However, they were unsatisfied. So they began trying to create a Digimon-like vessel from their own data. As a result of trial and error, they obtained a single successful outcome which could not be replicated and from which a Digi-Egg was born. Despite being composed of the data of the spirals, that Digi-Egg turned out to become something different from Spiral. The egg would hatch into Harrismon, a Digimon or rather a life form that would be accepted by everyone. When Harrismon turned out to have its own sense of self, preventing assimilation, the hive mind originally discarded it as a failure, and the baby Digimon somehow found its way to the human world, where it would get acquainted with humans. From its bond with them, Harrismon would learn and eventually grow. When the spirals learned that Harrismon had managed to achieve self-actualization on its own, they changed their minds and decided to exploit its spiral roots to mold it into their vessel. So, Harrismon was attacked continuously and en masse. They weakened it and forced it to synchronize with them, transforming Harrismon into Rasenmon Fury mode and successfully realized their vessel. But there was a problem though. You see, the hive mind began panicking when it realized that by forcing Harrismon to assimilate with them, that they had instead been assimilated with Harrismon, and now they felt its emotions and sense of self. These were emotions and feelings they had never known before, as the hive did not possess emotions nor individuality. This caused panic, which resulted in Rasenmon's fury mode to lash out. You see, when Rasenmon got into its fury mode, it became a Digimon that was unable to control its power of darkness, as large amounts of negative emotional data flowed in. It became a destroyer that gave in to its rampaging power of darkness, instinctively devastating its surroundings. The truth is that it only had gotten this form because it suffered from an inner conflict, so while its negative emotions gave rise to its destructive impulses, the story then focused on what was happening inside its mind. That's where Harrismon and the hive mind were interacting with one another. Harrismon explains that there is much more than the sadness, anger, and despair which were the primary emotions felt by the spirals due to having been unrecognized and not belonging to any world. The hive mind was being taught that the world is also filled with happiness, joy, and warmth. While the message was well received, the hive mind had problems accepting them. It's as if they deliberately avoided to let themselves be touched by these words and change their ways. After all, God knows how long they had been in this position of being ignored and unaccepted by all. So instead, the rampage continued. Harrismon came to the conclusion that it should also be able to control the spiral hive just like how the spiral hive had been controlling it. After all, even if Harrismon appears as a Digimon, it is still part of the spiral. So, to get its message across, it digivolved into Rasenmon and attacked the hive mind, stopping Rasenmon fury mode, stopping the spirals who were causing rampage in various places, and stopping the hive mind. Rasenmon's fight against the hive mind caused them, including Harrismon itself, to turn back into fragments. Though Harrismon would be reborn as a Digi-Egg, as at the end of the day, it still was a Digimon, and thus was also subjected to the whole life cycle, including being reincarnated if it had lived its life with a good heart. This was the end of the first chapter of the story. The second chapter happened seasons later, as they told. The story is about Spiral Origin's plan to take over the kernel and thereby the digital world. After Grand Dragmon gave Spiral Origin the information about the kernel, it still was lacking the means to get there, let alone taking it over. However, it would end up finding its way by working alongside a human named Eiji Futami, who had their fates intertwined. Understanding both characters will help you understand the entirety of the second chapter of Digimon Re-Arise. You see, in his childhood, Eiji had a pregnant mother who was an engineer that worked as part of a group that were studying the digital world, and he became curious to know what his parents were up to. He asked them if he could go to work with them, and to his surprise, they agreed. However, during his visit, the facility designed to study the digital world caught an immense fire, killing various other workers, including Eiji's father. Eiji himself was almost going to die due to the flames, but was thrown to safety by his mother, who ended up falling into the machine that transported people to the digital world. And inside the digital world, the mother would eventually meet a tragic fate after having searched for a way to get back into the real world. Let me give you the details. She came into contact with a group of Veidmon who practiced a certain ritual that could open a path to other worlds. They did not specify what worlds, but that was comforting enough for the mother who joined them. While the Veidmon sect performed a ritual, she quickly understood that the portal they were opening did not lead to the human world. It was a dimensional door to summon a Millenniummon who started to rampage the area, critically injuring Eiji's mother even if she was able to escape. The ritual ended up going wrong, so in a way of luck, Millenniummon wasn't able to fully manifest. And Eiji's mother, who barely escaped, fainted and would later be saved by a group of Mud Frigimon. When she regained consciousness, she came to realize that her wound would eventually end her life. She lived long enough to give birth to her child, who would be called Mon, and she asked Fragments to raise her. In a way, the story resembled that of Ikuto from the Dado Squad universe, who would be raised by Fragments instead of Fragments. The difference is that Ikuto was born in the human world, while Mon, I believe, was the first human to ever be born in the digital world. I admit to be curious to know how a digital world-born human would differ to a human born on Earth. Hopefully the developers can clarify that. In the meanwhile, Eiji, who had survived the lab fire, made it his goal to find his mother even if the doctors stated that she had died in the fire. He was convinced she was still alive as her body was never recovered, unlike his father's. Because of it, he decided to take matters in his own hands. His resolve came from the love he had for his mother, obviously, but it also came from the pressure he would have from his dreams. He would constantly hear a voice which begged him for help. The dreams came so often that they even drove him almost crazy. And so, at least 10 years later, Eiji got well informed about the digital world and learned much about Colonel's power. He even learned about the spirals who were causing havoc around town during the first chapter of Digimon Re-Arise. His plan was to capture a spiral with a spiral capture program. His plan was also to steal Digicores from the Deva who had been given by the 4 Holy Beasts. And these Digicores were meant to be used to trap a member of the 3 Archangels, may it have been Ophanimon, Cherubimon or Seraphimon, so that he could obtain their power, then use all of these together to get to the Colonel. And he proved successful, but there was a catch. You know, there's no denying that Eiji himself was a smart and capable person. However, it had been implied that he was moving under the influence of Spiral Origin, who was the very cause of his bad dreams, which drove him mad. Spiral Origin was implied to have been there alongside Eiji, his pregnant mother, and his father when the research facility caught fire, and since then, it helped Eiji acquire the necessary knowledge to gain access to the kernel successfully, which would enable Spiral Origin to destroy the digital world and create a world where only spirals would exist. The process of change would make the digital world fall into disarray with large groups of spirals and evil Digimon causing havoc. When Eiji realized that all this time he was working under influence while also being double-crossed, he decided to lead a group of Tamers to get into the kernel to stop Spiral Origin. And normally, one doesn't get to the kernel just like that. It's to a very secluded and restricted area. Not even the Royal Knights have access to that place. That's why Harrisma was so important for the story. You see, Eiji theorized that by hacking Harrisma, he could access its connection to the Spiral Hive Mind, and with that, he could manifest a gate that would allow them to travel to Spiral Origin, who already was in the kernel, starting the changes it so wished. So, he whipped up a program and installed it into Harrismon, who became able to open a gate which would allow the group of Tamers to join them in their assault against Spiral Origin. After having recruited those who were willing and capable to fight, they all walked through the gate, only for it to instead send them to the dark area, where they were confronted by Grand Dracmon, the instigator of the Spiral Crisis, who, by the way, looked quite happy and delighted to see the Tamers, as they had been entertaining the Vampire King for quite some time. There really is something about Grand Dracmon that I can't describe, but I find the Digimon to be extremely interesting. In many ways, it is portrayed as far superior to the Demon Lords and never seemed to be out of control. In its portrayal in this universe, the only thing it wanted was to be entertained and nothing more. And even in this story, it was shown. You see, after Grand Dracmon had spoken with the Hive Mind all those years ago, and after having given them a portion of its powers, it did eventually go to the human world afterwards, but as a Matadormon. In the human world, it did suck the blood of some humans, sending them to a coma, and it also fought against the Digimon partners of some humans, even abducting a young woman named Shinjo Michi and taking her and her angel woman to the dark area. So, once all Tamers arrived in the dark area via that portal, Grand Dragmon became quite excited, up to a point where it even wanted to make an ice sculpture collection out of them to trap these humans in its castle for eternity. A huge fight ensued, with Grand Dragmon even being able to force Harrismon to digivolve into its Fury mode, something that should normally not be possible without the spiral. However, never forget that if Grand Dragmon is capable of making Digimon undergo Death X evolution and even forced Harrismon to digivolve into Rassenmon Fury mode, it is because it is close to being all-knowing. The extent of its knowledge is without a doubt top tier. Definitely one of the most resourceful Digimon out there. Now, despite its power and influence, Grand Dragmon wouldn't be a match to the combined forces of the Tamers and would ultimately be defeated. It would then calmly retreat to stay in the background. There's an important thing about Grand Dragmon that I have to tell, which links back to the timeline, so we'll have to make a little detour before continuing with the main story. In Digimon Re-Arise, Grand Dragmon showed a particular hatred towards the Royal Knights who would appear later in the fight against the Spirals. And the reason for its hatred is because they had hindered Lucimon's goal to create a new digital world, and as Digimon explained, its plan had begun back in the ancient digital world. That's why I gave the ancient digital world a spot in the timeline of the X universe, but on the side of the chronicle continuity. You'll quickly understand why I put them in the same timeline. You see, Lucimon's wish to create a new digital world is not new. In fact, its story in Digimon Re-Arise is the exact same story it had in Digimon Frontier, which told that in the distant past, in the ancient digital world, it first brought peace to a world where survival of the fittest was rampant. Digimon killed each other en masse, and there was simply so much uncertainty to live peacefully. So, Lucimon descended from the heavens and brought order and harmony, which would only be temporary, before the angel itself would succumb to its own powers. It would start a new war of rebellion to destroy the old digital world in the hopes of creating a new digital world to its image. Lucimon would bring another wave of chaos and war in the digital world after realizing that it had the power to rival the gods. Its arrogance caused it to digivolve into its fall-down mode, and by doing so, it attracted other evil Digimon such as Lilithmon, Demon, Babamon, and Waymon. Its army destroyed large parts of the digital world and killed countless Digimon, but eventually, the 10 legendary warriors would fight back against Lucimon, who killed 8 of them. Only Ancient Greymon and Ancient Garurumon remained and sealed it away in the dark area. This is Lucimon's story in the ancient digital world, but in the continuity of Digimon Chronicle. I put it there because, remember, it got sealed by the ancient legendary warriors. However, Grand Dragmon did not hold a grudge on them, it held a grudge towards the Royal Knights. And during the Chronicle X Wars, that's where Grand Dragmon will actually create the environment for Lucimon to go all out with its plan. And I would say that Lucimon never had been this close to destroying the digital world as it managed to bring Ogudumon X into existence. Though the plan would not be successful because the Royal Knights would intervene and would make Lucimon return once more to the dark area. Then you have the story of Digimon Re-Arise with the Spirals who would cause a distortion that would free Lucimon. That would be yet another interesting story that I have to highlight because otherwise I'm afraid many of you would just gloss over it. You see, when Lucimon was freed, it would be confronted by 6 of the Royal Knights and would easily deal with them. Knowing how powerful the half-angel, half-demon Digimon was, they would come with the strategy to gather all 13 Royal Knights to attack it at once. However, Lucimon would summon a Mastemon who, surprisingly, was more than capable of holding its own against half of them, giving Lucimon enough time to quit the scene. It would travel back in time, meaning more than a decade ago, to the place where all Vaidmon performed their rituals. The same place, and probably the same time, where the mother of Eiji would be fatally wounded. reason for Lucimon's travel back in time is because it wanted to use Millenniumon's power to destroy the digital world so it could remake it in its own image. It planned to ambush it and then seal off its will and mind so that it would do its bidding. After also forcing it to digivolve to its final world-destroying form, Lucimon would then return with it to the future and destroy the world. Veidmon had given the exact location of the area where they had failed to summon Millenniumon, and that's how Lucimon managed to find its way when it returned in the past. However, once Millenniumon was being summoned from another dimension, the portal would be interfered with by Mastimon's powers, as it had been convinced by Hasilmon to help. So it essentially turned its back on Lucimon. And speaking of Hasilmon, we're going to get to it in a moment. It's another Archangel Digimon with powers to predict the future, and one of its predictions had been put on the timeline. It'll be clear in a second. So, Mastimon's interference caused Millenniumon's summoning to fail as it only appeared as an illusion. And afterwards, it would only be a matter of time before Lucimon would be confronted by the entirety of the Royal Knights, Mastimon, and the ghosts of Ancient Greymon and Ancient Garurumon, who saw that Lucimon was not powerful enough on its own to destroy the world. That's why Lucimon actually needed Millenniumon's power. Lucimon managed to fight hard, even defeating the Angels and the Legendary Warriors, with the Legendary Warriors' power running out, causing them to disappear. However, despite its powers and anger, it would end up being distracted and ultimately killed by CRUSADORmon and Dynasmon. With this story out of the way, let us return to the main Digimon Re-Arise story, shall we? Normally by the time the Tamers were battling against Grand Dracmon, the digital world should have already been destroyed, as Spiral Origins was already inside the kernel. However, the world was saved last minute by the 4 Holy Beasts, which surprised even Spiral Origin. And with the Tamers having a Cerberumon at their side, a Cerberumon who was a Bearmon but it digivolved after having been entrusted with one of the digicores of the 4 Holy Beasts, multiple gates were opened at once, which allowed all members of the Deva, all Royal Knights, and all 3 Archangels to join the battle against Spiral Origin and its army. It was a battle which happened both in the Dark Area and in the kernel, and mind you that Spiral Origin had its own elite warriors called the Spiral Guardians, which consisted of spiral versions of Hanglungmon, the leader of the 4 Holy Beasts, Imperial Demon Paladin mode, the one said to have brought forth the idea of the Royal Knights, and Lucimon Satan mode, the leader of the 7 Demon Lords. It was a war that was impossible to win, as Spiral Origin really was too powerful when you think about it. The fact that it had all these powerful life forms at its sides, which were revived immediately after being killed. It was also capable of absorbing other Spiral to make it gain a final form. And you also can't forget that it had control of the kernel, which essentially made it reach the status of godhood, giving it the ability to do what it wanted, or at the very least, giving it the ability to destroy the entirety of the digital world, if it wasn't stopped by the 4 Holy Beasts, that is. So again, an impossible war to win, just like the Chronicle X War. 2 wars, each of which were instigated by Grand Dracmon, who was either bored or wanted to be entertained. That's why I think that the Digimon Re-Arise is likely to have happened sometime after the Chronicle X story. Ultimately, Spiral Origin was defeated by the combined powers of so many Digimon. The 3 Archangels returned to the kernel and ushered everyone out with the exception of Spiral Origin and AG, as their data had been altered due to having taken control of the kernel, meaning that both the digital world and the real world would reject them, essentially trapping them in the kernel forever. Now, this must have come hard for Eiji, who did all of this in order to rescue his mother, who was already long gone. But there was one good thing though. His determination eventually brought him to meet his sister, Mom. And whether meeting a blood relative for the first time is worth starting a war is a question I will leave to you. But know that what awaited Eiji and Spiral Origin was an execution. Cherubimon stated this much. It stated that they had to be punished for their actions. They had to be punished as they almost destroyed both the digital world and the human world. Maybe in a way to redeem himself, AG created a program that would allow the Spiral to be reborn as real Digimon. He worked alongside Spiral Origin, who wanted to at least do something good for the Spirals with the remaining of its time. But still, Spiral Origin and AG would remain trapped in the kernel forever, awaiting the day they would be executed by the angels. Before getting back to the X-evolution side of the timeline, there are two comments I found on Reddit concerning the Digimon Re-Arise story. I want to use these comments to explain what might have happened after the story. MMCS 125 wrote the following: "The story is one of the best I've seen in any Digimon media. The characters are surprisingly relatable, the Digimon are all actually good, well-developed characters, and the plot not only is engaging, but it actually is also well thought out and has a lot of potential. Not to mention, the game solidly reunites the different parts of Digimon lore that usually are scattered throughout different stories. It's too bad there is basically no chance that this will get an anime adaptation, because with a little polish and taking out all the little ways the interactive nature of the video game media don't play so well with the story, mainly pacing, this could be the very best Digimon story ever." To which Yellow90 Flash replied with the following: "It has the 7 Demon Lords, the 3 Archangels plus Rasilmon. It has the Royal Knights plus a side story where Rasilmon searched for Imperial Paladin mode after seeing a future where Armageddon destroys the world. It has the 5 Sovereigns, it has the 12 Devas, and it has a few members of the Olympus 12 and 2 of the Ancient Spirits. All of them are their lower versions and not just some random Digimon, and it all ties neatly together." These are good comments, and I'd like to pay special attention to Rasilmon and what it predicted, because we might know what could happen to this part of the timeline. It's still a theory though, but maybe it might help us and the developers to get an idea. You see, Rasilmon is an Ophan Digimon and was appointed the same rank as Ophanimon. It possesses the mysterious power to foresee everything in the world from the kernel. It is said that Rasilmon knows all about events throughout the digital world and had thereby gained a divine amount of knowledge with that power. It foresaw the revival of an Armageddon that would lead to an extensive destruction of the digital world in the near future. That's why Rasilmon called the help of Imperial Paladin mode, as Armageddon did come to life. Speaking of Imperial Paladin mode, from what I had understood, it had appeared in the ancient digital world of the Adventure universe. However, something happened there which caused the ancient digital world to collapse and commencing a new era. Only Ukomon had survived the ancient timeline. In the X universe, at least in the Digimon Chronicle continuity, which unofficially includes the Re-Arise story, Imperial Paladin mode is also the founder of the Royal Knights. However, the difference between this universe and the Adventure universe is that the ancient digital world did not appear to have collapsed. That's why Imperial Paladin mode could still be relied upon, as it was still alive and roaming the digital world, albeit not in the presence of the Royal Knights. It created the team and then left to do its own thing, seemingly being unaware of the new developments that were happening in the digital world. I say that because when it was brought in front of Rasilmon, who prophesied the end, Imperial did not believe its prophecies and let alone its powers. That's a stark contrast to the rest of the Royal Knights, who did rely on Rasilmon's divine powers. That's even how they managed to stop Lucimon, who tried to bring back Millenniummon. So, Imperial Paladin mode was reluctant to help Rasilmon at first. However, it would change its opinion after seeing the determination in its eyes, and it did agree to help if this threat would actually come. And so, after Rasilmon and Stephaelmon were defeated by Armageddon, Imperial Paladin mode did hold to its word and arrived to defeat the monster of prophecies and reverted it back to a large amount of Kuramon. The reason why Hasselmann's prediction is so important for the timeline is because of the rule of self-fulfilling prophecy and self-defeating prophecy. Hasselmann has powers to predict the future, but that doesn't mean that it gets a full and complete picture of the events. Don't forget that even Yggdrasil itself was seen to have made mistakes in its predictions and calculations throughout the multiverse. And Yggdrasil is called a god, whereas Hasselmann is an angel. In other words, it is possible that with the destruction of Armageddon, that the collapse of the digital world had been prevented. This would make of it a self-defeating prophecy, a prediction that became false as a consequence of having taken the actions to avoid it. And at the end of Digimon Re-Arise, it had been stated that despite some clashes between humans and Digimon, that they managed to coexist peacefully. On the other hand, it is possible that Hasselmann made a correct prediction, meaning that the digital world was going to be destroyed, and by having called Imperial Demon Paladin mode to stop it, it could have possibly begun a sort of chain of events which would end up destroying the digital world. This is a classic example of self-fulfilling prophecy. And at the end of Digimon Re-Arise, we saw a conversation of the four holy beasts where only Jukyaomon showed a certain awareness and maybe even a fear for the future. It even claimed that they may be fast approaching disaster without even knowing it, and it even said that its colleagues Baihumon, Azulongmon and Ebonwumon had their heads in the clouds. They were too relaxed. And as Yggdrasil did not appear in Digimon Re-Arise, a story which I claim happened sometime after the Digimon Chronicle X story, it might have been deactivated, perhaps even permanently, as the highest deities in the story were the four holy beasts and not Yggdrasil itself. Which means that there is a possibility that the digital world and the human world continue peacefully, but there's also the possibility that both worlds end up collapsing in the future. That would mean that this timeline would come to an end, just like with the Data Squad universe. Let us get back to the X-Evolution timeline. We left off with Yggdrasil having been deactivated by Omnimon X after having battled against Dexmon. The somewhat official sequel to the movie happened in one of the stories in Digimon Re-Digitize Decode and Digimon Re-Digitize Encode. I am happy to bring these stories up because I understand how it can quickly become complicated for you all. Digimon Re-Digitize Decode is a video game on the Nintendo DS and the PSP, while Digimon Re-Digitize Encode is a manga. There's also a Digimon Re-Digitize manga which served as prequel to what happened during the Digimon Re-Digitize Decode story. In other words, Digimon Re-Digitize Decode and Digimon Re-Digitize Encode are the same stories, but with slight and almost unnoticeable differences, which makes of them parallel worlds. As they do have the same fundament and plot for their stories, I'll be explaining both of them simultaneously, while also highlighting some of the differences. Just remember that the Digimon Re-Digitize Decode branch in the timeline can be seen as a direct sequel to the X-Evolution movie, contrary to the Digimon Re-Digitize Encode manga that is taking a slightly different route, which left us with a cliffhanger. To best understand the entirety of the Re-Digitize stories, we'll have to first stop by the fundament, the basis which they both share. The basis can be recognized by a company that goes by the name of GIGO. It's an acronym which stands for Global Information Global Organization. They became relevant when the world came in a period where cyber-terrorism had occurred across the globe. A virus program had infiltrated network servers which made all data communications throughout the world unusable, plunging the world into chaos. The first company that managed to restore their servers amidst the confusion was GIGO, who coincidentally was also the best prepared, as it had already been doing research on server systems prior to the attack. The success of getting its servers back on track sparked the company's rise to the #1 position in the data communication industry, as it began to provide many services that later became deeply involved with consumers' daily lives. GIGO had managed to become an irreplaceable part of many of the world's households. Remember how many users loved to use Cyberspace Eden in the virtual reality universe? Well, Gigo was like that but had a much bigger influence. Unbeknownst to the public and even its employees, the company had ulterior motives. You see, there's a reason why Gigo was so well prepared in the restoration of their servers. It's because they've been able to hypothesize that a digital world existed, and if so, they wondered how they could gain control of that world. That's why they brought in a team of researchers composed primarily of Russians who tried to make of their hypothesis a reality. Among the employees, you had Professor Yakov Borisovich Petrov, who was leading a secret project called Project WITCHELNY. We'll get to the details of that project in a moment, as once you understand what it was all about, you'll understand the entirety of the Digimon Redigitized story. Before explaining that project, I first have to introduce you to one of Dr. Petrov's colleagues, Mireille Mikagura. She is the same Mireille we saw in the VR universe during the Next Order and Cyber Sleuth events. She came all the way from the X universe and lived around the time of the Redigitized story, and it's quite difficult to call her status alive. Truth is that she might be both alive and dead, as due to a lab accident she lost the data of her natural body. As Habu Kazumasa explained, her actual age before her body disappeared in the accident was around 24 to 26. She no longer has a real body, and her digital self is only kept alive by the life energy shared by her two partners, Angel Woman and Lady Devimon. In other words, if her two Digimon partners were gone, it is likely that Mireille will cease to exist. In the Digimon Redigitized ENCODE manga, it has even been shown that when both partner Digimon are fighting for prolonged periods of time, Mireille, or rather what's left of Mireille, is put under pressure up to a point she could disappear entirely, so she cannot overexert herself. In a way, it's not all negative, as, given her current status, her digital self technically cannot age, and she gains the ability to travel to various digital worlds and contribute to the solving of challenges some had to go through. Though it is said that her travels are not just meant to help others, she's also trying to search for the data of her natural body within the digital world. Nevertheless, Mireille disappeared into the digital world, with records probably declaring her either missing or dead. In the meanwhile, while she had been missing, Professor Petrov continued giving his services to Gigo, who eventually found out about the digital world. So their priorities changed as they secretly began seeking to manipulate and control the digital world to use Digimon to commit sabotage against other corporations via the connections to the internet. It's pretty much how the story happened in the Seekers universe, where Digimon were being used by hackers or even nations for cryptocurrencies and other ends. And you know what? The company played well, if I may say so, as they came up with 3 plans to assure dominance. First, they successfully aimed to have a monopoly on the world's wireless industries. Secondly, they created a giant MMORPG called Digital Monster. It was a massive multiplayer online role-playing game that would connect a human to a Digimon and make them compete against people from not just across the globe, but also from across the various universes, including the Tekken universe. We'll get to that universe in a moment. Keep in mind that the Digimon in the game created by Gigo are actually just video game characters. In the eyes of most players, they are not the real Digimon. However, some humans, some tamers, can see Digimon for what they really are. They can hear them. And among those in the Digimon Redigitized story who will gain the awareness of the sentience that Digimon held were Taiga, a skilled player of the game as he ranked 3rd place, Nikolai Yakovich Petrov, the son of Professor Petrov, best friend of Taiga, and a player of the Digital Monster game who ranked 4th place. Akiho Rindu, who is a legendary tamer who ranked 1st place in the game, and then there is Yuya Kuga, the heir to the Gigo company, which granted him the privileged account in the Digital Monster game, allowing him and his partner Wargreymon X to move freely in the company's server. They are what you could deem as chosen children, even if Yuya is more a tamer than a chosen one. To connect the Digital Monster game to the digital world and the real world, the Giga company took control of Infinity Mountain, the same mountain which had multiple floors inside, with each floor possibly connecting to other dimensions. It had been completely taken over by the company, who met little to no resistance, as Yggdrasil, who was said to live in the depth of the mountain, was already deactivated since the X-Evolution event. So, with little resistance, Gigo changed Infinity Mountain into what they called the Digi-Tower. It was a place accommodated for players of the Digimon MMORPG game, in which you can find a training gym, a VIP room for elite players, a control room where all functions of the tower are being monitored, and more importantly, there is a Battle Colosseum that actually was not yet updated into the Digi-Tower prior to the re-digitized story. It sort of existed in its own server, as I suspect it was still in the beta stage, the testing stage. However, in the Digimon re-digitized manga, which happened before the re-digitized Decode game, a giant update was made to bring the Colosseum inside the Digi-Tower. What is so interesting about the Colosseum is that it is the only space where humans could interact with the digital world, and under normal circumstances, a human could normally not go outside of that domain. It's also the only space that connects the digital world to the real world, and only from that space can a player fight against other players from other universes. Taichi and his friends from the Adventure universe, for example, were invited and played the game, with Carrie even having been controlled by homeostasis to see if this digital world could be saved by Taiga. Takoto and his friends from the TAMERS universe were also invited. Same goes with Masaru from the Data Squad universe. Even Lily and Sebastian from the Tekken universe were invited and played the game. Don't worry, we'll talk more about her in a moment, as she did play an important role in this story. So, for their plan for world domination, Gigo first aimed to have a monopoly on the world's wireless industries. Secondly, they created an MMORPG game that would connect the human world to the digital world. And third, and final step, for the Gigo company to assure dominance in the digital world, they created the Vitium program. It's a program with so many properties, especially when we consider the Digimon re-digitized Decode and Digimon re-digitized Encode stories. Originally, the Vitium program was designed for transporting substances from the real world to the digital world. They called it Digitize, as in the name of the title of this arc. But later on, so many features were added to it. The program was also created to control the traffic of information online. It was created as a means to connect the real world and the digital worlds, and the program was created to sabotage against other corporations by using Digimon and taking advantage of the internet connection that is connecting the entirety of the human race. However, when the process of creating the Vitium program was advancing and its potential was unveiled, it was theorized that its existence would be dangerous for the real world, as the program would end up becoming a life form so advanced that it would start developing a consciousness of its own. That's what it ended up doing little by little. First, it began by developing a generic thought pattern, and immediately after that, it began to learn and even speak. While its conscious was still developing, it already had access to information which could be found online, and quickly it discovered what its name was. Within the violent rush of overwhelming information, it began to gain emotions which gradually changed to confusion and then to anger for having been born accidentally. Just like, let us say, the D-Reaper of the Data Squad universe, or the Eaters in a virtual reality universe, Vitium was also designed to evolve further and further with no end, to better control its environment and, if necessary, destroy obstacles. That's why it kept changing forms, from a sort of mini larva to a grown dinosaur, and from an egg to a life form resembling a grown woman. The program became so powerful that it gained the ability to mind control by becoming the very source which turned Digimon in a berserk state, making them spread a sort of black aura which was named the Blackening Phenomenon. As shown in the Digimon re-digitized Encode manga, even mega-level Digimon of the likes of Chaos Gallantmon succumbed to the blackening, despite being so powerful. This blackening phenomenon did more than just mind control. It also caused dimensions to distort, showing that Vitium not only developed capabilities to control dimensions to an extent, but it could also move freely between them. When taking into account all of its capabilities and the reason for its creation, we can say that it became the supreme program that could freely control all of the data in the digital world. That's why it even was capable of reviving deceased Digimon. No wonder that Gigo wanted to discard the project before it developed to a stage that could even be harmful for the company. After all, in both Digimon Redigitize Decode and Digimon Redigitize Encode, Vitium was able to make of the Digitower its nest by invading the area and manipulate it till it became a place that would best serve its purposes. And the company relied on the Digitower for its goal. That's why Gigo gave order to cancel and delete the program before it developed beyond their control. Professor Petrov agreed to take care of it as he felt that he had his duty in the undoing of the program he himself created. After all, it was his program that infiltrated the network servers which made all data communications throughout the world unusable. It was his program which technically started the global catastrophe which enabled Gigo to become the company everyone needed. Working on the deletion of Project Vitium was an immense task which demanded a lot of time. That's why Professor Petrov was spending less and less time with his son Nico, and it reached a point where the professor disappeared entirely. He had used the digitized program to physically enter the digital world in order to destroy Vitium. He had created a counter-program based on what is called the gospel structure. It's a structure that was developed based on the same research that developed the redigitized capability of transporting material from the real world to the digital world, and it is the same program that created Vitium. There's a slight detail difference in the stories, as in Digimon Redigitize Encode, the professor locked himself in the room in the digital world to study and find a way to stop Vitium. It was a room Andromon was guarding after the professor saved the android Digimon from the blackening phenomenon, whereas in the game, the professor had his mind controlled by Vitium and began to do as demanded. So, the gospel structure was a program meant to contain Vitium. However, complications and misfortune fragmented the structure in the form of garbage data, which was spread around the digital world to become locked in the memorial stela spread across the digital world. The memorial stela are sacred devices that records everything happening in the digital world, from every memory residing in the world to being the key to unlock all hidden mysteries. It's a giant storage structure of all data, which are stored inside the pillar for recording purposes, but also to be used to make calculations to help predict the infinite possibilities of worlds. In the final chapter of this long documentary, I will tell you a bit more about the Memorial Stela, because I think that it sort of serves what I call the common collective consciousness, which all universes inside the Digimon Multiverse share. This explains why so many similar stories are happening again and again, but with some slight variations. And this also explains why some Digimon appear in various universes. To gain access to the garbage data locked inside the Memorial Stela required a specific ability that very few people possess. Even chosen children lack this skill. That's where the chosen children of this universe came into play. You see, Taiga was the only person who managed to take the garbage data from the Memorial Stela thanks to his ability that is called Decode. It's an ability that is not yet fully understood, but still an ability shown to allow one to decipher encrypted digital data and make it retrieve its original form. It is also an ability that allows a person to better connect with a Digimon, up to a point they can hear their voices through an electronic device and even summon their powers in the real world. In the Digimon Encode manga, there is the example of how a bully threw the device of a little girl from a building, and Taiga jumped and grabbed the device mid-air and managed to summon the powers of his Agumon, who helped him land safely on the ground. Additionally, the Decode ability allows to train a Digimon to draw out its maximum potential in a way none of the Digidestined from across the multiverse managed to do. That's why Taiga ranked so high in the digital monster game, and that's why when his War Greymon fought against Yuya's Black War Greymon X in the Digimon Digitized manga, he managed to make his War Greymon's Gaia Force attack much more powerful than its original configuration, up to a point where Yuya and his Digimon partner had to retreat. And remember, an X-enhanced Digimon is usually more powerful than those without X-enhancements, meaning that War Greymon's attack had to be much more powerful. There is another person confirmed to also possess the Decode ability. I'm talking about Rina Shinomiya, the same Rina that was seen in the VR universe during the Next Order and the Cyber Sleuth events. She would only come much later in the Digimon Redigitized story, however, her powers already manifested even if she did not exactly understand what was happening. For example, her Decode ability allowed her to observe Taiga and his friends through her electronic device. She saw moments of when they were on their quest to retrieve the garbage data. We'll get to Rina in a moment. Knowing how powerful Taiga was with his Decode ability, knowing that Nico was the son of Professor Petrov, and knowing that Akiho was the best player in the game Digital Monsters, Mireille decided to choose them to come to the digital world by sending them an email which asked them to type a certain password only a decoder would be able to find. She knew about the Vitium program after having infiltrated the Gigo company's server to find that classified information. She knew of the program's menace and how it caused servers to crash across the globe. Mireille also knew what Vitium could do to both the real world and the digital world if it was not stopped on time. That's why she chose these 3 Tamers and warped them to the digital world, entrusting them with the task to find the garbage data inside the Memorial Stella. In some way, the story resembles that of Dragon Ball, where instead of retrieving the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon who grants 3 wishes, the chosen children had to find the garbage data spread across the digital world to defeat Vitium and go back home in the real world. Akiho even stated as much in the manga. She said that their quest was exactly the same as searching for the Dragon Balls, meaning that in this universe, the Dragon Ball franchise is no less than an anime. If I may say so, this quest to find the garbage data was certainly an adventure. My favorite part was in the manga, in the moment where Doremon explained that the Memorial Stella in its village was worshipped for generations upon generations. Every 10 years, the strongest member of its village would be chosen to leave the village in order to protect the Memorial Stella. And one Memorial Stella was protected by Doremon's old friend Poporo, who was the elected Digimon to protect their holy pillar and thereby became a Doroguremon who completely lost its mind because of the influence and powers of Vitium. A fight ensued and the heroes of the story were completely outmatched as their Digimon partners were not capable of reaching the ultimate level. It was only a matter of time before all of them were killed. However, fortune was at their side as Rina was watching the events through her device and, in panic, without really understanding her decode ability, she managed to send her Vmon to their aid. While they did not defeat Doroguremon, Vmon did help in creating a necessary opening for Taiga to walk past Doroguremon and use his decode ability on the protected Memorial Stella. Rina's contribution attracted the attention of Mireille, who was convinced that she was also another decode user. So, Rina was also sent an email invitation to enter the digital world, though she would leave us readers in a cliffhanger as she wouldn't do much in the manga. That is, when we compare her contribution in the redigitized Decode story. In this quest to prevent them from activating the Memorial Stellas, Vitium chased them, and usually it always arrived at the scene, but once the heroes activated the last Memorial Stella, Vitium did not come. By the time Taiga and his friends activated the last Memorial Stella to gather all the garbage data, Vitium had actually already gained unfathomable powers. It had already absorbed a lot of energy across the digital world and gained the power to completely connect the digital world and the human world. Completely connecting both worlds would cause the human world to become digitized, and therefore becoming fully manipulatable for Vitium to change it to its image. That goal would result in failure, as it would be stopped by Taiga, at least in the Digimon Re-Digitized Decode story. The Digimon Re-Digitized Encode story left us on a cliffhanger. Vitium did confess much before disappearing. It explained that it understood that evolution without limits would only lead to destruction. It admitted to feeling lonely, a bit like the Spirals and how they felt in the Digimon Re-Arise story. Vitium confessed that it wished to be reborn but under better circumstances, and assured that it would someday return even if its data was spread throughout the digital world. It's important to note that during the events of Digimon Re-Digitized Decode, you also had two different chapters taking place. One is called The Scheming of the Demon Lords, and the other chapter is called Lament of the X-Antibody. The last one can be seen as a sequel and homage to the story of the Digital Monster X Evolution movie. We're going to go briefly over them, starting with the Lament of the X-Antibody chapter, which was meant to be a sequel to the X Evolution movie. Let me get into the details. So, you know that during the X Evolution story, Yggdrasil spread the X program to eliminate unnecessary Digimon in order to optimize its own capacity to manage the overflowing amount of incoming data. However, Yggdrasil would then be deactivated by Omnimon X and the digital world was reformed, meaning that life went back to what it was prior to the launch of the X program. However, the awareness of X-antibody enhancements would still remain in the consciousness of Digimon, with some even still having access to X-Digivolution. Just look at Gallantmon X and Omnimon X at the end of the story. And years later, after the events of the X Evolution movie, you have the story of Digimon Re-Digitized Decode taking place. You see, after having been sealed and deactivated during the evolution of the Infinity Mountain by the Giga Company some time ago, Yggdrasil would eventually get reactivated on its own when it felt the danger that the artificial lifeform Vitium represented. Vitium ran wild and the digital world would become unstable, so in order to prevent the destruction of the digital world, Yggdrasil reused the X program. What you have to know about the X program is that it can systematically delete every single Digimon, but can also be used to forcibly remove foreign molecules and purify the digital world. That's why it was used again, but to expel Vitium and the unstable environment it created. And when Yggdrasil launched the X program, the Digimon living in the Village of Beginnings began to collapse one after another. This made the Omnimon X and the Gallantmon X from the X Evolution movie go on a quest to discover the true intentions of Yggdrasil, who appeared to be causing yet another tragedy. So, both Royal Knights began a research into the Infinity Mountain after having asked Taiga to join them to stop Yggdrasil. Under these circumstances, Yggdrasil took control of Dorumon and forced it to digivolve into Death Xmon to stop Taiga and the Vitium threat. Death Xmon would be defeated by Taiga, who would also confront Yggdrasil and cause it to deactivate once more. What's interesting about this chapter is that there is lots that had been stated. For example, it's been implied that many of the friends of the Dorumon of the X Evolution movie have perished. This would likely include Digimon such as Tokomon X, and it has also been implied that all Yggdrasil of the other universes, may it be from the VR universe, the Data Squad universe, the Adventure universe, etc., are somewhat connected. I will be answering to the how in the final chapter of the video. In the Digimon Re-Digitized Decode story, there is also a chapter called The Scheming Demon Lords. It's a story which happened moments after Vitium's defeat. Let me explain. You see, a digital lifeform like Vitium always tends to leave something behind after having been disposed of. And it's not much of a wonder when you think about it. Vitium gained powers which distorted dimensions after all. And so, after having been defeated, the space and time abnormalities it caused might have ceased in the digital world to an extent, but it did wreak havoc in the real world. When Rina noticed those abnormalities, she was quickly sent to the digital world to help solve the problem. However, when she arrived, she was trapped by Demon Lord APPMON, who knew about her decode ability. So, in some way, it predicted her coming, trapped her in the hopes of using her decode ability to conquer the digital world. So, in this short chapter, the focus laid more on the 7 great demon lords, though I have to say that they were far from being their versions during the X Wars in the Digimon Chronicle X story. They did not really work in union and kind of had their own goals, if they even had any. APPMON wanted to take over the digital world. Lilithmon wanted the same thing but didn't want that the balance of powers shifted in favor of APPMON. Beelzemon was against APPMON and so it decided to join the heroes. Belphemon was sleeping throughout the entirety of the story, waking up just a few minutes and then returning to its almost eternal slumber. Leviamon simply didn't want to get involved in any way, shape or form. Then there is Lucimon, who was instigated by APPMON on its fall from heaven. It's a different story than the one we are most familiar with. The one where it saved the digital world from a period of chaos but then got corrupted by its own powers until it got defeated by the forces of light and then sealed in a dark area. No. In this version, it was APPMON who instigated Lucimon's fall from heavens and locked the angel in a prison. Lucimon would be plagued by chains, which would give it a thirst for destruction and carnage. More on that in a moment. The antagonist in this chapter was APPMON, who, immediately after Vitium's defeat, managed to conquer the Digitower. It expanded the huge dimensional portal at the top as it also attempted to intrude the real world. This prompted the arrival of Ophanimon, Seraphimon and Cherubimon, who disagreed with the situation and decided to help the heroes by providing them with advice only, as the angels were asked to remain as neutral as possible in such matters. Ophanimon explains that the strongest weapons the heroes had were Taiga and Rina's abilities to decode. Their ability to decipher or restore digital data and make it retrieve its original form. What's so interesting about this chapter is that we learned that the decode ability is also one which enables a user to absorb Digimon energy. And so, after Rina was freed, she went along with Taiga on a quest to absorb the energy of those demon lords who didn't really want to take part in APPMON's scheme. One of the strongest powers that had to be absorbed to give both Taiga and Rina a fighting chance was that of the slumbering Belphemon who resided in the dark area. However, once they traveled through the dark area, they weren't able to wake it up. There is one young girl, however, who got herself involved and did manage to wake up Belphemon after it had slept for over 10,000 years. That young girl was Emily de Rochefort, more commonly known as Lily. She's not from the X universe nor any other Digimon universe. She came all the way from the Tekken universe along with her butler Sebastian. I don't think that the Tekken universe needs much introduction. It's a universe where humans can transform into demons. A universe where the fate of humanity is pretty much decided by a tournament called the King of Iron Fist. A tournament where the strongest fighters of the world participate in, and Lily is one of those strongest warriors. You see, Lily came into the digital world and was sort of looking for a Digimon partner to her liking. This caused her to do lots of stuff just to figure out who was most suitable. She had a Numemon at some point. Then she disguised herself with a pink Monzaemon costume in order to fight Digimon herself. She woke up Belphemon in the hopes it could become her partner. That did not work as it went right back to sleep. However, her contribution did help Rina and Taiga to take a chunk of Belphemon's power. Lily also managed, at least temporarily, to tame Demon Lord Lilithmon. So, if you ask me, Lily does have a lot of potential in terms of being a Digimon tamer, even if her strongest assets are her wealth, obviously, but more importantly, her fighting prowess. To tell you how the story ends, Rina and Taiga managed to take the data of most demon lords, not just thanks to their ability to decode, but also thanks to an application they received from an Ogremon who they did not know secretly worked for Babamon. The demon lord wanted to collect all data from the other demon lords who weren't going to give it willingly, considering how poorly they got along in this story. That's why it needed Rina and Taiga to use their skills to absorb the data with their abilities and via the application. However, as Ogremon walked freely in the dark area before going to the digital world, Demon Lord Demon changed the application and modified it in a way that would send one half of the absorbed power to Demon and the other half to Babamon. Demon would then kill Babamon and use this power to take over the digital world and the real world. This would make Ogremon switch sides and join the heroes, as its master Babamon would be no more. So Ogremon digivolved into Titamon to avenge its master. A fight followed and Demon would send its half of the absorbed data and the half of the now deceased Babamon to Lucimon to make it digivolve into its Satan mode. It was a mistake of Demon, as Lucimon would still be under the influence of the chains of Babamon, which caused it to become mindless and just in search for destruction. So Demon would be killed by Lucimon before it digivolved into its Satan mode. After the battle, Lucimon's Satan mode would be defeated and returned to its rookie form, who would return to the heavens. And I'd like to make a small point about Lucimon, who in this case was more a pure being than anything else. Remember when Suedo from the Cybersleuth time in the virtual universe came with the theory called proving the existence of a god who creates dice tossed by a god of dice? Well, if we apply this theory to Lucimon and all other humans and Digimon alike, it means that even if a Digimon or a human had been created with a particular background, it doesn't mean that it always will do whatever had been written in said background. Digimon and humans are made as demigods themselves, meaning that they can, to an extent, make their own choices and create their own future. Without forgetting that the environment of, let's say, a Digimon can become very defining for one's future. Normally in most universes out there, Lucimon was going to start the rebellion it is most known for. Yet, in the Digimon Redigitized Decode arc, we get to see a different Lucimon. Well, even if it doesn't quite mean that it will never start a rebellion of some sorts. But with this example, I hope you understand a bit more about Suedo's theory of a god who creates dice tossed by a god of dice. After Babamon's defeat, the heroes would be transported back to their own world. Mireille would remain in the digital world as she could not return. Her body in the real world simply does not exist anymore, so her place now belonged to the digital world. She did say that she was going to continue her travels though. That's how she would eventually end up joining the heroes during the Digimon Next Order story, where she would end up calling for the help of Rina. Mireille would also end up joining the heroes in the Cybersleuth events by taking care of the Digilab, from where she would help Sayo, who came all the way from the Data Squad universe, to retrieve her sealed Dianamon. She would also call once more upon the help of Rina to assist the heroes with All-Force Vidramon. A part of me hopes that Mireille would come in contact with Erika Mishima, the young girl who had to choose to either live a short life in the real world or become a Digimon. Erika was trapped in the digital world just like Mireille, so both of them joining forces would certainly give each other the warmth they wish for. We have finally arrived to the final chapter of this very long video. I hope you guys are still listening carefully. The final chapter is about the new Century universe, and the name says it all. We're talking about a universe that is meant to show a new generation of stories, Digimon, and events. Unfortunately, the story is only written in Chinese text with Japanese voice acting. These are languages I don't master. That's why I can't really get into the details, even if the wiki page did explain a lot. It's just that a part of me is a bit reluctant to just straight up tell what has been written in the wiki page while not being able to reproduce that information myself from the New Century game. So here is the short timeline of the Digimon New Century universe. May it guide you well in your quest for more Digimon knowledge. Humans in the New Century universe only recently became aware of Digimon, who suddenly appeared in the real world. This is quite interesting, as it is quite unpredictable when Digimon will make themselves known and appear in the real world. In this universe, their first contact began while they were already technologically so advanced, so that's definitely something to take into account. It's quite plausible to say that at the moment a universe is making progress with their technology, they are more likely to come in contact with the digital world. That's what we saw, for example, in the virtual reality universe when Kamishiro Enterprises created Cyberspace Eden. However, when we look at the world of Digimon New Century, we see a world that is extremely advanced in terms of technology. There's no universe that came to this level of progress. It's very futuristic. The architect of the buildings do not resemble any building we have seen across the multiverse. They use a lot of holograms, all indications that they are far ahead in terms of technology, and yet it is only now that they come in contact with Digimon. I think that this is such an interesting concept because their interaction with Digimon and the digital world should be different than anything we have seen before. I say that because each universe has its own technology which represents the limit of their possibilities and capabilities in interacting with Digimon. That's why in many of the universes, you always have either an individual or groups of individuals who are doing research on Digimon to try and understand more about them. Why am I saying all of this? Well, the technology inside the New Century universe allowed them to create a device called the Multidimensional Digital World Memory Observation Recorder. It's a device which enables them to have access to the data of events happening in the other universes and sort of recreate it. In other words, they have the ability to use memory fragments to recreate events from other worlds. They have been able to reproduce the events which happened in the Adventure universe, the TAMERS universe, the Cross Wars universe, the Frontier universe, and the Data Squad universe. This is pushing the New Century universe to a high level, as it would mean that they are quite aware of what is happening or has been happening across the multiverse. It would also make them better prepared for certain threats, unless they are confronted by a threat never seen before. And it is quite likely that they will be facing different types of threats, as this universe has Digimon that have never been seen before. There are, for example, 2 God-Man Digimon born of the data of warriors from Chinese legend. There is Erlangmon, for example, one said to act in accordance with its conviction to rid all Digimon of their wicked hearts. Or Takutumon, a hero who despises to deceive others and frequently imposes its own sense of justice onto others. As new Digimon are confirmed, it should also mean that new problems could arise. So it might not be enough to just look at the multidimensional digital world memory observation recorder to get prepared for an incoming threat. Now, the observation recorder is a tool used by humans, and humans have had their own stories in this universe. That's, however, not what we are going to be focusing on. Again, I'd rather avoid talking too much and get too much in the details because the game is in Chinese. However, I'm going to make the exception by focusing more on a story involving the digital world. It's a story which I presume probably happened at the end of the timeline. It's a story which took place after a great war where Yggdrasil and most Royal Knights disappeared. We don't know whether they died or whether they were sealed. However, they were non-existent, leaving their server vulnerable to outside threats. What happened is that host computer Homerus had sent Marsmon, Ceresmon, Dianamon, and Venusmon from the Iliad server to the server of the now disappeared Yggdrasil. They were originally sent there to investigate whether the other world would be able to prevent its own collapse because it could potentially affect Iliad, resulting in the collapse of both servers and thus the digital world. So the group was to contact the remaining Royal Knights and confront them if necessary. However, it's as if both servers were completely closed from one another, with no Digimon having a glimpse of what was happening on the other side, because once the Olympus 12 members left their universe for their mission, they had no prior knowledge about the Royal Knights. They did not know who they were and whether they were still alive. So what happened is that God Dramon and Megidramon intervened by taking advantage of the quartet's lack of knowledge. God Dramon would digivolve into God Dramon X after releasing all its sacred powers in its fight against Marsmon. Megidramon did take the form of Chaos Gallantmon to pose as Royal Knight Gallantmon to misguide them. However, the hoax would later be discovered, with both parties beginning to debate. After the Olympus 12 discovered the absence of Yggdrasil and its knights, they began worrying that the digital world would collapse, and with good reasons. In the Crusader universe, we have seen a world without Yggdrasil. It started a war of all against all, and that could have potentially spilled over to the Iliad universe. So, what happened after their debate is that they would not come to an agreement, with God Dramon X even relaying a message. It wanted Homerus to be informed that if it even as much as tried to dominate its server, that they would become enemies next time. So, the Olympus 12 members returned to their server to relay the message. What happened sometime after is that the Olympus 12 would start invading by opening various portals in various spots, which would cause a certain division among those in the server of Yggdrasil. And I would say that it was the perfect divide and conquer strategy, because there already was some confusion at the sides of God Dramon. The four great dragons were debating about whether these portals were an invasion from Iliad, because they couldn't figure out if it was actually a portal or just a time rift, because Holy Beast Jukiaomon plunged everything into flames as it was its territory. To combat the threat, the four Holy Beasts would combine their forces with the four Holy Dragons. Let us take a closer look at the confrontation. Baihumon and Magnadramon would be confronted by Jupitermon and Junomon, who were stating that this world would eventually be taken over by Homerus. Both Baihumon and Magnadramon would get defeated. Jukiaomon and Ebonwumon would ally themselves with Ancient Mermimon, who had gathered an army to confront the invasion. And Ancient Mermimon being in this fight is interesting for multiple reasons. The first reason is that, for starters, it is an incredible asset in a war, as it is said to be able to handle all water such as oceans and tidal waves. And legend tells that countless continents and islands had been erased when Ancient Mermimon got angry. Second reason why it is so interesting that this Digimon is still alive is because normally it is only Ancient Greymon and Ancient Garurumon who were the survivors of the ancient digital world. Yet in the New Century universe, we have an Ancient Mermimon who still exists and even outlived Yggdrasil. So that is certainly not a thing to forget. So, Jukiaomon, Ebonwumon and Ancient Mermimon would confront Dianamon and Ceresmon. Azulongmon investigated on Bacchusmon, who was poisoning everyone, and God Dramon X went to confront Marsmon once more, and then you have Megidramon. In many ways, Megidramon is sort of the powerhouse between the Holy Beasts and the Holy Dragons. Its very existence is a digital hazard, meaning that its potential to be highly destructive is more than present, especially when corrupted. So, it has a huge power output, but the problem is that it has a personality so fiendish that it doesn't even bear the slightest resemblance to the other three. Its personality even almost became a liability to the four Holy Beasts and the four Holy Dragons. Let me tell you why. When the Olympus 12 were arriving via their portals, Megidramon was quick to wish to fight the invaders with no strategy. That's why it was scolded by the three other dragons, as they already were in a very disadvantageous position as there were only four. That's when Azulongmon would reveal that the four Holy Beasts would join them. Speaking of, when the four Holy Beasts confront their adversaries along with the three other dragons, it was Megidramon's turn to confront a member of the Olympus 12. It was going to confront Venusmon, who it had been warned about, and Volcanismon, the god of smithery. While Megidramon was ready to fight, the confrontation ended up becoming just a debate due to Venusmon's kind nature, which revealed that Jupitermon had already defeated 2 of the allies of the dragon and that the seas already belonged to Neptunemon, who defeated Ancient Myrmimon. Here is where Megidramon showed why it is a digital hazard and why I absolutely love how it had been portrayed in this story. Instead of being worried or mentally weakened after hearing what happened to its allies, it simply became tired of hearing the 2. So it launched an attack on Venusmon, with Volcanusmon taking the blow instead as it stepped in between. With Venusmon now healing its partner's wound, Megidramon left to investigate the truth and overheard that all Olympus 12 were absent in the Iliad server. So it decided to invade Iliad to destroy the god Homerus alone. Though, before leaving, it did ask Magnadramon to destroy the portal if it did not return. Inside the Iliad server, Megidramon was on its way to confront Homerus, so the god decided to send a message to Jupitermon, who would send Apollomon and Dianamon back to their home server to take care of the situation. Although the pair were returned on time, they were unable to do a thing against Megidramon, as Dianamon was still injured by Jukiaomon's flames and Apollomon's flames were useless against the dragon. That's why Homerus granted its 2 protectors to fuse into Grace Novamon, a Digimon said to have been birthed when the digital world was visited by an unprecedented crisis, and that crisis might be Megidramon, who wanted to eliminate Homerus. Also, while Grace Novamon itself is said to have become a standalone galaxy because it's impossible to measure its total data size accurately, and despite being a Digimon said to have formed Big Bang class energy within its body, it was no match for Megidramon, who released all of its powers to evolve into Megidramon X and go crazy in the process. Megidramon X is a scary Digimon. All of its latent abilities were drawn out but shredded even the smallest, slightest goodness in it, making it become the epitome of evil unlike any other before. It is said that its very existence alone destroys and burns all of the digital world to cinder, with attacks and flames that possess unfathomable amounts of evil energy. It took the entirety of the Olympus 12 to confront Megidramon X. In fact, they all worked together to create an opening for Grace Novamon to attack. The outcome of the battle was very interesting. Megidramon did return to the digital world of Yggdrasil in its original form. Goddramon and Azulongmon noticed a seal from another world on its body. Grace Novamon was the force that sealed away Megidramon's power, meaning that it is either possible that the Olympus 12 along with Grace Novamon were not capable of killing Megidramon, that is, if they were fighting to kill, or they had no other option but to seal Megidramon X's power and return it to Yggdrasil's server. The story ended with Azulongmon saying that they need to begin the reconstruction after the war. And my opinion, I think that this story is definitely one of my favorites out there. I love how we get to see another example of what could happen when Yggdrasil is no longer present. And again, I love how Megidramon had been portrayed in this story. This is a good example to show its power potential. But again, too bad we did not get a translation. Also too bad that such stories always appear to be kept in the shadows, never to be revealed and discussed. I also find it quite unfortunate that we didn't get more information on the war that caused the Royal Knights and Yggdrasil to disappear. Now, this is as far as I will go with the story. I'd have loved to get deeper, but with the translation that is missing, I'd rather not do it. But at the moment the Digimon New Century game gets a translation, if it ever gets one that is, I'll be happy to return to it and get into the details. But what I'd like to do is finish the video by going a little deeper in the explanation of the memory observation recorder, as this concept is ultimately what connects or what could connect the entirety of the Digimon Multiverse. This is the final chapter before I leave you all with this massive information that is the Digimon franchise. But know that the final chapter is just as important as all others, as understanding it should help you make sense of the entirety of the multiverse. Now, to get my point across, let me quickly bring you back to the New Century universe for a moment. I told you that this universe is in the possession of an incredible device that is called a multi-dimensional digital world memory observation recorder, right? It's a device which allows you to create events from other worlds and experience them with beings from a different dimension. That's how this universe knew about the stories of Tamers and chosen children like Taichi from the Adventure universe. It would mean that the New Century universe has been technologically so advanced that they pretty much were aware of what had been going on across the multiverse, or at least part of the universes. The only requirement for the multi-dimensional digital world memory observation recorder to work is that one needs to use something resembling a memory fragment. I'm sure that the concept of a memory fragment sounds new to some, but it actually is not. We can retrace this concept as far back as in the Adventure universe. So let us get to that universe, and let us specifically take the Digimon World arc as an example. After Mameo had saved the digital world from Analog Man's plan, they created the Digimon Museum. It's a place where visitors can see the history and documents of File Island. They talked about the birth of Digimon, the birth of the digital world from the Digimon World story, and much more. However, the only condition to have all these archives, one needed to gather the fragments of memory that were spread across the digital world. So, the concept of memory fragment is already very interesting, and yet I did not yet say half of it. Let us get deeper. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the memory fragment, which shows the history of a particular event, is more or less the same as the mental data we saw in the story of Digimon Cyber Sleuth. Think about it. They created Cyberspace Eden. It was a virtual space where, in order to enter it, a human would have to turn his or her mind into data to be loaded in successfully. And when we say mind, we are talking about the soul, the spirit, or if you want, just consciousness. It's important to be aware of it because once a human's mental data had gotten eaten by an eater, there would be no way to reanimate the comatose body. It literally became a body that was still alive, but without a soul to control it. In the Cyber Sleuth story, there is a request that went by the title Cheat Strategy, where we saw a case where the digitized mind was isolated in a server and yet the body was being controlled by artificial commands sent by someone else. Actually, let's not even look that far. Just think of APPMON who took over the body of Kyoko. It's an example of how a soul had been removed from a body and that same body became possessed by another living being. I hope that you're starting to understand how much use a memory fragment has. Yet, we're not entirely there. I haven't made my point yet. Please bear with me. Still in Cyber Sleuth, we saw that it was possible to pick memories and imaginations from mental data and use that to replicate scenarios in Cyberspace Eden to create a very realistic experience out of pure fantasy. That's why Ryuji came with the brain in a vat scenario. It's an idea that it's possible that your reality became just a virtual world that is input directly into your brain and that you would be unable to know if you lived in a virtual reality or the real world. Heck, it could even make you question if there is a difference between the two or if you could prefer one over the other. Because will you even be able to see the difference between a fabricated memory and a natural one? What even makes the two different from each other? These questions are in a way just a different version of a common question about what reality is. It's not that different from Plato's allegory of the cave where prisoners who were chained inside a dark cave believed the projected shadows to be the only reality. And then, when one prisoner was freed and discovered the outside world, he realized that the shadows were mere reflections of true objects. When returning to the cave to enlighten the others, they resisted and became hostile, preferring the familiar shadows over the uncomfortable truth. The allegory illustrates the difference between the world of appearances and the world of reality. And in the Cyber Sleuth arc, the world had reached a point where some humans didn't even know which was the real reality anymore. And we can't be surprised because in the real world of you and me, we have the metaverse Mark Zuckerberg is trying to create, and big fears exist already, as some believe kids and even adults would want to live entirely in the metaverse, where they can have a bit more control of their avatar instead of their real selves. However, a major difference between the metaverse and Cyberspace Eden is that Cyberspace Eden is real, my friends. Again, technology had developed to a point consciousnesses can be manifested in a virtual space and be completely controlled by someone, and this will affect the real body. When looking at it like that, in a way, it's not possible to say that the virtual body isn't real. Think of Erica, who had her brain damaged due to an accident. Her consciousness had been digitized in Eden, and her memories were archived as memory data, or memory fragments if you please. She still had a physical body, but with a digital mind. Now, obviously Cyberspace Eden has been erased from the Cybersleuth universe, so there should be no trace left of it, right? Well, in theory, if that was your idea, you wouldn't be wrong. However, Erica did become a Hoodymon. Her real body did not exist anymore. All that was left was Erica in the form of Hoodymon, who pretty much was the only survivor of the reboot. And in a way, Erica's story as a Hoodymon would continue after the Cybersleuth arc, but for that you need to read the background profile of the Digimon itself. Hoodymon wasn't only made of Erica's mind data. All the memories of Cyberspace Eden was also part of this Digimon's existence. On top of that, Hoodymon is said to be like a backup of the digital world, accessing records throughout the world and storing vast amounts of recorded data within itself. Even if a strange phenomenon occurred in the digital world and records and memories were lost, the lost data will be restored if Hoodymon were to be around. Therefore, this blue humanoid butterfly became the embodiment of the digital world's memories, as it kept all the memory fragments archived. You may not have noticed, but Hoodymon is the reason why we saw a butterfly flying in a void in the opening of Digimon Cybersleuth Hacker's memory. It might not have made sense at the beginning, but it was actually Erica talking. Well, Erica after it became Hoodymon. Let me say it in other words. The entirety of the story of Digimon Cybersleuth and Digimon Cybersleuth Hacker's memory were in fact Hoodymon/Erica who was talking to us. Let me read the quotes that we saw in the beginning of the story. My memories, important memories, happy times, sad times, regrettable times, fun times, all those memories make me who I am. It's not just me, my parents, my brothers, my friends, the people dear to me. Everyone has memories, and all those memories make the world what it is. These memories are our stories. Stories that exist on the boundary between the real world and cyberspace. As Habu Kazumasa explained, the intro is meant to represent Hoodymon opening the door of their memories and seeing the old world once again. In other words, the Digimon Cybersleuth and Digimon Cybersleuth Hacker memory are just Erica/Hoodymon using her memory fragment to relive the entirety of the two stories. There is a long quote of Habu Kazumasa that I had found on the X account of Data Ravel, who did an extensive research on the memory fragments. I'll make sure to put the link towards that Twitter page in the description box. But the quote of Habu went as follows. What I wanted to do with Hacker's memory was to ask the question, what is reality? What is real? In the end, reality is lost or reorganized, and the record memory in the virtual cyberspace became the real world. So, for the girl, the real world was not the reorganized world, but the memory of the world that was with her. In this story, a girl whose memories were stored only as data affirmed her own existence and took the memories of the world, the souls of the people in that world, which were recorded as data on the Eden server to the digital world to protect it from the reorganization of the real world. There lies the problem. Is the soul equal to memory? If memory can be modified or copied, what happens to the soul? Doesn't the soul, thoughts and feelings reside in the body, or in each cell? separately from the memory. Habu continued with the following. In fact, Suedo is the one who is most involved in this story, and that is the reason why he came up with the idea of eliminating misery from the world. It was the sudden death of his beloved who hit him. Despairing over the death, he erased the memory of his beloved from his mind with the help of his colleague Yamashina using the memory data processing technology he was working on at Nile Corp. However, even though he erased the memory of his beloved, his sadness and despair did not disappear, and he was tormented by a sense of loss. And gradually, he became obsessed with the idea that this world is full of sorrow. Also, by the way, the main story of Hacker's Memory is the events of the girl's dream/memory, and the reality of Cyber Sleuth starts after the ending staff roll. In the narration without voice at the beginning, I is Erika and I is Wormon, meaning that the two of them open the door to their memories. So as you can see from this long quote, the concept behind memory fragments is much bigger than you think within the Digimon Multiverse. Yet I have not made my point yet. We're going to get deeper. I have given you the example of fragment memories from the digital world from the Digimon World arc, with the museum they've built to replay past events. And I gave you the example of Erika, who, as a Hoodymon, was in fact revisiting her memory, which formed the Digimon Cyber Sleuth and Digimon Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory. Let me show you other pieces of the puzzle. In the Adventure universe, specifically in Digimon 3, it wasn't the real world that was rebooted but the digital world, with all Digimon losing their memories except Meikomon, who, just like Hoodymon, was the backup for all the memories of the digital world from before the reboot. In the X universe, during the Redigitize arc, we were also introduced to the concept of memories, and you know what, it is via this story that I will make my point, which could explain why the various Digimon universes out there are so connected. You see, in Digimon Redigitize we learned about the Memorial Stela, which was a stone monument that recorded all the memories of the digital world. Everything in the digital world was a number, and every memory, every event, every data was archived and managed in the Memorial Stela. And this much was confirmed even in the Cross Wars universe, which doesn't even have a Memorial Stela. Bagramon had explained that records and history from the real world were the same thing in the digital world, and changing those records meant changing history, effectively affecting the reality of Digimon. So, again, in the digital world of the Redigitized story, the data was not stored in a Digimon but instead in these stone monuments. While we talked already about the Memorial Stela, I never explained what exactly was happening with the data within. It has been explained that the data inside is sent to super spaces such as the Binary Castle, a sacred castle with many monitor screens on the columns and walls of the castle. There are also forbidden switches which can alter the very time passage of the digital world. Recorded data is processed in this very castle, which is said to also be related to another hyperspace, namely Infinity Mountain, which in this story became the Digitower. In the depth of the Digitower, you can feel the flow of infinity and enter a different dimension. A person who gets there can enter a place whose data structure is very different from the digital world. In fact, the rules of the digital world do not apply there. What if all the data inside a digital world, which takes the form of memory fragments, were also sent into a hyperdimension via Infinity Mountain, via maybe even the Memorial Stela, and more, to form what I call a collective consciousness, which all universes are unwillingly and unknowingly gaining their knowledge from, to an extent. Think about it. It would explain why, for example, most universes have a Royal Knight, even if there are some slight differences in their role. Sometimes they are good, sometimes they are evil. It's as if when Imperial Jamon Paladin mode first began with the formation of the Royal Knights in the Adventure universe, that this concept, that is the Royal Knight, had been recorded and reached the collective consciousness from where some would take the idea from, however, not a complete idea. What would make the difference between, let us say, the Royal Knights of the Data Squad universe to the Royal Knights of the Crusader universe is the fact that they are born in totally different circumstances. That's why Kyoko theorized about the multidimensional space, which tells that there are countless worlds overlapping one another, one for every different possibility. Hence, why every time something happens in one world, a new reality branches off containing the other possibility. In other words, each universe inside the multiverse is connected to all others in a sense that they are basically all of them what-if worlds from each other. It's like what Mireille said, there are worlds where she might have said the word unfortunately, and there are worlds where she did not. Let us take the example of Gilmon. In the TAMERS universe, Gilmon was never born in the digital world. It was created from the imagination of Takato, so it wasn't even born from a digi-egg. The question you should ask yourself is the following: what if Gilmon was born in the digital world? We have an example of it in the Digimon World Next Order, where we can see a Gilmon digi-egg. Still the same species of Gilmon, but born in different circumstances, because ultimately every universe has its own sets of rules, independent from each other. That's why I say that there must be a collective consciousness somewhere that connects the world and likely is raising the chance that a Digimon born in one universe will end up being born in the other. It's a bit complicated, I know, so take your time to let it sink in. I'll be pleased to read your opinions in the comment section. Hi guys, this is the end of the video, I hope you enjoyed it. I'd like to apologize for having taken so much time to make this video. I'm really sorry. It's just that you have to understand that the Digimon franchise is extremely complicated in the way it was built. There is so much you have to take into account, and I admit that when I saw those videos and forums of people trying to explain the timeline, I really felt I had to intervene ASAP because there really was so much of the source materials that were never even considered. Some even tried to make one timeline of the entirety of the Digimon franchise, which is impossible. With all due respect, but that wouldn't be doing justice to a franchise as popular as Digimon. Too many who went into those timeline videos left with more confusion. That's why I decided to make this big project in the hopes of clarifying the grandeur of this amazing franchise and give it more structure. That's why I worked with a lot of timestamps which you can click on, and the links are in the description box, so you can always go and do your own independent investigation. I'm really happy that our community now also has a very big and detailed video concerning a multiverse. Again, Marvel has many multiverse videos, same goes with DC, so Digimon should also get its own multiverse video. And I must say that I'm very happy of the work. The results are definitely better than I expected. Heck, sometimes I even thought of giving up because it seemed so endless, but hard work pays off. Oh, important message here. I'd like to thank all of those who left comments either on the Digimon Explained channel or in the forums such as Twitter and more, because ultimately, sure I may have been talking for so long, but this big research wasn't done on my own, at all actually. I relied on what many of you have been researching already and shared online, so I humbly thank you for having made my work much easier. There's also something I want you to know about the multiverse. Even if I have been taking so long and given such a detailed video, you have to know that Digimon has so many stories that I had to skip over. Digimon has so much to offer, it's crazy. I didn't even talk about how the franchise is also connected to the Medabot universe, a futuristic world where advanced robots known as Medabots became popular among both children and adults. I skipped over it because I thought that it would probably not contribute much. However, as I'm mentioning it now, at least you know that there's also a Medabot universe that is linked to Digimon. There are also multiple games and stories that haven't been included in the video, though you are certainly free to add everything in the comment section. The point is that this video helps to give clarity to all, especially those who want to get into the Digimon franchise. On top of that, I am really relying on your comments to cover what I might have missed, looked over, or even said wrong. I know I've made mistakes, despite how thorough I have tried to be. Please point everything out in a very structured way in the comment section. So again, Lots of Digimon stories that I may not have spoken about in this video, but that I still can do little by little on the channel. That's why I can only ask you to please like this video for the amount of effort that went into it. It doesn't cost you a thing, and it's going to make me feel so much more better, because at least I would know that the hours of efforts was well received by you guys. Also, please make sure to also subscribe to the channel. I had already warned you in all previous videos that I was going to go deep into the Digimon franchise, and look where we are now. I love my work as a Digimon tuber, and as long as I have the strength and motivation, I'll keep going at it to unveil all its secrets and mysteries. When you click on the subscribe button, I get more motivation, because I would know that you guys are there to listen to what I have to say, and you hear me talk with lots of passion about Digimon. Please subscribe, because most who are listening aren't even subscribed. Anyway, I think I'm going to take a small break from big projects. I worked long hours on this, and my brain feels, how shall I put it? My brain feels very digitized. Small question for you. Which universe did you like most? Which universe do you want to see expand a bit more? Did I give you new information? Did it help rekindle your love for Digimon? Please write your comments in the comment section, and I will see you all in the next video.